Clang! The long, resonant toll of a bell echoed forth. Guangchengzi felt as though his very soul had been cleansed. The exhaustion of both flesh and primordial spirit was swept away in an instant. Staring at the golden radiance stretching out beneath his feet, Guangchengzi steadied his mind, and he wore a purple Taoist robe and a furong crown upon his head, starlight glimmering faintly at the tips of his hair. Beneath his brows shone a pair of bright, spirited eyes, their gaze clear to the depths as though they held a sea of stars within. The slight upward curve at the corner of his lips lent him an approachable air. He seemed sunny and open-hearted, like a shaft of golden light piercing the darkness, mysterious yet warm. At that very moment, within the Sanqing Hall atop Mount Kunlun, 3 Taoist figures were seated in meditation. On the right sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, his kindly brows and gentle countenance exuding benevolence. This was Taiching Laozi, foremost among the 3 pure ones. In the center was a middle-aged man of imposing and solemn bearing, caressing a jade rui in his hand. This was Yuqing Yuanshi. On the left sat a young man whose very presence radiated a keen cutting edge, as if he could cleave open the heavens with a single sword. This was Shanqing Tongtian. The elder on the right suddenly spoke. "Second brother, your disciple has arrived." Hearing this, Yuanshi, Tianzuan silently calculated on his fingers and said, "Good." Shanqing Tongtian, however, said, "Eldest brother, how can you be so sure it is second brother's disciple? Why could he not be here to take me as his master?" Yuqing Yuanshi frowned slightly and said, "You should focus on diligent cultivation and temper your temperament. Your private excursion to the North Sea last time has yet to be settled with you. Since eldest brother does not accept disciples, I, as the elder among us, naturally ought to take disciples first. Only then is the order of seniority properly observed." Tongtian curled his lips, but did not dare continue lest this second brother of his drag out a whole string of doctrines that would give him a headache. Yet Tongtian's gaze was filled with interest. They had only assumed human form a mere dozen or so great kalpas ago, and already a living being had come to seek a master. Could it be that his duels with all beings across the vast wilderness had spread the renown of their Pangu Sanqing throughout the primordial world? If so, this disciple would also be partly thanks to his efforts. Tongtian cast a dissatisfied glance at his second brother, though he did not dare make it too obvious. Guangchengzi ascended to the summit of Mount Kunlun and bowed toward the middle Taoist. Junior Guangchengzi has heard that 3 venerable seniors of great virtue and boundless divine powers dwell here on Mount Kunlun. I have come specially to seek a master and humbly beg senior to accept me as your disciple." Yuanshi looked at Guangchengzi kneeling before him. Indeed, there was a bond of master and disciple between them. He was the incarnation of the very first strand of innate purple light, his aptitude more than decent. More importantly, the very fact that he could reach Mount Kunlun marked him as one of great fortune. His destiny was so flourishing that it surpassed that of ordinary innate gods and demons. Yuanshi said, "I am Yuqing Yuanshi, formed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Since you now bow to me as your master, you must hold fast to a courageous heart that ever advances and never allow the name of the 3 pure ones to be sullied." Hearing this, Guangchengzi said, "Your disciple shall strictly abide by master's teachings and dare not disobey." He then performed the grand ceremony of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi smiled. "Good. Now pay your respects to your eldest martial uncle and your third martial uncle." At his words, Guangchengzi bowed to each in turn. Disciple pays respects to martial uncle and to third martial uncle. Taiching Laozi stroked his beard and said, "From this day on, you are the senior disciple under our 3 pure ones. Your responsibility is great. You must never do anything that would disgrace the name of the 3 pure ones." Guangchengzi's expression was full of respect. "I shall faithfully follow martial uncle's instruction." Shanqing Tongtian also spoke up. "Little martial nephew, since you have taken our 3 pure ones as your masters, you need not fear trouble in the primordial world. Whatever happens, your third martial uncle will cover for you." Hearing this, Guangchengzi felt that this martial uncle was indeed just as he had imagined, uninhibited and informal. "Many thanks, martial uncle." Yet Yuanshi Tianzuan said, "Behave yourself. Do not lead my disciple astray." Tongtian shrank his neck and fell silent. Laozi watched the scene, lightly stroking his beard as he chuckled. Watching this, Guangchengzi felt that the relationship among the 3 pure ones was truly harmonious at this time. Who would have thought that later they would come to the point of brothers turning against one another, allowing the 2 from the west to reap a profit for nothing? Returning to himself, he took out the purple great spirit peaches he had plucked when leaving Jiuxian Mountain and offered them with both hands to Yuanshi Tianzuan. "These are some fruits born on the mountain where your disciple resides. I invite master to taste them." He then produced 2 more baskets and presented them with both hands to Taiching Laozi and Shanqing Tongtian. "I invite martial uncle and third martial uncle to taste them as well." In the Taoyuan cave of Jushin Mountain, where he was born, there grew this spiritual root, an innate mid-grade, and quite a fine one. The three pure ones each took a purple-grade spirit peach bit into it, and said, "Not bad. This is a fine spiritual root indeed. You truly are one favored by great fortune." Guangchengzi said, "Many thanks for master's praise." Yuanshi looked at him with satisfaction. As expected of his first disciple, he understood propriety so well, only such a being was worthy of the status of their three pure ones. After the three pure ones had finished the spirit peaches, Yuanshi Tianzuan said, "Since you have now formally taken me as your master, I shall first tell you of the great tides of this primordial world, lest you be unaware of certain taboos when you go forth to travel in the future." Guangchengzi's expression grew solemn. He knew this would be an introduction to the current state of the primordial world. Your disciple listens respectfully to master's teachings. Yuanshi Tianzuan gazed out over the vast primordial land and said slowly, "Since Father God Pangu cleaved heaven from earth, countless 10,000s of great kalpas have passed in the primordial world. First came the ferocious beast tribulation. I afterward followed the Dragon Han tribulation, during which the three clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin waged a great war. The demon ancestor Luo Ho single-handedly stirred the winds and clouds, gravely wounding the vitality of the three clans, yet even his divine powers could not overcome the mandate of heaven. Dao ancestor Honghuang then stepped forward, slaying Luo Ho, yet also forcing him to self-detonate, damaging the earth veins of the West. To this day, the spiritual energy of the West remains diminished, far inferior to that of the East. As he self-detonated, Luo Ho also established the demonic path. From that moment on, when the Tao prospers, the demonic wanes. When the Tao wanes, the demonic flourishes. It may well be that there will come a day when it returns." Here Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled with a deeper meaning before continuing. After Tao ancestor Honghuang eradicated the demon ancestor Luo Ho, he attained the position of saint and now resides in the Zixiao Palace beyond the heavens. Previously, he transmitted his voice across the primordial world, declaring that he would preach 3 times each session, lasting 3,000 years, separated by one great kalpa. One sermon has already been given. Your master, together with your eldest and third martial uncles, once went to Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. After the sermon ended, your master and your martial uncles were accepted by our own master as personal disciples. Furthermore, Nuwa of Fengqi Mountain was taken as his final disciple, while the western ones Jane and Zhuanti became his registered disciples. These 3 are ones before whom you must observe proper decorum when you encounter them in the future. At present, there are 2 great clans in the primordial world, the Demon Clan and the Witch Clan. The Demon Clan was founded by Emperor Jun and Tai on the Sun Star. They claim that all beasts, grasses, trees, birds, insects, fish, and the like that give rise to spiritual wisdom are all of the Demon Clan. The Witch Clan, on the other hand, was formed from 12 drops of Father God Panga's blood. They are born controlling 12 kinds of laws, yet possess no primordial spirit. At this point, disdain flickered across Yuanshi's face. In his view, those furred, horned, scale-covered creatures of the Demon Clan, actually dreaming of ruling the myriad races of the primordial world, was utter delusion. As for the Witch Clan being at least of Father God's bloodline, such talk was just barely tolerable. But the Demon Clan, were they worthy? Still, before Guangchengzi, Yuanshi did not voice these unpleasant thoughts. Now the 2 clans stand with swords drawn, and it seems the events of the Dragon Han era are about to be replayed. The primordial world will know much turmoil. Having listened, Guangchengzi's face showed indignation. He looked at the 3 pure ones. The Demon Clan is truly presumptuous. On my way here to seek a master, I saw demon folk fighting incessantly, turning the vast primordial world that great God Pangu opened into a murky, foul mess. Only after hearing master's words today do I realize how brazen their claims are. By their doctrine, would that not make your disciple also a member of the Demon Clan? How could the exalted identities of master and my martial uncles possibly be something for that Demon Clan? Listening to Guangchengzi's aggrieved words, admiration shone in Yuanshi's eyes. Truly his disciple. What he thought and said aligned perfectly with Yuanshi's own heart. Laozi also cast Guangchengzi an appreciative look. Tongtian spoke outright. What my martial nephew has said suits this poor Taoist's taste perfectly. Second brother, why not give Guangchengzi to me as a disciple? At a glance, this lad looks like prime sword cultivating material. Yuanshi glared at Tongtian. So good, Tongtian, you even want to steal this poor Taoist disciple? Laozi too voiced his disapproval of Tongtian, then turned to Guangchengzi. We brothers shall teach you together. Tongtian blinked, then looked at Yuanshi and chuckled. Eldest brother truly was the clever one. See, eldest brother has spoken. Second brother, will you heed him or not? Yuanshi, however, was left momentarily speechless. Eldest brother, how could you start causing trouble as well? However, when he remembered that he had been the first to establish the bond of master and disciple, he felt that even if eldest brother and third brother also instructed Guangchengzi, he himself was still the rightful and legitimate master. Disciple, since your martial uncle and martial senior have spoken thus, you need not be so reserved. From this day forth you shall be the joint eldest disciple of us, three pure ones. Guangchengzi hurriedly bowed and saluted. To receive the favor of the three masters, this disciple is endlessly grateful and will by no means tarnish the illustrious name of Pangu and the three pure ones. Good. In private you may address us in this manner. Laozi gazed at Guangchengzi, and the more he looked the more satisfied he became. Tongtian also wore a smile upon his face. He now had a disciple as well, and this feeling was truly wondrous. Being called master by a disciple sounded so pleasing to Tongtian that he resolved to take on more disciples in the future just to hear them address him so each day. He imagined that teacher Hongjun must also enjoy such forms of address. Next time he went to Zixiao Palace, he would be sure to call out a few more times. Seeing Tongtian lost in thought with a smile still on his face, Laozi and Yuanshi were completely puzzled. Had their third brother fallen ill again? Yet Tongtian often behaved like this, and they had long since grown accustomed to it. Yuanshi looked at Guangchengzi and said softly, "The matters of the Great Desolation can be slowly grasped in time. For now, as your master, I shall first impart to you the cultivation method of our Yuqing lineage, the primordial gold scripture." At the same time, Laozi waved his sleeve, and a beam of black and white light shot into Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness. "This is my supreme treasure talisman. You should also study it carefully." After speaking, the two of them fixed their gazes upon Tongtian, and Guangchengzi also turned to look. At last, feeling the weight of the three pairs of eyes upon him, Tongtian returned to his senses with a start, shocked to find them all staring at him. "Third brother, your drool is dripping," Laozi remarked lightly. Tongtian hastily wiped at his mouth with his hand only to find nothing there, and then realized he had been tricked by his eldest brother. "Hurry up. If you do not want this disciple, eldest brother, and I will take him instead," Yuanshi said irritably. Tongtian froze for a moment, then shot a streak of sword light into Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness, forming four innate divine characters: Jade, Chen, Sword, Cannon. Once the cultivation methods and divine arts of the three pure ones entered Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness, they began to revolve on their own. Soon after, Guangchengzi sensed several great divine abilities within them. There was the three pure divine light, the three pure divine thunder, each one the signature trump card of the three pure ones. The three pure divine light was the general compendium of all the Taoist arts of the three pure ones, the crystallization of their cultivation, while the three pure divine thunder was the Dutian divine thunder inherited from the great god Pangu, a thunder law created by the three pure ones by fusing it with their own origins. When a single bolt of this thunder descended, 10,000 evils would retreat in terror. In the vast, great desolation, no being of the same realm dared to directly withstand even one strike of the three pure divine thunder. Seeing that each of the methods imparted by the three pure ones was extraordinary, Guangchengzi thought that if he could fuse the three pure divine thunders into one, he might perhaps be able to summon the very Dutian divine thunder of the great god Pangu. Guangchengzi was slightly dazed. Could this be the ultimate hidden trump card of his three masters? Yet with his current cultivation, he could only choose one of the methods for now. To truly integrate all the three pure ones' arts, he would at least have to wait until he comprehended the fundamental laws. Reporting to master, this disciple wishes to first cultivate the primordial gold scripture. Laozi and Tongtian both cast Guangchengzi a look of praise. To be able to swiftly free himself from the allure of three extraordinary methods, this alone was enough to prove that Guangchengzi's Tao heart was steadfast. It seemed they had not misjudged this disciple. To be greedy is to chew more than one can swallow. Very good, Yuanshi voiced his praise. Part of it was because Guangchengzi had chosen his primordial gold scripture, in part because Guangchengzi had resisted temptation and clearly understood what he needed at the present stage. Since that is the case, begin to convert your cultivation method at once. Hearing this, Guangchengzi once again bowed, then sat down upon the meditation cushion that Yuanshi had specially prepared for him. As he sat down, a cool, refreshing current surged straight into his primordial spirit. He did not know what the cushion was made of to possess such an effect. Yet at this moment, converting his cultivation method was of utmost importance, so Guangchengzi no longer let his thoughts wander. Within his sea of consciousness, the primordial gold scripture radiated golden light, sending out stream after stream of information. Guangchengzi's expression did not change as he calmly accepted it. In the great desolation, time was not recorded in cultivation. There was neither sun nor moon. From the moment Guangchengzi began to convert to the primordial gold scripture, 3,000 years had already. Guangchengzi had reconstructed his own mana according to the primordial gold scripture. If his former mana had been like mud, then his current mana was like reinforced concrete. When Guangchengzi finished cultivating his realm, had already risen to the peak of Golden Immortal. Truly worthy of being the method cultivated by Yuanshi Tianzuan, in both quality and every other aspect it far exceeded Guangchengzi's expectations. After taking human form, he had already possessed the early-stage Golden Immortal realm far earlier than the original Guangchengzi by several great culpas. Because he had been born with memories, he had proactively absorbed innate spiritual energy, so that after taking form, he would not damage his own origin. Now he could finally set his worries aside. His next task would be to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Seeing that Guangchengzi had awoken, Yuanshi smiled faintly. This disciple thanks Master for imparting the cultivation method. At this moment Laozi and Tongtian were no longer present, only Yuanshi remained quietly watching over him. Yuanshi Tianzuan replied, Disciple, rise. Since you have already stabilized your realm, and now stand at the peak of Golden Immortal, I shall preach the Tao to you for a time. With that the sound of Yuanshi Tianzuan expounding the Tao echoed forth. He first sorted out for Guangchengzi the realms below Golden Immortal, and then explained the Golden Immortal realm in detail, polishing and tempering Guangchengzi's foundation. Gold signifies the undying. Within the Great Desolation, the Golden Immortal realm was already that of a minor expert. Though Golden Immortals could not, like Great Luo Golden Immortals, step beyond the long river of fate, the most crucial aspect of the Golden Immortal realm for living beings was that they need no longer fear the limit of their lifespan. In the Great Desolation, a heavenly immortal's lifespan was only one great kulpa, that is 129,600 years. Only by breaking through to the Golden Immortal realm could one achieve longevity equal to heaven and earth. In simple terms, one would no longer die of old age. The Golden Immortal realm had another benefit. With a mere wave of the hand, one could open up a pocket of space. Though not a small world in its own right, it could still nurture spiritual objects or serve to store items. Thus only at the Golden Immortal realm could one truly be said to have stepped through the threshold in the Great Desolation. As Yuanshi Tianzuan went on preaching, various auspicious phenomena appeared. Golden flowers fell from the heavens, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and countless phantom divine beasts manifested. Endless innate spiritual energy poured into the meditation cushion beneath Guangchengzi, then was filtered into an even purer essence offered up for Guangchengzi to absorb. Although Guangchengzi had already reached the peak of Golden Immortal, his aura once again surged, his presence becoming even weightier and more profound. Yuanshi nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed worthy of being his disciple. Guangchengzi was immersed in the rhythm of the Tao. Under the preaching of Tao ancestor Honghuang, the realms of the Great Desolation had already been ordered. From low to high they were human, immortal earth, immortal heavenly, immortal true, immortal profound, immortal golden, immortal Tai, golden, immortal great Luo golden, immortal Hunyuan golden immortal, and Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. Tao ancestor Honghuang had already attained the Tao. The Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal realm was thus called the Saint realm, while Hunyuan golden immortal was the quasi-saint realm. Next, what Guangchengzi needed to do was to break through to Tai Golden Immortal. The Tao voice of Yuanshi Tianzuan gradually deepened as he began to explain to Guangchengzi the key points for breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi sat upright, not daring to let a single word slip past his attention. For today, the main focus of his master's preaching was precisely the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Heaven has three treasures: sun, moon, and stars. Earth has three treasures: water, fire, and wind. Man has three treasures: essence, chi, and spirit. One who skillfully uses the three treasures can communicate with heaven and earth. As the primordial celestial master delivers his teachings, Guangchengzi's cultivation continues to, surrounded by shimmering celestial lights of blue, red, yellow, white, and black, a five-colored divine wheel subtly forms around him, flawless, yet ethereal, lacking a solid support. This is the five energies that must be cultivated within the heart for the Tai Golden Immortal realm, formed by the energies of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. One must gather these energies in a harmonious sequence of generation or overcoming, ultimately achieving the state of five energies returning to origin. With each energy gathered, one's cultivation will advance until all five energies are perfected, allowing a breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As cultivators gather the energies of the five elements, they will inevitably comprehend some of the laws associated with them. Thus, those in the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm predominantly control laws pertaining to the five elements. However, the quality of the five elemental energies varies. The simplest method is to gather them from the void, a time-consuming approach that yields inferior quality. A step above this involves using acquired spiritual roots or innate spiritual objects to directly fuse with the 5 elemental energies, a method commonly employed by forces with substantial backgrounds in the primordial world. The highest method involves using innate spiritual roots of the 5 elements, which are extraordinary. With this opportunity, the 5 elemental energies cultivated by a cultivator are of the highest quality. Among them, the 5 elemental attributes of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots are the very best, but how can an ordinary person obtain them? Now Guangchengzi has reached the stage of gathering the energies of the 5 elements. The primordial celestial master tossed down branches or leaves shining with the 5 colors of blue, red, yellow, white, and black before Guangchengzi. Though not the 10 supreme innate spiritual treasures, they are still remarkable. Although Kunlun Mountain lacks the supreme innate spiritual roots of the 5 elements, it is not short of middle and lower grades. Guangchengzi opened his eyes looking at the 5 spiritual objects before him, feeling warm in his heart. These must have been prepared by his master long ago. After all, the 3 purities in their transformed forms are great Luo Golden Immortals and do not need these. However, now that he has the great fortune to be accepted as a disciple by the 3 purities, how could he not aspire to a higher realm? A tall building rises from the ground. Without a solid foundation, how can one achieve the Tao of Honghuang? As a transmigrator, despite having the 3 purities as a backing, he cannot afford to be complacent. Especially with the impending tide of the primordial world, lacking strength would make it impossible to get involved. Master, I have just broken through and wish to consider the energies of the 5 elements further. Guangchengzi's expression was serious as he sensed a purple pearl in his sea of consciousness with thoughts stirring within him. The primordial celestial master was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect his disciple to possess such ambition. Disregarding even the superior innate spiritual roots, it was clear that he was eyeing the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. Since you say so, I will assist you, but you must keep these for now. The primordial celestial master pushed the 5 spiritual objects before Guangchengzi, serving as alternatives. The innate fire spiritual root, the Fusang tree, resides on the sun star. The innate metal spiritual root, the Bodhi, belongs to the Western Junti Taoist. The innate earth spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, is associated with the 5 Zhuangwins, Xinyuanzi. As for the innate wood spiritual root, the Huangzhong Li, and the innate water spiritual root, the Pantashu, I do not know who possesses them. Since you have such aspirations, I, along with your uncles and masters, will search for them together. Guangchengzi thanked his master profusely. All right, you need not rush to break through. Instead, build a palace beside my Yushu Palace. As the primordial celestial master spoke, he pointed towards Jade Clear Peak. Guangchengzi looked over and saw 3 peaks standing tall, exuding different Tao rhythms, with the central peak soaring into the clouds, unmistakably the Jade Clear Peak of the primordial celestial master. Second brother, this is inappropriate. Guangchengzi is not solely your disciple. Why not let him build his palace on my Shangqing Peak? Hearing the cessation of the lecturing voice, Tongtian hurried over. To his surprise, he found his second brother trying to monopolize Guangchengzi. What do you mean, third brother? Guangchengzi has only cultivated the primordial golden chapter. Being closer will allow me to better instruct him. Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow and replied. Tongtian became anxious. Guangchengzi had yet to cultivate his technique, and he could not use the same reasoning. Second brother, your words are mistaken. The voice of Laozi echoed as an elderly man with white beard and hair walked slowly, accompanied by the flow of yin and yang energies. At present, Guangchengzi has only cultivated the primordial golden chapter. When I need to instruct him later, do you expect me to go all the way to your Jade Clear Peak? Yuan Shi dared not respond. He valued rules above all and could not allow his elder brother to easily displace him. Caught in the middle, Guangchengzi felt incredibly awkward. He just wanted to shout, 3 masters, please stop fighting. How about I build a palace on each of the 3 peaks? That works. Both Yuan Shi and Tongtian replied in unison. Guangchengzi couldn't help but slap his mouth, regretting his quick tongue. Laozi looked at Guangchengzi and pondered. This matter is inappropriate. Constructing 3 palaces is time-consuming and labor-intensive. In the future, you two might end up competing for Guangchengzi's presence. Rather, let's create a new one between the 3 peaks and allocate it to Guangchengzi. And we can designate a room within our respective palaces for him to use for listening to the teachings. Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi's eyes brightened. This is excellent. Living alone, he can consult the 3 peaks for any cultivation issues without being caught in disputes. Yuan Shi and Tongtian exchanged glances and did not raise further objections. Both simultaneously summoned their powers, and a mountain peak rose from the ground surrounded by the 3 purities peaks. Guangchengzi's expression was remarkably splendid, for under his perception as a Tai Golden Immortal, this mountain peak was equidistant from the 3 purities peaks. Would he still have to practice carrying water in the future? Upon reaching this mountain peak, Guangchengzi felt the spiritual energy rivaling that of Kunlun Mountain's summit and couldn't help but feel touched. The three masters were truly attentive to him. After 300 years of effort, Guangchengzi, utilizing the materials he accumulated during his travels in the primordial world along with the sponsorship from the three purities, ultimately had the primordial celestial master intervene, crafting a palace of postnatal supreme spiritual treasure. This truly reflects my own effort supported by my family, akin to buying a house for 5 million. Looking up, the grand and solemn palace door was intricately carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, symbolizing harmony and balance between heaven and earth. Upon entering, one could see the curling blue smoke rising from the incense burner, accompanied by a faint sandalwood fragrance, instantly bringing tranquility to the mind. The architecture within the Taoist temple primarily used wood, featuring blue tiles and red walls, exuding an ancient charm. The roof was covered with blue tiles shimmering under the sunlight, while the red walls were decorated with various patterns intricately detailed. The temple was shaded by green trees and abundant flowers, complementing the ancient architecture beautifully. Within the temple, there were 3 side halls. Guangchengzi planned to use one for alchemy, another for artifact refining, and the last for leisure. After all, both alchemy and artifact refining were essential skills for Guangchengzi. He requested Tongshan's assistance in setting up formations within the alchemy and artifact refining halls to prevent future mishaps from causing the entire palace to explode. As for the palace without the required formations, Tian was unconcerned. On the contrary, he felt that his elder brother and second brother were overly troublesome, as nothing compared to the simplicity of his own formations. Disciple, what is the name of this peak? Guangchengzi's expression was complex as he gazed at this giant mountain, which had become his Tao field and can be called home, and he pointed a few times. In the next moment, 2 golden, innate divine characters appeared on a cliff of the mountain, Kongtong. After all, in his past life, he had fallen off a cliff while climbing Kongtong Mountain, which brought him here. This could be considered a reminiscence of his past life. Kongtong, it implies a sense of emptiness, a beautiful name. Yuan Shi praised, and a divine light emerged, instantly revealing the 2 characters on the plaque of the built palace, Mi Luo Palace. Laozi Tongshan's face darkened while Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, his face filled with a smile. What if Guangchengzi resided on another peak? The name of the palace was still bestowed by this poor Taoist. Guangchengzi was taken aback, not expecting that Yuan Shi Tianzuan would name his Tao field Mi Luo Palace. This was originally the residence of Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and in the journey to the west, there was a mention of Xuanyuan being invited by Yuan Shi Tianzuan to Mi Luo Palace to hear the Tao. Mi Luo refers to the supreme realm, the ultimate law. Mi Luo Palace is the supreme heavenly palace that encompasses all, indicating Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expectations of him. Disciple, thanks master for your kindness. Since it was given, he would accept it, believing that he could reach that supreme realm. At present, under the Sanqing sect, only Guangchengzi was a solitary seedling. Once the Sanqing achieved sainthood with many disciples, the caves of the disciples would likely only be at the level of transformation into form. To carve out a cave on Kunlun Mountain, he could only do it himself, no longer expecting the combined effort of the Sanqing to assist. As the palace was completed, Yuan Shi Tianzuan passed down the Jade Purity Alchemy technique, while Laozi Tongtian also transmitted the Supreme Purity Pill Cannon and the Upper Purity Array Path. As the chief disciple under the Sanqing, he naturally had to learn the 3 paths of alchemy tools and formations from his 3 masters. After receiving the heritage from the Sanqing, Guangchengzi felt as if he had entered a sea of knowledge, constantly absorbing knowledge of the 3 paths. He even experimented and had to admit that Guangchengzi had considerable talent in these 3 areas. According to the teachings of the Supreme Purity Master, pills are divided into 9 transformations. At this moment, he could only refine an 8 transform golden core, and the 9 transform golden core depended on luck. Guangchengzi took out part of the rare herbs and plants he had collected to offer to Laozi, accepting his continuous guidance, and was already able to independently refine a 3 transform spiritual pill, which made Supreme Purity marvel at the emergence of successors. In terms of refining tools, Guangchengzi had already managed to refine a middle-grade spiritual treasure of the acquired stage, which delighted Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who felt he had truly taken in a good disciple. Not only was his cultivation improving quickly with excellent aptitude, but his mastery of tool crafting could also be greatly advanced. Tongtian was also excited about Guangchengzi's progress in formation crafting, but he was thinking about taking in more disciples in the future to showcase his formation skills to the beings of the primordial world, thereby promoting his Tao lineage. Fortunately, Tongtian kept this thought to himself, otherwise Yuan Shi Tianzuan would remind him that not everyone possesses such high aptitude as Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi understood the reason for the Sanqing's excitement. Which teacher wouldn't like a smart and studious? As for his high aptitude, Guangchengzi speculated it was due to the fusion of his divine soul with the original Guangchengzi, and the purple pearl within his primordial spirit played a role coupled with the knowledge he acquired in his past life, allowing for a deeper understanding of the Tao. The original Guangchengzi likely lacked such high aptitude. Well, after all, there had been no remarkable performance in the paths of alchemy tools and formations. Looking at the blazing fire in the 8 trigrams furnace, Guangchengzi let out a breath. A 6-transformed spiritual pill was complete. Over the past 10,000 years, his cultivation hadn't significantly improved, still at the early stage of 12 Golden Immortal, but he had made considerable progress in the paths of alchemy tools and formations. Gazing at the 6-transformed spiritual pill in the jade bottle, Guangchengzi's eyes revealed excitement, finally completing the tasks set by his 3 masters. Thousands of years ago, he had expressed a desire to travel through the primordial world to seek the 5 elements' spiritual roots, but he was rejected by the Sanqing. The reason being that his foundation was not stable, and there were too many cultivators in the primordial world, making it unsafe to go outside. However, after Guangchengzi's repeated requests, the Sanqing finally relented and proposed a requirement. Their assessment method was that Guangchengzi needed to refine a 6-transformed golden core, create a top-grade acquired spiritual treasure, and set up an array capable of restraining a Deluo Golden Immortal for 10 breaths. Guangchengzi arrived at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, seeing that the Sanqing had already gathered, discussing the Tao endlessly, so he stood quietly to the side, not daring to disturb them. After a long time, when the heavenly phenomena disappeared, Guangchengzi presented the items he had refined. Laozi held the pill, closing his eyes to probe it, seeking to identify any flaws. Yuanshi carefully observed the earth-splitting shuttle, checking for any issues with the prohibitions. Tongtian watched Guangchengzi remain still and was puzzled. Could it be that this kid only completed the tasks of the elder brother and second brother, ignoring my formation path? After Laozi and Yuanshi finished examining the pill and the spiritual treasure, they exchanged glances, reading the word perfect in each other's eyes. Now they could only look at the third brother's work. Guangchengzi, why are you not setting up the array? Could it be that you haven't completed the task assigned by your master? Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuanshi were exhilarated. It seemed this disciple was still meant to stay. Guangchengzi smiled slightly and said, Uncle Master, I also wish to set up the array as required, but setting up an array ultimately takes time. Even if the array can trap a Deluo Golden Immortal for 10 breaths, that duration would suffice for the Deluo Golden Immortal to kill me dozens of times. Tongtian, however, remained expressionless. He naturally understood, but proposed this requirement to urge Guangchengzi to retreat. If you can't deal with a Deluo Golden Immortal, then stay in Kunlun. As for the 5 elements spiritual roots, we 3 will certainly plan for you. Guangchengzi, however, was unconcerned, taking out several smooth jade stones and tossing them upwards. Suddenly patterns appeared on the jade stones with various spiritual seals surfacing, emitting 5 different colors of light. Suddenly the 5 jade stones shattered and 5 beams of light descended, shimmering with the divine light of the 5 elements, as the sword light flickered, forming a 5 elements sword array in an instant. Since I cannot gain time in front of a Deluo Golden Immortal, I can only set up the array instantly. This array disc is a method I devised over the years, inscribing the spiritual seal patterns within it, allowing for instantaneous formation. Listening to Guangchengzi's explanation and observing the instant formation of the 5 elements sword array, Tongtian stood up in shock. He did not expect this disciple to give him such a pleasant surprise. Setting up an array usually consumes a lot of time, and the path of formations is difficult to learn. Thus, in the primordial world, formations were generally only used for mountain defense. Now with the array disc created by Guangchengzi, the time required for setting up arrays was greatly reduced, which would also significantly enhance his strength. After all, formations gather the powers of heaven and earth, allowing for battles beyond one's level. Neither Laozi nor Yuanshi expected that Guangchengzi not only successfully completed the task, but also produced an additional question. The two exchanged glances. It seemed today they had to let this disciple descend the mountain. Very well, very well. Since you have completed your task, your master can no longer stop you, Tongtian said, holding the array plate. Though surprised, he still granted Guangchengzi's request to descend the mountain. It was their first time accepting a disciple. They had no such experience before. Moreover, Guangchengzi's extraordinary aptitude made the Sanqing inclined to arrange everything for him with the utmost care. Yet Guangchengzi had to go out and temper himself. The Sanqing had once bled and fought in the primal wilds. Constant shelter alone would stunt his growth. Disciple, do you know why I have long tried to prevent you from leaving? Yuanshi's face grew solemn. Guangchengzi, puzzled, ventured, Master fears I will encounter danger in the primal wilds, and so forbids my descent. Not entirely, Yuanshi sighed. There are still 60,000 years until Zi Xiaogong's second sermon. The three of us assigned you tasks hoping to delay your descent. When Zi Xiaogong opens again, Twelve Golden Immortal level cultivators from the primal wilds will go to hear the Tao. If you travel, then it will be much safer. Given the arts and divine techniques you cultivate, no Tai Golden Immortal in the primal wilds should be your match. But you finished your task early, and I cannot break my word. Guangchengzi had not expected his three masters to have thought so thoroughly for him, and he felt he was about to betray their kindness. So be it, perhaps this is the will of heaven. Yuanqi's expression hardened, determination flashing in his eyes. You are my disciple. Going out means representing the Sanqing. I must give you a proof of identity. Second brother. Laozi's tone grew heavy. He already understood what Yuanshi intended to do. Guangchengzi was the first disciple they had taken, taught with care for tens of thousands of years. Their affection ran deep. Even future disciples could never occupy his place. Big brother. Tongtian rose to stop Laozi from speaking further, his voice light as he looked at Guangchengzi. Though you are the first innate strand of purple light incarnate, and exceptional among innate beings, attaining the Tao is a daunting task. Guangchengzi fell silent. Master Tongshan's words were true. One purpose of his travels was indeed to seek a spirit relic that could raise his primordial essence. You are Yuanqi's first disciple. How could I abandon you? Yuanshi smiled gently at Guangchengzi. Tongtian snorted, muttering that his second brother was being sentimental once more. Ignoring Yuanqi's further words, Tongtian pressed two fingers to Guangchengzi's brow. A filigree of ochre toward Jinqi appeared, carrying flecks of Shangqing resource, and flew directly into Guangchengzi's primordial spirit. Yuanshi, startled that Tongtian had acted first, quickly imitated him. A bluish-green, mixed Taiwarjin manifested, bearing Yuqing root source qi. Laozi followed immediately. A dusky white Mingji Zuanting Gorigin, carrying Taiqing root source qi, also entered Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness. After drawing out their root source qi, the three Sanqing all turned pale. Laozi waved his hand, and several bottles of pills surfaced. Yuanshi and Tongtian hurriedly took them. Guangchengzi had no time to be stunned. The Sanqing's root source qi in his sea of consciousness resonated with the Taishang Baoxuan Supreme Treasure Seal, Yuanshi, Jinzhong Yuanshi Golden Chapter, and Yuqian, Jianjing Yuqian Sword Classic. He felt his primordial essence skyrocket. Three threads of connection extended before him, each a link to one of his three masters. The Sanqing root source qi within his primordial spirit writhed and separated in turns, as if they were originally one entity longing to unify, but lacking the proper juncture. Guangchengzi slowly opened his eyes. The unhidden concern on the Sanqing's faces met his gaze, and his eyes reddened. Now that he bore the Sanqing's root source qi, any cultivator familiar with them would instantly recognize the depth of Guangchengzi's bond to the Sanqing. Extracting and dividing root source may sound simple in words, but even for beings of the Sanqing's level, it requires tens of thousands of years to recuperate. With Zi Xiaogong's sermon approaching, the Sanqing had made such a sacrifice for him. It showed they regarded him not merely as a disciple, but as if he were their child. Guangchengzi thanks his three masters. He knelt and kowtowed with reverence. He had not expected Yuanqi's promised proof of identity to be this. With the Sanqing's root source within him, he could be counted among their offspring. He could even claim descent from Pangu, and his lineage would be unimpeachable. Seeing him kneel, Yuanshi waved and helped him to his feet. The three Sanqing were first-time masters. Everything about their role was still a learning process. They only wished to give their disciple the best. Over the years since Guangchengzi arrived at Kunlun, they too had felt their hearts grow lighter. Guangchengzi bowed to Laozi and Tongtian in turn. He had never imagined the Sanqing would go so far. Tongshan's eyes shimmered with tears. His efforts being seen by his disciple moved him deeply. Though Laozi's face remained impassive, his grip on the fly whisk tightened. Guangchengzi's features had subtly changed. One could now discern traces of the Sanqing in him. Do not worry about the three of us. Even if our cultivation weakens, the master at Zi Xiaogong will help us recover. If these root sources can keep you safe, they are no loss. You are to go out and temper yourself. Though we cannot stop you, we will give you protective measures. When a disciple goes to adventure, masters should bestow safeguards. After the three of them became disciples of Hongjuan at Zi Xiaogong, their master privately granted the Sanqing many spirit treasures. With a gesture from Yuanshi, Guangchengzi's appearance transformed. Upon his hair crown sat a postnatal supreme spirit treasure, the Shinkong Zanstari hairpin. He wore a mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the Shaoxiao robe. Over it hung a postnatal supreme spirit treasure, the Bagua Zisho immortal garment. Bracers of colored glaze clasped his wrists, and Tai boots shod his feet, truly armored from head to toe. Then Yuanshi produced a jade rui, the proof of Tao treasure of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, the three-treasure jade rui. 5-hued filaments of light suffused the heavens. 10,000 rays of radiance bathed mountains and rivers, revealing an exalted imperial and sacred aura. The Rui's head resembled auspicious clouds inlaid with 3 Wuji pearls. Its handle bore 9 5-clawed golden dragons rising and falling. Its tail took the form of a lingji and bore the 5 blessings motif, an item of profound sentience. Above it corresponded to heaven's 3 lights, sun, moon, and stars, the middle to Earth's 3 phenomena, water, fire, and wind, below to humanity's 3 treasures, essence, qi, and spirit. Yuanshi Tianzuan held the jade rui in his left hand. With a wave of his right, an illusory rui of 3-colored radiance descended upon Guangchengzi's left hand and finally condensed into a mark on his index finger. Yuanshi Tianzuan said, "This mark contains a strike from my quasi-saint initial stage. Beneath such a blow, any who are below the quasi-saint have no hope of survival." Guangchengzi understood. One at the initial quasi-saint stage could not take such a blow. Even within the quasi-saint rank, there were differences. Tongtian then drew a sword 3 qi 6 cun and 5 fen long. The blade and scabbard were jet black, wrapped with azure lotus motifs, exuding a relentless cutting aura, as if able to split the sky itself. The sword was called the Qingping Sword, Tongshan's proof of Dao treasure. He gripped the Qingping, swept at once, and an illusory Qingping blade shot toward Guangchengzi's right index finger, forming a small sword-shaped mark. Tongtian said, "This sword contains the power of my quasi-saint initial stage strike. Once unleashed, all things are annihilated." Yuanshi, hearing this, replied, "Its keenness indeed surpasses my jade rui, but its cultivation power is comparable to mine. At most it can cut down a quasi-saint at the initial stage." Tongtian nodded in agreement at Yuanshi's assessment, not daring to argue. Guangchengzi realized that the 3 treasure jade rui and the Qingping sword sprang from the same origin. The great Pangu was born from the 36th grade chaos green lotus, and after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the chaos green lotus shattered. Among them, the 4 immature lotus seeds of the chaos green lotus transformed into the 12th grade destruction black lotus, the 12th grade merit golden lotus, the 12th grade karma red lotus, and the 12th grade purification white lotus, all of which are exceptional innate spiritual treasures. The mature lotus seed fell on Kunlun Mountain, transforming into the 24th grade creation green lotus, a supreme innate treasure. After the 3 pure ones took form, they traveled through Kunlun and beheld the 24th grade creation green lotus. When Laozi called out red flower, the flower of the creation green lotus transformed into the Panlong crutch. When Yuanshi called out lotus root, the lotus root turned into the 3 treasures jade rui. When Tongtian called out lotus leaf, the lotus leaf became the Qingping sword. These 3 treasures are all exceptional innate spiritual treasures, and thus they became the proof of the Tao for the 3 pure ones. This is the origin of the saying red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf. The 3 pure ones are originally one family. Laozi originally intended to bestow the Panlong crutch with a mark, but paused and said, "Both of your masters have granted you offensive means, so I shall bestow upon you a means of defense." After saying this, he put away the Panlong crutch and took out a pagoda. This pagoda is the heavenly and earthly Xuanyuan Linglong pagoda. This pagoda was formed from the boundless Xuanyuan qi of heaven and earth, born from the great Taoist resonance during Pangu's opening of the heavens, gradually condensing with a portion of the merits from the act of creation. The heavenly and earthly Xuanyuan Linglong pagoda is not only the foremost defensive supreme treasure between heaven and earth, but also one of the only 2 postnatal merit supreme treasures capable of suppressing fate, obtained by Laozi after the opening of the heavens. After finishing, Laozi waved his hand towards the Xuanyuan pagoda, and a phantom pagoda mark fell upon Guangchengzi's back. Laozi softly said, "You can activate this mark with your magical power when you encounter danger. Below the midstage of the quasi-saint, no one can break its defense." Hearing this, Guangchengzi bowed in gratitude to the 3 pure ones, saying, "I am deeply grateful for the concern of my 3 masters. I will never forget it." Yuanshi waved his hand, helping Guangchengzi up, and said, "You are the eldest disciple of our 3 pure sect, and now you also possess our essence. There is no need for such formalities." However, Guangchengzi kept these thoughts in his heart, vowing to work hard to mediate the conflicts between his 3 masters, preventing the brothers of the 3 pure ones from quarreling and splitting the family, thus preserving their bond. Otherwise, if the 3 masters were to split, who would he side with? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Looking at himself fully armed, now possessing the essence of the 3 pure ones, Guangchengzi felt that he could easily acquire spiritual treasures as soon as he stepped out. After all, the 3 pure ones are transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, and with his connection to the 3 pure ones, he could be considered a descendant of Pangu, indeed a direct bloodline. This destiny he hardly dared to imagine. I hope the three masters can recover soon. Guangchengzi looked at the pale faces of the three pure ones, frowning as he spoke. Do not worry, our cultivation is profound. You must be cautious in the wilderness. If you encounter a cultivator you cannot defeat, just invoke my name. Yuan Shi instructed, and Guangchengzi listened patiently. Take this item with you, Yuan Shi said, handing Guangchengzi a jade talisman. If anyone dares to bully the weak with croissant cultivation, use this item to summon me, and I will come directly. Tantian also handed over 3 formation plates inspired by Guangchengzi, crafted with his formation cultivation, easily capable of dealing with great Luo Golden Immortals. Laozi squinted his eyes, watching Guangchengzi bow and leave his lips moving slightly, while Yuan Shi and Tantian nodded. On the vast wilderness, myriad beings compete for freedom. A white cloud floated by in the sky, upon which stood a young Taoist dressed in purple, a sunny youth with a smile. Indeed, it was Guangchengzi. Having left Kunlun for several hundred years, it was only after gaining the essence of the 3 pure ones that he truly felt what great fortune was. In these hundreds of years he had obtained 5 innate spiritual treasures, 1 top grade, 2 mid-grade, and 2 low-grade, while the other innate spiritual roots and rare flowers were countless. On the great land of the wilderness, various clans were in constant conflict, and along the way many demon clans could be seen slaughtering one another, which Guangchengzi paid no mind to. Moreover, along this journey, he had encountered numerous ambushes, which gave him a direct understanding of the dangers of the wilderness. Having experienced numerous battles, although his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 12 Golden Immortal, Guangchengzi's practical combat experience had increased significantly, such that he could now contend with 5 of his former self. When he first emerged from the mountain, it was clear that he needed more practical experience. The 3 pure masters had protected him too well. If he wanted to attain the Tao, he could not simply remain in seclusion on Kunlun. Guangchengzi had heard from Yuan Shi Tianzuan that Emperor Xuanyuan had already established the demon clan. He saw that many small-scale battles were between the demon clan and the witch clan, and there were different races within the demon clan's ranks. Thus the white cloud drifted through the sky, and Guangchengzi saw a group of demon clans fiercely fighting ahead, seemingly competing for something. Guangchengzi concealed his figure and slowly approached, discovering that they were vying for a green orb, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. A glimmer of joy flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. His luck was indeed good. The purple orb within his primordial spirit suddenly pulsed twice, stirring Guangchengzi's heart. Since he became conscious, he had felt this purple orb merging with him. This orb often rotated within his primordial spirit as if it had scattered something, and he felt his primordial spirit becoming more resilient, with a quicker comprehension of the Tao. Shaking his head, Guangchengzi ceased to think about those matters and focused on the battlefield ahead. A glance revealed that there were 13 demon clans surrounding him, belonging to 2 races, 7 from the Bull clan and 6 from the Snake clan, with the leaders being at the late stage of 12 Golden Immortal. It turned out to be infighting within the demon clan, which is normal. The demon clan is merely a collective term, and although they all belong to the demon clan, Guangchengzi did not believe that tigers and rabbits could coexist peacefully. The battle did not last as long as Guangchengzi had imagined. During the fight between the 2 clan leaders, the 12 Golden Immortal of the Bull clan kept suppressing the 12 Golden Immortal of the Snake clan, when suddenly the Snake clan's Golden Immortal, who had been hiding his true cultivation, revealed his actual realm, unexpectedly being at the early stage of 12 Golden Immortal. He suddenly attacked the 12 Golden Immortal of the Bull clan, catching him off guard. The Bull clan's 12 Golden Immortal was hit hard and rolled away, spitting blood and severely injured. Seeing their leader injured, the other bulls in the Bull clan became vulnerable and were suppressed by the Snake clan. The Bull clan's 12 Golden Immortal shouted, "Shili, I didn't expect your Snake clan to hide so deeply. This time my Bull clan admits defeat. This spiritual treasure will be yours." Shili's voice was low as he replied, "Yours. Nearly, your Bull clan is now beyond salvation. If we kill you, not only will this spiritual treasure belong to my Snake clan, but the treasures on your bodies will also be ours." Hearing that the Snake clan would not spare their lives, Nioli laughed bitterly. "I was indeed too naive. Our 2 clans have battled countless times, harboring deep-seated animosity. Then let us fight to the death." Saying this, he charged forward, burning his blood essence and magical power, raising his spiritual treasure and recklessly colliding with the other members of the Snake clan. Shili secretly regretted speaking too rashly. Originally a member of their clan at the early stage of the 12 Golden Immortal, had hidden his cultivation to easily annihilate the Bull clan. Unexpectedly, due to his desire for a moment of glory, he forced Niu Li to start fighting desperately. Now for the sake of his clan, he too had to fight with all his might. Shili took out his spiritual treasure, the 10,000 poison snake fangs, and unleashed his magical power towards Niu Li. However, the early-stage Tai, Golden Immortal of the Snake Tribe, deployed his spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Umbrella, to protect his fellow tribesmen. The 3 Golden Immortals of the Bull Tribe knew there was no escape. As the early-stage Tai, Golden Immortal of the Snake Tribe brandished the Heavenly Umbrella, they simultaneously self-destructed, and in an instant severed limbs flew across the battlefield. The early-stage Tai, Golden Immortal of the Snake Tribe let out a mournful roar. No. There was no more sound. He had painstakingly cultivated to the early-stage Tai, Golden Immortal, only to be killed by the self-destruction of 3 Golden Immortals. It must be known that in the primordial era, a Tai, Golden Immortal was already considered a powerful figure. At this moment, the leaders of the Bull and Snake tribes were engaged in battle. Although Niu Li was injured, the individual strength of the Bull tribe continued to suppress the Snake tribe. Seeing the heavy casualties on both sides, Niu Li forced a miserable smile and said, "If you do not let my tribe leave, then we shall all die together." With that, he self-destructed with a bang, and the others from the Bull tribe, upon witnessing their leader's self-destruction, also began to self-destruct while dragging their opponents along. Guangchengzi watched this scene with an unmoved heart. He had seen countless similar events in the primordial era. After he had just transformed, he had traveled alone from the 9 immortal mountains to Kunlun Mountain and encountered many such spectacles. At that time, he still retained some innocence and had suffered from many treacherous schemes. But now his heart had become as cold as the Xianbing of the Northern Sea. His current cultivation was worthy of the self that had once wandered through hardships. As he disengaged from the shadowless divine ability, Guangchengzi looked at the battlefield. Shili was on the brink of death, still gasping for breath. Guangchengzi pointed, and boundless purple light condensed into a small seal. In an instant, Shili's head was shattered, and he breathed no more. With a wave of his hand, countless spiritual treasures floated before him. The green orb that had incited the war between the 2 tribes was the innate spiritual treasure, the Wood Spirit Orb. It belonged to the upper tier, and once all 5 elemental spiritual orbs gathered, it would become a supreme innate spiritual treasure. In fact, without the 5 elemental spiritual roots, these 5 elemental spiritual orbs could completely replace them in completing the 5 energies cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Guangchengzi accepted it, placing the Wood Spirit Orb into his divine consciousness. However, the previously pulsating purple orb had ceased its movements. Frowning slightly, he decided not to bother with it anymore. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient cultivation, and he would wait for a future opportunity. Looking at the spiritual treasures of the Snake and Bull tribes, the low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the 10,000 poison snake fangs, would leave enemies afflicted with myriad poisons upon striking. If the toxins were not promptly expelled, they would lead to death. Although the 10,000 poison snake fangs were excessively sinister, they were indeed a treasure suitable for ambush. The heavenly umbrella suitable for defense could be opened above the head to ward off damage. Guangchengzi was overjoyed. Although his falling clock could also provide defense, it was more focused on the soul aspect. Now with the heavenly umbrella, he would not have to fight so cautiously in future battles. Moreover, the heavenly umbrella contained a spatial area for storage. However, Guangchengzi was unwilling. If a battle were too fierce and damaged the heavenly umbrella, the items stored within would also be destroyed. Niu Li's spiritual treasure was a black wolf-tooth hammer, categorized as a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. When thrown, it could smash down like a mountain, extremely heavy, appearing more suited for physical cultivators. Although he had cultivated the 9 turns mystic art, he ultimately did not favor this combat style. The 9 turns mystic art was a cultivation technique of the Pangu Great Deity. The 3 pure ones each obtained incomplete versions, but when they combined their techniques, they formed this incomplete 9 turns mystic art. The 9 turns mystic art cultivated by the Pangu Great Deity should be able to reach the Great Dao realm, whereas the version completed by the 3 pure ones could only cultivate up to the 9th turn. This means cultivating up to the Honghuang Daoyojin Immortal. Yet, even this 9th turn is quite difficult. At least the 3 pure ones lacked confidence in being able to cultivate to sainthood using the 9 turns mystic art. After all, they were transformed from Pangus primordial spirit and were not particularly adept in physical form. Among the 3 pure ones, the one who was strongest in physical cultivation was Yuanshi Tianzuan, who most resembled the Pangu Great Deity. It is said that the Pangu Great Deity could transform 81 times in a day. This transformation was not merely a change into other objects or creatures, it had a form without the essence. The transformations of the Pangu Great Deity could directly alter the structure of his body, turning into genuine species. In legends from his past life, Yuanshi Tianzuan could achieve 72 transformations in a day, which was entirely different from Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Sun Wukong's 72 transformations were merely a technique, while Yuanshi Tianzuan's physical transformations could truly alter his own structure into other genuine species. Of course, Yuanshi Tianzhen's physical form does not yet reach 72 transformations. Guangchengzi speculated that only when Yuanshi Tianzhen became a saint could his body achieve 72 transformations in a day. After obtaining the 9 turns mystic art, Guangchengzi began to cultivate it. The first turn corresponds to below celestial immortals, the second turn corresponds to celestial immortals, the third turn corresponds to true immortals, the fourth turn corresponds to Xian immortals, the fifth turn corresponds to golden immortals, the sixth turn corresponds to Tai golden immortals, the seventh turn corresponds to Daluo golden immortals, the eighth turn corresponds to Quasi-saints, and the ninth turn corresponds to Honghuang Daluogen immortal. Guangchengzi only cultivated to the sixth turn of the 9 turns mystic art without further progress, and he had also exhausted all the elixirs he had refined in Kunlun. As for the other elixirs on him, they were all given to him by Laozi for life preservation. It must be said that the cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art truly consumes resources. He could only cultivate so rapidly due to the supply from the 3 pure ones along with their ability to resolve his doubts at any time. After sorting through these, he found other spiritual treasures from the demon tribes, having also discovered some spiritual roots from the storage artifacts of the 3 golden immortal demon tribes. Among them, Niu Li's storage artifact contained a low-grade, innate spiritual root, the Honghuang fruit tree. It bore numerous fruits, 32 in total, each resembling a small golden calf. Its effect was to detoxify, and it tasted quite good, seemingly prepared to counter the myriad poisons of the 10,000 poison snake fangs. Who would have thought that in a great battle both sides would perish together, thus benefiting Guangchengzi? This is the fortune of prosperity. Guangchengzi sighed once again. Since leaving Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi had picked up many magical treasures. His original intention was to search for the 5 elemental spiritual roots, but upon finding the second innate spiritual treasure, he changed his mind. He decided to head to the Buzhou Mountain. With the luck of the 3 pure ones backing him, and considering that Buzhou Mountain is transformed from the backbone of the Pangu great deity, Guangchengzi believed he would surely gain something. Moreover, there were many legends from his past life that spoke of Panga's spinal marrow being located on Buzhou Mountain. For a cultivator like him who lacked a system, that was the best spiritual object to enhance his qualifications. Furthermore, this object was highly compatible with the 3 pure ones. He believed that if his master from the 3 pure ones obtained it, it would not only replenish lost origins, but also deepen their foundation. Thinking of this, Guangchengzi felt a surge of emotion and looked up towards the distance. Buzhou Mountain is the foremost mountain of the primordial world, and as long as the beings of the primordial era look up, they can see the colossal pillar supporting heaven and earth. On his journey, Guangchengzi employed the golden light of Zhongdi taught by Yuanshi Tianzhen, with golden light flashing continuously. Since Guangchengzi was transformed from the first strand of innate purple light, and the golden light of Zhongdi originally manifested as light, he advanced along the earth's veins. The combination of the two allowed Guangchengzi to travel much faster than others using the golden light. Gazing at the Buzhou Mountain, Guangchengzi was awed by its majestic presence. This mountain emanated an ancient and primordial aura, resilient and unyielding, as if it were the defiance of the Panga deity against the heavens and the earth. The words echoed in his mind: when the heavenly pillar breaks, the earth's supports are severed. When heaven tilts to the northwest, the sun, moon, and stars shift, and when the east and south are insufficient, the waters and dust return. Reflecting on the cataclysmic world after Buzhou Mountain was struck, Guangchengzi felt a pang of sorrow. Although he would acquire the innate treasure, the Fantian Seal, after Buzhou Mountain was broken, he couldn't help but ponder how many lives would be lost, and how the spiritual energy of the primordial world would continue to decline. It seems that he must strive to elevate his realm, and let the 3 masters observe the Wu clan. Guangchengzi bowed deeply, expressing his respect to the Panga deity. He then began to climb Buzhou Mountain, walking forward on foot. Due to the pressure exerted by the Panga deity on Buzhou Mountain, any flying techniques would fail here. He could only ascend step by step. The 3 pure one's essence in Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness revolved ceaselessly, as if the Panga aura on Buzhou Mountain sensed something. With his ascent, wisps of aura began to converge. In a dimly lit palace, the towering walls were etched with images of various giants exuding a fierce presence filled with malevolence. One giant stood with an axe raised towards the heavens, countless demons bowing at his feet, his gaze distant, as if he had been observing everything for ages. In the hall, a woman clad in yellow gazed at an extraordinary flower before her, her hands infused with the essence of the earth, seemingly nurturing life. The woman in yellow gasped in surprise, looking towards the palace entrance, as if sensing the aura of her father deity. "Sister, what's wrong?" Another woman approached, exuding an icy aura, her stunning face as cold as frost, but her gaze towards the woman in yellow carried warmth. Sister, I think I sensed our father deity. The woman in yellow clutched her heart, her expression grave. What? Where? It seems to be on Buzhou Mountain. Alright, I'll go find the elder brother and the others right away. The woman in yellow quickly grasped her arm, saying no, we should leave a message for elder brother first. She had a premonition that this matter required haste, or it would be too late. Alright. A blue and a yellow beam of divine light surged out of the palace, leaving behind a hazy yellow stone slab. This pressure is truly formidable. The young man in purple glanced back at the path he had traversed, panting a few times. If it weren't for the essence bestowed by my master in resonance with the Panga deity, I fear I wouldn't have made it this far. Guangchengzi's gaze was resolute, yet his heart was filled with emotion. With his current cultivation, reaching halfway up the mountain was already a remarkable feat. Surely one would need to be a great Luo Golden Immortal to stand atop Buzhou Mountain. However, the essence of the three pure ones afforded him this opportunity. The 9 transformations mystic art is about to break through. Joy flashed across Guangchengzi's face as he felt his physical body had grown significantly stronger. The spiritual energy on Buzhou Mountain was much denser compared to the lighter chi of Kunlun, and the Pangu aura was rich. It felt as though his flesh was undergoing a transformation. Why do I feel like I'm heading in the direction of the Wu clan? Guangchengzi scratched his head, puzzled. After all, he was a disciple of the three pure ones, cultivating the authentic path of immortality. Transforming into something akin to the Wu clan was somewhat hard for him to accept. If it were about strength, it would be acceptable, but being muscular didn't quite match his temperament. The cheerful and bright young man Guangchengzi collected his thoughts and continued onward. Ahead, it seems something is calling to me. As he neared the summit of Buzhou Mountain, Guangchengzi furrowed his brow. Waves rippled in his sea of consciousness, and the purple orb within his primordial spirit throbbed continuously. A feeling of longing surged within him, and his blood began to boil. Is this feeling related to my essence? Guangchengzi's expression changed dramatically. Matters concerning the essence were never to be taken lightly by any cultivator in the primordial realm. Previously at Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi had been deeply moved when the three pure ones granted him essence. He recognized that his early apprenticeship played a significant role, otherwise the three pure ones would have waited until the third lecture of the Tao ancestor concluded before taking disciples. Now it seemed that all the affection from the three pure ones for their disciple was being poured into Guangchengzi. Let's go take a look. Guangchengzi was certain that something capable of evoking such a response, with his bloodline power boiling and the purple orb in his primordial spirit stirring, must be extraordinary. This was Buzhou Mountain, or perhaps it was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Such a grade of spiritual treasure was rare, even among his three masters. Step by step, Guangchengzi advanced continuously, sensing moving toward the source of the call. So ordinary. Guangchengzi looked at the unremarkable cave ahead, unable to see inside, but there were no protective formations surrounding it. No way. The forlorn clock appeared above his head, and the robes he wore shimmered with spiritual light. This was Buzhou Mountain, the heavenly pillar and center of the primordial world. How could there be such an ordinary cave here? Guangchengzi's expression grew serious as he took out a jade talisman. If he were careless, he would shatter it to summon the primordial heavenly sovereign. At the same time, he raised his index finger should any danger arise. A strike imbued with the early-stage quasi-saint power of the primordial heavenly sovereign would be unleashed. Let's go in and take a look. Guangchengzi tossed down an array plate, and a grand formation instantly emerged. This was the array plate given to him by Tong Tianyuan that even a great Luo Golden Immortal could not penetrate. If danger arose, the formation would immediately transform into an offensive array. Step. The sound of footsteps echoed sharply in the cave as Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed with purple light, but he could only see the surroundings within 3 zhang. Here it feels so oppressive. Since Guangchengzi entered the cave, he had lost track of time, yet he kept hu dong. The former was Guangchengzi's breath, while the latter was the sudden pounding of his heart. Am I almost there? Although the path ahead remained unclear, the feeling of being called grew increasingly distinct. His heart raced incessantly, though were it not for Guangchengzi's efforts to suppress it, he would likely be restless by now. Finally, as Guangchengzi advanced, a beam of light appeared ahead. In the darkness of the cave, it was so striking that Guangchengzi's heart leaped with joy, and he hurried forward. What is this? Guangchengzi's face flushed, his entire being quivering with excitement as he gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Before him lay a massive red egg radiating a brilliant red glow as if it were the very essence of light. At this moment, Guangchengzi's body emanated waves of longing, as if he desperately wished to devour this red egg. Beneath the red egg was a small pool roughly a zhang square, filled with a white liquid containing about 1,000 droplets, exuding an ancient and primordial aura. Guangchengzi's divine sense probed forward, sensing the aura within, but felt as though each drop could annihilate a small 1,000 worlds. His face turned pale with shock as he wondered, could this be the legendary Pangus spinal marrow? Yet it was too coincidental. It seemed that everything was prepared just for him. So it was truly my fortune. Guangchengzi's expression was a mixture of joy and sorrow, yet his gaze did not linger on the Pangu spinal marrow, but rather rested upon the massive red egg. In that moment of realization, he understood what it was. This was the first strand of innate red light, much like how he was the first strand of innate purple light. If it could take form, it would surely rival him in the future. In other words, it possessed the potential of a quasi saint. Yet now it appeared right before him, and Guangchengzi found it hard to believe. Moreover, this cave had suddenly emerged, and beneath it lay the Pangu spinal marrow. His purpose for coming to Buzhou Mountain was precisely the Pangu spinal marrow, hoping to find a divine object that could heal the original wounds of his three masters. Although this was what he most desired, he held little hope. Yet now it appeared directly before him. Guangchengzi forced a bitter smile. This was definitely a rain. He did not believe he possessed such great fortune to obtain these. The first strand of red light was one thing. He could traverse the wilderness and still ask his three masters to find it. But the Pangu spinal marrow was something that even his three masters might not be able to obtain. Moreover, the three pure ones had already visited Buzhou Mountain. They were the three pure ones transformed from the essence of Pangu. They had not acquired it, so how could it be presented directly to him, a primordial being with merely three strands of three pure origins? This was truly beyond acting. Guangchengzi's thoughts were complex as he pondered, who could have orchestrated this? Was it Hongjun Daozu? It couldn't be. This was Buzhou Mountain, and he would never have been able to meddle here. Furthermore, according to the three masters, Hongjun Daozu had a great reputation and was certainly not the type to scheme in the shadows. Thus, there could only be one person capable of such maneuvers on Buzhou Mountain. Could it be that the great Pangu has not fallen? Guangchengzi's expression fluctuated as he bowed in all directions. I am Guangchengzi, the chief disciple under the three pure ones of Pangu. I greet the Great One. After bowing for quite some time, there was still no response. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. This was what he feared most. Forget it, oh, whatever comes, let it come. After all, this life is a stroke of luck. Guangchengzi stopped overthinking and lightly beckoned, causing the red giant egg to float over. Moi. Looking at the center of the giant egg, Guangchengzi's expression turned serious. This was not the red light gaining sentience, but rather like an embryo of a spiritual treasure. He touched his own falling clock and sighed. Indeed, Buzhou Mountain was a place of great fortune. That red light falling here was a blessing, and the embryo of the spiritual treasure was the companion treasure of this red light. If this red light were to take form in the future, that spiritual treasure would come to fruition directly, becoming a top-tier innate treasure. This was even of a higher grade than his falling clock, but who could blame it for being Buzhou Mountain? Yet now this spiritual treasure embryo belonged to him. With fiery anticipation in his eyes, Guangchengzi felt a deep connection with this red light, both originating from the first strand of innate light. Now if he could absorb it, his origins would surely be greatly replenished, and his aptitude would rise. In the future, he would have even greater confidence in attaining the Tao of the great primal golden immortal. Without hesitation, Guangchengzi pointed at the red light giant egg, and it began to slowly merge into his body. Guangchengzi closed his eyes and let out a groan. It was indescribably comfortable. He felt his body yearning, his origins gradually becoming complete as his body continuously devoured this red light. At this moment, red and purple lights flickered around him, reflecting Guangchengzi's ever-changing vision. He could not help but let out a pained cry as the red light around Guangchengzi completely vanished. At that moment, it felt as though ants were gnawing deep within his bones, an unbearable itch. His skin expelled gray impurities continuously. Although he was a primordial being, having been in the wilderness for so long, he inevitably accumulated some tainted air. The purple orb within Guangchengzi's divine sense began to gently revolve, and the small pool beneath the red light giant egg began to ripple. Streams of jade-colored spinal marrow flowed, like water entering Guangchengzi's body from below. Under the nourishment of the Pangu spinal marrow, Guangchengzi's expression began to calm, transforming into serenity. His aura began to resonate with Buzhou Mountain, and with a sudden jolt, the grime clinging to his skin was entirely washed away. At this moment, his skin became incredibly tight, radiating a layer of divine light. He appeared like an ordinary person, yet beneath lay terrifying power capable of flattening mountains. Guangchengzi suddenly opened his eyes, a purpler divine light shooting out, embedding directly into the cave. Soon after, the divine light in his eyes burst forth, transforming into gold, illuminating the entire cave. Guangchengzi let out a long breath, feeling the state he was in at that moment. The 9 turns mystic art had broken through to the late stage of the sixth turn, greatly enhancing his physical strength. He felt as though he could now battle the Wu clan barehanded. His divine sense was resilient, his physical body powerful, and his realm had slightly ascended, but that was not the most important thing. The most significant aspect was that he had comprehended the laws of light. As a 12 Golden Immortal comprehending the laws, it was not yet the laws of the 5 elements, which excited Guangchengzi tremendously. He could say he had boarded the express train to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This harvest is truly great. Guangchengzi exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Regardless of the intentions of the one behind the schemes, he had already obtained what he desired. Feeling his own aptitude, Guangchengzi smiled. If such a significant enhancement could come from just a strand of red light, what would happen if he were to absorb more? But the first strand of light had split into countless parts. Where could he find more? Guangchengzi sighed and focused his gaze. The 3 primary colors of light are red, green, and blue. Different ratios of mixing produce various colors of light. A mixing ratio of 1:1 forms white light. The knowledge of the dead suddenly attacked his brain, and Guangchengzi began to brainstorm. He had never heard of the names of the red, yellow, and blue divine lights in his past life, though instead he was infamous as the killer of the Saint Mother. Was the first strand of innate purple light truly so unique? Guangchengzi looked at himself while thoughts raced through his mind. The primordial purple chi coming from the east for 30,000 miles. All of this indicated that purple was the most noble color. Perhaps this was why he could take form and be accepted as a disciple by the primordial heavenly venerable, who was the foremost among the 12 Golden Immortals, a prominent figure in the Chan teaching. He indeed had great fortune. Guangchengzi's gaze focused, with the 3 primary colors of light. The red light had been absorbed, leaving only blue and green. Regardless of success or failure, he had to give it a try. Settling his emotions, Guangchengzi looked at the small pond. No, he let out a scream. How had the Pangu's spinal marrow decreased? It had reduced by nearly 200 drops, and Guangchengzi was on the verge of tears. Not right. He reacted quickly, carefully sensing himself. He knew he had absorbed the Pangu's spinal marrow, as the aura of Pangu within him was unmistakable. If it had not been for the Pangu's spinal marrow during the fusion with the red light, he would not know what might have happened. Yet that Pangu spinal marrow had already merged within his body. There was definitely not 200 drops. So that's how it is. Guangchengzi sighed, his expression complex. Guangchengzi closed his eyes as his cultivation technique unfolded. Instantly, his divine body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, he rose into a giant dozens of zhang tall. The ninefold profound art coursed through his meridians, the power of his blood running like a river that could be heard within Guangchengzi's body. Bones along his frame lit up one by one like stars from his skull down through his torso. Nearly 100 bones gleamed with white light, each exuding an unbearably heavy aura, as if nurturing a miniature world and radiating majestic might. These were the lost Pangu spinal marrows. Guangchengzi himself had absorbed fewer than 100 drops. The rest merely remained within his bones. Guangchengzi sensed everything within him. The Pangu spinal marrows were incomparably potent, and in each vertebra of his spine there lay 2 drops. Perhaps this was Buzhou Mountain, which explained why so much Pangu spinal marrow had lodged into the vertebrae. Guangchengzi entertained the blasphemous thought for a moment, then shook his head and banished such infernal imaginings. The Pangu spinal marrows continuously nourished his bones. A waves of energy carried by his cultivation poured relentlessly into his flesh. A flash of violet light restored his innate Tao body. He looked at the Pangu spinal marrow in the small pool and sighed. Though he felt pain for the marrow he had taken, he could not help pitying himself as well. He would wager that if any one of the 3 Pure One's masters had come here, not a single drop of Pangu spinal marrow would have been left. Not that they had special ties with the great Pangu, rather by virtue of their endowments and deep foundations they could absorb all 1,000 drops of Pangu spinal marrow with ease. Though Guangchengzi's talent among innate beings was respectable, besides such figures, he remained far inferior. He could long to contain more, but the barrel was simply too small. Such a grand opportunity lay before him, and he could not claim it all. He must raise his endowment at any cost. Guangchengzi shook his head to cast off distracting thoughts, fixing his gaze on the small pool. His left hand suddenly enlarged and plunged in to scoop it up. He frowned at its weight, watching the diminished pool whose Pangu spinal marrow swirled together like a cluster of small worlds. Feeling that weight, Guangchengzi smiled wryly. Had it not been for his recent bodily breakthrough, he truly would not have been able to lift it. But how to preserve it? He could not sever the Pangu aura. To carry it would risk exposure before a quasi-saint who would detect the treasure and its link to Pangu. Then he would become a coveted prize among the primordial cultivators. Should he crush the jade talisman to summon his masters? He wore a pensive look, hesitating. At that moment, the purple bead within his primordial spirit throbbed, and his eyes sharpened. He gently lifted the small pool, a beam of violet light flared, and the pool was drawn in. Guangchengzi closed his eyes. The Pangu aura was fully sealed off, lingering only upon his body. That trace mattered little, given his shallow cultivation, and once he broke through again, it would vanish entirely. As he prepared to leave, something occurred to him. He opened his palm and let light and shadow converge into a seal-shaped spiritual treasure, still somewhat insubstantial. He named it Guangyao Seal. With it, this poor Taoist would one day spread light throughout the primordial wilds. The seal quivered twice as if it had heard him. It has not yet finished gestating. Fortunately, it shares origin with this poor Taoist. So long as it is not taken out to confront enemies, its gestation will not be interrupted. The incubation of an innate spiritual treasure is unbearably long. Who knows how many 10,000s of years it will require? If I can obtain the green and blue lights, soon the process will be greatly shortened. Guangchengzi reveled in such thoughts. His spirits rose. Once gestation completed, it would be a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and one that shared his own origin. This would be his treasure for certifying the Tao, much as the three treasures Jade Ri was to Yuanshi Tianzuan. If he could ascend to the mixed primordial great Tao Golden Immortal, its power in his hands would rival that of an innate supreme treasure. Lost in the thought, Guangchengzi momentarily drifted. If only the innate supreme treasure Qiankuanding were here, he could refine the Guangyao Seal outright. But it was mere fantasy. The Qiankuanding lay with Tao ancestor Honghuang, who had not even given it to Tongtian Shizuan. How could it be bestowed upon him? Alas, senior uncle lacks a treasure to suppress fate. By right, the Hundun Bell should belong to the three pure ones. How did it fall upon the Sun Star? Guangchengzi resolved that if opportunity arose, he would aid Tongtian Shirshu in seizing the Hundun Bell. The three creation treasures paired with the three pure ones. How harmonious that would be. He composed himself, saw that the cave held no other spirit objects, and walked out. He gazed at Buzhou Mountain as spiritual energy surged like a tide flowing to gather around him. Is this the legacy of the great Pangu? He murmured. When he first climbed Buzhou Mountain, he had not enjoyed such treatment. Now, having merely absorbed Pangu's spinal marrow, the spiritual energies began to riot, pouring into his flesh as if freely given. 5,000 years have passed. Guangchengzi exclaimed. He had not expected time to move so swiftly. He had only closed a retreat, yet 5 millennia had slipped by. He wondered how his masters fared, as surely they worried for him. After all, in their eyes his power remained woeful. He looked upward with resolve. He was nearly at the summit of Buzhou Mountain and could not give up. To reach the peak would render this journey complete. With a left-hand wave, the great formation before the cave dissolved and reformed as an arrayed disc that settled into his hand. He felt some pride. After all, he had devised that array disc. It could be deployed and recalled at will, unlike before when dispelling a formation caused the spiritual seal to dissipate into the world's energy. Guangchengzi continued upward. Though close to the summit, he felt much lighter than when he had first ascended Buzhou Mountain. Such was the potency of the Pangu spinal marrow. The ninefold profound art turned within him without cease. He was but one opportunity away. His body became a black hole as spiritual energy converged. He inhaled like a leviathan, drawing in water the energy, transforming into power that flowed into every limb and bone. Yet Buzhou Mountain's spiritual energy was so dense that what he absorbed was a mere drop in the ocean, indeed scarcely a trace. Soon, he thought, feeling his body expand and a joyful light rising on his face. Far off, the spiritual energy roiled as 4 divine lights, yellow, blue, green, and red, soared skyward, transmuting the surrounding energy into their hues. A stir struck his heart. This was the aura of a spiritual treasure. He drew in a breath of spiritual energy and startled himself. Having only recently absorbed the Pangu's spinal marrow, he now encountered the birth of an innate spiritual treasure. Such fortune made even the mighty him uneasy. Yet when destiny arrives and heaven offers it, to refuse invites regret. Guangchengzi condensed into a streak of violet light and shot toward the place where the spiritual treasure was manifesting. With a swift motion, a purple light flashed and traversed through the boundless spiritual energy, arriving at a place radiating with 4 colors of divine light. Guangchengzi sensed his own being. After absorbing the essence of Pangu, he could clearly feel the connection between himself and Mount Buzhou becoming stronger. In the past, he could only walk step by step up the mountain using his physical strength without any ability to employ spells. Now, with the emergence of his aura, there were no limitations at all. This is the special quality of the descendants of Pangu. He could now truly claim to be a descendant of Pangu. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, gazing at the grand formation before him. Surrounded by 4 colors of light, heavy yellow, explosive red, surging blue, and splitting green, Guangchengzi furrowed his brow. This grand formation was actually set up using the power of the four symbols. Earth, water, fire, wind, four symbols, great formation. Guangchengzi shook his head, realizing what this spiritual treasure was. Looking at the grand formation, he couldn't help but smile, recalling scenes from Kunlun Mountain. His master Tongtian had taught him the basics, starting with formations such as the 1 yuan, 2 instruments, 3 talents, 4 symbols, and 5 elements, which were fundamental formations. Only by mastering these could he combine others, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, merging the mountains and river veins. Although these were basic formations, their power varied greatly depending on the items used or the cultivator's realm. A nostalgic look flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes, and his desire to return grew even stronger. The formation before him was the guardian formation of the innate spiritual treasure, generally equivalent to the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal to a Deluo Golden Immortal. However, with his keen vision, he could see that this formation was connected to the aura of the spiritual treasure behind it, with the powers of earth, fire, water, and wind surging, something he could not break through at his current level. Guangchengzi shook his head and smiled, taking out a formation plate covered in starlight. Go! The formation plate flew directly into the four symbols' great formation, shattering with a loud bang. Starfall sword formation break. Guangchengzi declared as he watched the formation plate shatter, even having the leisure to add a comment. Within the formation, starlight sparkled like ancient stars from the cosmos, coalescing into countless sword energies that shot out in all directions. The powers of earth, water, fire, and wind continuously dissipated under the assault of the sword energies, the four colors of divine light, becoming faint, gradually fading like a dying candle. Light. Guangchengzi uttered a single word, and an incredibly dazzling light gathered in his hand, forming a seal. Its radiance was boundless, illuminating the area as if the sun had fallen to the earth. With a push of his hands, the seal smashed down, causing the four symbols' great formation to shatter violently. Huff! Guangchengzi breathed heavily, having unleashed his full power for the first time, and the results were satisfactory. However, the consumption was not small, as he had expended 1/5 of his magical power. His physical body ached slightly, and Guangchengzi stroked his shoulder, feeling a tinge of pride. Using the laws at the realm of a Tai Golden Immortal was still a bit forced. Had it not been for his powerful physique, he might have suffered a backlash. No wonder it is said that the power of the laws belongs exclusively to the Deluo Golden Immortal, but as long as the 9 turns mystic art can break through, none of this will matter. He looked with satisfaction at the power his technique had unleashed. The four symbols' great formation was already at the threshold of a Deluo Golden Immortal, and being able to break it with a single technique was quite remarkable. Reflecting on the power of this technique, Guangchengzi's thoughts flowed continuously. This technique was derived after absorbing the red light, and he named it Radiant Seal. Currently, he had only deduced this one move. Once his cultivation improved, he would certainly be able to complete the rest of the techniques. He had a premonition that this technique would become the foundation of all his future Dao methods. Performing acts of light shining upon the heavens. Guangchengzi smiled as he took a pill and swallowed it, instantly healing the backlash he had suffered. He became radiant once more, leaving behind a formation plate for protection and stepping into the grand formation. Before him appeared a tree trunk, erect and bearing 4 leaves as large as fans. The powers of earth, water, fire, and wind converged, surrounded by the energies of the sun, moon, and yin-yang. The banana tree emitted glowing points, and the spiritual energy continuously gathered within its leaves, radiating powerful spiritual force. Looking at the banana leaves that displayed the colors of yellow, blue, green, and red, Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. They were all high-quality, innate spiritual treasures, sharing the same root and source, perfectly suitable for slaying corpses. Originally, these 4 banana fans were used by his master for fanning fire, and there was another used by Mingi. The remaining 2 were lost, but now they had all fallen into his hands. As Guangchengzi was about to pluck them, he suddenly froze, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Slaying the 3 corpses. Did Hongjun Daozu not mention that slaying the 3 corpses requires spiritual treasures of the same origin? If they are not of the same origin, how can the 3 corpses unify in the future? He had been immersed in the joy of becoming a disciple on Kunlun Mountain and had always been guided by his 3 masters. Now, looking at the 4 symbols banana fans, he was reminded of the matter regarding the source of spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi took a few deep breaths of spiritual energy, forcing himself to calm down. This matter would need to be discussed with his master upon returning to Kunlun, though thinking too much now would be futile. Looking at the banana fan before him, Guangchengzi reached out to pluck it. The yellow-leafed earth banana contains heavy earth virtue, able to nourish spiritual plants and nurture the earth's spiritual veins. With a single fan, the force of the earth surges forth, capable of lifting even great mountains and turning everything to dust, making it the most powerful among the 4 banana fans. The blue-leafed water banana commands the source of Rin water capable of summoning the waters of the four seas and cleansing evil spirits. The green-leafed wind banana governs the innate wind force able to stir up hurricanes and tear apart space, while also enhancing escape techniques. The red-leafed fire banana conceals the essence of innate fire capable of unleashing divine fire from the nine heavens, burning the souls of immortals and demons, subduing evildoers. Guangchengzi surveyed the four banana fans with satisfaction. All of them were excellent spiritual treasures. Watching the banana tree from which he had plucked the fans, it continuously absorbed spiritual energy. Its roots sparkled with spiritual light, and the four colors of divine light again converged, gradually enlarging. Guangchengzi furrowed his brow slightly, his heart racing. This banana tree wouldn't continuously produce banana fans, would it? If so, that would be too terrifying. These are all innate spiritual treasures comparable to a small Qiankuan cauldron, and they don't even require merit to obtain. This item must be taken. He had no chance of acquiring the Qiankuan cauldron, but the banana tree was right before him. With a wave of his hand, the banana tree was uprooted. The purple orb within his primordial spirit stirred, and the banana tree instantly vanished. It seems to understand my intentions. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with doubt. He had always been unable to control this purple orb, but ever since comprehending the laws of light, he could clearly feel a connection with it. Forget it, once I break through to the 12 Golden Immortal, I might understand its true nature. With continuous speculations in his heart, Guangchengzi looked around for any other gains, and after putting away the formation plate, he continued to climb Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, below Mount Buzhou, two beams of divine light, one yellow and one blue, surged upward. The surrounding demon clans retreated in alarm, recognizing the aura of a potential sage-level great power. Finally, I have climbed up. Guangchengzi stood at the mountain's peak, feeling as though his spirit had undergone a baptism. Before him lay thick, chaotic mist, the giant stones below etched with the marks of time, telling tales of the primordial chaos. At the summit of Buzhou Mountain, not only was the spiritual energy liquefied, but the aura of Pangu was also more intense than anywhere else on the mountain. Gazing at the chaotic mist before him, mysterious lights occasionally flickered within, as if concealing unknown secrets. Guangchengzi had no intention of venturing inside. With his small stature, he feared that he would perish the moment he stepped in. Looking up, the heavenly court had long since vanished. Yuan Shi Tianzun had told him that when Di Jun and others established the demon clan, the heavenly court manifested, appearing atop Buzhou Mountain. At that time, the Wu and Yao clans engaged in a great battle, and even the southern heavenly gate opened in the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Later, the demon clan seized the heavenly court, and it seems they have relocated it now. Indeed, if they remained on Buzhou Mountain, they surely wouldn't dare to close their eyes. Given the style of the Wu clan, they would undoubtedly attack every few days. It's better that the demon clan has left, otherwise those vile creatures would definitely turn Buzhou Mountain upside down. Guangchengzi took out some spiritual fruits and placed them on the stone wall in front of him, respectfully bowing 3 times as a tribute to the great god Pangu. Regardless of whether Pangu had fallen, it made no difference to him. If Pangu was plotting against him, he would still need to wait for him to grow, otherwise a mere tiny golden immortal would be of little use. Buzz! Guangchengzi let out a muffled groan, his expression changing drastically. The purple orb within his primordial spirit shattered directly, and the purple shell disintegrated into countless specks, merging into his primordial spirit. Yet what remained was a pattern glowing with profound marks. Buzz, buzz! The marks surged forth directly. Guangchengzi reached out to grasp it, but his speed was too slow in comparison, and he could only watch helplessly as the mark dove into the chaotic mist before him. Guangchengzi took a few deep breaths, adjusting his mood, unsure of what had caused the purple orb to go haywire. Looking at the chaotic mist ahead, his expression fluctuated between dark and light, finally letting out a soft snort. Ungrateful thing, after accompanying me for so long, you just leave without a word. Guangchengzi decided to leave. Even if there were good treasures, he no longer wanted them. Life is but this one, and without a system, with his current talent, severing the 3 corpses is no big deal. Even a Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal could be probed. Why seek fortune in such a dangerous place? Fortunately, after the purple orb shattered the Pangu's spinal essence, and the 4 symbols banana tree he had collected remained with him, otherwise he would have truly rushed in. Just as Guangchengzi was about to collect the Pangu's spinal essence, a whoosh sounded, and a white stream of light suddenly flew from below. Looking at the white spiritual orb suspended before him, Guangchengzi blinked. A top-quality, innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Spirit Orb, delivered right to his door. In the next moment, the chaotic mist in front of him surged restlessly, as if harboring immense danger. The profound mark reappeared, but unlike before, it was now encased in a transparent shell, its aura resembling that of the chaotic mist. However, at this moment, the orb advanced with difficulty, moving slowly, as if pulling something along. Seeing this, Guangchengzi flicked his fingertip and a rich light of the Law of Light materialized. He swallowed a pill and the Law of Light condensed into a thin chain connecting to the orb. With Guangchengzi's assistance, the orb shook directly and accelerated significantly. He noticed a chain trailing behind the orb, far more powerful than the one he had conjured. Finally, the object behind the orb manifested. It was a purple golden item enveloped in the aura of primordial chaos with faint purple light emanating and countless runes flickering upon it. Guangchengzi's eyes nearly bulged out. Without a word, he directly increased the output of the power of the law. The orb seemed to have received a great supplement, directly speeding up and flying before Guangchengzi. But Guangchengzi's gaze was fixed on the object it had brought back, the primordial measuring ruler. At first glance at this object, Guangchengzi understood what spiritual treasure it was. The first postnatal attacking treasure, the primordial measuring ruler. It was renowned alongside his master's treasure, the heavenly ground profound yellow Linglong Tower, as the two great postnatal treasures of merit containing a portion of the merit of creation. Not only can it suppress luck, but it is also powerfully offensive, comparable to his master's Panga banner. It can shatter space, tear apart laws, and kill without incurring karma. Guangchengzi's divine body instantly expanded. The Pangu spinal essence within his bones glimmered faintly, and the three purities source energy began to swirl around in his primordial spirit, gradually exuding a pressure from him. Whether it was Guangchengzi's illusion or not, he felt Buzhou Mountain subtly tremble. At this moment, the sunlight had vanished from his countenance, replaced by an air of majesty radiating nobility. The primordial measuring ruler seemed to sense a familiar aura transforming into a purple light that flew into his primordial spirit. Looking at the orb before him, Guangchengzi smiled and patted it a few times. I apologize if I spoke too loudly just now. It directly brought the primordial measuring ruler, and the gains from this trip have far exceeded expectations. I just don't know what this orb is, so I haven't figured it out yet. However, he had to guess logically that treasure shouldn't be so weak. There was only the mark left. Who could have damaged it? The orb pulsed gently in Guangchengzi's palm, while the wood spirit orb and the golden spirit orb that had flown over earlier emerged, revolving around the orb in a continuous motion. Watching the green and white divine lights infuse into the orb, Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. This fellow was recovering. The layer of transparent shell had become somewhat more solid. Guangchengzi tested his magical energy, and the wood spirit orb and the golden spirit orb directly merged into the orb, catching him completely off guard. No, Guangchengzi exclaimed anxiously, leave some. I still need to refine the 5 energies within me. The orb jumped and fell into his primordial spirit, a stream of information flowing out. Guangchengzi closed his eyes tightly, divine light continuously radiating from his primordial spirit as he wrapped the orb directly. He seemed to see a chaotic wasteland shattered entirely, leaving only a mark traversing time and space, landing within his primordial spirit. Who? Guangchengzi's eyes snapped open, filled with trepidation. Just a glance at that intent of destruction felt as if he were being eroded. He might have understood what this orb was. A remnant of chaos, a relic left by a chaotic world. Can chaos also be destroyed? This question lingered in Guangchengzi's mind, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. The orb within his primordial spirit pulsed gently, transmitting some information to Guangchengzi. He only needed the essence of the golden and wood spirit orbs to recover some strength without completely devouring them. At that time, relying on the indestructible characteristics of the innate spiritual treasure, they would still recover. Knowing that his 5 energies now had a source, Guangchengzi's mood lifted, although those 5 superior spiritual roots were indeed effective for refining the 5 energies. But with the convergence of the 5 spirit orbs, it was directly a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 5 elements' energy was not inferior, and perhaps even superior. Sensing the orb within his primordial spirit, Guangchengzi recollected the Pangu spinal essence and the thought banana tree into it. What a good name for it. He still needed to name this orb. Let's call it the Chaos Orb. Guangchengzi thought to himself, as his primordial spirit moved. The transparent orb transformed back into purple, which looked more pleasing. In the future, when I eliminate the genuine one, you will be the genuine one. Guangchengzi let out a long breath, but the chaotic mist before him continued to surge, and he instantly widened his eyes. Guangchengzi was taken aback, realizing that the last 2 5-element spirit pearls had actually fallen into the hands of the ancestral witches. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong exchanged unwilling glances, and 2 spirit pearls, 1 black and 1 red, landed before Guangchengzi. The giant crowned with the creation jade plate, standing on the azure lotus wielding the Pangu axe, did not blink as he cleaved from the eastern route of chaos to the western route, annihilating countless chaotic deities and demons before beginning to to separate heaven and earth. Countless disasters manifested, yet the giant remained indifferent until the primordial world came into existence. Guangchengzi's eyes were dazed, his face filled with obsession, and a golden light continuously radiated from him as the nine turns mystic art revolved endlessly. Finally, when the Pangu god transformed into all things, Guangchengzi's body trembled, a wave of energy erupted, and his nine turns mystic art broke through to the seventh turn, his combat power rivaling that of a great Luo golden immortal. The Pangu essence within his bones began to merge with his flesh, exuding an aura of the primordial world, while the three clear primordial chi in his sea of consciousness occasionally intertwined and separated. As the scenes evolving from the chaotic mist began to vanish, a streak of flowing light shot out fiercely, landing within Guangchengzi's primordial spirit. Guangchengzi let out a muffled groan, his eyes regaining their clarity. Why? He stared blankly at the chaotic mist, pondering the final scene. Was this real? It seemed that when the Pangu god transformed into all things, he caught a fleeting glance in his direction. The Pangu god did not directly transform into all things, rather a phantom detached from him. Guangchengzi shook his head, gazing at the tranquil, chaotic mist, as if it concealed something awaiting his exploration. I've broken through. Guangchengzi was startled as his nine turns mystic art had remarkably advanced to the seventh turn, and he could feel the immense strength of his physical body at that moment. Within his auspicious clouds, two divine lights of white and green descended, entering his lungs and liver respectively. They were indeed the energies of metal and would propelling his cultivation directly to the late stage of the 12 Golden Immortal. That was too fast. Guangchengzi frowned, as he had intended to break through using the 5 elemental energies together. Now he was still short of earth, fire, and water. Forget it, I'll go back and ask my master. I should be able to calculate the positions of the other 3 with 2 spirit pearls. Guangchengzi thought no more, bowing respectfully to the chaotic mist before him. Regardless of the Pangu god's intentions, at least he had benefited from it. Turning to descend the mountain, a yellow streak of light shot out, directly landing before Guangchengzi. What is this? Guangchengzi instantly thrust out a palm, sending the newcomer flying. Woo woo woo, the spirit beast collapsed on the ground, whimpering. Guangchengzi remained vigilant, watching the spirit beast. It seemed to sense Guangchengzi's reluctance to approach, letting out a few calls before finally rolling over to come closer. With a white body and fur resembling a fox, it had horns on its back. Guangchengzi's mouth twitched as he watched this divine beast re-establish its position before him, nudging its head against his leg. So it's a Honghuang. He sighed, looking at this divine beast with some confusion. According to legends, it resided on Mount Buzhou. Based on records from his previous life, it lived for 2,000 years, offering him no benefit. Of course, he had read in novels that the Honghuang was the guardian beast of Mount Buzhou, bestowing a protective divine light to the first cultivator who reached the summit, allowing them to live again after death. Yet now it seemed just an ordinary divine beast, and still at the Golden Immortal level. Guangchengzi was taken aback. How did a Golden Immortal reach the summit of Mount Buzhou? Even he had relied on the 3 clear primordial chi to ascend to the mountain's waist, and only after being tempered by the Pangu essence could he reach the summit. What right did this Honghuang have? Guangchengzi did not dare to let his guard down, yet the Honghuang appeared harmless, gently rubbing against him, seemingly comfortable. Guangchengzi's eyes shone with golden light as he scrutinized the Honghuang. Its aura was close to that of Mount Buzhou, and it carried a faint trace of Pangus essence. Its horns sparkled with flowing light, and when Guangchengzi looked over, his eyes stung slightly. Woo! The Honghuang seemed to sense danger rising up as its horns formed a mysterious pattern. Guangchengzi did not dare to slacken, quickly retreating a few steps. The Honghuang tilted its head in confusion, looking at him, then took a few steps forward, bowing its head in submission. Guangchengzi extended a finger, the auspicious mark on it flickering subtly. Should the Honghuang make any move, a strike from the primordial supreme being would descend instantly. Then he placed his other hand upon that mark, divine soul power emerging from within it. Guangchengzi gently grasped it, holding it in his hand. The profound mark then settled within his divine soul master. A tender voice echoed, and Guangchengzi widened his eyes, staring at the Honghuang, astonished that it was indeed recognizing him as its master. Feeling the information transmitted from the Honghuang, Guangchengzi was somewhat surprised. This creature was still a cub. It had lived within the chaotic mist, only emerging upon sensing a familiar aura, expressing that it felt comfortable staying by Guangchengzi's side. If that's the case, then be my mount. Guangchengzi patted the Honghuang's head, glancing back at the chaotic mist before storing the Honghuang away. After all, they were still on Mount Buzhou, and there was no need for a mount. That would be disrespectful to the Pangu god. Moreover, none of his 3 masters had mounts. He needed to find an opportunity to visit the East Sea Dragon Palace. Guangchengzi remembered that the Nine Dragons incense sedan was located there. With these thoughts, Guangchengzi transformed into light and departed. This time his comprehension on the summit of Mount Buzhou had spanned thousands of years, and his three masters must be extremely worried. Now descending the mountain was far easier than ascending. He simply transformed into light to leave. A purple light descended from Mount Buzhou, pausing for several days at times before moving on. There are truly so many spirit roots and treasures. Guangchengzi constantly marveled, realizing this was more than he had gathered on his way up. Although the quality could not compare, the quantity was overwhelming. It truly seemed that spirit roots and treasures manifested every time he walked a certain distance, and the rewards of this journey had far exceeded his expectations. At times he was so startled his heart raced, feeling as if his luck could rival that of the three clear supreme beings. Helplessly he bowed to Mount Buzhou every time he obtained a spirit root or treasure, sincerely thanking the Panga God. Good luck, the Panga God grants treasures. Good luck, innate spirit roots. Suddenly the purple light came to a halt, and the singing abruptly ceased. Guangchengzi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, not daring to blink as he looked at the two women ahead. One in yellow and one in blue. The woman in yellow had kind features while the one in blue exuded an aura of slaughter. Guangchengzi swallowed hard. This aura not only was similar to Mount Buzhou, but also emitted a captivating power. This must be the ancestors of the witch. His left hand, hidden in his sleeve, moved, revealing a jade talisman. Should the two opposite him show any sign of aggression, he would shatter the talisman, summoning his three masters. Under the three pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, I, Guangchengzi, have the honor to meet the two esteemed predecessors. Guangchengzi looked at the two stunning women and first offered a salute, considering their familial ties. Under the three pure ones. The woman in yellow regarded him with keen interest. Young man, regardless of your affiliation, where does the Pangu aura around you come from? The recent disturbance at Buzhou Mountain must be related to you. The woman in blue stepped forward, her imposing aura pressing down. Guangchengzi's entire body was filled with circulating mana, and the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower behind him could be activated at any moment. However, the woman in yellow waved her hand, dispelling the pressure and frowning as she looked aside. Sister. The woman in blue snorted coldly, choosing to say no more. So it is the underlings of the three pure ones. No wonder there is a trace of the Father God's aura. It must have been bestowed by your Taoist brothers of the three pure ones. I am Hutu of the Witch Clan. This is Xuanyuan, the ancestor witch. However, there was a disturbance at Buzhou Mountain just now. My witch clan guards Buzhou Mountain. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Now we see only you here, young friend. May I ask you to clarify this for us? Hutu's voice was gentle, yet her tone allowed no denial. Buzhou Mountain is the foundation of the witch clan and a symbol of the great god Pangu, an honor they could not allow any other cultivator to disrupt. Today, not only Guangchengzi, but even the three pure ones must not leave without clarifying this matter. Guangchengzi's expression was grave. He truly underestimated the witch clan's regard for Buzhou Mountain. He had not clearly perceived the earlier disturbance at Buzhou Mountain, but at this moment only the witch clan had come. They must have some means to sense what was happening with Buzhou Mountain. As for guarding Buzhou Mountain, Guangchengzi felt somewhat helpless. Wasn't the ultimate fate of Buzhou Mountain to be toppled by the ancestor, Witch Gonggong? So it is two ancestor witches in person. Guangchengzi took a deep breath. I have heard my master mention you while in Kunlun, but I truly do not know what has transpired at Buzhou Mountain. I have only fortuitously gathered a few spirit treasures. There is nothing more. I ask for your forgiveness, ancestor witches. Hutu's mouth twitched, and Xuanyuan shot him a glance. They had already seen Guangchengzi pick up two spirit treasures and spirit roots not far from them when he descended the mountain, and it had not been long. It was hard to imagine how much this young man had obtained from ascending the mountain to descending it. Did he really think innate spirit treasures and innate spirit roots were as common as cabbage? How many Deluo Jinxian in the wilderness had not a single innate spirit treasure, whereas this young man was adorned from head to toe with either innate spirit treasures or top-grade acquired spirit treasures, truly armed to the teeth. It is evident how favored he is by the three pure ones. However, since today involves Buzhou Mountain, it must be clarified. Even if the three pure ones come, this matter cannot change. Seeing Hutu's unyielding stance, Guangchengzi felt a bit of a headache. No wonder they are of the witch clan, as they only adhere to rigid principles. Fortunately, he did not mention that he had obtained Panga's spinal marrow, and that the bones within his body had integrated into his flesh after breaking through with the 9-turn mystic art. Otherwise, if these two saw it, he would likely be flayed alive. The influence of Panga's spinal marrow on the ancestor witches was something he truly dared not even think about. Once this news was known, perhaps the 12 ancestor witches would come out in full force. Esteemed predecessors, I truly do not know what has happened. Guangchengzi's brow furrowed tightly, and he extended his left hand, revealing a jade talisman. Before I came out, my master agreed to a 10th of sandier time. If I cannot return in time, my master will likely come immediately. As Guangchengzi finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Xuanyuan's eyes. Was he using the three pure ones to threaten them? Hutu chuckled softly, and an invisible power of the earth vein instantly climbed over Guangchengzi's entire body, a yellow divine light wrapping around his left arm, leaving him unable to move. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? Guangchengzi thought sadly. He had not felt it, nor had he seen how Hutu had made her move, and he was already bound. At this moment, all his mana was sealed, and he could only move his mouth. Master, why didn't you connect the jade talisman to your divine soul? Guangchengzi's thoughts were in disarray. If that were the case, a thought from him would break the jade talisman. Esteemed ancestor witches, I truly do not know. Guangchengzi's face was downcast. No, he could not even manage to look downcast now. Buzhou Mountain is transformed from the great god Pangu. It must possess Pangu's will. Guangchengzi paused. Even if Buzhou Mountain is experiencing disturbances, it is still Pangu's scheme. Are the two ancestor witches not going to defy the orders of the great god Pangu? Hutu's expression changed, and Xuanyuan fixed her gaze on Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi felt a chill rise in his heart, but since neither ancestor witch moved, he knew he had taken the right step. Given the witch clan's regard for the great god Pangu, as long as he mentioned Pangu, they would undoubtedly hesitate. I have received the source energy conferred by my master, speaking of which I am also a descendant of Pangu. Are the two ancestor witches going to engage in fratricide? Upon hearing this, Hutu was momentarily speechless, looking at Guangchengzi, as if at a loss for words. This little fellow truly knows how to pull the tiger's skin. If he really is a descendant of Pangu, they would indeed find it difficult to act today, not to mention this was Buzhou Mountain. If there were disturbances at Buzhou Mountain, and this little fellow were a descendant of Pangu, then all that transpired could be said to have the father's tacit approval. Hutu pondered deeply. Their witch clan worships Pangu, not respecting heaven or earth. They have always believed that the father god has not fallen and will one day return. Little sister, Xuanyuan called softly, how should we handle this? She too felt a headache. Guangchengzi had invoked Pangu, making it difficult for them to act. What this young man said indeed made sense. The harvest at Buzhou Mountain must have been bestowed by the father god. Otherwise, with his Tai Jingxian cultivation, he could not have obtained so many spirit objects. Sister, look at the flesh of this person. Hutu transmitted to Xuanyuan, noticing it only while binding Guangchengzi. A Deluo body with the aura of the father god. Xuanyuan was dumbfounded. Where did this prodigy come from? Such a flesh body is not inferior to Ho, Yi, or Xing Tian, and the Pangu aura is far too strong. Xuanyuan could not help but squeeze Guangchengzi's flesh. This was definitely not just a trace of Pangu's aura, but rather emanating from within. This fellow might have consumed some ultimate treasure. This aura even subtly attracted her. If bloodlines were to be considered, Guangchengzi could indeed be counted as a descendant of Pangu, and compared to the witch clan, he could even be regarded as a witch with a primordial spirit. What should be done? According to the witch clan, this fellow seems to truly be one of their own. Guangchengzi's face darkened. This Xuanyuan ancestor witch, if you speak, please remove your hand from my head. With your ancestor witch's body, a slight movement, and my head would instantly burst open. But seeing Hutu and Xuanyuan in deep thought, Guangchengzi knew his words had taken effect. In that case, I may release you, Hutu slowly said, while looking at Guangchengzi. However, before Guangchengzi could express his gratitude, Hutu continued, the matter of Buzhou Mountain is far too important. You must visit the witch clan to clarify this matter. Do not be hasty in rejecting, you will not be in danger. Considering the bloodline of the father god, I will not lay a hand on you. If you truly do not feel at ease, you may summon the three pure ones. Hutu stood resolute, refusing to yield an inch. Guangchengzi was utterly at a loss. She had already conceded ground once. Yet what if his masters arrived, and the Wu clan still refused to relent? He had no idea what had transpired at Buzhou Mountain. Could it be linked to that vision he had witnessed? Yet surely this matter could not be so grave. The primordial cosmic creation spectacle belonged inherently to the three pure ones and the ancestral Wu. If he surrendered Pangu's spinal marrow now, he would almost certainly be detained permanently by the Wu clan. To flaunt a supreme treasure without the strength to protect it, that was the folly of a fool. But if his masters arrived, what plausible excuse could he offer? His sole justification was Pangu's spinal marrow. Would their journey then be rendered utterly futile? Guangchengzi's expression flickered with uncertainty as he sighed inwardly and reluctantly acquiesced, praying only that his masters and the ancestral Wu would not come to blows. Though both the three pure ones and the Wu clan were descendants of Pangu, the former had yet to obtain innate supreme treasures, and thus likely stood no chance against the Wu. Very well. But you ancestral Wu must swear one thing: under no circumstances shall you harm my masters, the three pure ones. Each of the 12 ancestral Wu has attained the rank of quasi-sage. Together they are unmatched across the Honghuang realm, save only for the celestial sages themselves. Moreover, none knew whether the three pure ones' primordial wounds had fully healed. You bargain rather boldly, young one. Why should I bind myself to your terms? Xianming sneered. Even as a descendant of Pangu, this youth was merely a 12 Golden Immortal. What authority did he possess to demand oaths from them? Guangchengzi turned silently toward Hutu, the true arbiter here. Your Taoist brothers of the three pure ones have indeed taken an exceptional disciple. Hutu's tone remained inscrutable. Yet I cannot guarantee such a promise, not when you have not even mentioned a word about the affair at Tolve Mountain. Then perhaps you might first reveal something, however slight. Her voice held sincerity, yet her refusal remained unshaken. Guangchengzi's countenance darkened. Even the Wu clan weighed self-interest with sober deliberation. Then let us abandon this matter entirely. Guangchengzi glanced coldly at Xuanyuan, mirroring her disdain. Do with me as you will. Slay me or imprison me. I shall never summon my masters in peril for my own sake. You brat. A flash of frost gleamed in Xuanyuan's eyes as chilling qi radiated outward, freezing Guangchengzi's legs solid. Guangchengzi's teeth chattered uncontrollably, yet his voice remained defiant. Is this truly the extent of your power, ancestral Wu? Strike me down then. Let great Pangu himself witness how his descendants seize the fortune ordained for his chosen one. Better still, record this scene and broadcast it across the Honghuang realm, so all living beings may behold the majesty of the ancestral Wu. How their reverence for great Pangu is but a hollow pretext to purge dissenters. Ha! Xianming trembled with fury. This youth's tongue was sharper than any blade, reducing the dignity of the ancestral Wu to ash with mere words. Enough! With a sweep of her hand, Hutu dissolved the ice, encasing Guangchengzi. A soft amber light flowed into his body, instantly healing all damage inflicted by Xuanyuan's frost qi. My elder sister Xianming acted wrongly. I offer my apologies on her behalf. With another gesture, Hutu released Guangchengzi from his restraints. Then with a gentle push, a luminous yellow artifact soared toward him. This Earth Spirit Pearl serves as our joint token of apology. Guangchengzi seized the opportunity, just as he'd been searching for such a treasure. Yet he had already abandoned the thought of shattering his jade talisman. The Wu clan clearly regarded the Tolve Mountain matter with utmost gravity. He absolutely could not entangle his three masters in this. By the great Tao I Hutu of the Pangu bloodline speak for the Wu clan, we shall never initiate hostilities against the three pure ones. Should I break this vow, my bloodline shall wither, and I shall be cast forever from the lineage of Pangu's descendants. How does this satisfy you? Hutu's voice was calm, her gaze steady upon Guangchengzi. Sister, how dare you utter such a dire oath? Xuanyuan's eyes burned crimson. Such a vow carried unimaginable weight for any Wu, especially for an ancestral Wu who revered Pangu as divine progenitor. Hutu shook her head. I shall never swear by heaven's way, but our veneration of Father Pangu is known to all beings of the Honghuang realm. Thus, swearing by Pangu himself ensures Guangchengzi's peace of mind. Having spoken, she turned her gaze to Guangchengzi. Xuanyuan too ceased her hostility, her attention now fixed solely upon Hutu. Guangchengzi stood dumbfounded. He had not expected Hutu to act so decisively, or to swear by great Pangu himself a vow of unparalleled gravity among the Wu. At that moment, he felt near tears. That such an oath had been sworn revealed Hutu's ironclad resolve. She would not rest until her purpose was fulfilled. To refuse further would risk provoking the Wu clan's full wrath, and he would be their first target. Since the ancestral Wu has consented, this disciple has no grounds to decline. Guangchengzi spoke resignedly. Indeed, dared he refuse? Shall we continue discussion here, or proceed to the Wu clan's domain? Xianming deferred entirely to Hutu, declining involvement. Let us return to the Wu clan. Surely elder brother and the others have already returned. Very well. Please lead the way, ancestral Wu. Guangchengzi exhaled deeply. The talisman bestowed by my master is a location anchor. We shall activate it only upon reaching your domain. Shall I carry you there? No need. I sense lingering opportunities ahead. Hutu and Xianming blinked in stunned silence as Guangchengzi transformed into a streak of light and vanished, only to halt 10,000 li away, where he harvested a low-tier innate spiritual root, the Qingxin fruit. Ancestral Wu cared to sample one. Quite pleasant, I assure you. Guangchengzi held a fruit between his teeth and offered two to Hutu and Xianming. Yet the two stood frozen. 10,000 li was trivial distance for them, and they had traversed that very path moments earlier, yet seen nothing. This youth had charged straight to the spot, evidently guided by premonition. They recalled how swiftly he had acquired two spiritual treasures earlier. Xianming took a dry bite of the Qingxin fruit and asked flatly, "Is this always how it is for you?" Though the Wu could not wield innate spiritual treasures, innate spiritual roots held profound value. Even their own collections paled beside his. "Not so extraordinary," Guangchengzi replied modestly. "Ever since descending from Buzhou Mountain, fortune has favored me unusually. Perhaps my celestial luck has flourished. Doubtless a blessing from great Pangu himself." Guangchengzi bowed reverently toward the summit of Buzhou Mountain, his expression solemn and knowing. Hutu and Xianming exchanged glances, swallowing the fruit in silence. "Upon concluding this matter, you may select 3 treasures from the Wu clan's treasury." "Wait." Xianming began to object, then paused, reconsidering. If this youth truly bore such blessings from Father Pangu, forging a benevolent bond would be no small gain. "Let us depart." Watching Guangchengzi secure the spiritual root, Hutu spoke simply. "Yes," he answered obediently, only to accelerate moments later, hurtling toward a distant peak where radiant treasure light pierced the heavens. "Younger sister, what manner of being is this, eh?" Xianming stared awestruck. "That radiance heralded at least a mid-tier innate spiritual treasure." "I know not, but it is undeniably tied to Father Pangu." Hutu and Xianming exchanged hurried words, soon arriving at Guangchengzi's location, where the ancient formation lay shattered, and he emerged holding a rope-like spiritual treasure. They had long since ceased speech, merely continued descending the mountain as Guangchengzi darted off once more toward another site. "Younger sister, grant him 5 selections." Such overwhelming celestial fortune unsettled even her. "Agreed." A faint aura of desolation seemed to linger over Buzhou Mountain. "Lord Ancestor Witch, you have returned." "Both Lord Ancestor Witches have returned." "Quick report to Chief Dijiang." "Who is this person? Why does this aura feel somewhat familiar?" Guangchengzi followed behind Hutu and Xianming, observing the vast open space where the Wu clan resided. Without exception, the cultivation levels of the Wu clan here were below the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet they were brimming with fierce energy, their bodies incredibly robust, resembling a scene from a primitive society. "Is this what the Wu clan looks like?" Guangchengzi looked around. There weren't many people, only about 10,000, but the lowest cultivation level was at the Xian Immortal stage. "This is only a part of the Wu clan. Our Wu clan is divided into 12 tribes, led by our 12 ancestor witches." Hutu explained to Guangchengzi, who seemed somewhat curious. "Thank you for clarifying, Ancestor Witch." Guangchengzi expressed his gratitude. "Sit here." Hutu gestured towards the stone table and stone stools. Guangchengzi turned to look, and indeed it was very rugged, full of Wu clan characteristics. It was clearly cut directly from the mountains. The stone stools were merely several stone blocks, lacking even any patterns and not even cylindrical. Yet the stone blocks were larger than Guangchengzi himself. With a light chuckle, he summoned flames that circled around the stone table and stools, quickly transforming into several low-grade spiritual treasures varying in size as he wished. He sat atop the reduced stone block, waving his hand casually as 2 plates of spiritual fruits appeared, sliding them towards Hutu and Xianming. 2 ancestor witches, everyone gets a share." Guangchengzi smiled and said, "The Wu clan does not require innate spiritual treasures. These spiritual fruits are only 2 portions for the disciple." Looking at the fruit platter that utilized the mustard seed and shumi technique, it was overflowing. Hutu and Xianming recalled the earlier events at Buzhou Mountain, and a look of despair appeared on their faces simultaneously. They had already agreed that after Guangchengzi's actions, he would enter the Wu clan's treasury to take 12 spiritual treasures, which corresponded to the 12 ancestor witches, as compensation for the harm caused to Guangchengzi earlier. After all, this kid was too fortunate. Throughout the journey, he continuously gained spiritual roots and treasures, even acquiring 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures. "Little sister, you have returned." A colossal voice resonated, carrying the will to scorch the 9 heavens as a fiery red figure descended like a flash of light before the stone table. "And why has this stool shrunk?" The newcomer mumbled, then the red light shifted and his figure gradually shrank, sitting upon the stone stool. "We were originally going to Buzhou Mountain to find you, but since you sent a message back, we have been waiting here." "Zhurong, you really are a fool. Oh, it must have been done by little sister." As soon as he spoke, black light emerged, bringing with it waves of moisture. "Gong Gong, you are indeed clever. I had already figured out it was little sister's doing." Zhurong snorted coldly, presenting something to Hutu like a treasure. "Little sister, look, this is a spiritual root I found on this trip. Although it is of low grade, it is still not easy to come by." "Little sister, I have one too." Gong Gong placed a fragrant spiritual root before Hutu. This fellow was guarded by a monster of a great Luo Golden Immortal, but unfortunately, it was killed by 4th brother with a single punch. But the monster's flesh was not tasty, so 4th brother did not bring it back. Hutu and Xianming looked at Guangchengzi, and after exchanging glances, they both saw despair in each other's eyes, sighed deeply, and leaned on the table. "This is the gap. Watching Ho Tu and Xianming slumped into two pieces of despairing cookies, Gong Gong and Zhurong scratched their heads in confusion. When did another person appear here? Guangchengzi also looked despondent. Was his presence really so insignificant? He was directly ignored by the two ancestor witches. I am Guangchengzi, a disciple under the three pure ones of Kunlun. I greet ancestor witch Gong Gong and ancestor witch Zhurong. Guangchengzi stood up to bow. Kunlun Mountain. Three pure ones. Gong Gong and Zhurong each exclaimed, their gazes fixated on Guangchengzi with peculiar expressions, wondering how he ended up with little sister. Gong Gong was suspicious. Why do you have the aura of the Father God? Indeed, and it is emanating from within. Zhurong pinched Guangchengzi's arm, causing him to wince in pain. Fourth brother and fifth brother, they must have returned. Do I have something to discuss? Ho Tu perked up and tapped Zhurong's hand. If he continued to pinch, Guangchengzi would surely get hurt, and then they would have to give their Wu clan treasury to him. You summoned the three pure ones here. Hearing this, Guangchengzi hurriedly moved to the side, concentrating his palm with force, causing the jade talisman to shatter. Buzz. Where the jade talisman shattered, a door of space instantly formed, incredibly stable, frozen in the void, fixing the surrounding space without causing a ripple. Soon three massive auras emanated from the door of space. Leading was a middle-aged man with a dignified face holding a jade rui that shimmered with three colors, appearing anxious. Following him was an elderly man with white hair and beard. Atop his head was a mysterious yellow tower, and the aura he emitted nearly shattered the door of space. Lastly, there was a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes wielding the Qingping sword that emitted sword light, slicing the surrounding space into dozens of fragments. Disciple respectfully greets master, uncle, and granduncle. Seeing the three masters emerge, Guangchengzi hurriedly bowed, then sent a voice transmission explaining the encounter with Ho Tu clearly. Guangchengzi noticed the concerned expression on Yuan Shi Tianzun's face, feeling warmth in his heart. Master, I am fine, but it's just that I have burdened you. Yuan Shi shook his head. You are my disciple. There is no such thing as a burden. Then looking at the already gathered 12 ancestor witches, he snorted, and the jade rui in his hand suddenly enlarged, drawing on the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, and directly through it. The old one followed closely behind. The Pondang dragon staff seemed to lift Buzhou Mountain, becoming infinitely long, straightly whipping towards the ancestor witches. The Tongtian Qingping sword stood atop his head with a massive sword light emerging, aiming to cleave down at the ancestor witches. In an instant, countless destructive phenomena erupted. Spatial fissures appeared, the aura of destruction spread, and the powers of the sun, moon, and stars coalesced into stars crashing down, plunging the area into darkness. The 12 ancestor witches united, gathering the five-colored divine lights of blue, red, yellow, white, and black, forming a five-colored canopy, yet it was easily sliced apart before the sword light. The ancestor witches behind manifested their laws, creating a massive spatial fissure that swallowed the incoming attack. Then Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, two ancestor witches, acted together, gently swiping, causing the spatial fissure to heal. Ancestor witch is not weak at all. Yuan Shi scoffed, and Guangchengzi behind him felt secretly pleased his master was avenging him. After all, he was brought here almost against his will. How could he not harbor resentment? However, the 12 ancestor witches opposite began to look grim. They had only withstood a single strike from the three pure ones by joining forces. Ho Tu hurried forward to stop them. She had already made an oath stating that the three pure ones acted first, and they were forced to resist. If they were to strike again, she would truly have to honor her oath. Xianming transmitted the events of Buzhou Mountain to the ancestor witches, and upon hearing that Ho Tu had made an oath, the ancestor witches gradually withdrew their auras, looking towards Guangchengzi. Three pure ones, I absolutely did not intend to harm my nephew Guangchengzi. Ho Tu explained as she approached the three pure ones. It is just that concerning Buzhou Mountain, our Wu clan cannot be careless. Ho Tu's expression was serious, yet her tone carried a hint of helplessness. Yuan Shi glanced at her, pulling Guangchengzi behind him. Shall we discuss here? Truly deserving of the Wu clan's hospitality. Hearing the sarcasm in Yuan Shi's tone, Ho Tu turned to look behind, realizing that this matter needed to be decided by Di Jiang, the chief of the ancestral witches. Di Jiang's expression grew serious as he understood that this matter was far from simple after listening to Ho Tu's words. Now witnessing the extraordinary strength of the Sanqing, it was clear that they were descendants of the Father God, so they could not be neglected. Let's head to the Penga Hall. Having said that, Di Jiang stepped into the Penga Hall first. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong wanted to say something, but the other ancestral witches had already followed him inside, leaving the two of them no choice but to follow behind. Sanqing Dao brothers, please. Ho Tu gestured invitingly, leading the Sanqing into the Penga Hall. Yuan Shi and the others exchanged glances. Guangchengzi had already informed them of Ho Tu's oath, so they were not afraid of the witch clan taking action against them. Guangchengzi followed behind, surveying the Penga Hall. The Pangu torturing vegetation map was particularly eye-catching, while the rest depicted scenes of the birth of ancestral witches. However, the aura of Pangu was exceedingly heavy, causing the blood within his meridians to resonate with this aura. Guangchengzi clutched his chest, his face somewhat pale. Disciple. Yuan Shi had initially intended to turn and pull Guangchengzi, but unexpectedly Guangchengzi encountered a sudden situation. He quickly transmitted a stream of mana to Guangchengzi, who slightly improved in complexion. However, the Sanking's primordial energy within his sea of consciousness was in turmoil, as if it were about to burst forth. Guangchengzi groaned softly, regaining his spirits. Master, please restrain your aura. He suspected that the Pangu Hall had some adverse effects on the Sanqing, as even the primordial energy within his sea of consciousness was in turmoil, let alone the Sanqing themselves. All right. The Sanking's expressions were serious as they immediately closed off their auras. Hotu's expression changed slightly. Why did Guangchengzi appear so distressed near the Pangu Hall? Shouldn't the descendants of the Father God feel a sense of familiarity? As Yuan Shi tapped a few times on Guangchengzi, his complexion also returned to a healthy hue. He could sense that his sea of consciousness was completely sealed, but with a mere thought he could unlock it. The primordial energy of the Sanqing calmed down, and the bloodlines throughout their bodies ceased to be agitated. The group entered the Pangu Hall, and Yuan Shi exclaimed in surprise. He closed his eyes to sense, as did Laozi. After a long while, under Hotu's astonished gaze, the Sanqing opened their eyes. What is that place? Yuan Shi pointed towards the center of the Pangu Hall, where mist obscured the view, and the aura of the 12 ancestral witches lingered. He could sense a feeling of familiarity, but could not discern clearly. Hotu's expression changed, watching the Sanqing warily as Di Jiang and the others approached. That place is the forbidden ground of our witch clan. Do the 3 Dao friends wish to take a look? Tong Tian snorted coldly. Since it is your forbidden ground, then let it be. Laozi. Yuan Shi turned to look at Tong Tian, thinking what a fool. The Sanqing could sense a feeling of familiarity clearly related to the Father God. Thinking about Tong Tian's usual temperament, he sighed inwardly. Forget it, third brother is just so straightforward. However, since Tong Tian had already spoken on behalf of the Sanqing, Laozi Yuan Shi could not go back on his word and could only maintain a smile. Guangchengzi followed behind, his gaze lingering on that direction, his eyes flashing with wondrous visions. Dao brothers, this way please. Hotu interrupted the awkward atmosphere, leading the Sanqing to another side. Disciple, let's go. Turning back, Yuan Shi saw Guangchengzi, still dazed in place, staring intently at the forbidden ground. In his heart he sighed, saying, as expected of my disciple, such an eye for value. There must be something related to the Father God there. Ahem. Laozi could not bear to see any longer, and a light cough sounded like thunder in Guangchengzi's ears, instantly waking him up. His eyes regained clarity as he looked at the Sanqing. Master, what did you say? Yuan Shi frowned slightly, but shook his head, thinking that this was the Pangu Hall. The group arrived at a long table, which was entirely different from the stone table and stone benches outside the Pangu Hall. It was intricately carved with mountains, rivers, strange flowers, and exotic grasses radiating an ancient aura. On one side were 12 chairs, while on the other side were 4. Yuan Shi supported his hands, surveying the surroundings. As expected of the Pangu Hall, it can isolate the heavenly mechanisms. The witch clan has such good fortune. Guangchengzi had long been aware of this, and he followed Yuan Shi calmly, without changing his expression. Everyone took their seats, with the 2 factions clearly separated by a long table. What my little sister said is true. Guangchengzi is related to the changes in Buzhou Mountain. I asked my young friend to clarify, Di Jiang said solemnly, looking intently at Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi felt helpless, glancing at the Sanqing before thinking, may I ask when ancestor Hotu sensed changes in Buzhou Mountain, and what were the changes? Hotu sat in the last chair, supporting her hands, her aura subtly resonating with the Pangu Hall. There were 2. Raising an eyebrow, Guangchengzi continued to listen as Hotu spoke. The first time was about 10,000 years ago. I was in the Pangu Hall and felt a slight tremor from Buzhou Mountain. Guangchengzi's pupils contracted. 10,000 years ago was when he ascended Buzhou Mountain. The second time was 1,000 years ago, when I and sister Xianming went to Buzhou Mountain to investigate the cause. Xianming glanced at Hotu and softly said, I did not sense anything, it was just my little sister who said. She hesitated and Hotu took over. I sensed that Buzhou Mountain seemed to have come to life. What? The other ancestral witches and the Sanqing exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with astonishment. They all turned to look towards the Pangu Hall's exterior in the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Guangchengzi's face was filled with shock. Listening to Hotu's words, if it weren't for her previously resolute attitude at Buzhou Mountain, he would have thought she was joking. Little sister, you can't be mistaken. Just this kid, a mere tiny golden immortal, can connect with Buzhou Mountain. Zhu Rong came back to his senses, sizing Guangchengzi up. He did not expect the reason the little sister brought back this person would be like this. Their ancestral witches had been to Buzhou Mountain more than once and had never seen any response from it. Does he deserve it? Zhu Rong's face was filled with disdain, and Gong Gong had a similar expression. Guangchengzi's face darkened, but he did not explode. Yuan Shi sneered. Since the two ancestral witches say my disciple has nothing to do with Buzhou Mountain, then we shall take our leave. He stood up as if to leave, but Ho Tu quickly stopped him. Dao brother, please wait. Di Jiang also shot a warning glance at Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, and the two fell silent. Yuan Shi stroked the three treasures Jade Rui in his hand, coldly observing Gong Gong and Zhu Rong without saying a word. Laozi calmed down, gently stroking his beard while Tong Tian blew on the Qing Ping sword, his intentions unclear. Di Jiang sighed inwardly and directly gave Gong Gong and Zhu Rong 2 slaps. Apologize. Guangchengzi silently praised in his heart the force was just right, stunning, without causing any harm. No need for that. I cannot accept apologies from the two ancestral witches. Guangchengzi said with a smile, but his gaze was shifting between the two ancestral witches. Fourth brother, fifth brother, take out the water and fire spirit pearls. Guangchengzi was taken aback, realizing that the last 2 5-element spirit pearls had actually fallen into the hands of the ancestral witches. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong exchanged unwilling glances, and 2 spirit pearls, 1 black and 1 red, landed before Guangchengzi. But at this moment, there was nothing they could do. They had handed over the evidence. Originally, they intended to inquire about Guangchengzi and the matter of Buzhou Mountain, but now they were certain that this matter had nothing to do with Guangchengzi. The 3 pure ones could completely use this as an excuse to take Guangchengzi away from the Wu clan. Di Jiang's expression was unfriendly. These 2 younger brothers truly had problems with their brains. Now that they had offended the 3 pure ones, if they still couldn't uncover anything, it would be a mess stirred up by their own people. In that moment, he felt utterly exhausted. Being the leader of the Wu clan was incredibly difficult. Guangchengzi ignored Di Jiang's mental turmoil, accepting the spiritual treasure thrown over by Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, and immediately a 5-colored radiance flashed across him. Yuan Shi fixed his gaze, wondering how they had managed to gather all 5 elemental spirit beads during this outing. Hutu cleared her throat. The Earth Spirit Pearl was contributed by her. Young friend, please describe the scene of ascending Buzhou Mountain. Guangchengzi did not directly answer Huta's question, but instead cupped his hands towards the 3 pure ones and asked, may I ask what phenomena occurred when Master and the esteemed ancestral witches ascended Buzhou Mountain? The 3 pure ones and the ancestral witches were authentic descendants of Pangu. One was transformed from the primordial spirit, while the other was born from pure blood. Their ascent to Buzhou Mountain would surely evoke some response. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, and in the end it was Yuan Shi Tianzun who spoke first. When my brothers ascended Buzhou Mountain, we only found a few spiritual treasures. After saying this, he took out a jade seal entwined with chaotic energy, which was an excellent innate spiritual treasure. Laozi and Tongtian also took out the 7-star sword and the purple lightning hammer. There were also some lower-grade spiritual treasures that I won't mention. Only at the pinnacle of Buzhou Mountain did we witness the scene of our Father God opening the heavens, deepening our understanding of the heavenly Daos imprint, and gaining greater insight into our Father's grand path. The ancestral witches pondered for a moment. They too had collected many spiritual treasures which they had stored in their warehouse. Our Wu clan is the same. It was only after ascending to the peak of Buzhou Mountain that our comprehension of the laws deepened. Guangchengzi found it somewhat puzzling. Why did it all sound so normal? What was particularly special about him? Could it be related to the Chaos Pearl? He inwardly lamented, but on the surface he appeared calm and collected. After some thought, he could only mention a few things such as Panga's spinal marrow and the Hongming measuring stick, which he absolutely could not disclose. Guangchengzi looked at the 3 pure ones. When I ascended Buzhou Mountain, the primordial energy of my master responded. The expressions of the ancestral witches changed slightly. The 3 pure ones were willing to give their own primordial energy, which showed how much they valued Guangchengzi. The 3 pure ones, however, remained calm. It was completely normal for the primordial energy to respond as Buzhou Mountain sensed the presence of the 3 pure ones. While climbing Buzhou, the 9 turns mystic art automatically operated. Tongtian glanced at Guangchengzi, gently ruffling his hair, somewhat surprised. The 7th turn. Guangchengzi nodded while Yuan Shi directly pushed Tongtian away, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Laozi fell silent. Although Guangchengzi had consumed many of his pills, there was absolutely no way he could break through to the 7th turn so quickly. The 9 turns mystic art had always been difficult to cultivate. How could he have stepped into the next realm ahead of time? It must be due to some extraordinary opportunity. The ancestral witches across from them also wore unfriendly expressions. The mere fact that the 9 turns mystic art operated automatically on Buzhou Mountain was enough reason for them to want to keep Guangchengzi. The Wu clan also had the inheritance of the nine turns mystic art. They did not have such a response when they ascended Buzhou. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face darkened. Guangchengzi had indeed spoken out of turn due to his lack of experience. The technique of the Father God Pangu had no response from the three pure ones and the ancestral witches on Buzhou Mountain, yet Guangchengzi, a mere Tai Golden Immortal, exhibited an anomaly. It would be difficult for the ancestral witches to let him go. Guangchengzi instantly felt that something was amiss. He was also slow to realize that at that time, he had not obtained Panga's spinal marrow. Now he could fully confirm that it was related to the chaos pearl within his primordial spirit. Then how did you break through? Huda's expression grew serious. This kid had completely omitted this matter while on Buzhou Mountain. Otherwise, she would have definitely made Guangchengzi operate the nine turns mystic art on Buzhou Mountain. With her eyesight and bloodline, she would have been able to see something extraordinary. Guangchengzi hesitated slightly, taking out a seal-like spiritual treasure that emitted a bright aura radiating with the waves of an excellent innate item, though it was not yet fully formed. The three pure ones' eyes lit up. Oh, what good fortune, truly good fortune. Hutu instantly deflated, exchanging glances with Xianming. Was there yet another excellent spiritual treasure? The disciple unexpectedly found the source of red light, and after absorbing it my aptitude improved. Good. Yuan Shi clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha, no wonder he is my Tongshan's disciple. Laozi did not speak, but wore a smile. In the Honghuang the source is of utmost importance. Although Guangchengzi was the first manifestation of the innate purple light, he was still incomparable to the innate divine demons. Reaching the Quasi-Saint realm would be his endpoint. Now that his source had improved, he finally had the qualification to step into the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. With such a disciple, how could the three pure ones not be pleased? The ancestral witches were speechless. It was indeed good fortune. Items that enhanced the source were rare in the Honghuang, yet he could find one on Buzhou Mountain. Huda's eyes flashed with this kid's fortune that was entirely normal. Xuanming's heart stirred, and he transmitted a few words to Hutu, and the two gently nodded. If you have the chance, you may visit the North Sea in the future. After saying this, Xianming closed his eyes. Guangchengzi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, standing up and bowing to Xuanming. Thank you for the ancestral witch's guidance. Whether it's green light or blue light, it must be found in the North Sea. The three pure ones also nodded to the ancestral witches. Xuanming's words indicated that there would definitely be something to replenish Guangchengzi's source there. With Xianming able to speak of this, their view of the Wu clan improved significantly. After all, they were relatives far better than the beasts of the demon race. Please continue. You must have encountered something at the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Zhu Rong's voice was low like a volcano about to erupt. How could little sister give this kid guidance? Although her elder brother had taught him a lesson, he still felt unsettled. Fifth brother. Hutu frowned slightly. It seemed that Guangchengzi had indeed received the favor of the Father God. To say this might be somewhat disrespectful to the Father God. Guangchengzi ignored Zhu Rong. He had already gained too much from this trip. He glanced at the Pangu Hall, hesitating. Should he really say it? Speaking about whether the great god Pangu was alive or dead in this place seemed somewhat inappropriate. Gong Gong's expression darkened. Oh, what did this kid mean? He had already given so many benefits. Did he still want to deceive them? He was about to slam the table and stand up when Guangchengzi bowed to the three pure ones. Please, master, conceal the heavenly secrets. Although this is Pangu Hall, the actions of the three masters should have some effect. After all, it would have some psychological impact. The ancestral witches sat upright. No one was a fool. The fact that Guangchengzi was so cautious was definitely a major matter. The three pure ones did not hesitate at all. The Panlong crutch, the three treasures, Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword appeared one after another. Three beams of azure light converged, merging into a magnificent 24-petal creation azure lotus. The eyes of the Wu clan changed. The creation azure lotus was clearly of the same origin as the chaos azure lotus of the Father God. The blue light curtain instantly enveloped the area surrounding the ancestral witches and the three pure ones. Guangchengzi cleared his throat, his expression serious, and solemnly said, the great god Pangu may not have— Boom, boom. The ancestors of the witch clan and the three pure ones stood up simultaneously, emanating a massive aura of 15 distinct powers. One side was shrouded in a blood-red mist while the other was enveloped in a celestial light resembling a realm of immortals. Even the chairs they sat on and the stone table in front of them began to crack. The gazes of the 15 individuals were fixated on Guangchengzi, who felt a sudden pressure in his chest and quickly stepped back. Disperse. It was the three pure ones who reacted first, joining forces to dispel the overwhelming aura, allowing Guangchengzi to regain his composure. He looked at his master in shock. The three pure ones had never exuded such a powerful presence around him before. At that moment, he deeply felt what it meant to be a quasi-saint with divine abilities. If it weren't for the protection of the three masters, those terrifying gazes could have pierced through him. However, the witch clan was unable to remain calm, gasping for breath and staring intently at Guangchengzi. Even Ho-Tu and Xian Ming's eyes gleamed with divine light. The three pure ones looked grave, and Guangchengzi felt helpless. He knew it would come to this, but if he didn't speak up, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave the Pangu Palace. Meanwhile, unnoticed by everyone, the so-called forbidden area of the witch clan was suffused with a bloody aura, quietly corroding the barrier set by the 12 ancestors. Guangchengzi glanced at the ancestors who were eyeing him like hawks and tugged at the sleeve of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi understood, cleared his throat, and the cracks in the stone table and chairs vanished, returning to their original state. The ancestors also quietly settled down, yet their gazes remained fixed on Guangchengzi. The impact of his words was overwhelming, akin to a chaotic axe, and if this were in the primordial chaos, even Hongjun Dao Zhu might emerge from the Zixiao Palace. Di Jiang felt immensely fortunate that this was in the Pangu Palace, which concealed all secrets of the heavens. You please elaborate. Zhu Rong's voice was low, as if afraid of disturbing Guangchengzi, prompting everyone to look over. Zhu Rong was furious, but this matter involved the Father God, so he had no choice but to be cautious. The witch clan had always believed that the great Pangu had not fallen, but the truth was that Pangu had transformed into the primordial world. Although it was their faith, they could not find evidence that their Father God was still alive. Now hearing Guangchengzi's words was like bringing hope to the witch clan. The shock the three pure ones felt was no less than that of the witch clan. Was the Father God still alive? Why did they not sense anything? If the Father God truly had not fallen, why not show himself? Guangchengzi sighed internally. He still had to speak out. He glanced at the three pure ones. His internal power surged, and the seal beneath Yuan Shi shattered, yet he showed no sign of change. Guangchengzi looked at the spinning primordial green lotus above, his eyes flashing with realization. It was this innate treasure that isolated the aura. The more I say, the more confused the ancestors will be. With a determined bite of his lip, Guangchengzi pointed his index and middle fingers to his brow and pulled outward with force, causing his divine sense to surge, and soon an image appeared. The power of his divine sense materialized in the void, giving rise to a light screen. This is the projection of my divine sense. With this, it should prove that I am not fabricating anything. Once Guangchengzi finished speaking, the image began to shake. From his perspective, he ascended Mount Buzhou and first muttered a curse at the demon race, leaving Guangchengzi feeling a bit embarrassed. The three pure ones exchanged glances. Indeed, he was their disciple, and the demon race was not good at all. Zhu Rong muttered, "Well said." Next, Guangchengzi was seen offering spirit fruits in worship to Pangu, and the expressions of the three pure ones and the ancestors softened as they nodded towards the light screen. Yuan Shi bore a proud expression, provokingly glancing at the ancestors, proclaiming, "This is my disciple, who knows etiquette." Guangchengzi felt a bit nervous internally, though he did not show it on his face. Next, he edited out the events regarding the Chaos Pearl and the Hongmeng measuring ruler. The light screen darkened, revealing the great Pangu slaughtering through the chaos. The ancestors gazed with adoration. The image of the Father God in their hearts was just like this. The three pure ones' eyes brimmed with longing and hope, for one day they too would reach the realm of the Father God. As the light screen neared its end, Guangchengzi cleared his throat, saying, "Masters, please watch carefully. It felt like watching a movie. Oh, please do not make a fuss. Maintain silence." Guangchengzi shook his head, his expression serious. The three pure ones and the ancestors wore solemn expressions, as the next part should be the significant matter Guangchengzi spoke of. The great Pangu had fallen, transforming into the myriad things of the primordial world. A phantom glanced at them before departing. "My!" Guangchengzi exclaimed, but no one paid him any attention. The ancestors and the three pure ones felt a tightening in their hearts. That gaze seemed to be watching them. They were all quasi-saint beings and descendants of Pangu, familiar with that figure. Even if Guangchengzi were to lie, the truths regarding the great Pangu could not be fabricated. That kind of presence, that pressure, was something no one in the primordial world could replicate. At this moment, the Pangu Palace was silent save for the sound of the crowd's breathing. What was that stream of light? Ho-Tu looked at Guangchengzi as he retracted his divine sense, asking. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, the power of his divine sense constantly shaking, and the sea of consciousness rolling restlessly. Only upon reviewing the memory playback did he see a stream of light rushing toward him, otherwise he might have remained oblivious. But upon checking his entire being, there was nothing in his divine sense or sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. What the ancestors said, I truly do not know. Guangchengzi looked at the three pure ones. If it weren't for pulling out the memory, I wouldn't have known that stream of light was coming toward me. If it was the Father Gods doing it, is normal that you wouldn't know Yuanshi sighed. I have already checked. That stream of light doesn't even exist in the sea of consciousness, and I truly do not know where it went. Yuanshi nodded slightly. Guangchengzi would not lie. If it were possible to find it, he would never allow something of unknown origin to linger within his body. What now? Tong Tian glanced at the ancestors, and everyone understood. Oh, was there a need to continue asking? Who knows if it really hasn't been found? Otherwise, let us see the origin. Gong Gong muttered softly, yet those present were of high cultivation and naturally heard him clearly. Laozi took out the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower and threw it at Guangchengzi, while the seven-star sword swung towards Gong Gong. Simultaneously, the Yushu seal suddenly enlarged, suppressing everything like Mount Buzhou, while the purple lightning hammer shone, with purple light arcs of electricity, crackling as a 1,000-foot thunder dragon lunged at Gong Gong. Guangchengzi, with the heavenly yellow tower atop his head, stood dumbfounded behind the three pure ones. Though he was furious at Gong Gong's words, he hadn't expected that his master uncle would strike first. I have always been cultivating myself. Have you forgotten how much blood this seven-star sword has soaked during the Longhan catastrophe? Laozi sneered, and the seven stars on the sword's body flickered. The seven-star sword struck Gong Gong, as if it were starlight, causing him to spew blood and fly out. The power of space fused with the power of time. The earth trembled, and the other ancestors also began to act, blocking the Yushu seal and the purple lightning hammer. Shall we attack together? Yuanshi recalled the Jade Void seal and cast a murderous glance toward the ancestral Wu. Instantly, lotus blossoms scattered downward, sword chi leapt from their leaves, descending upon the ancestral Wu. An overwhelming aura of a primordial supreme treasure emanated forth. Yet they dared not strike first. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with cold light as his nascent soul energy began to ripple. Should the ancestral Wu dare move again, he would instantly unleash the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler. With two cultivated virtue supreme treasures acting in concert, the ancestral Wu stood no chance of resistance. Better to drive them out entirely. Enough! Dijiang roared. Intricate patterns ignited across the Pangu Hall, as if coalescing into a formation. Not enough. Yuanshi's face darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Dijiang. If you offer no satisfactory explanation today, losing even one of the 12 ancestral Wu would be acceptable. What did it matter if slaying the ancestral Wu incurred karmic loss? The three pure ones possessed more than enough virtue. After all, the 12 ancestral Wu shared only 2 layers of creation virtue, whereas each of the 3 pure ones commanded an entire layer. The heaven and earth profound yellow Linglong pagoda suddenly expanded, enveloping the 3 pure ones within its protective sphere against any sudden assault by the ancestral Wu. Fourth brother, apologize at once. Xianming shrieked. Do you intend to watch your younger sister lose her father god's bloodline? Ho-Tu's face had paled as she had never imagined matters would escalate to this extremity. After witnessing Guangchengzi's memory replay, she had been pondering how best to resolve their strained rapport, only for her fourth brother to abruptly demand inspection of his primordial essence. What are you doing, fourth brother? Shake your head so hard your ears slap your cheeks. Ho-Tu wailed inwardly. To speak openly of probing another's primordial essence was unforgivable to any cultivator. Such essence was sacrosanct. Exposure invited lethal curses capable of striking down a target across 10,000 li. An actual physical probing with even the slightest manipulation could leave its subject gravely wounded or utterly obliterated. For the first time, Ho-Tu critically examined the Wu clan and her own brother's conduct. Their lineage as descendants of Pangu had bestowed immense privilege, breeding arrogance, so profound they deemed all things within the primordial chaos rightfully theirs. Yet the Wu clan was far from invincible within the primordial chaos. Zhu Rong lifted Gong Gong, whose face was as yellow as parchment. Water-based laws flowed over his body, yet sword chi raged through his wounds, inflicting unbearable agony. It is my fault. I spoke rashly. Gong Gong gasped, blood still seeping from his lips. Ho-Tu let out a bitter laugh and bowed deeply before the 3 pure ones. Today's incident rests solely upon our Wu clan's shoulders. We humbly beg forgiveness from the 3 pure ones and young master Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi hastily sidestepped. He was but a humble disciple. How could he possibly bear such a profound bow? Only Gong Gong might have warranted it. Yet Gong Gong now drew breath with agonizing difficulty. Uttering even a single sentence was a triumph. Dijiang waved his hand, dispersing the other ancestral Wu's laws. A clear gesture of submission. Ho-Tu turned to Guangchengzi. 3 additional treasures. How does that sound? Guangchengzi nodded. Yuanshi, puzzled, nevertheless retracted the Jade Void seal. Regardless, the streak of light that had descended into Guangchengzi's body demanded resolution. All present were descendants of Pangu. However disagreeable they found one another, they remained kin, preferable to outsiders by far. The creation lotus rested gently upon the central long table, slowly rotating. Its aura as a primordial supreme treasure unsettled the ancestral Wu, yet none dared voice protest. Zhu Mang's wood law surged forth to heal Gong Gong, leaving the hall steeped in awkward silence. Master, how shall this matter be resolved? Guangchengzi broke the silence. Yuanshi glanced at the ancestral Wu and pondered briefly. This affair must be settled, but Guangchengzi's primordial essence shall not be revealed to you. Naturally, Ho-Tu interjected swiftly. Might the three pure ones themselves conduct the examination instead? As Guangchengzi was their disciple, and had absorbed primordial essence, he was effectively half their progeny, their inspection would thus be wholly appropriate. Moreover, since this concerned Father God Pan Gu himself, she trusted the three pure ones would act with absolute integrity. Guangchengzi hastened to agree. As Elder Ho-Tu proposes, Master, please proceed. Hurry and resolve this. Already twice they had clashed within so short a span. This journey to the Wu clan had proven nothing but vexation. Yuanshi regarded Guangchengzi. This disciple possessed no guile, yet placed absolute trust in his master, willingly submitting even his primordial essence to scrutiny. He signaled Tong Tian with a subtle glance, then stepped back behind the two. A faint azure aura of nascent soul energy emerged. Instantly Guangchengzi felt his mind grow lucid. The three pure ones' primordial essence within his spiritual sea stirred anew, pulsing, as if awakened. When Yuanshi's Yuqing soul energy swept completely over Guangchengzi's body, he frowned. Dijiang could contain himself no longer. Well, nothing detected. His primordial essence has greatly increased, but the crimson radiance remains incompletely integrated. He shall endure considerable hardship ahead. Strange, why does Father God's aura permeate so intensely, yet that streak of light remains utterly absent? Yuanshi pondered silently, voicing nothing. Guangchengzi stared startled, but this was no time for inquiry. He looked toward the ancestral Wu. Surely this matter could now conclude. After that event, have you experienced any abnormalities? Dijiang refused to relinquish hope. What if that streak of light had returned to Mount Buzhou? Guangchengzi offered an awkward smile. None, merely a stroke of good fortune. That explained why he'd stumbled upon spirit treasures and spirit roots merely by taking 2 steps. It must be linked to that streak of light. Yet its current whereabouts remained unknown. His sole suspicion was that it had retreated into the Chaos Pearl, a possibility he dared not voice aloud. Otherwise, battle would erupt immediately within the Pangu Hall. Xianming and Ho-Tu exchanged weary, speechless glances. The very memory of that scene was unbearable. Guangchengzi's fortune was undoubtedly tied to Father God Pangu. Enough. Let this matter rest here today. Perhaps only when the young master advances further in cultivation will anomalies reveal themselves. Ho-Tu spoke on behalf of the ancestral Wu. This dispute could go no further. Her 4th brother was already injured. The Wu clan could afford no further calamity. She ignored the gazes behind her. Regardless of consequence, this crisis had originated with her. Thus the final decision must be hers alone. Young master cultivates the 9-fold mystic art, a technique notoriously arduous to advance, especially beyond the 7th transformation, demanding rare and peerless heavenly treasures. Ho-Tu struck her chest and spat forth a single drop of refined blood. Immediately energy surged throughout the Pangu Hall. That droplet gleamed like a crimson gem, fist-sized and wreathed in ochre-hued earth laws, settling gently before Guangchengzi. Ho-Tu's face drained of color. Xianming hurried to support her. Accept this as my apology, and may your 9-fold mystic art achieve new heights. Should any artifact or relic tied to Father God manifest as your cultivation ascends, we earnestly request you visit the Wu clan to inform us. Dijiang sighed deeply. My younger sister speaks for the entire Wu clan. Should you ever face peril, we pledge 1 act of aid. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 pure ones softened considerably as they turned to Guangchengzi, awaiting his choice. Guangchengzi looked at the ancestral witch's essence before him, internally wincing at the magnitude of the offering. The ancestral witch's essence is something even the 3 pure ones could not obtain. After losing this drop, Ho-Tu would likely need tens of thousands of years to recover. This action serves 2 purposes: to apologize to him, and it concerns the great deity Pangu. Guangchengzi couldn't help but marvel at the witch clan's reverence for Pangu. Very well, should that item ever appear, I will certainly inform you, ancestral witches. Guangchengzi accepted the essence of Ho-Tu and agreed. In that case, as previously promised, young friend can select treasures from our clan's vault, and in addition to the 3 items just pledged, you can select a total of 15 items regardless of their nature. After Ho-Tu finished speaking, everyone's gaze focused on her face. Guangchengzi was left dumbfounded, stammering, "Did you not say 3 items?" The 3 pure ones shared his astonishment. The Witch Clan is one of the two major races of the prehistoric world born in the Buzhou Mountain. Even if they could not utilize innate treasures, they would still collect them, at least not allowing the Demon Clan to take them all. They could hardly imagine how many treasures were in the Witch Clan's vault. Promising Guangchengzi 3 selections was acceptable. They had heard the previous promise of 3 items. However, this meant allowing Guangchengzi to select 12 items. Was this in accordance with the 12 ancestral witches? Hota felt helpless, exchanging glances with Xianin. They feared watching Guangchengzi pick treasures like he was scavenging in Buzhou Mountain. Someone favored by the Father God could only be cultivated well. Moreover, Guangchengzi was brought to the Witch Clan by her half-forced. Young friend did not miss here. This matter is our Witch Clan's apology to you. How about it? Guangchengzi internally sighed at the Witch Clan's generous offer. Even though they possessed many treasures, 15 items represented nearly half of their collection. After all, there were not many top-tier innate treasures in the prehistoric world, and the Witch Clan likely possessed them. Very well, this matter is settled. The other ancestral witches had no objections. After all, the Witch Clan could not utilize the treasures, and now Guangchengzi could be considered a descendant of Pangu, essentially one of their own. Can my master and the others come along? Guangchengzi quickly asked, as his master had better insight than he did and might find hidden treasures. Moreover, the 3 pure ones did not possess many treasures currently and could select a few for themselves. Of course, the 3 pure brothers are not outsiders. Hutu smiled lightly, having prepared the 3 items she had promised for the 3 pure ones. Laozi flicked his finger, and a pill materialized before Hutu, exuding a fragrant aura of herbs and immense spiritual power. 9 turns nourishing Yuan pill. You lost essence blood earlier. This pill can aid in your recovery. Hutu's eyes lit up, and she thanked Laozi, then swallowed the pill, her complexion becoming somewhat rosy. Please, 3 brothers, open the barrier, Hutu said, looking at the creation azure lotus on the table. Yuan sure nodded, and the creation azure lotus immediately split open, transforming back into 3 treasures that fell into the hands of the 3 pure ones. Let's go. Hutu stepped forward, heading outside. Just as Guangchengzi took a step, a loud bang. The sound was immense, akin to a huge drum beating, or like a giant hammer striking his head, leaving him dizzy. Immediately afterward, his heart began to beat wildly like a war drum. Guangchengzi coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted. Disciple, Yuan sure exclaimed, quickly supporting Guangchengzi and continuously channeling his energy, his divine sense sweeping over Guangchengzi's entire body. Laozi and Tongtian surrounded Yuan Sure, with one directly producing the Qingping sword, looking at Hutu. No. Hutu raised her hand, stammering. This was not the Witch Clan's doing. She was currently astonished. How could Guangchengzi suddenly spit blood and faint? The other ancestral witches also stared at this scene in shock. Xining glanced at Zhu Rong. Although Gongong and Zhu Rong usually bickered, their relationship was still quite good. But this incident could not be attributed to him. He could not hide it from the 3 pure ones and his elder brothers. It was not our Witch Clan's doing. Di Zhang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. They had just settled their grievances. Both sides had no objections, and now Guangchengzi was injured and unconscious. Where could they go to reason about it? Laozi took out a pill, and Yuan Sure took it and stuffed it into Guangchengzi's mouth. However, after swallowing the pill, Guangchengzi remained unconscious. Yuan Sure was so anxious that his eyes were nearly red, his killing intent surging. In his view, had it not been for the Witch Clan bringing Guangchengzi here, how could his disciple have encountered such a mishap? Seeing Yuan Shure's reaction, Hutu felt unease. Dao brother, do not act impulsively, Hutu pleaded desperately. Currently, she had lost a drop of essence blood and was severely weakened, while Gongong was gravely injured, leaving her with no combat power. If a fight broke out, perhaps several of the 12 ancestral witches would truly perish. Second brother Guangchengzi is of utmost importance. Laozi coldly glanced at the ancestral witches, still speaking to stop the conflict. Why hasn't Guangchengzi awakened yet? Is the 9 turns pill ineffective? Yuan Shure's voice was hoarse. If all else fails, we should go to the Zixiao Palace to find our master. Tongtian spoke with a grim tone. It was not easy for him to take on a disciple, and now it had come to this. Look at his chest. Hutu suddenly spoke up. Everyone's gaze focused there, where Guangchengzi's chest was rising and falling. His heart was beating rapidly, the sound growing louder, waves of qi emanating from him, causing the ancestral witches to take a deep breath of spiritual energy. This sensation made their bloodlines tremble. Wait, the seal has cracked. Yuan Sure snapped to attention, recalling that before entering the Pangu Hall, Guangchengzi had felt discomfort. At that time, he had sealed Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness, but previously Guangchengzi had pulled out his divine sense to recall what happened at the summit of Buzhou Mountain, and after the seal shattered, he had not paid attention to it. Also, there had been so many events that just happened that he forgot about this matter. What is in the Pangu Hall? Yuan Shi roared, everything was definitely related to the Panga Hall. Laozi and Tongtian also realized this. They all looked at the ancestral witches. Di Jiang's face showed hesitation. That item was fundamental to the witch clan and could not be easily revealed. Yuan Shi sneered break. He directly undid his own seal, and Guangchengzi felt the response. As a transformation of Panga's divine sense, he could certainly sense it. As Yuan Shi's pressure surged, the unique qi of the Jade Pure emerged, and a supreme and noble pressure echoed throughout the Panga Hall. Laozi and Tongtian also released their seals, and the energy of the three pure ones immediately filled the entire Panga Hall. The three colors of yellow, white, and blue emerged on the three pure ones, with the three divine senses intertwining, manifesting the three gods of Taiji, Yuqing, and Shangqing. Yuan Shi's complexion flushed, sensing the changes within his body, while Laozi and Tongtian closed their eyes. Their heartbeats began to drum wildly. But with their profound cultivation, they still managed to endure. Yuan Shi suddenly opened his eyes wide, a sense of longing emanating from his body, looking towards a certain place. There lay the forbidden ground Di Jiang had mentioned earlier. What is there? The three pure ones looked towards the center of the Panga Hall. The barrier cast by the 12 ancestral witches cracked with a loud crack, releasing a wildly violent aura, and the three pure ones felt a deadly attraction. Upon witnessing this scene, Di Jiang's expression changed drastically. Yuan Shi, with reddened eyes, felt that the situation had undoubtedly affected the Sanqing, and it was certainly related to the Pangu Father God. Before he could react, a blood-red chain shot out, directly ensnaring Guangchengzi and pulling him over. Yuan Shi did not dare to linger and transformed into a stream of light, chasing after them. The others hurriedly followed suit, entering what the Wu clan referred to as the Forbidden Land. Before them stood an immensely gigantic statue emanating a great power capable of creating and destroying worlds. The overwhelming pressure was difficult for even the Sanqing to endure. Greetings, Father God. The 12 ancestral witches bowed in unison, for this was the statue of Pangu. The Sanqing also paid their respects, and the statue seemed to exist as if it were alive, timeless, and eternal. Di Jiang noticed the Sanqing's expressions had improved somewhat, and explained, our Wu clan was born from this blood pool. He pointed down at the blood pool, saying, after we emerged, we saw the statue of Father God standing here. Thus it was born alongside the Panga Hall. Yuan Shi gazed at the blood pool, which remained a deep crimson thick with the essence of Pangu. My 12 brothers are all transformed from the blood essence of Father God, while the other Wu clan members were born from the fusion of our own blood essence with the blood pool. This was also the reason why those Wu clans lacked their potential. What about Guangchengzi? Yuan Shi asked in confusion as Guangchengzi floated motionless above the blood pool, and neither the statue of Pangu nor the blood pool showed any signs of activity. I do not understand this either, Di Jiang replied bitterly. The statue of Father God had never paid them any mind, and Guangchengzi lacked Wu clan blood. How could he suddenly be in such a state? At this moment, Guangchengzi was in a deep coma, yet his consciousness was trapped within the Chaos Pearl, as if he had lost all sense of self remaining in that desolate ruin. However, 5-colored divine lights surrounded him, and a stream of light from the Chaos Pearl rushed towards Guangchengzi. His gaze slowly regained clarity, and the world around him began to shift with his awakening. He suddenly regained consciousness, his eyes snapping open, and the primordial energy of the Sanqing began to swirl within his sea of consciousness, intertwining with one another. At this moment, the blood pool began to boil, as if it were alive, bubbling, and releasing wisps of blood energy that spiraled upwards, while the statue of Pangu also started to emit a faint divine light. The Sanqing clutched their chests, feeling a great discomfort in their hearts, while the 12 ancestral witches turned pale. This blood pool was the foundation of the Wu clan and must not be compromised. But in the next moment, the statue of Pangu emitted a powerful pulling force, causing the blood pool to crack open, and a colossal entity floated upwards. A massive heart, still pulsating, hovered in midair, radiating a mysterious and terrifying power, countless runes flickering upon it, and its heartbeat resonated with the rhythm of the great Tao, like a great bell that shook heaven and earth. The heart of Father God. The Sanqing were left speechless. The Wu clan actually possessed the heart of Pangu. No, it was not that the heart of Father God had merged into the primordial world, it still existed. The Wu clan was also dumbfounded. This blood pool was their birthplace, and they had never seen the heart of Pangu. Could this not prove that Father God was indeed still alive rather than just their imagination? Master. Guangchengzi softly called out, looking at this scene, wondering why no one was coming to help him. At this moment, Guangchengzi appeared utterly miserable, his face pale, as if the flesh on his body had withered away. Yet the heart of Pangu was right below Guangchengzi and Yuan Shi, and the others were hesitant to take action. In the next moment, the Chaos Pearl within Guangchengzi's primordial spirit throbbed, and the primordial energy of the Sanqing surged out, diving into the heart of Pangu. The Sanqing exchanged glances. They could sense this primordial energy that belonged to them, yet they could not control it. The ancestral witches silently observed, knowing that without the permission of Father God, Guangchengzi could do nothing. But before long, Guangchengzi's physical body began to glow, revealing a layer of white jade-like radiance resonating with the heart of Pangu. Yuan Shi frowned. The aura of Father God was rapidly approaching their level, even rivaling that of the ancestral witches. Zhu Rong blinked, questioning whether Guangchengzi was truly not one of the Wu clan. This aura was only a little more than theirs, as if he merely had a primordial spirit. Fortunately, he recalled the lessons of Gong Gong and did not voice this thought. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the heart of Pangu, and the statue of Pangu also emitted a divine light that entered it. In a short while, the primordial energy of the Sanqing cradled a drop of crystal-clear red blood that flew out. This drop of blood carried no imposing aura, yet upon careful sensing, an indomitable will could shatter one's sanity. Blood essence of Father God. Di Jiang sighed. This drop of blood was essentially no different from theirs. If it could be nurtured to fruition, it would surely become another ancestral witch. However, this drop of blood, supported by the primordial energy of the Sanqing, was clearly related to Guangchengzi. With the Sanqing watching closely, they truly had no reason to intervene. The drop of blood flew directly above Guangchengzi, plummeting down and entering his chest, merging into his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat began resonating in the ears of the Sanqing and the ancestral witches as the heart of Pangu below also pulsed in synchrony, contracting and expanding. At this moment, Guangchengzi felt an overwhelming surge of power. His heart throbbed like an engine, supplying energy throughout his body, while the Pangu's spine hidden within his flesh spread through his veins with the flowing blood. He felt extraordinarily powerful. The five-element spirit pearl emerged at his chest, surrounded by the energy of the five elements. Guangchengzi's realm seemed to rise as if riding on the Qing Ping sword, directly breaking through to the pinnacle of the 12 Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi's face revealed a look of horror. It was all happening too quickly. He hurriedly activated the Yuan Shi Golden Codex and the 9 Transformations mystic art, focusing on refining his body rather than elevating his realm. Seeing this, Yuan Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guangchengzi had nearly lost his foundational path. No matter what, Guangchengzi walked the celestial immortal path, and his origin was the first ray of innate purple light integrating with others. He was still walking towards the direction of the first ray of innate light. If he recklessly consumed the blood of Pangu to enhance himself, he might get closer to being a descendant of Pangu, but ultimately, he would likely lose himself and become an alternative ancestral witch. The ancestral witches were also transformed from the blood of Pangu, but they were born after the opening of the primordial world and had undergone countless epochs before emerging. If Guangchengzi were to do the same, he would likely fall into a deep slumber for countless epochs. How could the disciples of the Sanqing walk the path of the Wu clan? Fortunately, Guangchengzi had not immersed himself in it. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for his realization. However, he was already inextricably linked to the great god Pangu, with the primordial energy of the Sanqing in his sea of consciousness and the not going back mountain, having received the Pangu spine, and now he had obtained the blood essence of Pangu. Wasn't this a Pangu of a different kind? Realizing this, Guangchengzi began to worry within. What exactly did the great god Pangu intend to do? At this moment, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Sensing that he had already returned to normal, a thought struck him, and the primordial energy of the Sanqing in his sea of consciousness suddenly shifted, diving once again into the heart of Pangu. Each strand of primordial energy cradled a drop of Pangu's blood essence, entering the Sanqing's body at lightning speed. The faces of the 3 pure ones suddenly changed, and then a peculiar aura emerged. The 3 of them joined forces, their energies harmonizing, and they unexpectedly emanated the pressure of a Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal. You guys. Di Jiang's face showed anger as he pointed at the 3 pure ones, seemingly ready to strike. The heart of Pangu instantly shriveled significantly after the 3 drops of essence blood flew out, and even the runes above became somewhat dim. Guangchengzi looked at the 3 strands of primordial energy returning to the sea of consciousness with an innocent expression, saying, "This has nothing to do with me. This must be the will of the great god Pangu." Feeling that he could move again, he landed in front of the 3 pure ones and directed a stream of magical power towards the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Di Jiang choked, speechless, his expression somewhat dark. What does Guangchengzi mean by this? Will he directly take action against the 3 pure ones? However, he could not tell whether Guangchengzi acted on his own accord. They firmly believed that the father god Pangu possessed a will, and without his permission, Guangchengzi would never have been able to extract those 3 drops of essence blood. Seeing the change in Di Jiang's expression, Guangchengzi was also somewhat anxious. This guy won't lose control, will he? But since the great god Pangu was brought up, he had a sudden idea, thinking that the essence blood would be beneficial to the three masters, and unexpectedly managed to extract it. Elder brother. Hutta took a step forward, her tone heavy. Her thought was in line with the common sentiment of the ancestral witches. It must be with the father's divine will that Guangchengzi could do such a thing. Forget it. Di Jiang waved his sleeve, looking helpless. At this point they could only withdraw. They were currently unable to deal with the three pure ones. Previously the three pure ones had fought them to a standstill without even using their three corpse avatars. Now that matters had come to a conclusion, if they truly took action, it would be a fight to the death. Everyone watched as the three pure ones slowly opened their eyes, a massive pressure emerging. There was a look of joy in their eyes. Their primordial essence had become much more abundant, and the damage caused by Guangchengzi, severing their primordial energy a myriad of years ago, had also been restored. Guangchengzi blinked, and Yuan Shi instantly understood. The heart of Pangu had directly sunk into the blood pool, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously gathering in the blood pool. Over time it would surely have a day of recovery. Seeing this, the ancestral witches could only suffer this dumb loss. Yuan Shi pulled Guangchengzi to the base of the statue, and the three pure ones bowed together, saying, "Thank you for the Father's grace." "Thank you, great God." Guangchengzi also followed with a bow. Then he silently thought to himself, no matter what schemes the great god had, he accepted them. The ancestral witches relaxed a bit upon witnessing this. They also bowed to the statue of Pangu, but the statue suddenly became enveloped in divine light, its eyes flashing brightly, shooting out dozens of streams of light that fell upon the three pure ones and the ancestral witches. The three pure ones returned to origin formation, the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. The three pure ones and the ancestral witches spoke in unison, then fell silent, looking at each other. "Dao brothers, you have acquired a formation as well." Hutta's face flushed. "Indeed, it is a formation that can be set up by the three of us brothers." Yuan Shi replied, still somewhat dazed, while Tong Tian had already immersed himself in the formation. Di Jiang glanced at his younger siblings. The formation laid down by the 12 ancestral witches could summon the Father God's physical body, and even a Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal would have the strength to fight. The three pure ones must have obtained a formation that fuses into the primordial spirit of Pangu. At this moment both sides were somewhat at a loss. The primordial spirit combined with the physical body, could this be a means prepared by the Father God for resurrection? At that time would they still exist? A series of thoughts swept through Yuan Shi's mind, and for the first time he felt at a loss about how to proceed. At this moment Tong Tian opened his eyes and two beams of sword light shot out from them. "Don't worry, this formation is only for our survival." Tong Tian chuckled lightly. When it came to formations, he could be said to be unparalleled in the primordial chaos. "With just us, how could we resurrect the Father God?" He said with a hint of amusement. "Can we even defeat Teacher Hongjun when we join forces? Let alone the Father God who is above the Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal." Though Tong Tian's words were hurtful, they were also the truth. The atmosphere in the Pangu Hall relaxed instantly, no longer as tense as before. "Disciple." Yuan Shi looked at Guangchengzi, who had his eyes closed, somewhat puzzled. They had all obtained formations, yet Guangchengzi remained unconscious. What inheritance could he have received? Di Jiang secretly sighed, exchanging a glance, with Zhu Jiuyin both understanding each other's thoughts. They had worshipped the statue of the Father God countless times, but only today did this statue bestow an inheritance. Although the three pure ones were present as manifestations of the primordial spirit of Pangu, they were closer to the Father God, but everything that had happened today was related to Guangchengzi. The two of them could see the determination in each other's eyes, and then nodded heavily. Guangchengzi suddenly opened his eyes, showing no change in his demeanor. He had countless thoughts in his heart, and bowed 3 times to the statue of Pangu before turning around. "Disciple, what inheritance did you receive?" Yuan Shi asked. It would be better to speak out, otherwise Di Jiang and the others would pursue the question. No matter what, it could not be more outrageous than what they had received. Guangchengzi sighed, saying, "Master, this matter cannot be disclosed." Inside the chaos pearl a mark flickered slightly, emitting a peculiar aura. Yuan Shi paused. Could he even be hiding this from him? No, Guangchengzi would never do that. In that case, there's no need to say more. "I believe all of you have gained something this time. We shall take our leave now," Lao Zi said, casting a deep glance at Guangchengzi, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Zhurong was about to step forward, but was stopped by Zhu Meng, letting out a cold snort. They had all spoken, so why couldn't this brat say anything? Seeing the 3 pure ones about to leave, Di Jiang hurriedly called out to them, "Wait." "Moi." Yuan Shi frowned displeasedly, wondering if he had something more to say. Did he truly want to fight? "Daoist friends, you have misunderstood," Di Jiang said, standing in front of the 3 pure ones looking at Guangchengzi. You have received the Father God's favor and essence blood. Essentially, it is no different from my witch clan. As he spoke, he took out a black token one side, depicting the great god Pangu creating the world, while the other side illustrated the 12 ancestral witches founding the witch clan, exuding a unique pressure. This token belongs exclusively to the witch clan. Once you hold it, your status will be the same as ours, and you can be called the 13th ancestral witch. Di Jiang finished speaking, and the entire Pango hall fell silent. Elder brother, Jerome, was the first to speak. How could this token be given to Guangchengzi? He was merely a small Tai Golden Immortal. As the leader of the ancestral witches, I declare that Guangchengzi is the 13th ancestral witch of our witch clan. Di Jiang's imposing aura surged as a myriad of spatial spirits surrounded him, scanning the other ancestral witches with a stern gaze. I second this. Zhu Jiuyin voiced his support. Agreed, said both Hutu and Xianming. Okay. No objections. All right. Elder brother's decision is final. In the blink of an eye, over half of the ancestral witches expressed their agreement, leaving Shabi Shiru somewhat at a loss. Zhurong let out a long sigh of relief. With Gonggong severely injured, he had no one to discuss with. In that case, from now on you shall be the 13th ancestral witch of my witch clan. Di Jiang presented the token in front of Guangchengzi, waiting for his choice. Guangchengzi was completely bewildered. How did he become the 13th ancestral shaman of the witch clan? He felt somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to accept this token. No matter how you choose, Master will support you. Yuanshi smiled and nodded at Guangchengzi. Taking a deep breath of spiritual energy, Guangchengzi looked at the token before him. Accepting it not only represented honor, but also a responsibility towards the witch clan. Previously, he would have disregarded it entirely. However, recalling the information he had just received, Guangchengzi took the token, feeling as if he were carrying a mountain. Had it not been for the breakthrough in the 9 turns mystic art, he would indeed have struggled. I will not be linked with the fate of the witch clan, Guangchengzi stated, but there was no change in the expressions of the ancestral shamans. They understood that the 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi were master and disciple. If their fates were linked, it would mean the 3 pure ones were siding with the witch clan. Yuanshi glanced at the ancestral shamans, noting that they were perceptive enough not to try and drag him down. Otherwise, today would have led to their humiliation. Since that is the case, let me say one more thing. Yuanshi looked at Guangchengzi, accepting the token, and addressed Emperor Jiang. The lessons from the Dragon and Han Calamity are right before us. Although the witch clan possesses 2 levels of heaven-opening merit, there will come a day when it will be completely exhausted. As for the prospects of the witch and demon clans, I will not elaborate further. You must reduce slaughter and do your best to preserve your kin. After finishing, Yuanshi observed in silence, indifferent to the reactions of the other ancestral shamans. Emperor Jiang seemed to be awakened from a trance, then bitterly smiled. Now both the witch and demon clans had already gone to war, each believing they could achieve victory and become the sovereigns of the primal world. Only after Yuanshi pointed it out did he realize that both clans had embarked on the ancient path of the 3 clans opening the heavens, but there was no turning back now. The hatred between the 2 clans ran deep. It was not something that could be resolved by merely retreating. Huta sighed softly, her concerns had now been brought to light. Yet the witch clan stood at the pinnacle of the primal beings, leaving no other option but to battle. Thank you, Dao friend. Emperor Jiang clasped his hands, but did not say anything further. Yuanshi did not respond, understanding Emperor Jiang's thoughts. He could only hope that the witch clan would reduce their killings and not exhaust their heaven-opening merit. In any case, the 3 pure ones would absolutely not intervene. Even with their close ties to the witch clan, they would never assist them. The 3 pure ones turned to leave, with Guangchengzi following closely behind. As they approached the entrance of the Pango Hall, he paused, a look of conflict on his face. Yuanshi turned around, looking at him with confusion, while Emperor Jiang and others were puzzled as well. What was happening now? Why say again? Emperor Jiang fell silent, truly overwhelmed by the numerous events triggered by Guangchengzi. Disciple. Guangchengzi looked at Emperor Jiang. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. I have a rather unreasonable request. Since it is an unreasonable request, there is no need to say it. Zhu Rong directly refused. Hearing this, Guangchengzi took a deep breath. I spoke without thinking. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Emperor Jiang quickly interjected, wait. Then he turned to Zhu Rong, admonishing, his current status is equal to yours. Do not be disrespectful. If there is something, speak up. Emperor Jiang looked at Guangchengzi, his tone gentle. Guangchengzi blinked, deeply gazing at Emperor Jiang, his eyes sweeping over the 12 ancestral shamans. I wish to obtain a drop of the ancestral shaman's essence blood, but Hudis is unnecessary. She has already given it before. Emperor Jiang's smile instantly froze on his face, and Guangchengzi could only force a laugh. He didn't want this. That was a task he had received from the Panga statue. Yes, a task. After taking so many benefits, he had to do something in return. However, wanting to preserve the lives of these ancestral shamans for future recovery of strength without essence blood as a guide would likely mean waiting until the primal world perishes. The three pure ones looked at Guangchengzi. This kid had quite the audacity. Was this revenge? Previously, Honghuang had proposed to investigate his origin, and now he was retaliating by asking for their essence blood. But since he was their disciple, they still had to support him. Noticing Zhu Rong igniting his divine fire ready to strike, at any moment Guangchengzi felt helpless. He couldn't possibly say, "You will all die in the future. This is for your resurrection. If you want to cultivate, I can provide you with the essence blood of myself and Zhurong." Emperor Jiang looked deeply at Guangchengzi and said, "I need all of the essence blood." Guangchengzi's voice was firm. "All right, I will trust you this once." With a pat on his chest, Emperor Jiang sent a drop of intangible essence blood through the air, landing before Guangchengzi. Zhurong's eyes flowed with the power of time. He let out a muffled grunt, a trace of blood spilling from his mouth. He murmured to himself, "Hope." Without further hesitation, he also spat out a drop of essence blood. The other ancestral shamans, seeing this, could only follow suit, leaving only Honghuang and Zhu Rong. "Honghuang's injuries are too severe. How about I give it to you in 10,000 years? Emperor Jiang frowned. Laozi stroked his beard unfazed as he had dealt the blow. Guangchengzi hesitated for a moment, looking at Honghuang's pitiful state, recalling what he would do in the future. He thought about saying it was unnecessary, but seeing Emperor Jiang's earnestness, he nodded. "Zhu Rong," Emperor Jiang called out sternly. Zhu Rong also looked at him. This guy always contradicted him. "Umph," Zhu Rong muttered. "I knew you would bully me." Then a drop of flaming essence blood floated before Guangchengzi. As he reached to take it, the flames suddenly shot up, attempting to burn his palm. Zhu Rong wore a provocative expression, thinking that a mere 12 Golden Immortal wanted to take the essence blood of a shaman. "Even if he gave it to you, could you handle it?" Guangchengzi stared deeply at him, his heart racing slightly. He blew a breath towards Zhu Rong's essence blood. A gust of wind infused with Pangus aura swept by, and Zhu Rong's divine fire was instantly extinguished. He caught it in his palm, seemingly in admiration. Indeed, Zhu Rong's divine fire is extraordinary. Yuanshi struggled to suppress the upward curl of his lips, but Tong Tian could not hold back and laughed out loud. Zhu Rong's face turned crimson in an instant. A grand ancestral shaman, a Kwasasena level, Zhu Rong's divine fire could not harm a mere 12 Golden Immortal. "All right, let's go." Laozi, being kind-hearted, helped Zhu Rong out of the predicament. Guangchengzi suddenly remembered something. "The Witch Clan's treasury, we haven't gone yet." Laozi awkwardly turned around, looking at Guangchengzi, while Yuanshi wore a similar expression. "Astonished disciple, you really dare to say that?" After having plundered the Witch Clan, nearly exhausting their vitality, he was still thinking about the spiritual treasures. Tong Tian showed a satisfied expression, as expected of a disciple of mine. He shares my love for spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi also felt somewhat embarrassed, awkwardly saying, "Then forget it, the gains from this trip have already been substantial." Emperor Jiang quickly called them to a halt. This time 4 drops of Pangu essence blood had already been lost, and all the ancestral shaman's essence blood had been given along with the position of the 13th ancestral shaman. In comparison, some spiritual treasures were truly not worth much. He turned to Hudu. "Little sister, you take them to pick some. Whatever they choose, they are family now. Those spiritual treasures are of no use to them. Come with me." Hutu nodded to Emperor Jiang and led Guangchengzi and the others towards the back hall. "This is it." Hutu pushed open a door, and Sanqing and Guangchengzi entered within. "My brother means you can choose freely. After all, the Wu clan cannot utilize innate spiritual treasures, but innate spiritual roots or fruits from acquired spiritual roots are extremely useful for the Wu clan." Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. The Wu clan was always preparing for war, aiming to enhance their power. Yet now the war between the Wu and Yao clans could not even be stopped by the master, let alone him. Collecting his thoughts, Guangchengzi gazed at the Wu clan's treasure house, gasping in astonishment. Even the Sanqing were rendered speechless. "You?" Laozi's hands trembled uncontrollably as he looked at the wondrous flora before him, seemingly piling up like a mountain. That vast expanse of fiery red forest was filled with dragon blood fruit trees. These were dragon species of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, their essence dripping onto the fruit trees, altering them, considered acquired spiritual roots, greatly contributing to replenishing vital energy. In his Yao garden, there was a supreme dragon blood fruit tree born from the essence of the ancestral dragon. For Laozi, the dragon blood fruit trees in this treasure house were not significant. Although their grade was low, there were simply too many. It had practically grown into a forest, leaving no room for Laozi to lose composure. "Oh, if you like these, it's just that our Wu clan's numbers are increasing. You can take half." Hutu waved her hand generously. The Sanqing were stunned. They suspected the Wu clan had secretly hunted the dragon clan to create dragon blood fruit trees. A peculiar light flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. If he remembered correctly, the true bodies of the ancestral Wu of Zhumeng, Zhurong Rushou, and Gong all stood upon two dragons. You Wu clan. Oh, also my Wu clan truly has some treasures. These are wasted in the treasure house. Laozi took a deep breath to calm himself. They can be taken out for planting, which would better help the Wu clan enhance. Ho2 paused for a moment. All 12 tribes are planting these. These are surplus. However, when the Wu clan's numbers surge in the future, we will need to take out some more. Laozi was momentarily speechless, waving his hand to collect half. He might as well take them back to concoct medicine. Such a rich family. Far more than what the Sanqing had collected. Was the battlefield of the three clans cleaned up by the Wu clan? Guangchengzi asked. Indeed, Ho2 replied proudly. The battle of the three clans took place near the Buzhou Mountain. There was simply too much malevolence, so we needed to cultivate, so we picked up anything we saw. Sanqing and Guangchengzi fell silent, gazing at the seemingly endless treasure house, a sense of desolation surging within them. Phoenix feather flower. Laozi murmured, taking a third. Qilin grass. Guangchengzi laughed lightly. This grass was a companion of the Qilin clan, but since the Qilin clan retreated, auspicious omens would always appear when they ventured out, hence, it was also called auspicious grass. This grass can enhance physical strength and bring good fortune to cultivators, though for those of their level, it was of little use unless it was the one born with the original Qilin. This grass can enhance physical strength and bring good fortune to cultivators, though for those of their level, it was of little use unless it was the one born with the original Qilin. Its expanse of it. The Qilin clan used to live in Buzhou Mountain, but later retreated, Ho2 admitted somewhat awkwardly, then straightened up. Buzhou Mountain was transformed by our father god. It naturally belongs to our Wu clan. Guangchengzi blinked. So you all raided their lairs. Take some. That Sibu Xiang must need them. Yuan Shi waved his hand to collect some. Offspring of the original Qilin. Indeed, he fell and became Qilin Cliff, which is in Kunlun. You can check it out after you return. Guangchengzi scratched his head, but Yuan Shi's eyes lit up as he approached a massive black stone. Chaos Divine Iron. The Wu clan actually possesses such a thing. Ho2, confused, explained this fell from the sky and smashed a mountain, yet it is incredibly hard. Even the Zhu Rong Divine Fire of Fifth Brother cannot melt it. Guangchengzi showed surprise at its hardness. The Zhu Rong Divine Fire, along with the True Fire of the Sun, the Southern Brightly Fire, and Laozi's Six Ding Divine Fire were known as the four great divine fires of the wilderness. Even he could not meld it, making it indeed a divine material. If Dao Brother Yuan sure likes it, take it. Originally Xing Tian had his eye on it to forge a weapon, but it simply couldn't be melted, Ho2 added. Yuan Shi waved his hand to collect it. Since I'm taking it, I should offer some compensation. He took out an axe and a shield, handing them to Ho2. This was forged during my leisure time. It has no other functions, just extreme attack and defense, also incredibly heavy. Just give it to that Xing Tian. After saying this, he looked at Guangchengzi. When Master returns, I will use this Chaos Divine Iron to forge you a piece of acquired supreme treasure. What do you want? Seeing Yuan Shi's excited expression, Guangchengzi felt warmth in his heart and bowed. Thank you, Master. I would like a small seal, the Fantian Seal. How about that? With this name, I hope it can help defend Buzhou Mountain. All right, let's call it the Fantian Seal. Yuan Shi waved his sleeve, agreeing. With this object, this trip was not in vain. Indeed, there are not many divine materials suitable for forging acquired supreme treasures in the wilderness, and the Chaos Divine Iron, in his view, was worth as much as an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Tong Tian dashed around collecting many suitable spiritual objects for formations and even found a frost sword. Though it only had 38 prohibitions, it was still considered a top-notch innate spiritual treasure. What about you? Aren't you going to find some spiritual treasures? Ho2 asked, somewhat pained. Guangchengzi looked around, truly finding nothing of interest. Let's head forward. The spiritual treasures there are more precious. Ho2 stepped forward, and Guangchengzi hesitated for a moment before following. This place is for placing superior innate spiritual objects. Guangchengzi was nearly blinded by the radiant treasures before him. He could only say the Wu clan had indeed gathered a lot. In the early wilderness, treasures were indeed everywhere. I see that most of your treasures are offensive. Your defense is merely the law clothing on you. This purple lotus, although not one of the 5 great lotus platforms, is still classified as exquisite. Keep it for self-defense. It can also be used to slay 3 corpses in the future. Ho2 pointed, and the purple flower, exuding a faint purple light, floated before Guangchengzi. What is this? Guangchengzi poked at the purple lotus, receiving some information, and his eyes widened in it. His heart was tumultuous. The 12-grade reincarnation purple lotus, how could this object be in the Wu clan? In terms of defense, it was absolutely not inferior to the 5 great lotus platforms not formed from the seeds of the Chaos Green Lotus, but was nurtured from a lotus seed in the chaos. Huta listened to what Guangchengzi said, furrowing her brows. You are now the 13th ancestor of our clan. No need to be so formal. Just call me sister. There's no need to mention the words of an elder anymore. Guangchengzi quickly replied. You are of the same generation as my master. How could I dare to offend? Huta glanced at the three pure ones following behind, lowering her voice. Only when there is no one around can you call me that. Guangchengzi blinked and called out, Master Uncle. Huta nodded in satisfaction, looking at the purple lotus before her. She reached out to touch it, closing her eyes to sense it for a while, but ultimately looked at Guangchengzi with disappointment. There's no response, for which clan will ultimately be unable to use spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi sighed, inwardly waving his hand to put it away. Perhaps it would only be useful when reincarnation comes to the world. Hutu casually grabbed again, and 10 more spiritual treasures flew over, some of top quality, some of high quality. You can take all of these. You need to eliminate the 3 corpses in your celestial path, and these treasures can help you defend yourself. The 3 corpses incarnations also require spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi hesitated for a moment, but still accepted them. After all, just based on the fact that he could save the ancestor which in the future, he felt no guilt in taking these treasures. Watching the 3 pure ones search for spiritual materials on the other side, Guangchengzi quietly said, Sister Huta, do you have Jutian Shirong? I'd like some. Huta blinked. This material was born alongside her, and is a top-tier spiritual material of the earth attribute. Just 1 grain could transform into a celestial mountain. She stretched out her palm, and a wriggling lump of mud appeared in her hand. Guangchengzi sensed the spiritual energy of this Shirong and took it. Do you need anything else? Huta asked, and then took out a small bowl filled with various divine waters: Yuanyuan heavy water, Jutian weak water, primordial Ren water, and Xiaming true water. Guangchengzi gasped, seeing such a large quantity of primordial divine water. I enjoy planting some spiritual roots, and often discuss with 7th brother, but my earth principles are somewhat inconvenient compared to the wood principles. 4th brother gave me these divine waters to help the spiritual roots grow faster. It's just a pity that there's no top-tier Sanguang divine water. Huta sighed as she spoke, patting Guangchengzi on the shoulder, perhaps comforting herself. Once our witch clan conquers the heavenly court, the starry sky will belong to us. Then I will give you Sanguang divine water. Guangchengzi was utterly flabbergasted, but he also knew that the war between the witch and demon clans would not cease because of his words. Thank you, sister. He scanned the treasury once more and found nothing else he needed. These spiritual treasures could arm 3 of him. Laozi approached, holding a red gem that sealed a blazing flame inside. Oh! Hutu exclaimed in surprise. This is the seed of the fire of Zhu Rong, 5th brother. It must have been lost by accident. I'll take it back to see if it can fuse with the Lu Ding divine fire. Laozi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Guangchengzi was somewhat interested. If it could indeed fuse, it would truly be the first divine fire of the primordial era. Have you finished selecting? Yuanshi also walked over, a satisfied expression on his face. He hadn't taken any spiritual treasures, but had collected quite a few spiritual materials, enough for him to refine many spiritual treasures. Seeing the few of them gather, Tantian also reluctantly put down his hand. He truly liked these spiritual treasures, but only picked those he found appealing. Thank you very much, my friends. If the witch clan is ever in a dire situation, we can lend a hand once. Laozi gently stroked his beard, promising Hutu. Hutu's eyes brightened. With this promise, it was enough to ensure that the witch clan would not be exterminated. Thank you, my friend, Hutu said earnestly. In that case, we shall take our leave. Yuanshi's divine light enveloped Guangchengzi, and he disappeared. 3 beams of light flew out of the witch clan, vanishing from sight. How is it? A voice sounded. Elder brother. Hutu turned her head. The 3 pure ones promised to lend a hand in times of crisis for our clan. Dijong nodded. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The witch clan comes to this world, and they must leave a legacy, at least to offer sacrifices to the Father God. Kunlun Mountain. 3 beams of light descended, and Guangchengzi surveyed the familiar scenery, letting out a long breath. It had been 2,000 years since he left, and it was truly not easy. Finally back. The scenery of Kunlun is the best. Guangchengzi stretched lazily. Yuanshi snorted lightly, now understanding that home was indeed nice. You caused so much trouble on your first outing. You are even more troublesome than your master uncle. Tantian protested, feeling wronged. I was only discussing swordplay with other friends, alright. It was because some people lost and refused to admit it that I had to step in. But he only dared to grumble in his heart. If he said it out loud, 2nd brother would definitely give him a long lecture. Tantian turned away, pretending that Yuanshi was not talking about him. Master, enjoy the spiritual fruits, he. Guangchengzi, like a diligent little bee, brought several baskets of spiritual fruits to the stone table and took out a banana fan to fan the 3 pure ones. You truly have good fortune. Tantian took a spiritual fruit and took a bite. All were above the primordial level, but to them, they could only taste a little. Watching the three banana fans fan the air automatically, Yuanshi had a smile in his eyes. Not bad, 3 top-quality primordial spiritual treasures. It seems these are your gains from this trip. Guangchengzi took out another item softly saying, "This item is called the 4 Symbols Banana Fan. It contains a trace of the essence of earth, water, fire, and wind born from the same origin. Although they are all of high quality, their power is not inferior to that of ordinary top-quality primordial treasures. You truly are fortunate." Fantian felt a bit envious. When the 3 pure ones first went to Buzhou Mountain, they also obtained some spiritual treasures, but far fewer than Guangchengzi's haul. Guangchengzi paused his hand that was waving the banana fan and said seriously, "Master, could you please tell me about the method to eliminate the 3 corpses? This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, or perhaps there might be a remedial measure." This time, he also had spiritual treasures of the same origin that could form 3 or 4 sets. Although they weren't top quality, as long as they could allow the 3 corpses to merge, these shortcomings wouldn't matter. Yuanshi put down the spiritual fruit in his hand, looking at Guangchengzi. "You are about to break through to the 12 Golden Immortal level. It's time to discuss this matter with you." He waved his hand to set up a barrier. Guangchengzi was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that discussing the elimination of the 3 corpses was afraid of being overheard? Now there were only the 4 of them in all of Kunlun. The method to eliminate the 3 corpses was passed down by Master during a teaching session at the Zixiao Palace. It requires primordial spiritual treasures or primordial spiritual roots to carry the cultivator's good, evil, and obsessions to cut them out and merge them with the primordial spiritual treasures. After cutting them out, the cultivator's Tao heart will be closer to the heavenly Tao, free from external distractions, allowing for better comprehension of the Tao and cultivation of the laws. The cut good and evil obsessions, upon merging with the spiritual treasures, will form 3 corpse incarnations. These 3 corpse incarnations will have the same cultivation level as the true self and will be connected in thought, essentially providing an extra helper. Even if they fall, they can be cut out again with the help of spiritual treasures, though it will take more time. Of course, the higher the grade of the spiritual treasure used for the cutting, the stronger the strength of the eliminated 3 corpses. This is the method of eliminating the 3 corpses created by Master. At the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal, as long as one understands, one can use spiritual treasures to eliminate the corpses and break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, which is much easier than the previous path of the Honghuang Golden Immortal. Yuanshi spoke leisurely and Guangchengzi nodded repeatedly, but ultimately asked, "I wonder what spiritual treasures the 3 masters used to eliminate the corpses." Laozi and Fantian also put down the spiritual fruit in their hands. Yuanshi looked at him in astonishment. "Who told you that the 3 of us eliminated the 3 corpses?" Guangchengzi stared blankly, utterly shocked. He looked at the smiling faces of the 3 pure ones, filled with confusion. "Master, I am currently filled with questions. You are not practicing the Tao of slaying the 3 corpses. This is the technique of Hongjun Daozu. As your direct disciple, why do you not cultivate it? Are you aware of some issue with the method? Or have you also been reborn?" More and more questions surfaced, and Guangchengzi's expression kept changing. Fantian poked him with a finger, and Guangchengzi finally came to his senses. Yuanshi sat upright leisurely, watching him. Laozi stroked his beard, and Fantian raised an eyebrow at him. Guangchengzi stammered, "What do you mean by this, Master? I did not explain it to you earlier because your cultivation was simply too low. Knowing these things would not be beneficial." Yuanshi looked at him and said slowly, "All beings in the primordial chaos believe that when Hongjun Laozu was preaching, he accepted 6 disciples. However, in reality, before Master achieved enlightenment and became a saint, he had already taken us under his wing. We learned the Tao of slaying the 3 corpses after becoming his disciples. At that time, Master prepared innate spiritual treasures of the same origin for us, but they were only of high grade, which naturally did not meet Master's standards. However, the top grade innate spiritual treasures of the same origin are exceedingly rare, and we delayed, failing to slay the corpses. Moreover, do you think that Hongjun Laozu broke through to the Quasi-Saint realm directly using the Tao of slaying the 3 corpses? We have also guessed some about his origins to receive the acknowledgement of the Chaos Jade Disc. He must not be an ordinary person." Guangchengzi restrained his expression, seemingly stunned. All along he had acted according to the memories of his past life, yet there are no fools in the primordial chaos. The 3 pure ones are extraordinary figures transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, monopolizing a significant portion of the fate of heaven. Even if Hongjun was at the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal level at that time, if he harbored malicious thoughts towards them, he would likely suffer a backlash from the fate. Hongjun Laozu created the Tao of slaying the 3 corpses when he was at the Quasi-Saint level. He did so to attain the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal status, hence, he slayed the 3 corpses. Later it was modified to allow for breakthroughs to the Deluo Golden Immortal level and to achieve quasi-saint status. As the first disciples taken, and we certainly know that the Tao of slaying the three corpses requires innate spiritual treasures of the same origin, so that in the future the three corpses can merge into one and ascend to the mixed Yuan Deluo Golden Immortal. After Yuan Shi finished speaking, Guangchengzi's heart settled. No matter how things developed, as long as there were no issues with the path of slaying the three corpses of the three masters, that was sufficient. Thank you, Master, for clearing my doubts. Guangchengzi bowed. Then how did Master break through to the quasi-saint level? By following the path of the laws. Tongtian patted Guangchengzi's head, wondering how this disciple could be so naive. Laozi sighed. In these years you are not allowed to leave Kunlun. After we go to the Zixiao Palace you may leave. Guangchengzi was utterly bewildered. How did this come up again? Although he had no intention of going out during these years. Yuan Shi directly flicked Guangchengzi on the forehead, wondering if this disciple had been taught too kindly. When I was born it coincided with the peak period of the three clans of opening heaven. Do you think that the three of us could survive in the primordial chaos just by relying on fate? At their birth we were still only at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. There were only 1 or 2 mixed Yuan Golden Immortals among the three clans of opening heaven, but there were plenty of Deluo Golden Immortals. How could the three pure ones thrive in the primordial chaos solely based on their identities? Guangchengzi's face fell. To him the three pure ones were just upright and righteous figures. Earlier in the Witch clan, could it be that everything we said was true? Yuan Shi replied, slightly irritated. Who would be foolish enough to reveal their own assets? Even that so-called kind-hearted person Honghuang, who gave up his seat to Cunny and Jane Nu to gather some merit for protection. Guangchengzi's eyes dimmed considerably. Empiricism is deadly. Do you think it was because Emperor Jiang feared our three corpse incarnations that he didn't start a fight with us? Guangchengzi nodded, as he indeed thought so. The quasi-saint who broke through using the Tao of slaying the three corpses is indeed remarkable, but the Witch clan is ultimately transformed from the blood of the Father God, far stronger than an ordinary quasi-saint. While it is plausible for my elder brother to injure Hongyuan and Kuanpeng with a single sword, it is exceedingly difficult to severely wound Gonggong. So does that mean Master's method of enlightenment is even more powerful than using the Tao of slaying the three corpses? Guangchengzi suddenly understood. He had previously wondered, could Gonggong really be that weak? Even though the great master uncle is strong, he hasn't reached the point where he can injure an ancestor witch with a single sword. Yuan Shi showed an approving expression, nodding at Guangchengzi. The aura around him surged, resembling a pillar of blood smoke. Fortunately, the great formation on Kunlun Mountain concealed them, preventing outside attention. The same applied to Laozi and Tongtian. 9 turns mystic art. Guangchengzi murmured. Correct. Yuan Shi replied, when we ascended Mount Buzhou, the 9 turns mystic art activated automatically. That is why we did not mention this matter in the Panga Palace. Guangchengzi understood. The Witch clan had no reaction, but he and the three masters did, which was related to the source chi of the three pure ones. If the Witch clan learned of this, they could easily deduce it. It is likely that the Witch clan would tear apart their relationship with the three pure ones to break through. This was an important lesson the three masters taught him today. Do not underestimate anyone, even a reckless and simple-minded ancestor, which must be kept in the dark. However, how Buzhou Mountain changed we truly do not know. Ascending to the peak of Buzhou Mountain indeed only deepened the imprint of opening heaven. After Yuan Shi finished speaking, he looked at Guangchengzi. So that commotion was caused by you, little fellow. Guangchengzi remained silent for a long time. He had always underestimated the 9 turns mystic art, treating it merely as a body refinement technique. But this was a method practiced by the great god Pangu. How could it be so simple? To say nothing of the battle prowess obtained from using the 9 turns mystic art for enlightenment, it would suffice to dominate the same realm. Then according to his current 7th turn of the 9 turns mystic art, would he not be able to push through the entire Deluo realm? Guangchengzi began to daydream, and suddenly felt proud, never having realized how strong he was. Do not get carried away. The Deluo Golden Immortal controls the laws, and is not something you can easily defeat. Once you reach the late stages of Deluo with the 3 flowers blooming, they could easily take you away. Yuan Shi looked at Guangchengzi's changing expression and threw a bucket of cold water on him directly. Guangchengzi touched his face, wondering if he had been read. How did Master know what he was thinking? Yuan Shi snickered, glancing at Tongtian. The third brother had always thought this way, only to be suppressed by him and the elder brother together. Tongtian looked at the sky and then at the ground. This matter had nothing to do with him. Does Master still plan to slay the 3 corpses? Seeing Tongshan's expression, Guangchengzi knew he was a cautionary tale. Yes, why not slay? Yuan Shi chuckled lightly. 3 incarnations with the same cultivation level as me will enhance my battle power quite well. Moreover, if something happens to me, the 3 corpse incarnations could also be used to run errands. Guangchengzi thought about it and agreed. The Tao of slaying the three corpses was also a path of enlightenment. Who would complain about having too many bridges to cross? With a wave of his hand, the spiritual treasures on him flew out. Master, please select a spiritual treasure suitable for slaying the three corpses. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all trembled in unison as they gazed at the spiritual treasure and spiritual root before them. Now, it was their turn to be dumbfounded. Is this what you obtained from Mount Buzhou? Yuanshi blinked in disbelief as Guangchengzi's gains in the Pangu Palace were evident to them. When the disciple descended the mountain, fortune was exceptionally prosperous. Guangchengzi answered truthfully. Yuanshi forced himself to calm down, listening as Guangchengzi suggested they choose, revealing a half-smile. What on earth did you do at Mount Buzhou? My brothers and I did not have such great gains. Could it be that the Father God prefers grandchildren over sons? Laozi coughed lightly, and Yuanshi immediately composed himself. With a wave of the three pure one's hand, 3 gourds appeared before them. These 3 gourds are also top-tier innate spiritual treasures originating from the same source, capable of slaying corpses. Yuanshi sighed. Unfortunately, the other 3 were taken by others. Why didn't Master take them back? Guangchengzi asked directly. Yuanshi replied irritably. That red gourd has already recognized its master, and Yuhua is our junior sister. We cannot do such things. Since they did not take these 2, taking Tai's back would be pointless. This is merely a set of treasures from the same source. What about Master Uncle and the Master Uncle? Laozi sighed, taking out 2 divine lamps burning with flames. The 8 scenic palace lamp, the Yushu palace lamp, and a human lamp whose whereabouts are unknown. I do not have them, only high-quality spiritual treasures from the same source. Tongtian shrugged his shoulders. If it came to it, he would use high-quality spiritual treasures to slay corpses. Guangchengzi scratched his head, looking at the spiritual treasures he retrieved, none of which were of top quality. Then Master, choose a few for self-defense. They could also be used against the 3 corpses in the future. Yuanshi nodded, and 2 high-quality spiritual treasures fell down. It seems I have benefited from your fortune. Master, you should take this. Yuanshi shook his head. One cannot be greedy. Having the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui is enough for us, unless it is an innate supreme treasure. Otherwise, Jindao spiritual treasures are the most powerful. This bitter bamboo you should keep. After all, it belongs to the top 10 innate spiritual roots, and once you attain the Tao of a quasi-saint, you can refine it into a spiritual treasure. This town source cauldron has only 40 prohibitions. You can keep it. Guangchengzi remained silent, collecting all the spiritual treasures. Master, why not ask for help from the Grandmaster? When the Grandmaster first did not attain the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, the spiritual treasures were naturally insufficient, but now it's different. Tongshin's eyes lit up. Having seen the harvest of the Witch clan, they could raid the Qilin clan. As the first mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal of the primordial era, Master must have quite a collection. The 3 brothers exchanged smiles, understanding each other's intentions. They still had to rely on their elders. Guangchengzi eased his mind. Since the 3 masters were determined to pursue the path of slaying the 3 corpses, the higher the level of the spiritual treasures, the better. We've discussed our matters. Now tell us about Mount Buzhou. Yuanshi calmed his excited heart, looking at Guangchengzi. This disciple, no matter how naive, would not divulge everything to the Witch clan. Not to mention that thick aura of Pangu on him had not given any hints to the ancestral witches. Guangchengzi chuckled. Master understands me well. Please, Master, conceal the heavenly secrets. Without further ado, the 3 pure ones raised their Jindao spiritual treasures, and the creation Qinglian reappeared, enveloping the entire Kunlun. Disciple did not speak falsely in the Pangu Palace. That seal was only discovered when viewing the images. Presumably, it only appears when Master and the ancestral witch are present. Guangchengzi explained. However, I did indeed obtain an item at the peak of Mount Buzhou. After saying this, a purple gold divine light emerged, and the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower on Laozi's body flew out, directly radiating waves of energy, with the yellow and black qi cascading down like a waterfall upon Guangchengzi's head. The purple gold phantom gradually solidified, and a ruler appeared. The tower and the ruler rotated around each other. A powerful pressure emerged, and a mixed purple gold and yellow-black divine light shot up into the sky, nearly overwhelming the creation Qinglian. Fortunately, with no one to preside over the 2 supreme treasures, this commotion was indeed manageable. This is even better than innate supreme treasures. Guangchengzi muttered to himself. The 3 pure ones stood up in unison, looking at the 2 postnatal merit treasures, then turned their gazes to Guangchengzi, collectively letting out a sigh of relief. Disciple, it is fortunate you did not reveal this item in the Pangu Palace. Yuanshi was somewhat sweating. Indeed. Even Tongtian, who feared nothing, felt a sense of relief. Laozi smiled wryly. I really underestimated you, didn't I? After saying this, he waved his hand to collect the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, lightly tapping with his fingertip, placing the Hongmeng ruler into Guangchengzi's sea of consciousness. Let me speak for you. Yuanshi cast a deep glance at Guangchengzi. We three occupy 30% of the merit for opening the heavens, and the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower is in our hands. The Witch clan occupies 20% of the merit for opening the heavens. Likewise, the Hongmeng ruler should belong to the Witch clan, for it is a treasure capable of suppressing fortune. We never thought of seeking the Hongmeng ruler, always believing this item was in the Witch clan's hands to suppress fortune. But why did it choose you? Yuanshi looked at Guangchengzi with a curious gaze, finding it somewhat hard to comprehend. Guangchengzi moved his fingers in his sleeve. The Hongmeng ruler had indeed not chosen him, but had been forcefully pulled out by the Chaos Pearl in his primordial spirit. But Master had taught him to be more cautious, so he could only learn to apply it. As for this matter, the disciple does not know. After reaching the summit of Mount Buzhou, the Hongmeng ruler manifested. Enough. Yuanshi shook his head. You must not take this item out unless absolutely necessary. This is 1% of the merit for opening the heavens. If the beings of the primordial era see it, won't they be blinded with greed? If you were to summon this item and the Witch clan demanded it to suppress fortune, would you give it or not? Yuanshi's expression turned serious. After all, the Witch clan had reaped so many benefits, even giving you the blood of the ancestral witch. To use the Hongmeng ruler to suppress fortune, could you refuse? Listening to Yuanshi's words, Guangchengzi fell silent. Disciple understands, unless in a desperate situation, I absolutely will not take it out to confront others. Yuanshi sighed. Laozi and Tongtian were also speechless. Now there were only 4 of them, and Kunlun occupying 50% of the merit for opening the heavens. The thickness of this fortune was fearful. Did you obtain the Hongmeng ruler after seeing the Father God's image of opening the heavens, or did you get it later? Tongtian frowned, and Yuanshi also looked at Guangchengzi, having forgotten this matter amid the many surprises. The Pengu aura within Guangchengzi had not yet been inquired about. If so, the Hongmeng ruler must be related to this matter. Guangchengzi secretly admired, as expected of master uncle, so keenly perceptive. I obtained the Hongmeng ruler before this. Yuanshi frowned, murmuring. Then what is the Pengu aura? The 3 pure ones organized their thoughts, waiting for Guangchengzi's response. Before obtaining Pangu's essence blood, Guangchengzi already possessed the aura of Pengu within him. He must have acquired something at Mount Buzhou. Di Jiang and the others did not ask further, likely believing it to be a gift from the Father God. However, since Guangchengzi mentioned that he only acquired the Hongmeng measuring ruler at the peak of Mount Buzhou, he must have obtained something else. Guangchengzi blinked, knowing that revealing this item would surely startle the 3 masters. With a thought, a small pond suddenly appeared. The spiritual fruit in Yuanshi's hand fell to the ground, and Laozi tightened his grip on his beard, causing him to wince in pain. Cough, cough, cough. Tongtian, who was chewing on the spiritual fruit, immediately choked. Quick, bring out the ruler. Laozi was the first to react, throwing the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong pagoda into the air. Just as Guangchengzi took out the Hongmeng measuring ruler, it was snatched by Laozi, and the 2 postnatal treasures perfectly concealed this place, leaking not a hint of heavenly secrets. After completing these actions, Laozi gasped for breath, yet his gaze was firmly fixed on the small pond. You dare to be reckless with this matter? Why didn't you bring it out as soon as you returned? Yuanshi yelled, appearing particularly agitated. Even Tongtian wore a similar expression, not coming to Guangchengzi's defense. Guangchengzi felt somewhat wronged. He couldn't just say he wanted to see the shocked expressions of his masters. Moreover, he had not anticipated that this item would provoke such excitement from the 3 masters. Seeing that the 3 pure ones had not yet regained their composure, Guangchengzi handed each of them a Qingxin fruit. Masters, stay calm. All right, speak. Yuanshi took a bite and slowly said. Guangchengzi then recounted the entire affair, and the 3 pure ones displayed expressions of relief after hearing it. Fortunately, your mystic art has broken through, allowing the Pengu's spinal marrow to blend with your physical body. Yuanshi rubbed his forehead. The impact he experienced today was truly overwhelming. Otherwise, when you encountered Ho-Tu, she would have captured you back to the Wu clan. Do you believe that upon going to the Wu clan, Zhurong's divine fire would refine you for tens of thousands of years, extracting all the Pengu's spinal marrow within you? Guangchengzi seemed to envision this scene, instantly shuddering. Even Sun Wukong was refined for only 14 days. Let me tell you about the differences between my master and the Wu clan today. Yuanshi's expression grew serious as he looked at Guangchengzi. We are the manifestations of Pengu's primordial spirit, while the Wu clan is formed from the essence blood of the Father God. In a sense, we are all one family. How could we not be familiar with each other? When encountering each other in the primordial era, they were aware that they were descendants of Pengu, naturally feeling closer than others. Guangchengzi also had these doubts. Yuan Shi had previously shown optimism towards the Wu clan, but it was only a general kind of affinity. Our first meeting ended in discord, and subsequent encounters were like those of ordinary people. Yuan Shi said, his eyes revealing a sense of melancholy. Guangchengzi did not dare to let his mind wander. He had a premonition that he was about to hear a great secret. Yuan Shi, however, let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps it is because we fear death. Laozi comfortingly patted him, while Tong Tian remained silent. Guangchengzi suddenly remembered the scene in the Pangu Hall and asked tentatively, "The ancestor Wu wants to resurrect the great god Pangu." The three pure ones looked at him and nodded in unison. Guangchengzi gasped in disbelief. The Wu clan truly was out of their minds. Yuan Shi composed himself with a smile and continued, "When we first met the Wu clan, we went as guests to their clan. After only a few exchanges, they proposed the matter of resurrecting the Father God. At that time, I thought the Father God must have left some instructions, but little did I know the Wu clan was merely indulging in wild fantasies." Yuan Shi sneered. "We had only just been born for a short time, yet we already had our own thoughts and experiences. These are unique memories belonging to Yuqing Yuan Shi since my birth." The Wu clan suggested that since the aura of the Father God is the strongest at Mount Buzhou, they should summon us to offer sacrifices there, merging our primordial spirits with essence blood. Perhaps we could resurrect the Father God. Guangchengzi listened dumbfounded. This was utterly absurd. Yuan Shi looked at Guangchengzi's expression and chuckled, yet with a hint of bitterness. "Initially, we had the same reaction aback, then we were still merely great Luo Golden Immortals. It is unclear whether it was out of a reluctance to part with our lives or a belief that resurrecting the Father God in such a manner was impossible, but ultimately we parted on bad terms." After Yuan Shi finished speaking, his gaze became somewhat vacant. These words had long been buried in their hearts. No one had ever spoken of them, and apart from the Wu clan, no one knew of these matters. Today, conveying this to Guangchengzi was also due to the Pangu spinal marrow, yet saying it out loud brought a sense. Guangchengzi stood up and bowed to the three pure ones. "Masters, there is no need to worry. In my view, this matter is merely the ancestor Wu being overly fanciful. What sort of being was the great god Pangu? Even if my master was merely a great Luo Golden Immortal back, then even with his current cultivation, and even in the future when he attains the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, it is unlikely he could sacrifice himself to resurrect Pangu." Yuan Shi nodded. Hongjun had mentioned before that he could never create a world like the primordial one. Furthermore, the great god Pangu would never use the lives of his descendants to resurrect himself. The entire primordial world is a manifestation of the great god. If he were to be resurrected, wouldn't that mean the complete destruction of the primordial? What was the point of creating the primordial world in the first place if it was for the sake of sacrificing himself? Perhaps. Yuan Shi's expression softened a bit. However, the matter of resurrecting the Father God was already futile, especially since the heart of the Father God had already appeared in the Pangu Hall, a matter the ancestor Wu were completely unaware of. Moreover, at that time they had already received the inheritance. If they were needed, both the essence blood and primordial spirits were present, so why was there no sign of the Father God? "Let's talk about this item." Yuan Shi pointed at the Pangu spinal marrow. "For the ancestor Wu, absorbing this item would be akin to desecrating the Father God, which is why I didn't frighten you earlier. If discovered, you would indeed be tortured by the Wu clan." Guangchengzi's expression was blank. He had already absorbed it and couldn't spit it out. "If you took this item out in the Pangu Hall, the ancestor Wu might restart their plans." Tong Tian sighed. "The marrow turning into bones, the essence blood transforming into flesh, the primordial spirit infusing. They surely thought it would lead to the resurrection of Pangu. So will my master absorb this item?" Guangchengzi asked cautiously, feeling as if he had desecrated the great god Pangu. "Since you were able to bring it back, it indicates that you have obtained the Father God's will and permission. Naturally, it can be absorbed." Laozi said clearly. This disciple was not at a loss. Guangchengzi breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally sought the Pangu spinal marrow to heal the original wounds of the three pure ones, and was truly afraid they would say it was unnecessary. The will of Pangu had always been present at Mount Buzhou. This was known to all beings in the primordial world, as any proximity to Mount Buzhou would elicit a sense of response. Perhaps one day in the future the great god Pangu would truly return. Guangchengzi was now pondering if that flowing light at the peak of Mount Buzhou was truly the consciousness of Pangu. But since the three pure ones did not mention it, it indicated that either the matter was insignificant or they did not dare to speak of it. "There are still 800 drops in here. Let us three take 200 each, and the rest will be left to you," Yuan Shi said, pointing. 600 drops of white jade-like liquid separated and fell into 3 jade boxes. "Master, why not take a bit more?" Guangchengzi waved his hands repeatedly as he intended to bring back everything for the three pure ones. The three masters with their profound origins should be able to absorb it all, as it perfectly resonates with the Pango Marrow. There is no need for that. Yuan sure stopped the anxious Guangchengzi. Your thoughtfulness makes me very happy. Looking at the jade box before him, Laozi spoke softly, as if he could see through to the Pango Marrow inside. If you had brought this back earlier, the three of us might have divided it equally, but after absorbing the divine blood of the Father God in the Pango Hall, this item only provides an opportunity. Indeed, it is good that you have this thought. Tong Tian replied similarly. But if the disciple also cannot absorb it, what shall we do with the remaining 200 drops? Sighing, Guangchengzi said. Yuan sure pointed at him. You are confused. Please guide me, Master. Guangchengzi said, somewhat puzzled. When you absorbed it earlier, it was merely the origin of the purple light, which is why you could absorb 100 drops. The rest merged into your bones. Weren't you still looking for other divine lights? Guangchengzi's eyes brightened as Yuan sure continued. I speculate that you can absorb the red light, and the Pango Marrow has played a role in this. In the future, you will surely encounter opportunities. Thank you, Master. Guangchengzi understood that this was all left for him by the three masters, otherwise they would have absorbed all 800 drops themselves. Yuan sure nodded, glad he understood. Then with a serious expression, he said, you have a chance, and I won't pry further, but you must keep this item hidden. Besides the four of us, no one else should know, especially not the Wu clan. Guangchengzi nodded in agreement. Yuan sure sighed, and a beam of divine light shot forth, immobilizing Guangchengzi. His body became transparent, revealing his origin. Do you see it? Yuan sure pointed at his origin, where a strand of red divine light stood out prominently. This is what I discovered while probing your origin in the Pango Hall. Guangchengzi suddenly understood. No wonder the master had wanted to take a look at him then. This red light has not been completely absorbed by you. If you absorb other divine lights in the future to supplement your origin, this situation may arise again. The Pango Marrow merely compensates for your deficiencies. In fact, solely relying on the Pango Marrow, your origin would not be inferior to that of the innate demon gods. However, I do not wish for you to take that path. Staring at the conspicuous red light, Guangchengzi pondered for a moment. Master, is there a solution for this item? With time it will be absorbed, or perhaps you can sever it. It may prove useful in the future. Yuan sure frowned, but Guangchengzi, who had not completely absorbed the Pango Marrow, had no better solution either. After pondering for a while, Guangchengzi's eyes brightened. Perhaps he truly had a solution. Master, could this item be used to carry the three corpses? Yuan sure shook his head and quickly replied, absolutely not. You underestimate the method of severing the three corpses. Even all of your origins combined would only equate to a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Let alone this is merely a strand. Using it to sever the corpses is worse than using a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. At the very least, the strength of the three corpses' incarnations is slightly stronger. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze, feeling the energy of the three pure ones in his sea of consciousness. His gaze firm. Master, why do you not want the disciple to approach the great Pango? Yuan Shi's expression changed, and both Laozi and Tong Tian became tense as well. This matter is not something you can know at present. All right then, I won't ask any further. Guangchengzi said calmly. His masters were definitely hiding something from him. There is one more thing. Yuan Shi relaxed in his heart, as Guangchengzi no longer pressed for questions. You need to integrate other divine lights. It's best to supplement your origin before reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once you break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, it means your path is already fixed, and by then it will be of little use to integrate your origin. If you wish to advance, you can only rely on the Pangu items. Yuan Shi held back, not speaking the latter part of his sentence. Guangchengzi, however, lowered his head in contemplation, thinking of the one known as the Lantern Taoist. He later entered the Master's sect, but by then he was already a Great Luo Golden Immortal. He probably couldn't learn the Yuqing celestial technique, and his abilities clashed with the teachings of the Chanjiao, ultimately defecting to the West due to better compatibility. If that is the case, he should indeed hasten his search for the green and blue lights. Earlier in the Pango Hall, the Xianming ancestor which mentioned, he could try his luck in the North Sea, where he might find one of the divine lights. However, absorbing other origin divine lights might directly lead to a breakthrough. Master is the inability to absorb at the Great Luo level related to the laws. Yuan Shi shook his head. The Great Luo Golden Immortal transcends the river of fate. Compared to the Tai Golden Immortal, the most important thing is the power of the laws, but this is unrelated to the origin. You may not know, but when breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, a tribulation will descend. If you can absorb other origins in advance, your origin will better integrate during the breakthrough. Otherwise, if you go against the innate, wouldn't everyone be able to achieve this? Guangchengzi was shocked. He truly had not considered this matter. The three pure masters probably also did not expect him to find the red light, so they had not mentioned this to him. Moreover, the three pure ones have deep merits. When they transformed, there was no tribulation. He experienced a tribulation during his transformation. If you can integrate your origin in advance once you break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, you can directly comprehend the laws. Some Great Luo cultivators in the wilderness were promoted through spiritual items. Without mastering the laws, their combat power is only comparable to some Tai Golden Immortals. Yuan Shi sneered with disdain, clearly looking down upon this notion. Guangchengzi raised his head, looking at the three pure ones as a flame of luminous fire ignited at his fingertip, emanating a unique charm, causing the surrounding space to shimmer with an illusory glow. Yuan Shi suddenly paused, staring blankly at the luminous flame at Guangchengzi's fingertip, while Laozi and Tong Tian also looked on, their auras uncontrollably erupting. The flame at Guangchengzi's fingertip flickered like a candle in the wind. The law of light. Tong Tian murmured to himself. At that moment, the light shone exceptionally bright, illuminating Guangchengzi's gentle visage, making his gaze particularly resolute. You have comprehended the laws. Yuan Shi laughed heartily, truly feeling that heaven has not been unjust to the three pure ones. Few in the wilderness can comprehend the laws at the level of the Tai Golden Immortal. Even when Xuanyuan and others emerged, they did not grasp the laws. Although this was merely a glimpse, Guangchengzi's future could be said to be a smooth path. So many cultivators are stuck at this step of comprehending the laws, unable to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but their disciple has done it. Excellent. Yuan Shi only uttered a single word, but the corners of his mouth betrayed his feelings. Guangchengzi, seeing the joyous expressions of the three pure ones, also breathed a sigh of relief. He could sense that the three masters seemed to be hiding something from him, carrying some burdens alone. Now that he has shown his potential, he only needs time to fulfill it. He hopes his master will not worry so much. Master, earlier the Xianming ancestor which mentioned the possibility of going to the North Sea. I suspect there might be opportunities there. Could you help me calculate it, master? Yuan Shi recalled that Xianming had indeed said such words, but he shook his head, saying there is no rush. Since you have comprehended the law of light, I am much more at ease. Guangchengzi's heart stirred, and Yuan Shi continued, the first ray of light has split countless times. This matter needs careful consideration. What worries me is your breakthrough. Laozi sighed. You are determined to walk this path, and we support you, but to absorb all the essence of light is rather unrealistic. After all, apart from Guangchengzi, who has gained sentience and form, there is the one nurturing in Mount Buzhou, and many have long since merged into the primordial world, disappearing without a trace. Only by refining the primordial world can one extract all the essence of light. Guangchengzi understood Laozi's concerns and cupped his hands, saying, I am aware, but when absorbing the red light, I felt that the green and blue lights are most crucial, so I wish to ask Master to calculate these two divine lights for me. Laozi raised an eyebrow, perhaps sensing the world's resonance at the moment of Guangchengzi's breakthrough atop Mount Buzhou, and gained a thread of heavenly insight. Since there is a definite direction, I will calculate it for you shortly. After speaking, he looked up to see two postnatal treasures of merit working together, their ability to calculate heavenly secrets surpassing that of ordinary innate treasures. Thank you, Master. Guangchengzi bowed to Laozi, and then turned to Yuan Shi. I wonder if Master has any solution. Sealing. Yuan Shi's fingertip glowed white, forming a mysterious seal. Guangchengzi frowned, wondering if the seal would harm his own strength. You need not worry about this matter, Tong Tian said with a piercing gaze. I will personally handle it, and use a formation to seal your realm. With the marks of the three pure ones upon you, you will absolutely not break through for the time being. The control of this seal will be entrusted to you. If you think it unnecessary, you can release it at any time. Guangchengzi understood the intentions of the three pure ones, as he had already broken through while absorbing the essence of red light. If he were to absorb the blue and green lights again, he might break through without realizing it. Then please take action, Master. A formation appeared instantly in Tongshan's palm, slowly flying towards Guangchengzi. He condensed a ray of sword light from his fingertip, and the Rui seal of Yuan Shi along with Laozi's Taiji pattern fell upon the formation, merging into Guangchengzi's body. Guangchengzi felt around, and sensed nothing. He did not feel any confinement or restraint. It only seals your great path. It does not bind you and take away your combat strength. Yuan Shi smiled, saying, use the essence of the source to sense it. Guangchengzi communicated with the essence of the three pure ones within his consciousness, clearly sensing a profound formation at the location of his heart, tightly binding his great path. He realized that by simply using the essence of the three pure ones to enter the formation would directly unravel. Thank you, three masters. Guangchengzi solemnly bowed. You have exhausted yourself this time and gained too much. You need to properly enter seclusion. With this seal, you need not fear breaking through during seclusion. Your gains must quickly transform into your own strength. Guangchengzi nodded in agreement, and Yuan Shi looked at him, clearly understanding what he was thinking. In less than 40,000 years, it will be the second preaching at Xixiao Palace. At that time, the great Luo Golden Immortals will not be present. With your cultivation, you will have few opponents in the primordial world, and it will be much safer for you to venture out. As for the matters of the green and blue lights, the three of us will assist you in calculating. Just leave the Honghuang measuring ruler behind, and return to seclusion for now. Listening to Yuan Shi arrange everything clearly, Guangchengzi was greatly moved. He bowed 3 times to the 3 pure ones, and then transformed into a purple light, returning to the Mi Luo Palace. The 3 pure ones watched his departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. This item, must we truly absorb it? Tantian pointed to the jade box before him, his meaning ambiguous. It has been brought to us, so we must naturally absorb it, Yuan Shi said with a smile, though his eyes were extremely cold. If it is the scheme of the Father God. Laozi sighed heavily. Yuan Shi and Tantian were both speechless. This matter was too coincidental. They had gone to the Panga Hall to obtain essence blood, and turned around to find Guangchengzi delivering Panga's spinal marrow. 3 kinds of divine objects had gathered upon them. This could not be called coincidence, as it was directly delivered to them. Our emergence into the world naturally relies on the grace of the Father God. One day, if he needs it, what harm is there in sacrificing this body of flesh? Though Tongtian smiled, his tone was exceedingly sharp. The sound of a sword ringing resonated as the sword intent on him echoed in agreement. Indeed, yet it is still hard to bear to have come into this world in vain. Yuan Shi's expression was impassive, yet his eyes sparkled particularly brightly. Regardless, I am indeed Yuching Yuan Shi. A person as proud as him could never see himself merely as a resurrected vessel. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao does not treat us poorly. Laozi looked towards Mount Kongtong, where their successor resided. Even if they were no longer present in the future, the reputation of the 3 pure ones would continue, with Guangchengzi's emergence shining upon the primordial world. Mi Luo Palace. Guangchengzi sat on the lotus mat, still unaware that his moment of inspiration in the Panga Hall had led to the 3 masters' profound thoughts. He gazed at the reincarnation purple lotus before him, plunging his primordial spirit into it to imprint his mark, refining many restrictions with the help of the law of light. No wonder only a great Luo Golden Immortal can truly unleash the power of innate spiritual treasures. The force of the laws is indeed mysterious. Guangchengzi exclaimed, continuing to refine other spiritual treasures. After a long while, he assessed himself. The 9 turns mystic art required a massive amount of resources to break through, and his realm was still at the 12 Golden Immortal level. He needed to wait until he broke through to continue his cultivation. However, with his realm sealed, Guangchengzi's alchemy and artifact forging skills were also hindered by his inability to break through. Within his primordial spirit, the chaos pearl pulsed slightly, and he sensed the information emanating from it, brightening his eyes. In another 10,000 years, he would no longer need the 5 elements pearl, and the chaos pearl would restore its rank as an innate treasure. Although he could not utilize many of its functions, throwing it at someone would still be quite useful. More importantly, it could obscure heavenly secrets and hide his aura, which was exceedingly vital for Guangchengzi. If he could use these functions in Mount Buzhou, he would not have been caught by Hutu. Once the aura of Pangu was concealed, even Hutu would not be able to perceive him. Otherwise, standing before the ancestor, which now he would be as conspicuous as a bright lamp in the dark. Receiving this good news, Guangchengzi felt much more relaxed. After contemplating, he prepared to experiment with his previous idea. Calming his mind, he turned inward to inspect his essence, finding the strand of red light jarring within it. He attached his primordial spirit to it and gently pulled. The red light sensed the pull of his primordial spirit's power and began to move with it. Guangchengzi let out a muffled groan, his complexion instantly turning pale. Sweat the size of beans dripped down Guangchengzi's forehead, scattering like tiny flowers. Is this the feeling of severing one's origin? It felt as if his heart was being torn apart, even more painful than when he absorbed the primordial spinal fluid of Pangu. The rupture of the origin felt as if a part of him was being cut away. His heart raced, the sharp. Enduring the pain, Guangchengzi finally pulled out that strand of red light. At that moment, he understood the feelings his master had experienced when granting him his origin. He could truly empathize. Quickly taking several pills, his complexion softened a bit. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, feeling the chi of the Yuching origin in his sea of consciousness pulse. As he moved, the azure chaotic void surged towards the red light origin. Out! Guangchengzi's gaze sharpened, and a strand of his divine power was instantly severed and merged into it. Manifest appear. Injecting his magical power, he forcibly fused 3 strands of origin power with his divine spirit. He sensed the spiritual energy in the hall beginning to stir. The red giant egg reappeared, but its pressure was far greater than it had been in the Unshauschen. After all, possessing the chi of the Yuching origin was naturally far more precious than the first strand of red light. Sensing movement within the red giant egg, a look of joy flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he increased his magical power output. He could feel his connection with the giant egg deepening. Watching it tremble continuously, the joy in Guangchengzi's eyes grew more intense. Boom! The giant egg exploded in an instant, a powerful shockwave hitting Guangchengzi. Puff! Guangchengzi spat out a mouthful of blood. The explosion from the giant egg was merely a minor irritation to his Deluo realm body. More importantly, his origin began to tremble, and he felt a splitting headache with blood seeping from his internal organs. Why won't it work? Guangchengzi's eyes turned crimson. Not even having time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he watched helplessly as the chi of the Yuqing origin and the red light reappeared floating before him. His divine power had lost a portion, and he held his forehead as tears streamed down his face. It hurt so much. Sob. He kept swallowing the pills in his mouth, and had consumed most of the prepared spirit fruits, finally regaining a bit of color. Fortunately, the origin was not further harmed. Although the red light had not fully merged with him, it was still his origin. If it were lost all at once, he would probably need to recuperate for 1,000 years. It was fortunate that he had reinforced the formation before going into seclusion, as the formation set up by Master Tongtian could not be breached, even by a Kwasa saint concealing the commotion within the hall, otherwise the three pure ones would have charged him long ago. Ignoring everything else, Guangchengzi closed his eyes, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. The chi of the Yuqing origin leaped and returned to his sea of consciousness, while only the red light remained before Guangchengzi, gently pulsing with his inhalations and exhalations as he absorbed spiritual energy. After 1,000 years, Guangchengzi slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, a look of relief appearing on his face. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe, and his divine power had also recovered. The damage to his origin was not serious, yet he wondered if he could not proceed any further. He had always been envious of Lao Zi's ability to transform into the three pure ones, but his master had never taught him. Upon receiving the chi of the three pure ones, he had entertained this thought. Especially with an extra strand of red light origin, since it could not be used to sever a corpse, he thought it might be possible to create a clone instead, but it ended in failure. Guangchengzi sighed. It was too difficult. He couldn't help but wonder how Master Taiching succeeded in his cultivation. Did one have to wait until achieving the Tao to become a Honghuang Deluo Jingxian to cultivate? With no further clues, Guangchengzi decided not to think too much. He stored the red light origin into the Chaos Pearl to avoid needing to sever it again next time, which would mean experiencing the pain of tearing one's origin once more. Instead, he would focus on cultivating the laws. At present, other than enhancing the laws, he had nothing else to do. His master had not sent any messages, presumably still unable to calculate the positions of the blue and green lights. Looking at the radiant fire of the law of light condensing at his fingertips, Guangchengzi's expression froze. Soon after, he laughed aloud. Oh, one truly laughs when they are at a loss for words. He forgot that he was a Tai Jingxian who comprehended the power of laws. The distinction of the Deluo realm is indeed the laws. Below Deluo, they are just ordinary cultivators. Earlier, when he attempted to sever a clone, he had merely injected magical power, but ultimately cultivators must comprehend the laws. He was indeed a Tai Jingxian, no wonder he had failed earlier. To sever a clone of equal cultivation, one must use the power of laws as support, otherwise it would ultimately be a castle in the air collapsing with a loud bang. A look of determination flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. He would try once more. Who? Taking a deep breath, Guangchengzi calmed his emotions. No need to rush, no need to rush. He needed to calm down before trying again. He slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his mental state. Years later, Guangchengzi opened his eyes, becoming extremely calm, not a hint of fluctuation in his gaze. With a wave of his hand, several bottles of pills appeared beside him. These were his last treasured possessions. Once consumed, he would have to approach Master Taiching once more. Then baskets of spirit fruits materialized, surrounding him entirely. With a thought, the red light reappeared, and the chi of the Yuqing origin floated out, as if the two had already become familiar, possessing an inexplicable attraction. A fierce glint flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as a strand of divine power was once again severed. 3 different colored divine lights converging together, sparkling with the power of the law of light at his fingertips. Swallowing the pills in his mouth, the law of light continuously infused into the red giant egg. For him, using the power of laws with his Tai Jingxian cultivation was still too strenuous. The spirit fruits surrounding Guangchengzi transformed into streams of chi entering his body, yet the giant egg seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously devouring the power of laws he transmitted. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His realm was simply too low, his strength insufficient. But at this point, he could only persist. Guangchengzi stared intently at the giant egg, and as he swallowed the last of the pills, the giant egg finally began to change. It began to slowly contract, the red light retracting, suddenly bursting forth with radiance, blinding Guangchengzi's eyes, yet he could feel a figure forming. Poor Taoist, Danyu, greetings fellow Taoist. Guangchengzi smirked. What was he putting on airs for? He could sense the thoughts of the figure opposite him. Danyu, a great name. The red represents pills fused with the qi of the Yuqing origin, aptly named. Looking at the Danyu Taoist, Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction, a Deluo cultivation who could still wield the power of laws. Moreover, the law of light employed by the Danyu Taoist was much higher than his own, and his comprehension of the power of laws was continuously improving, equivalent to having a Deluo Jinxian assisting him in cultivation. It's also my cultivation that is too low, Guangchengzi mumbled. After all, only a Deluo Jinxian can truly comprehend the laws. He was merely a fortunate coincidence. Looking at this clone, Guangchengzi waved his hand, and the Danyu Taoist disappeared, without a trace, landing in his sea of consciousness, transforming into a red, surrounded by the qi of Taiqing and Shangqing. Half an hour's time. Guangchengzi murmured to himself, then burst into laughter. I have succeeded, Dao. In the Sanqing Palace, the primal blue lotus emitted a blue light, generating a shimmering veil, while the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower combined with the Hongming measuring ruler, exuding an overwhelming pressure far surpassing that of the primal blue lotus. A hazy river materialized, and the three Sanqing exchanged glances as three different colors of magical power surged into the three treasured artifacts, revealing a map of the entire primordial world. Yuan Shi pointed towards a spot on the map, and a breath from Guangchengzi merged into it. With the qi as a guide, the divine light appears. Three different powers of law were infused, and instantly the map sparkled with countless points of light. So many. Yuan Shi frowned. Let's find the largest one. Laozi nodded, and the divine light in his eyes shot forth, causing the map to suddenly enlarge with the sparkling points rising directly. North Sea. Tong Tian's gaze paused as Xian Ming indeed pointed out an opportunity for Guangchengzi. South Sea. Laozi moved his fingers, constantly calculating. Yuan Shi's gaze turned towards the East Sea, where the light point was the largest, yet obscured by a mist particularly hazy, making it even beyond his calculations. The map rippled like water and slowly vanished. How could there be three? Yuan Shi furrowed his brows. Could it be that it is split? What could be in the East Sea? Tong Tian was puzzled. Their purpose this time was to deduce the green light and blue light, yet they had deduced three locations. It can even obscure our sight, not even the heavenly secrets can calculate it. Could it be Santian Island? Tong Tian's eyes brightened. Yuan Shi's lips twitched as he stared intently at Tong Tian. Ahem, I just mentioned it casually. Tong Tian laughed awkwardly. Santian Island was a place even Hongjun could not find. Could they three really calculate it out? If a divine light were to fall on Santian Island, it would not manifest in the map they deduced. In any case, we must visit these three locations. Laozi's word is final. Perhaps the extra location is related to the source of light and holds a spiritual treasure. Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The North Sea. Sensing Yuan Shi's hesitation, Tong Tian directly said, Second brother, rest assured that fellow will also go to the Zixiao Palace in 10,000 years. Guangchengzi can handle it. Sai's so-called North Sea master always in turmoil with Kunpeng, Laozi sighed. But that fellow sometimes acts in the name of Xian Ming, which must be why Xian Ming can detect him. Such a primordial deity, yet only knowing how to vie for power and profit, Yuan Shi said displeased. He has no choice. He is inherently connected to the North Sea, and Kunpeng only knows how to gather his subordinates, while the North Sea is not peaceful either. The conversation among the three was blocked by the primordial treasure, and the outside world remained oblivious. Hey, have the three masters still not emerged from seclusion? Guangchengzi stepped out of the Mi Luo Palace, looking puzzled at the shimmering veil above Sanqing Palace. He had been in seclusion for over 20,000 years. Could it really take this long to deduce the positions of two divine lights? At this moment, less than 10,000 years remained before the second lecture at Zixiao Palace, and his cultivation had reached its peak. After severing the Danyu Taoist clone, his power of law could now be wielded quite adeptly. Guangchengzi touched his chest. Had it not been for the seal set by his master, he might have broken through during this retreat. Watching the shimmering veil above Sanqing Palace disappear, Guangchengzi brightened. It seemed his master sensed his emergence. I pay my respects to my master. Guangchengzi transformed into purple light, landing before the three Sanqing. Not bad, it seems you have gained a lot from this retreat. Yuan Shi chuckled lightly. At this moment, the aura emitted from Guangchengzi was rounded and restrained, clearly indicating he had sorted out his cultivation. Master's insight is as sharp as ever. Guangchengzi grinned, then asked, Why did it take so long for you, master? Deducing two divine lights shouldn't take 20,000 years, right? We three also experimented with a formation, Yuan Shi replied with an inscrutable expression. I see. I wonder if it went well. Guangchengzi was surprised. It must have been the inheritance obtained in Panghahal. The 12 heavenly gods and demons formation of the ancestral, which could withstand saints, so the formation of the three masters would not be lacking in comparison. Very smoothly, extremely smoothly. Yuan Shi chuckled, but Guangchengzi suddenly felt a chill down his back, sensing that his master's words held deeper meaning. Tong Tian took over the conversation, looking at Guangchengzi. Do not concern yourself with these matters for now. Oh, I have already deduced the positions of the divine lights you seek, but there was an unexpected development. He waved his hand, and a stream of light flew towards Guangchengzi. Why are there 3 locations? Guangchengzi was puzzled. That is the unexpected development. Tong Tian sighed. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and smiled. Having 3 locations is already very satisfactory for me. It's much better than searching the entire primordial realm. Thank you, master. Guangchengzi respectfully performed a bow. Deducing these 3 locations must have required considerable effort from the 3 masters. No need for such formality. With less than 10,000 years left, you should first listen to us explain the Tao to you. Although it may not increase your realm, it will still be somewhat beneficial. Master, please wait. Guangchengzi interjected. I have something to say. Moi. The 3 masters have not yet gathered the spiritual treasures needed to sever the 3 corpses. Oh, why not head to Xixiao Palace early? I believe Master Ancestor privately. Guangchengzi's words were not finished, but the 3 Sanqing understood his meaning. If they waited for all the immortals to gather at Xixiao Palace, other disciples would likely make it difficult for Master Hongjuan to show favoritism in public. He waved his hand, and several baskets of spiritual fruits appeared. These were gathered during the time he spent in seclusion after severing the Danyu Taoist. Many spiritual roots had reconsolidated. After all, they were not top-tier innate spiritual roots, so they didn't need tens of thousands of years to mature. Although these fruits were not of high quality, their quantity was substantial. After all, when seeking spiritual treasures from the Tao ancestor, it was always better to arrive with offerings. Good, I shall accept this kindness of yours. Yuan Shi waved his hand, accepting 2 baskets of fruit, while Laozi and Tong Tian took the remaining ones. I am overwhelmed, master. Guangchengzi dared not accept Yuan Shi's words. The 3 masters had done so much for him, and he merely suggested a small idea. Then we shall go 1,000 years in advance. Yuan Shi sighed. I originally planned to take you to the North Sea before the lecture began, so after Yu Jiang and the others left, you could directly enter to seek the source of divine light. However, as we are going to Xixiao Palace early, you will have to go on your own. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. My current strength is not inferior to a great Luo Golden Immortal. Master need not worry. His trump card has yet to be revealed. With a wave of Guangchengzi's sleeve, 3 cups appeared on the stone table, crafted from jade essence, aged for 10,000 years, with cool fruit particles inside. Master, please try this. It is made from spiritual fruits mixed with innate Ren water. Very delicious, though it's a pity there is no 3 light divine water. Guangchengzi expressed some regret. Yuan Shi picked up a cup. The green fruit particles mixed within, constantly rising and falling. Indeed, it's more interesting than directly consuming spiritual fruits. As he spoke, a stream of light flew out from his sleeve, revealing a small bowl of high-quality postnatal spiritual treasure filled with the 3 light divine water that Guangchengzi mentioned. When I first discovered the creation azure lotus, I collected some of its essence. Use it for brewing next time. Guangchengzi stood frozen in disbelief. Did the sage possess some divine authority that rendered his words infallible, as if summoned by thought? Many thanks, master. Think nothing of it. This beverage suits my palate perfectly. Indeed. When we journey to the Xixiao Palace, we shall serve you 3 cups. Tong Tian envisioned the scene. Once Lord Hongjuan was pleased, he would surely bestow upon him the sacred treasures required for the 3-fold severance of the self. What else could Guangchengzi say? To rely on one's elders was only natural. Their treasured reserves far surpassed anything the younger generation could amass. He turned toward Laozi. Master, this disciple humbly requests more elixirs. With a flick of his sleeve, Laozi summoned dozens of jade vials which settled before Guangchengzi. You can only advance now by fusing primordial essences. What need have you of elixirs? Or have you already exhausted those from last time? Most were healing elixirs and restoratives for spiritual energy. At Guangchengzi's nod, Laozi's expression shifted instantly. You were injured. Injured during seclusion. Was it grave? Yuan Shi also gazed at him with urgent concern. Had he suffered demonic interference and lost control of his cultivation? Guangchengzi merely smiled. This disciple has devised a new divine art. I beg the 3 masters' guidance. Without awaiting their response, he stirred his nascent soul. Danyu Taoist, manifest. Puffed, cough, cough, cough. Tong Tian spat out his fruit tea. Fortunately, Danyu Taoist swept a gentle radiance across the air. Otherwise Guangchengzi's face would have been drenched. A threefold severance avatar. Tongtian cried, pointing at Danyu Daoist. Yet, it does not see. Lao Zi's gaze remained fixed upon Guangchengzi. A true threefold severance avatar would radiate the luminous aura of a sacred treasure, and yet Guangchengzi's cultivation showed no advancement, while Danyu Daoist himself appeared faint and insubstantial. Yuqing primordial essence. Yuanshi's eyes blazed with divine light as he beheld Danyu Daoist. I sense a familiar resonance. This is indeed my own Yuqing primordial qi. Yes, my elder brother's essence, yet interwoven with Guangchengzi's own primordial foundation. This bears the sovereign law force of a great Luo immortal. Guangchengzi watched silently as the three pure ones deduced Danyu Daoist's true nature in mere exchanges. His admiration deepened. Truly, they were the three pure ones. This divine art is precisely what this disciple has cultivated. That crimson primordial thread proved ultimately futile. The Pangu spinal marrow suffices to fill the void. Since the primordial essences of the three masters each hold the inherent power to generate myriad phenomena, I sought to fuse them with that marrow. As Guangchengzi spoke slowly and clearly, Lao Zi's expression softened with approval, then suddenly asked, "You were injured, weren't you? Hence you used up all your elixirs." Guangchengzi could only nod. The first attempt lacked precedent. I suffered backlash. Only upon employing sovereign law force in the second did fusion succeed. Should we locate the emerald and azure lights and combine them with Taiqing and Shangqing primordial essences, we may likewise sever avatars. Do you mean? Yuanshi hesitated. We three masters ourselves. Precisely. Though the masters have yet to sever the threefold self, even dual fists cannot prevail against four hands. All great cultivators of the Honghuang have accomplished this severance. Having an avatar at hand would grant the masters invaluable support. As he spoke, Danyu Daoist dissolved into mist. Guangchengzi confessed plainly, it may persist for only half an hour each day. That is more than sufficient. Tongtian burst into hearty laughter. If all else fails, it may even self-destruct. A peerless avatar of equal cultivation would daunt any who dared intercept it. Guangchengzi fell silent. Then after reflection conceded inwardly, indeed, it was a fine strategy. Our primordial essences inherently possess generative potency. Even if such avatars cannot endure long, they remain formidable allies. Very well. Severing these avatars shall also yield vital insights toward mastering the threefold severance. Even as the words left his lips, Guangchengzi released 3 streaks of radiant light, transmitting the entire process of his avatar severance directly to the 3 pure ones. Masters, begin your cultivation. I shall stand guard. With that, he stepped outside, and the luminous barrier reformed behind him. Master, was it successful? At the barrier's dissolution, Guangchengzi rushed in without hesitation. For 6,000 years he had fretted, lest some calamity befall the 3 pure ones during the delicate act of severing primordial essence. Yuanshi sat radiant and refreshed beside them. Upon Guangchengzi's entrance, Lao Zi and Tongtian erupted in unison with joyous laughter. From each master surged 2 beams of divine light, coalescing into 6 towering figures, each exuding overwhelming sovereign might. Guangchengzi's eyes lit with delight. Congratulations, masters. Yuanshi chuckled warmly as he helped Guangchengzi rise, his voice brimming with mirth. This triumph belongs entirely to you. These 2 avatars match my own cultivation. Though they endure but a quarter of their combat prowess is extraordinary. I suspect a 3rd avatar may yet be severed upon attaining the supreme sovereign realm, thus completing the triune name of the 3 pure ones. Yuanshi's excitement soared once they attained the supreme sovereign realm and wielded their threefold avatars. None in the Honghuang could rival the 3 pure ones. This disciple merely offered a suggestion. The master's trust in me made it possible. Guangchengzi could scarcely believe it. The 3 pure ones truly placed absolute faith in him. He had forged this art through solitary exploration, a technique conceived by a mere celestial immortal of the Tai rank, yet one that enabled sovereign-level cultivators to succeed, and with profound efficacy. Disciple, since this art sprang forth from you, have you chosen a name? Yuanshi sipped fruit tea and slid a cup toward Guangchengzi. Delicious. Guangchengzi took a sip. The threefold radiant spirit water was indeed exquisite, and murmured absent-mindedly, born from the fused primordial essences of the 3 masters, let it be called One Chi 3 pure ones. Excellent. Tongtian clapped delightedly. His disciple was truly extraordinary. Guangchengzi, watching the 3 pure ones rejoice, sighed inwardly and drank more tea. After all, this art had borne that very name since antiquity. To the 3 pure ones, however, Guangchengzi's act was akin to granting them sole authorship on a supreme celestial treatise, an honor worthy of boundless celebration. After further light-hearted banter, Yuanshi finished his cup and paused. I depart now for the Zixiao Palace. Tread with utmost caution in the northern sea. Guangchengzi drew a slow breath, eyeing the two jade talismans Yuanshi extended, perplexed. One remains a positioning talisman. If shattered, we shall sense it instantly. Should you still be absent when the discourse concludes, I shall come to your aid. Yuanshi gestured to the second. This is a spatial talisman. It will drastically shorten your journey to the northern sea. Guangchengzi understood the Honghuang was vast beyond measure. Even with mastery of sovereign laws, traversing from Kunlun to the northern sea alone would consume precious time. The Zixiao discourse lasted but 3,000 years. No moment could be squandered upon travel. Many thanks, Master, for your thoughtful care. Guangchengzi rose and bowed deeply. Yuanshi hesitated, then said quietly, should peril arise, seek aid from the Wu clan. Guangchengzi lifted his head sharply. Had his master truly instructed him to approach the Wu clan voluntarily? The ancestral Wu are absent, but reveal your identity as one of the 13 ancestral Wu in the Great Wu, many of whom have attained the Great Luo realm, shall surely lend you strength. After all, he was their sole disciple. Yuanshi wished to safeguard every facet of his path. Yet Guangchengzi knew well during this second discourse, only Ho-Tu among the ancestral Wu would attend. The others would likely remain aloof. This disciple understands. Laozi slid the heaven and earth profound yellow pagoda forward, speaking softly. With this artifact, I may rest easier. Many thanks, Master. Guangchengzi recognized its meaning. He was to avoid drawing forth the primordial measuring ruler of chaos whenever possible. Then, we take our leave. Laozi spoke, and 3 shafts of divine light pierced the heavens. We respectfully bid farewell, Masters. In the Zixiao Palace, dragons and phoenixes dance in the air, while Qilins roar, and countless ethereal figures of divine beasts manifest. The 3 purities transform into streams of light, and enter within, where they perceive the interwoven laws of the Tao, clearly sensing the approach of the principles they seek to comprehend. Master, this place is still extraordinary. Tong Tian spoke cheerfully. Although the Yuan conference had not taken place, this was indeed a splendid place for seclusion. Oh, the 3 senior brothers are here so early. A young boy rushed over to guide the 3 purities. Tong Tian patted his head and asked, Hao Tian, why are you out here? Hao Yin shook off his hand, thinking that Tong Tian was quite rude. After all, his hairstyle was done by the Yaoqi, and he didn't want it messed up. It was the master who sent me to fetch the 3 senior brothers, Hao Yin mumbled. The 3 purities exchanged glances, feeling slightly guilty. Tong Tian was the first to react, chuckling. It has been a long time since we last saw the master. I thought we should come early to pay our respects. As soon as he finished speaking, the great doors of the rear hall of the Zixiao Palace suddenly swung open, as if responding to Tongshan's words. Tong Tian swallowed hard, handed Hao Yin several fruits, took a few deep breaths, and walked over with his chest out and head held high. He contemplated how Guangchengzi usually acted spoiled around them and decided to do the same. Master, we have arrived. A faint laugh echoed within the Zixiao Palace, and once the 3 purities entered, the palace doors closed tightly. Crack! The crisp sound of a jade talisman shattering echoed, revealing a portal in space. Guangchengzi stepped through, and upon re-emerging, he could feel the moisture in the void. We are merely 100,000 miles from the North Sea. Oh, let us wait a moment. Not long after, he saw several beams of divine light shooting up into the sky from the North Sea. Guangchengzi remained expressionless, continuing to conceal his aura. Indeed, after a few more years, a powerful beam of divine light soared, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the primordial chaos. It is indeed him, the fastest in the primordial world. Guangchengzi was startled. This was specifically mentioned by Yuanshi. The Kunping moves with incredible speed and would likely not leave the North Sea first, allowing Guangchengzi to witness the Kunping's departure before entering the North Sea. Guangchengzi continued to conceal his aura with only a purple light flickering above the North Sea. This aura is quite chaotic. Guangchengzi frowned as he recalled that the North Sea should contain the most moisture, with the laws of water being the most active. However, the aura here was extremely mixed and chaotic, as if countless races were converging, mingled with some bloodthirsty energy. Is it demonic energy? Guangchengzi thought inwardly. He had only seen a few demon races gather in the primordial world, and they were all of the same kind. These must be the demon tribes that Kunpeng had gathered. No wonder Emperor Jun and Tai forced Kunpeng to join the heavenly court. With so many demon races, Kunpeng was akin to a regional lord, and Emperor Jun could not rest easy. Thinking of this, Guangchengzi constantly sensed the source within him. The map given to him by Yuanshi was located above the North Sea, but he could not deduce the exact location. Is it in that direction? Guangchengzi squinted, gazing toward the deepest part of the North Sea, and chose. That area was the central region of the North Sea, where not only Kunpeng's dojo was located, but also the dojo of the sea god Yujiang, even deeper than Kunpeng's. The temperature here is indeed low. Guangchengzi blended into the void, observing everything around him. The Xianming energy of the North Sea froze all things, and the area was filled with 10,000 years of primordial ice. Any piece taken out could forge a postnatal spiritual treasure, yet here it was unknown how many primordial events had been frozen. Guangchengzi was able to move freely due to the protective power of the laws. Still in the depths, he focused his mind, distancing himself from Kunpeng's dojo, and continued to fly deeper. Whoosh! Could he really stay here? Did the sea god Yujiang not accept disciples? Various thoughts surged in Guangchengzi's mind. It was exceedingly cold here, and if not for the protection of his spiritual treasure, he would not have made it this far. Even ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals would be frozen here. No wonder it was so deep in the North Sea. Yet the sensation was still deep within, and Guangchengzi simply could not give up after searching for nearly 1,000 years. The Palace of Extreme Day. Looking at the palace before him, entirely made of North Sea Xuanbing, emanating immense coldness. Above, the sky displayed various colors and forms. This was the aurora. Excitement gleamed in Guangchengzi's eyes. He had finally arrived. This was indeed the dojo of the sea god Yujiang, truly remarkable. So much North Sea Xianbing must have accumulated countless primordial events, and with its high quality, if placed in the hands of the master, he could surely forge a postnatal supreme treasure. Guangchengzi surveyed the grand formation in front of him and smiled faintly. The sea god Yujiang was merely at the early stage of croissant cultivation, and his understanding of formations could not compare to that of Master Tongtian. He meticulously circled the formation, and after years of guidance from Tongtian, he easily detected a flaw in the formation. There is still demonic energy lingering here. It seems they have clashed with the demon race of the North Sea. Guangchengzi found it somewhat strange. Were there really so many powerful beings in the North Sea? Even great Luo Golden Immortals would struggle to endure this cold, or was it that the cultivators of the North Sea had methods to resist the cold? Guangchengzi shook his head, thinking too much at this moment was futile. Seeing the formation being breached by the bamboo he quickly squeezed through, and the formation slowly restored itself, allowing Guangchengzi to breathe a sigh of relief. Caressing the bamboo, he noted that it could not only seal emotions, but also break seals with great ease. It's not so cold in here after all. Muttering this, Guangchengzi observed the surroundings. A vast expanse of glaciers lay covered, as if it were flat land. Among them, large patches of azure divine flowers grew, radiating warmth upon approach. Indeed, the primordial world is filled with all kinds of divine objects. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. The Yin extremes give birth to Yang, and these were the extreme Yang flowers born in the depths of extreme cold. Extremes lead to opposites. Unlike the cold energy of the North Sea, the warmth of the extreme Yang flowers could completely isolate the cold, allowing cultivators to traverse the North Sea as if walking on flat ground. The creations of the primordial world are truly marvelous. Guangchengzi thought as he gazed at these extreme Yang flowers, realizing that Yujiang seemed to have an understanding with Kunpeng. Perhaps the cultivators of the North Sea had already harvested these divine flowers, clean, thinking to themselves that no matter how they fought, they were all cultivators of the North Sea, not wanting to let others share in the spoils. If the primordial cultivators knew that these extreme Yang flowers could block the cold of the North Sea, this place would not be so peaceful. Guangchengzi paid no further attention to these flowers. They were inconsequential. If he pulled a few and triggered any formation, it would be a loss greater than gain. The hidden aura function of the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Pearl, was exceptionally powerful. For a short time, even croissant experts would find it hard to detect, let alone the fact that there likely weren't even great Luo Golden Immortals in the Extreme Day Palace at that moment. However, Guangchengzi had nearly turned the Extreme Day Palace upside down without finding another beam of divine light. Yet according to his senses, that divine light was indeed here. Furrowing his brows, Guangchengzi calmed himself, feeling the source within him pulse continuously, trying to resonate with that divine light. But the response never came, making him a bit anxious. There were some cultivators in the Extreme Day Palace. Guangchengzi could tell they were all beings of the North Sea, either made of cold energy or Xuanbing, with the highest among them even reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage. If they were startled, they might very well activate the Great Formation, leveraging the geographical advantage to create trouble for him. Guangchengzi felt somewhat restless and could only search repeatedly. But still he found nothing. He helplessly gazed up at the sky, suddenly stunned. This is really a dark way. Above the Extreme Day Palace, the aurora painted the sky in various hues, like a layer of dreamy radiance draping over it. Some were red or purple, others gray or blue, resembling flowing ribbons, or intertwining into a sea of moving light. As the colors constantly changed, a streak of emerald broke through the horizon, like a jade silk ribbon gradually unfurling. Guangchengzi gazed at these beautiful scenes, holding his breath for a moment. He laughed silently, realizing that he had found it effortlessly after searching everywhere. He hadn't even considered. Guangchengzi directly left the Extreme Day Palace, where everything was enveloped in auroras resembling another sky unique to the Arctic. He continuously soared upward, piercing through layers of space, arriving amidst the auroras. This place was different from the primordial chaos. Guangchengzi felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he were returning home. His heart throbbed incessantly, while his essence emitted waves of longing. He yearned for perfection, eager to devour it all. Feeling this, Guangchengzi understood that he hadn't made a mistake in his search. Following the clearest sense of direction, he flickered and traversed through space, arriving at the very center of this place. There floated a green crystal no larger than a fist, yet this shade of green was more captivating than any color Guangchengzi had ever seen. The crystal emitted wisps of mist which flew in all directions, transforming into auroras of various colors. Guangchengzi gazed at the green crystal, his eyes filled with obsession. This was the green light source he had sought after so arduously. He cautiously approached, stepping on the reincarnation purple lotus, and wearing the heavenly Daos exquisite tower atop his head, fully armed. As he drew near, the green light source suddenly pulsated twice, and he sensed a familiar aura. So that's how it is. Guangchengzi surveyed his surroundings. Since its birth, this green light had descended into the depths of the North Sea, but the coldness here had suppressed it, preventing it from gaining intellect. Instead, due to the changes in the primordial world, its essence began to dissipate. These auroras were the external manifestation of the essence dissipating, and one day, it would completely vanish. Guangchengzi extended his hand to grasp the green light source, causing the surrounding auroras to surge violently. Meanwhile, the North Sea cultivators looked up, seeing nothing unusual. The North Sea had previously experienced the mystical winds, but these divine lights would be scattered and would reform after the storm. But in the next moment, all of them widened their eyes as the divine lights seemed to be erased, disappearing completely. The sky above the North Sea had become utterly bright. This was a sight many beings of the North Sea had never witnessed since their birth. Throughout their lives, the sky of the primordial world was of various colors, beautiful, yet overwhelmingly oppressive. But now the vast expanse of the primordial sky was fully revealed before the North Sea cultivators, making them feel as if the sky was boundless. Cultivators from both the Extreme Day Palace and the Demon Master Palace rushed out, staring at the sky in speechless wonder. Has a great power taken action? Perhaps it's a cultivator from the primordial continent. A senior beyond the Great Luo. Someone murmured. But didn't all the great powers go to the Purple Sky Palace to listen to the teachings? The two largest factions in the North Sea seemed to have transformed conflict into peace, engaging in conversation. In the end, the two sides of cultivators agreed to guard their own territories. After all, the one who could change the North Sea sky was not someone they could contend with. They decided to wait for their ancestors to return before taking action. Meanwhile, hidden in the sky, Guangchengzi observed the fist-sized green light source with an expressionless face. As he gathered the green light, the surrounding auroras returned like swallows returning to their nests. From then on, there would be no more aurora sky here. Everything was exposed under the celestial dome. He stored the green light source into the chaos pearl, realizing that this was not a place he could absorb. Counting with his fingers, he realized that 2,000 years had passed, with 1,000 years remaining until the teachings concluded. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and transformed into a streak of flowing light heading towards the East Sea. After all, the South Sea and North Sea were too far apart. A purple light pierced through the North Sea, quickly arriving at its center. Guangchengzi, hidden in the sky, felt elated. This journey had gone exceptionally smoothly. By the time he reached the East Sea, the teachings would likely be over. If he encountered any trouble, he could shatter the Jade Talisman, summoning 3 masters. Who could stop him? Envisioning the bright future ahead, the purple light that was Guangchengzi radiated a joyful aura. "Young friend, please wait." A voice called from behind. The purple light halted, then immediately accelerated, surpassing its previous speed tenfold. Guangchengzi's heart raced with 100,000 thoughts. Ooh, was that ominous star about to appear? I don't want to look back. Guangchengzi activated the light law, leaving no trace in the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Guangchengzi held his breath, his figure flickering constantly, but that voice clung to him like a parasite, echoing in his ears. "Run faster, damn legs." Guangchengzi's face revealed despair. A great Luo Golden Immortal would never exert such pressure on him. Could there really be a Kwasa saint who hadn't gone to listen to the teachings in the primordial realm? But he dared not stop, yet events unfolded contrary to his wishes. Suddenly, a gigantic heavenly pillar appeared ahead, comparable to the Mount Buzhou in Guangchengzi's eyes. "Oh, oh, oh, I'm going to crash." Guangchengzi screamed as the heavenly Daos exquisite tower automatically protected him, yet the expected impact did not occur. As the world spun, Guangchengzi found himself in darkness, which quickly brightened again. He gazed at the scene before him, taking a sharp breath. A colossal black turtle emerged, roughly 1/10 the size of the North Sea, its back laden with countless islands and glaciers adorned with menacing bone spurs. The bone spurs atop its head encircled it, resembling a crown placed upon it. Yet in Guangchengzi's eyes, this black turtle emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. He swallowed hard, realizing this strength far surpassed that of the three masters. This should be the renowned black turtle of the North Sea, whose 4 limbs were severed by his esteemed master to support heaven and earth. Junior of the Kunlun Sanqing sect, Guangchengzi pays respect to the senior. Guangchengzi bowed respectfully to the black turtle before him, feeling he was no larger than its eye. Young friend, there's no need for such formality. A grand voice resonated, shaking the entire North Sea, causing the waters to churn violently, and countless glaciers shattered as the ancient ice from millennia crumbled like foam devoured by the sea. Guangchengzi dared not move an inch. Indeed, the North Sea's black turtle could easily reduce him to ashes with a mere breath. Young friend, please forgive me. I am the black turtle, and my old body is far too large to move lightly. The voice of the black turtle echoed again, which Guangchengzi was already able to filter out. Protected by the heavenly Daos exquisite tower, Guangchengzi murmured, Junior does not dare. Such fortunate karma. The black turtle praised the heavenly Daos exquisite tower. This was bestowed by my master for the protection of juniors. Guangchengzi replied, honestly reiterating that he had someone backing him. What is it that you need me to do, senior? Guangchengzi asked respectfully. His heart raced as he faced this formidable figure. I was indeed careless. The Xiangui sighed deeply, though his tone was far from gentle. Do you know my origins, young friend? Guangchengzi fell silent for a moment before softly replying, a ferocious beast. Indeed. The Xiangui's voice was calm, yet filled with regret. Since my birth, I have never possessed wisdom, only knowing how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing my body to grow increasingly larger. As a member of the ferocious beast clan, I cannot transform. However, this massive body makes it difficult for me to move, and the northern sea can no longer bear my weight. Previously, I merely stirred slightly, and countless glaciers shattered, leading to the tragic deaths of many beings. Listening to this, Guangchengzi's eyes glimmered with purple light as he gazed at the blinding blood-red light above the Xiangui's head, realizing that it was all karma. You see, all of this was done unconsciously by me. Yet under the heavenly law, no one can escape the punishment. One day I shall reap what I have sown. Given my current strength, it is likely that those who come from me will be saints. The Xiangui's tone was ambiguous, tinged with a hint of unwillingness. I was born without wisdom, yet I have committed these acts. Ever since Honghuang achieved Tao and became a saint, I have seen my own doom. The Xiangui's voice was heavy with bitterness. I am unwilling to accept this fate, but what can I do? My doom is inevitable, and each day I live is one day less. Guangchengzi fell silent, knowing that this being's doom was related to the broken pillar of heaven. However, the Wu clan would likely refrain from rash actions now. Yet the Xiangui could still foresee his doom, indicating that the karma would not allow him to escape easily. So what matter do you wish to communicate, senior? The Xiangui paused. Are today's young people so impatient? Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. He had other matters to attend to, but the Xiangui was too talkative. Frankly speaking, whether the Xiangui lived or died was of no concern to him. It was not his karma. But he dared not speak out and remained silent. I see a glimmer of hope. The Xiangui fixed his gaze on Guangchengzi. In an instant, Guangchengzi felt a chill run down his spine, dread creeping over him. The heavenly Tao tower shone brilliantly, and the mark of the finger appeared faintly with the attack talisman clenched in his hand. He forced a smile, saying, Senior, I do not understand your words. The Xiangui seemed oblivious to Guangchengzi's wariness and continued, I am not deceiving you. I had already given up waiting for my doom to come. However, just now I saw you pass by, and the heavenly mechanism descended, allowing me to glimpse a sliver of light in the darkness. That is the hope born from the abyss of doom. Senior, I am merely a 12 Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi looked at the Xiangui. If I were a saint, perhaps I could think of a way to help you, but currently, I am sneaking around just to collect the source of the green light. What can I do? I am not mistaken, the Xiangui asserted firmly. Even if I am wrong, I will accept it. This is the only chance I have grasped in countless years. Then what do you need me to do, senior? Just say it directly. I do not know, the hope lies with you. Guangchengzi was left speechless, feeling as though he had encountered a rogue he could not contend with. Do you intend to keep me here? Guangchengzi's expression remained calm, though his tone carried a hint of madness. He had prepared all his attack methods. If the Xiangui did not let him leave, he would just have to accept it. He could not fight back. He could only pray that his master would come to save him once the lecture at Zixiao Palace was over. The glimmer of hope from the Xiangui, it must not mean he would be killed. Do not be anxious, young friend, the Xiangui said leisurely. I merely wish to form a benevolent bond with you. Guangchengzi maintained a blank expression. Was this a forced bond? You wouldn't know those two from the west, would you? Suddenly the sea beside them surged like a tsunami but calmed instantly upon the appearance of an object. The Northern Xuanyuan water control banner. Guangchengzi exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed this spiritual treasure. It was made from a leaf of the chaotic green lotus representing the northern banner among the 5 banners which all possess the ability to ward off evil and resist all laws. However, the Northern Xuanyuan water control banner could control all sources of water commanding rivers and seas and had the effect of obscuring heavenly secrets. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone possessing this northern banner, as even Honghuang the Tao ancestor had only 4 banners. What are you implying, senior? Guangchengzi guessed the Xiangui's intention. As I said, I wish to form a benevolent bond with you. The Xiangui remained still, yet the Northern Xuanyuan water control banner floated before Guangchengzi. This item is a gift for you. If you are able in the future, please help me out. Guangchengzi remained silent, realizing that the Xiangui was genuinely risking everything for his fate. Take this, young friend. In the future, you can use the northern banner for defense. This heavenly Tao tower is far too powerful, and your magical power may not suffice. The Xiangui looked at Guangchengzi with a gentle tone. Guangchengzi was silent for a moment, reaching out to grasp the northern banner, feeling a chill creep up his arm. His primordial spirit reached out, leaving a mark, and then he watched as the Northern Xuanyuan water control banner pulsed slightly in his palm, storing the heavenly Tao tower away. At this moment, he stood on the 12-petal reincarnation purple lotus with the Northern Xuanyuan water control banner above him, consuming significantly less than before. Thank you, senior. Since you have given me a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, I should help you out in the future. Guangchengzi looked down and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the reincarnation purple lotus, reincarnation. He suddenly looked up at the Xiangui in the northern sea, realizing that this glimmer of hope must lie here. He recalled a legend from his previous life where the Xiangui had its 4 limbs severed to support heaven and earth, with its true spirit entering reincarnation and becoming the human Emperor Xuanyuan, who bore the image of the heavenly turtle. Guangchengzi was the master of that human emperor. However, since reincarnation was not manifesting now, it was likely because he stood upon the reincarnation purple lotus, allowing the Xiangui to glimpse a glimmer of hope. This would be his disciple in the future. With the power to support the heavens, the karma on the Xiangui could surely be washed away, and this merit would continue to flow. As long as the primordial world exists, the Xiangui could obtain merit, and this opportunity to reincarnate as a human emperor must also stem from that. I will accept this matter. I will surely bring this glimmer of hope to you in the future. Understanding the cause and effect, Guangchengzi agreed. Good. The Xiangui laughed heartily, and the sea began to surge again. Guangchengzi felt helpless as the Northern Xuanyuan water control banner emitted a faint glow, calming the surface of the sea. Senior, please maintain your composure in the future, otherwise this karma. Guangchengzi gestured around them. If this continued, the Xiangui's karma would accumulate, and he would likely not have enough merit to compensate for it. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will sink into the northern sea and await the day you bring me hope. After speaking, he spat out a piece of turtle shell. This item can be used to contact me. After saying this, he began to sink. Guangchengzi quickly called out, Senior, wait. Could you do me a favor? The Xiangui paused, the sea surface rippling slightly. Could you open a spatial door for me, Senior? I wish to go to the eastern sea. The Xian turtle remained silent, leaving Guangchengzi puzzled as he looked at it. After a while, the Xian turtle's voice finally broke the silence, awkwardly stating, Young friend, I am a fierce beast not skilled in the laws, and my only strength lies in my physical power. Guangchengzi was left dumbfounded. Wait, your attributes are all invested in defense. Gazing at the massive turtle shell, he thought that this item, without any refinement, could rival a postnatal supreme treasure. No wonder your 4 limbs are most suited for supporting the heavens. Guangchengzi cleared his throat a few times, then I shall take my leave first. The Xian turtle fixed its gaze on the reincarnation purple lotus beneath Guangchengzi's feet, and suddenly said, Are you in a hurry, young friend? A bit urgent, Guangchengzi answered truthfully, but what of his urgency? He couldn't expect the poor Taoist to swim across. If you move, countless beings in the northern sea would suffer, and when the time comes, not only you, but even I would incur karma. To reach the eastern sea, there are 2 methods. Guangchengzi's eyes lit up. I humbly asked the elder, the Dragon Palace of the Northern Sea has teleportation arrays established by the Dragon Clan of the 4 Seas. In the past, the ancestral dragon unified the 4 Seas, calling itself the Lord of 10,000 Waters, setting these up for communication among the 4 Seas. Communication is for the convenience of mobilization, right? Guangchengzi thought to himself. However, I am not familiar with the Dragon Clan. Guangchengzi furrowed his brows. Since his emergence, he had yet to encounter the Dragon Clan. No matter, the Xian Turtle said softly. Now that the Dragon Palace is occupied by the followers of Kuanping, does your master have any acquaintances among them? After all, they are guests of the Zixiao Palace. I believe there are some connections. If you mention your master, those demon clans should give you some face. Guangchengzi blinked momentarily, unsure whether to feel pity for the Dragon Clan or to feel embarrassed first. Is the Dragon Clan really in such a poor state now? They have even lost the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. As for his master's relationship with Kuanping, Guangchengzi felt embarrassed to mention it, as his master despised that group of demon clans wearing furs and horns. Observing Guangchengzi in silence, the Northern Sea fell into a brief hush. After a while, a series of bubbles emerged from beneath the water. What is the second method spoken of by the elder? The seawater around the Xian Turtle began to sway, but this time it did not affect other beings. I am only skilled in the path of physicality, but my strength alone is enough to shatter space. Guangchengzi understood they were going to forcefully cross. The spatial gate utilizes the nodes of two locations to compress that segment of space, thus ensuring safety. What the Xian Turtle meant was to rely on physical strength to traverse directly. As long as he could break through the space, Guangchengzi only needed to defend against the spatial forces. Is it dangerous? Guangchengzi inquired cautiously. There is some danger, but young friend, you possess two supreme defensive spiritual treasures along with the Tiandi Xuanyuan Linglong Tower. You should be fine. Guangchengzi fell silent for a moment. Please, elder, take action. If he were to go alone, it would likely take him 1,000 years to reach the Eastern Sea. In that case, I shall proceed. Young friend, prepare yourself. The Xian Turtle declared, and with that its massive turtle foot reappeared, crashing down into the void. Suddenly a black hole appeared, causing the surrounding space to shatter like a mirror, presenting a jagged appearance. A gentle touch could sever a cultivator, and the inside was pitch black, sending a shiver down Guangchengzi's spine. This was the power of a great supernatural being. The Xian Turtle could shatter the space on both sides merely with its physical strength. As Guangchengzi watched the space begin to close, he shouted loudly, his body swelling as a faint pressure emerged, and the Tiandi Xuanyuan Linglong Tower reappeared, enveloping him. Farewell, young friend. With those words, Guangchengzi dove into the black hole. The Xian Turtle's eyes widened. It felt the breath of Pangu. The great Luo body, there is hope for my slim chance of survival. The voice faded as it sank into the sea, and the Northern Sea gradually calmed while the space began to heal slowly. In a certain area of the Eastern Sea, the space shattered into fragments, and a black hole appeared, subsequently expelling a disheveled figure. The person was dressed in tattered clothing with disheveled hair, and his robust body bore numerous wounds as he collapsed onto a beach, gasping for air, though his eyes were particularly bright. This journey could be considered a blessing in disguise, the Taoist murmured to himself. Then several spirit pills flew into his mouth, gradually healing the red marks on his body. Did that Xian Turtle speak according to its own standards, or is the poor Taoist particularly unfortunate? Guangchengzi sat up, a flash of purple light appearing as a purple Dao robe reclad his body. After entering the spatial black hole, he was immediately met with a colossal spatial storm, a treatment reserved for protagonists in novels. The mana consumed to withstand the spatial storm was immense. The Tiandi Xuanyuan Linglong Tower soon couldn't hold up, and he had used up more than half of the pills meant to restore his mana. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Chaos Pearl made its move, suppressing the spatial storm, allowing Guangchengzi to safely arrive at the Eastern Sea, although even his mid-grade innate spiritual treasure robe was damaged and could only recover slowly. However, as Guangchengzi looked at the silver-white glimmer forming at his fingertips, he smiled faintly. He had unexpectedly grasped the basics of spatial laws, which was derived from the insights gained through the Chaos Pearl. With the enhancement of the Chaos Pearl, his comprehension had greatly improved, which could be considered a silver lining in misfortune. Guangchengzi adjusted his state and gazed at the boundless sea surface where the laws of water were particularly vibrant. This was the ocean he had imagined. Moreover, the climate was pleasant, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivators to practice, a stark contrast to the scenery of the Northern Sea. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the essence within him, but unfortunately, there was no response. Helpless, Guangchengzi summoned a green crystal in his palm, but the green light essence did not respond either. He had no choice but to retract it and transformed into a purple light, flying deep into the Eastern Sea. Now he could only pray that the other divine light would not be swallowed by the Guangsu. He was well aware that at the extreme of the Eastern Sea there existed the Guangsu. If he truly fell there, he might as well return to Kunlun. Not just him, even his three masters would be unable to locate it. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Here we have already reached the central area of the Eastern Sea. Guangchengzi's eyes glimmered with purple light, as if a divine dragon were swimming beneath the sea. Let's take a look deeper. Guangchengzi thought for a moment, then continued to fly inward without pausing. As the purple light, swept by many aquatic beings gathered beneath the eastern sea, seemingly discussing something. Guangchengzi observed everything here, feeling a stirring in his heart, as if he sensed something. He flew back, focusing on the spatial area before him, as if something was right there. A ball of purple light coalesced in his palm, and he struck down directly. However, the purple light giant seal seemed to have been swallowed by something, falling silent afterward. Indeed, something exists. Observing the slight fluctuations in that area of space, it was evidently an array. Even if it is not the source of divine light, it must be a spiritual treasure or a spiritual root. To be guarded by an array and have a connection to him, it must be an extraordinary item. Guangchengzi clenched his palm, and a palm leaf fan appeared in his hand. He heavily fanned the space before him, and a gust of 9 heavens gang wind emerged, forming a tornado as it crashed toward the array's guarded area. With a soft sound, the space rippled continuously, and the massive storm seemed to be obstructed, revealing lines that formed a grand formation in the void. Guangchengzi frowned. With his current cultivation, even the 9 heavens gale produced by the banana fan was beyond the reckoning of an ordinary Grand Luo Golden Immortal. This formation was undoubtedly being manipulated by someone. His eyes sharpened, and he infused his magical power into the banana fan, striking it heavily 3 times. 3 massive tornadoes merged together, instantly stirring up waves on the sea surface. The seawater was drawn into the tornadoes, crashing toward the formation along with the power of wind and water. Guangchengzi formed seals with his hands, and after an array of dazzling gestures, a brilliantly shining purple seal appeared. Then flames of the light principle were infused into the small seal. Sweat beaded on Guangchengzi's forehead as he directly pushed it toward the formation. Radiant seal. As he let out a low shout, the space darkened for a moment, as if all the light was absorbed by the radiant seal, causing ripples to spread across the void. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. The spiritual treasure had not fully matured yet, and he could only rely on his divine power for now. Otherwise, this technique, combined with the spiritual treasure, would surely shatter the formation with a single strike. The purple light on the radiant seal was particularly rich, as if this hue was the only one in the world supreme and precious. The tornadoes crashed against the formation, revealing cracks, and following that, under the strike of the radiant seal, the formation could not bear the pressure and shattered. In the distance, Guangchengzi faintly heard a muffled groan. The reincarnation purple lotus appeared beneath his feet, cautiously on guard. The sea surface began to roar madly. The commotion he had just caused was considerable, and distant sea tribes were peering in. Yet upon sensing Guangchengzi's aura that rivaled that of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, they all sank back down. Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes and tossed out a formation plate instantly, surrounding the area. The people inside feared his assault, and he too feared their escape. The energies of the 5 elements swiftly enveloped this space, making it extremely difficult for anyone outside to break in. After all, this was a formation plate given to him by Master Tongtian, capable of blocking a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. The reincarnation purple lotus glowed, surrounding Guangchengzi, while a jade hairpin atop the lotus crown shimmered with a dark luster, the Xuanyuan water controlling flag. Guangchengzi's expression remained calm, his eyes flashing with purple light, as the purple lotus carried him into the space where the formation had shattered, landing on an island. A warm feeling caused the corners of Guangchengzi's mouth to rise. This place was undoubtedly a location rich with blue light or other divine radiance. However, the origin of that divine light should be akin to him, having gained spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, the power of the previous formation would not have been so formidable. This island was rich in spiritual energy, just as it was in the early days of the primordial era. Moreover, few came to the East Sea. Judging by the hidden formation, it was likely that the Dragon Clan had not discovered it before allowing so many Yuan assemblies to nurture spiritual intelligence. Following the sensation, Guangchengzi arrived at the center of the island, where a blue-clad Taoist was lying beneath a fruit tree. It was evidently a primal spiritual root, though all the spiritual fruits had been picked. The tree crown was in disarray, many leaves strewn on the ground, clearly a sign that the owner had been too hasty in picking the spiritual fruits. The blue-clad Taoist had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale. Sensing Guangchengzi's approach, he opened his eyes. In the instant they locked eyes, both felt a deadly attraction towards each other. Devour, consuming him, will make me perfect. This thought simultaneously arose in their minds. Yet the blue-clad Taoist, suppressing his injuries, softly said, "May I ask where your esteemed self hails from? What brings you to break the formation of this poor Taoist?" Guangchengzi regarded him with interest. It was rare to find a figure at the early stage of the 12 Golden Immortals surpassing even his own transformation. Doesn't that imply superior aptitude compared to himself? No, it must be that he has cultivated further after his transformation. Under the teachings of the three pure ones, he had learned that only primal divine demons could reach the 12 Golden Immortal realm after transformation. The first ray of light in its entirety could only become a 12 Golden Immortal. He and this blue light could only be considered primal beings. Their transformations were merely at the Golden Immortal level. It seemed the East Sea was indeed tranquil, a good place for the Dragon Clan to recuperate after their defeat. Seeing Guangchengzi remain silent, the blue-clad Taoist forced a smile and said, "I am Lan Yu. May I ask your honored title?" "Guangchengzi." "So it is Taoist Guan. May I ask what brings you here?" "I am currently injured. Oh, perhaps you could visit another time." Guangchengzi smiled slightly, yet to Lan Yu it appeared as a devilish grin. Earlier he had been unable to defeat Guangchengzi, even with the formation's aid. Now, having lost the formation and being heavily wounded, he was naturally quite afraid. "Taoist Lan Yu, that is a fine name, but it's rather ominous." As soon as he spoke, Lan Yu's expression darkened. However, the tears of the moon over the vast sea, the warmth of the sun at Lan Tian, you truly fit those words. "But Taoist, you ought to shed some tears as a farewell to yourself." With that, a murderous intent surfaced in Guangchengzi's eyes. The first ray of blue light had gained spiritual intelligence and transformed. Didn't that imply his aptitude was akin to Guangchengzi's? Alas, his strength ultimately surpassed. "Taoist, is there some misunderstanding?" Lan Yu retreated continuously, his eyes filled with terror. "Misunderstanding?" Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. "Do you not wish to devour this poor Taoist?" The blue-clad Taoist stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled gently. "Indeed, we are of the same origin, but in the primordial era there can only be one to achieve the first ray of primal light." Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this person would be himself. This poor Taoist is willing to forsake his origin, just seeking for Taoist to spare my life. What do you mean? How about you leave my spiritual intelligence intact and find a place for me to reside? Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and smiled very well. He produced a jade bottle. Looking at Lan Yu, "You may enter this." With a heavy flap of the fire banana fan, the nine heavens divine fire transformed into a fire dragon charging forward. The ethereal blue light, upon encountering the fire dragon, was unable to resist for long before it fell to the ground. With a heavy flap of the fire banana fan, the nine heavens divine fire transformed into a fire dragon charging forward. The ethereal blue light, upon encountering the fire dragon, was unable to resist for long before it fell to the ground, while the fire dragon continued roaring toward Lan Yu. With a loud bang, Lan Yu's entire robe turned black as he lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Guangchengzi's tone was calm. "Taoist, we truly are of the same origin. What a remarkable connection we have." Cough, cough. "Why do you reject this poor Taoist proposal?" Lan Yu coughed, continuously struggling to ask. "Your proposal is indeed tempting. Sacrificing yourself would allow this poor Taoist to absorb your origin perfectly." Guangchengzi nodded, his tone somewhat regretful. "But this poor Taoist has heard a saying, one must remove the roots when cutting grass. Spring winds will allow it to grow again. As long as you live, this poor Taoist owes you a karmic debt. For me, only death will erase the debt. This was a great favor in attaining the Tao, and such kindness is hard to repay. All I can do is repay kindness with enmity. Have you not seen how those two from the West have done so? The experiences of predecessors must be learned well." Lan Yu laughed, a large amount of blood gushing forth mixed with flecks of blue light. "What a pity." He looked at the approaching Guangchengzi, swallowed the spiritual fruit in his mouth, and the entire island exploded in an instant. The profound and intricate tower reappeared, blocking all explosive impacts. Guangchengzi hovered in midair, watching the island explode as a voice echoed in the void. "Even if I perish, I will not allow you to succeed. I cannot return to the primordial first ray of light. Others should not think they can either." Ha ha. Yet Guangchengzi's expression remained indifferent as a red figure continuously darted through the void with the shattered space, seemingly avoiding him. In his hand, blue light flickered as he held a pure blue crystal, not a sphere, but rather covered in sharp spikes, the very essence of blue light. This was quite in line with the character of Lan Yu. The Dan Yu Taoist infused his power into the essence of blue light, drawing in the surrounding blue light that was spilling out, and soon the area fell into tranquility. Guangchengzi nodded slightly at the essence of blue light handed to him by the Dan Yu Taoist, noting its superior strength compared to the essence of green light. After years of transformation, it was indeed more powerful and not diminished like the green light. Surveying the surroundings, Guangchengzi felt a mix of emotions. Lan Yu ultimately self-destructed in conjunction with the array bound to the island with no intention of harming him, as he possessed a top-grade primordial spirit treasure, which Lan Yu could naturally perceive. Lan Yu's plan was to self-destruct and exile his own essence into the void. With the power of the array, he could tear open a rift in the void, making it impossible for Guangchengzi to find the blue light essence even if he remained uninjured. Unfortunately, he had the Danyu Daoist as an avatar, a Deluo Golden Immortal combined with his understanding of a sliver of spatial laws just enough to stabilize the ripples of space and thwart Lan Ye's plan. Guangchengzi looked at the essence of blue light, feeling no sorrow in his heart. In the primordial world, it was merely a cycle of schemes and the survival of the fittest. Now it was simply that his skill was superior. Storing the essence of blue light, Guangchengzi gazed at the dilapidated island and sighed. The water banana appeared, and a drop of the three light divine water flew out, gently waving its hand, causing the entire island to be drenched in spiritual rain. All the flowers and spiritual plants recovered, becoming more vibrant. Recalling the information passed to him by his master, he realized that when he deduced the situation above the East Sea, the mist obscuring his vision must have been the reason for Lan Ye's awakening of spiritual intelligence. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual treasure used by Lan Yu floated over. A top-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Yulan Spike, indeed a fine weapon for ambush. His final gaze fell upon the island's only primordial spiritual root, the divine light fruit. Even the purple extreme spiritual peach from his 9 immortal mountain was merely a mid-grade primordial spiritual root, yet Lan Yu managed to possess a top-grade one. Perhaps the East Sea's vastness and abundance of treasures accounted for this disparity. Guangchengzi caressed the divine light fruit tree, and as a drop of the three light divine water fell, the fruit tree suddenly radiated divine light, forming a tranquil blue luminescence. It takes a total of 5,000 years to bear 36 divine light fruits, which contain primordial divine light capable of cleansing impurities within the body and healing hidden injuries in the meridians. So that's how it is. No wonder Lan Yu had a chance to self-destruct after receiving his blow. If he could swallow all 36 divine light fruits at once, he could comprehend the divine light's ability to dispel evil, eliminating all malevolence with a sweep. That would indeed be remarkable. Observing the divine light fruit tree returning to vitality, Guangchengzi surveyed the island, pondering that perhaps in the future primordial beings would be born here. He reached out to grasp the fruit tree, intending to take it back, so he would no longer need to return to this place. As Guangchengzi moved, the divine light fruit tree slowly detached from the island, a stream of chaotic energy rising from the roots, devouring everything in Guangchengzi's terrified gaze. "Ah, damn it, damn it, damn it." The cries echoed, and faintly Guangchengzi seemed to hear Lan Ye's maniacal laughter, realizing that this was indeed a failure of effort. In the island where boundaries were invisible, primordial spiritual energy transformed into mist, coalescing into droplets that fell. Within this island, enveloped in spiritual energy, immortal ginseng and spiritual mushrooms were everywhere. Spiritual birds soared high, and immortal beasts dashed about. Tint the sandier beauties paved the ground, adding to the island's grandeur. At the center of the island was a small pond, the heart, where spiritual energy gathered with wisps of chaotic spiritual energy coalescing. At the edge of the pond lay a Daoist in purple, creating a Thai character with his presence. Above him, a purple orb spun continuously, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy around. Any chaotic energy approaching would be directly devoured by the purple orb, causing no harm to the purple-clad Daoist. The purple-clad Daoist's fingers moved as he grabbed a handful of soil. Struggling, he climbed to his feet, spitting out some mud and staring blankly at the scene before him. A divine light flashed, and the filth on his body vanished in an instant. He then looked at the chaotic orb above him and laughed. If it weren't for this chaotic orb, he might have been ground to dust by the chaotic energy. Even a Deluo Golden Immortal could not walk through the chaos without relying on spiritual treasures, let alone his small frame. Although it was a Deluo realm body, it could not be sustained for long. Observing his surroundings, Guangchengzi's expression grew serious. The spiritual energy here was even denser than that of Kunlun. The chaotic orb pulsated a few times, and Guangchengzi turned to look behind him, his mouth agape. The small pond was filled with 3 light divine water, at its center a 12th grade white lotus, and the entire pond was covered in lotus flowers, with the lowest being 3 grade white lotuses classed as low-grade primordial spirit treasures. Is this Fantian Island? Guangchengzi found it hard to believe. Truly, my fortune is flourishing. He laughed heartily, realizing that surviving a great calamity surely brings hidden blessings. Who would have thought he had inadvertently entered Fantian Island, a place that even the 3 masters could not locate? Guangchengzi vented his feelings freely, feeling utterly elated. It seemed that the divine light fruit just happened to grow atop the chaotic spiritual energy spilling from Fantian Island, allowing it to mature into a top-grade primordial spiritual root. Yet was Lan Ye's scheme or his own fortune that led him to stumble into Fantian Island? Fantian Island was 3 pieces of divine material within the chaos, having fallen into the primordial realm. More importantly, it was severed from the heavenly secrets and contained the chaotic spiritual energy that all beings in the primordial realm yearned for. This was far superior to primordial spiritual energy. One could only imagine how much chaotic energy would be consumed to refine it, and few would attempt such a feat. To come into contact with chaotic energy without injury required at least a person with the great sage's divine powers. Looking at the 12th grade white lotus in the pond, Guangchengzi unleashed a ray of purple light, pulling it over. Gently stroking the petals, a fragrant mist permeated his nostrils, and Guangchengzi felt his soul becoming much clearer, instantly calming his entire being. Truly, this is the pure world white lotus. Guangchengzi praised as one seed of the chaotic blue lotus transformed, belonging to a top-grade primordial spirit treasure that contained the laws of purification capable of cleansing all things and restraining evil, protecting body and mind with defense only beneath the profound and intricate tower. He also stored several white lotuses to carry with him, taking out 1/3 of the 3 light divine water and tossing in 3 green lotus seeds. These were given to him by the Sanqing, who had received a few green lotus seeds when they obtained the chaotic blue lotus, each giving him 1. If they could grow in this 3 light divine water, they would also become decent spiritual treasures. Looking at these, Guangchengzi transformed into purple light, searching for the island's stone monument. Only by refining it could Fantian Island truly belong to him. At last the refinement is complete. Gazing at the 3 stone tablets resting in his palm, radiating intertwined divine light of azure white and black, Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed with quiet satisfaction. He owed this success entirely to Dan Yu Daorun. With only his cultivation level of 12 Golden Immortal, he could never have refined the island securing stone tablets alone. Now every facet of the 3 Immortals' Isles resonated within his awareness. He commanded all its realms, confining the primordial chaos chi solely to the chaos spirit spring. A subtle smile graced Guangchengzi's lips. Truly worthy of its name, the 3 Immortals' Isles indeed teemed with spiritual roots. In a streak of violet light, he vanished and reappeared instantly upon Penglai Immortal Isle, where an immense divine tree soared skyward in unrestrained majesty. Its canopy blotted out sun and sky, its trunk shone with radiant gold inscribed Head-Toto with innate Tao characters. Its leaves shimmered with Yin-Yang Qi golden brilliance, bathed their sunward faces, while purple mist coiled luxuriantly over their shaded sides. Most arresting were the 9 lustrous amber-hued fruits hanging from its trunk. Merely inhaling their fragrance sent Guangchengzi into a euphoric daze. 3 tenthasand-year cycles for blossoming, 3 for fruiting, 3 for ripening. A full cosmic epoch yielded only 9 Honghuang leaf fruits, the foremost among the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Consuming even one granted immediate ascension to the rank of de Luo Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi knew well that his senior master Tai Ching had long sought this very fruit, the sole missing spiritual root required for refining the 9-fold golden elixir. Unlike the Huangzhong Li, whose consumption permanently fixed one's realm at de Luo Golden Immortal, the 9-fold golden elixir shattered that limitation, and further aided cultivators in comprehending the profound laws of the Tao. Moreover, these 9 fruits had been gestating since the dawn of creation itself. Their potency must dwarf that of later generations by an incalculable degree. Guangchengzi withdrew 9 jade boxes, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent luster as though liquid light flowed beneath their polish. Kunlun jade marrow formed over countless millennia within Kunlun Mountain, the most exquisite vessel for preserving such peerless primordial fruits. With a flick of his hand, ordinary spiritual herbs and fruits floated upward, gently settling into woven spirit fruit baskets. On Yingzhou Immortal Isle grew the famed 5-needle pine, naturally suffused with the 5 elemental qi. Most crucially, it bore precisely 365 pine nuts, each a boon of extraordinary value to cultivators at the 12 Golden Immortal stage. 12 Golden Immortals cultivated the 5 qi, and this pine aligned flawlessly with that path. As a supreme primordial spiritual root, its 5-element pine nuts rivaled the combined efficacy of 5 separate primordial roots. Upon Fangzhong Immortal Isle stood the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Guangchengzi's long-sought treasure, its trunk coiled like an ancient dragon, its bark deeply fissured and scaled like dragon hide. Most captivating were the tea leaves sprouting from its 81 branches. Merely inhaling their aroma deepened one's comprehension of the Tao's fundamental laws. Each leaf was translucent crystalline, pulsing with a unique Tao resonance, truly worthy of the name Enlightenment Tea. After gathering the leaves, Guangchengzi paused, recalling one other artifact, but deferred its pursuit as pressing matters awaited. Surveying the 3 Immortals' Isles once more, he produced several sealed jars, poured distinct divine waters into each, placed selected fruits inside, and buried them beside the Chaos Spirit Spring. Let us test it. After all, the primordial chaos knows no scarcity of time. Who knows? Perhaps fortune shall smile upon us. Of all his gains on this journey, primordial spiritual roots proved most abundant. Yet few primordial spirit treasures had appeared. Logically, the three Immortals' Isles should harbor no fewer than 10 such treasures. Perhaps this realm simply favors the growth of spiritual roots alone. With one final glance at the Isles, Guangchengzi's form dissolved into shimmering light and vanished. The Eastern Sea. Numerous aquatic beings surfaced across the sea, gazing intently at a vast formation while exchanging murmurs. How is it that the venerable elder has not emerged for 3 centuries? Perhaps he entered seclusion. An octopus slapped the waves rhythmically with all 8 arms. This grand formation, even the Dragon King could not breach it. "Oh Xiehe, can you truly discern its strength?" asked a cerulean sailfish. "No," replied Xiehe, his 2 pincers snapping sharply at empty air, "but I felt the elder's aura. Undoubtedly that of a Twelve Golden Immortal." "What a—" "The Dragon King himself has only reached the 12 Golden Immortal realm." "Does our Eastern Sea Dragon clan possess no Twelve Golden Immortal?" asked a cultivator clad in a spiraled shell. "I do not know. It's opening, it's opening." Xiehe cried out, then plunged beneath the waves. As the formation slowly dissolved, the sea calmed, and a vile-robed Taoist stepped forth. Guangchengzi caught the formation disc mid-air, frowning slightly. The disc showed signs of wear from prolonged use. He would need to consult his senior master Tong Tian upon returning to see if its operational duration could be extended. His gaze swept idly across the water's surface. A faint smile curved his lips. With a fingertips' gentle tap, a violet beam shot forth, snaring a crimson giant crab. At once the other aquatic beings scattered in panic. Xiehe was their strongest, cultivating at the Xian immortal level and serving as General Xie in the Dragon Palace. Yet he had been seized in a single effortless stroke, utterly powerless to resist. How dared any remain? Guangchengzi paid them no mind. Gazing at the colossal crustacean before him, culinary visions flashed through his mind. Raw marination, spicy, stir-fried, delicate, steaming. "Elder, spare my life." Xiehe pays homage. "What service may this humble crab render?" "Command me freely." Xiehe trembled violently, his pincers slack with terror. "Are you delicious?" Guangchengzi asked, his smile devilish. Elder, this humble crab is old and tough. Shrimp are far more tender." "Is that so?" This Taoist has heard that crab roe is the finest delicacy of all. Xiehe's entire carapace quivered. "Elder, I am male. No roe. But if you wish, I will guide you to those who bear it." Guangchengzi studied Xiehe intently for a long moment. What a crafty crab indeed. "Then tell me which seafoods are most exquisite." Xiehe exhaled in relief. His own life was spared. His divine sense surged, and the jade talisman before him glowed with soft, luminous clarity. Through his celestial vision, Guangchengzi glimpsed recipes: stir-fried spirit shrimp, steamed red rock clams. "Does this satisfy the elder?" Xiehe offered a servile smile. "Why are there no crab dishes?" Xiehe forced a humiliated grin, lowered his head, and suddenly several new crab-based delicacies appeared upon the talisman's menu. "Not bad. You are quite the culinary master." "To speak plainly, my ancestors once served imperial banquets to the ancestral dragon himself." "Oh." Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. "Your lineage bears such distinction. Did any attain Twelve Golden Immortality?" No. My ancestor attained only 12 Golden Immortality. Later he perished upon the battlefield, roasted whole by the Feng clan's southern radiant fire. It was then the other aquatic races discovered how delectable crabs truly are." Watching Guangchengzi struggle to suppress laughter, Xiehe's heart ached with silent despair. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi pondered deeply. The second Grand Tao Discourse would conclude in 2 centuries, but he still intended to journey south to the Southern Sea. Though the green and blue lights had already been secured, the Southern Sea had been divined by all 3 of his senior masters. Surely it concealed something destined for him. Yet the voyage itself would require a millennium. Here in the Eastern Sea, he might leverage the Dragon Palace's teleportation array to arrive directly in the Southern Sea. More importantly, no great cultivators were known to dwell there, thus little danger awaited. Now that both the blue and green lights rested securely in his possession, the third artifact would surely resonate once he entered the Southern Sea. Upon acquiring it, he would return immediately to Kunlun to ascend to Twelve Golden Immortality. "How stands the Eastern Sea Dragon clan?" Listening to Guangchengzi's question, he trembled with fear. "My lord, spare me. I am here on the orders of Lord Dragon King. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Please grant me my life." Guangchengzi frowned. "To serve me? You wish for too much. My mount is of a higher cultivation than you." Guangchengzi's eyes suddenly brightened. Didn't the East Sea have a mount belonging to his master? Yes, I am unworthy. It was my mistake. You just said that the Dragon King sent you. Indeed, Lord Dragon King sent me to check if you are of the demon race. Xia he quickly nodded, his claws waving in an effort to prove the truth of his words. Demon race. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment. Could it be that the demon race has sent envoys here? That would be troublesome. I do not want to get involved with the demon race now. Though their highest envoy is merely a 12 Golden Immortal once entangled, it brings many complications. I dare not deceive you, my lord. Since the second sermon of the Xixiao Palace began, demon race envoys have come conveying the orders of the demon emperor, demanding our dragon race from the 4 seas to submit to them, and also to present the 9 dragons agarwood sedan chair that was crafted for the ancestor dragon. Xia was filled with righteous indignation. The ancestor dragon was the spiritual pillar of all aquatic races, and that sedan chair was specially crafted for him. If the ancestor dragon could unify the chaos, it would be used to patrol the world. Unfortunately, the ancestor dragon failed in his endeavor, and until his fall he never sat in that 9 dragons agarwood sedan chair. Guangchengzi's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with rage. How dare the demon race demand the seat belonging to his master? Is the demon envoy still in the East Sea Dragon Palace? Xia he cautiously glanced at Guangchengzi. He is no longer here. After delivering the orders, he left. However, a few years ago, due to the commotion you caused, Lord Dragon King thought the demon envoy had returned. You are a great Luo Golden Immortal. Lord Dragon King knows he is no match and has already gone to the Dragon Tomb. Guangchengzi looked deeply at Xia. This fellow was leaking information to him. Within the Dragon Tomb, there were definitely ancestors of the dragon race, at least great Luo Golden Immortals, who participated in the war among the 3 races. Unfortunately, this was during the sermon at the Xixiao Palace. Otherwise, even if a Kwasa Saint appeared, they would likely not be able to withstand Emperor Jun and Tai. He did not believe that the Kwasa Saint of the dragon race would be unharmed. In the past, the overwhelming karma meant that the dragon race did not perish entirely due to the blessings obtained from the ancestor dragon suppressing the CI. Can your dragon race's teleportation array still be used? Guangchengzi asked casually. If he did not dare to refuse the demon race, then, as a disciple of the 3 pure ones, he would certainly treat him with courtesy. It can be used, but I do not know where you wish to go. The teleportation arrays of the 4 seas are interconnected, but the North Sea Dragon Palace has also been occupied by the demon race, and even the North Sea Dragon King has taken refuge in the South Sea. Guangchengzi was not surprised. He had heard of this from Xian Gui earlier and thought the North Sea Dragon King had come to the East Sea. I need to go to the South Sea, so please lead the way. Yes, right this way, my lord. Xia he hurriedly walked ahead and then entered the water. Guangchengzi frowned. This sounded a bit. However, he still followed behind. The waters had been cleared of life, likely frightened by his earlier actions. With his current speed plus Xia, he being a creature of the water, they quickly reached the East Sea Dragon Palace. A crystal-clear palace stood at the bottom of the sea, with gates towering 10,000 zhang, seemingly prepared for the gigantic bodies of the dragon race. The wide imperial road was paved with warm water jade, flanked by palatial buildings made of various colored crystals, corals, pearls, and gems rising to heights of 1,000 zhang. Radiant and splendid, the ceiling was not made of seawater, but rather a vast array of luminous pearls and exotic jellyfish forming a starry sky, with soft light illuminating the dragon palace as if it were daylight. No wonder it is called the Crystal Palace. Guangchengzi complimented. Xia he beamed with pride and introduced, this was built by the ancestor dragon during his time. Our East Sea's Crystal Palace is the largest among the 4 seas. After all, the East Sea is the foremost among the 4 seas. It was here that the ancestor dragon once ruled the aquatic races. Seeing Guangchengzi remain silent, Xia he refrained from saying more, waving his claw to dismiss 2 kin who had come to inquire. He was after all a general of the Dragon Palace and held some status. Upon entering the Crystal Palace, a blue crab beside him whispered, General Lord Dragon King has returned. Xia he waved his claw and smiled ingratiatingly at Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi looked at him expressionlessly. His figure vanished. Xia he's smile froze. He then boldly stepped into the Dragon Palace's main hall, seeing a green dragon coiled on a throne thousands of zhang high. Xia he pays respects to Lord Dragon King. The green dragon raised its head, its gaze imposing, its 2 dragon whiskers swaying with its movements. What is the result of your investigation, General Xia? Xia he paused for a moment before responding, reporting to Lord Dragon King, he is not of the demon race. The green dragon visibly breathed a sigh of relief, glancing quietly towards the back hall. Xia he continued, but I encountered a senior of the immortal Dao. The Lord entrusted me to convey a message to you. Guangchengzi, hidden in the shadows, found Xia he's behavior rather strange. The Dragon King was taken aback. There were still great Luo Golden Immortals who had not gone to the Xixiao Palace. His dragon eyes shimmered with a blue light, and the Crystal Palace began to move. May I ask which Dao friend it is? Guangchengzi was not surprised. Being the stronghold of the dragon race, it would be strange if there were no means of detection. However, the Dragon King was merely a tiny golden immortal and was still in the early stage. This formation could not detect the hidden aura of the Chaos Pearl. Guangchengzi's gaze deepened as he looked into the back hall. When the Dragon King activated the formation, a trace of Dao aura flickered in the back hall, and Guangchengzi sensed it belonged to a great Luo golden immortal. The dragon race indeed had some foundation. It was a latest-stage great Luo, but that aura seemed somewhat frail, likely severely injured. The Dragon King searched for a long time without finding any trace, and turned to look at Xie. Xie felt troubled. Since that senior did not reveal himself, how could he dare to speak out? After all, that was a great Luo golden immortal, and their East Sea dragon race was not enough to withstand him. Guangchengzi had already discerned the reality of the great Luo golden immortal's presence in the dragon race, and so he slowly revealed himself. A purple figure appeared behind Xie, as if he was always meant to be there. The moment he manifested, the entire crystal palace became even brighter, all light converging upon him. The Dragon King was startled. This figure, though appearing gentle and with bright eyes that evoked a sense of closeness, emanated the undeniable aura of a great Luo golden immortal. His dragon body instantly radiated a blue light, transforming into a dragon-head human figure. Bowing to Guangchengzi, little dragon, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang pays respects to the elder. Guangchengzi raised his eyebrows. So this was Ao Guang. He had become the Dragon King quite early, but his gaze turned towards the back hall, as if he could see through the Crystal Palace's formation. This Dao friend, will you not reveal yourself for a meeting? Ao Guang was taken aback. Is this the great Luo golden immortal? Even the ancestors can sense it. A dragon's roar that pierced the clouds and shocked the stones echoed, and a white dragon flew in with its claws bared amidst a burst of white light. Guangchengzi watched the imposing white dragon, a smile flashing in his eyes. It was merely a show of force to still come out and bolster the dragon clan's reputation despite such severe injuries, was the tragedy of a declining race. A purple lotus blossomed beneath his feet, encircling Guangchengzi. The white dragon was startled. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Where did this cultivator come from? But Guangchengzi's body suddenly expanded, radiating boundless golden light, while the surrounding seawater churned violently, causing the crystal palace to sway. Witch clan? Ao Guang was shocked. This aura was almost identical to that of the Witch clan. Indeed, if any great Luo golden immortal still remained in the wilderness, it would only be from the Witch clan, as they possessed no primordial spirit. Watching Guangchengzi throw a punch, the white dragon's claw was broken in an instant, dragon blood splattering forth, yet Guangchengzi remained unharmed, protected by the reincarnation purple lotus. Is this the power of the physical body? Guangchengzi mused to himself. Oh, indeed, the physical prowess of the Witch clan surpassed that of the Dragon clan. Had it not been for the Dragon clan, he would not have engaged in a physical confrontation. Is this how the Dragon clan treats its guests? Guangchengzi coldly remarked, observing the white dragon lying on the ground. He did not possess such high strength. A single strike had caused the latest-stage great Luo dragon to fall, clearly indicating the white dragon was suffering from internal injuries. Forgive me, esteemed elder. Ao Guang continuously bowed. Our ancestor has merely aged and mistakenly identified you as a member of the demon clan. Guangchengzi snorted lightly, watching as Ao Guang instructed the others to help the white dragon up. In a flash of white light, the white dragon transformed into a panting old man, clutching his left hand and gazing in horror at Guangchengzi. How could the Witch clan possess a primordial spirit? Guangchengzi ignored him and directly stated, I am the chief disciple of Kunlun's 3 Pure Ones, and I wish to use the teleportation array of the East Sea. What? Both Ao Guang and the white dragon were astonished. He dropped to the ground. He had not expected this esteemed being to have such a noble identity. They certainly knew of Kunlun's 3 Pure Ones, especially the Shangqing Daoist, who had once roamed the wilderness seeking cultivators to test their swords, renowned throughout the East Sea. So it turns out you are a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones. My apologies for the rudeness. Ao Guang hurriedly invited Guangchengzi to the esteemed seat. Years ago, the Shangqing Daoist had visited their dragon clan, wondering if they were one of the 3 clans that opened the heavens, but an elder in the dragon tomb, a latest-stage great Luo, emerged and was unable to withstand even the Shangqing Daoist sword. After the teachings of the Zixiao Palace, who does not know that Kunlun's 3 Pure Ones were accepted as direct disciples by the Dao ancestor? Many clam women and mermaids brought exquisite food and drink to Guangchengzi, yet he did not glance at them. It was already late in the day, yet the Dragon clan continued to indulge themselves. No wonder they had fallen into decline. May I ask where the esteemed elder wishes to go? Ao Guang cautiously inquired, noticing that Guangchengzi was not partaking. The esteemed elder wishes to go to the South Sea. Xie, he quietly answered the Dragon King's question. Ao Guang let out a breath of relief. The teleportation array in the South Sea was still operational. If it were the North Sea, he would have to persuade this esteemed being. Very well, esteemed elder, please wait a moment. I shall arrange this immediately. Ao Guang waved his hand, instructing those below to prepare some gifts. Ahem. As a coughing sound arose, the white dragon stepped forward, and Ao Guang hurriedly vacated his seat. Dear friend, it is rare for you to visit our dragon clan. Oh, why not allow us to host you properly? Guangchengzi's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the white dragon. Oh. A glimmer of joy flashed in the white dragon's eyes. Not directly refusing was already a good sign, indicating there was room for negotiation. Friend, our dragon clan still has some spiritual treasures in the treasury. You may choose a few, but the old dragon has one request. Guangchengzi smiled. The old fellow had revealed his true intentions. However, the poor Taoist has been waiting for you to bring it up voluntarily, otherwise I cannot just seize the 9 dragons Agarwood palanquin, right? There must still be hidden treasures in your dragon tomb, at least that Zhurong has not yet appeared. He is the brother of the ancestral dragon. Please, friend, do speak. Guangchengzi picked up a droplet-shaped fruit and tasted it. Raising an eyebrow, although it was an acquired spiritual fruit, its flavor was indeed delightful. The white dragon watched Guangchengzi finally savoring the fruit and understood that he was waiting for him to make an offer. However, he also knew he absolutely could not overreach, otherwise he would directly offend the person. He glanced at Xie, he who wisely retreated. With a wave of his dragon claw, the crystal palace lit up with a rays. Surely you are aware that the demon clan has sent people to demand our dragon clan's submission. The white dragon spoke with anger, yet the words he uttered were rather arrogant. Our dragon clan is the foremost of the 3 clans that open the heavens. How could we submit to the demon clan? He wore an expression of pride, while Guangchengzi remained silent. However, the white dragon could not hold back for long. He spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, coughing repeatedly. Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes. Even in such a state, he still boasted it was merely to elevate the dragon clan's status in front of him. Previously, it was only a messenger from the demon clan. If Emperor Jun and Tai personally came, could your dragon clan handle them? He quietly watched Ao Guang assist the white dragon, eager to hear what conditions he would propose. With his experience from the 3 clan wars, he would certainly not request the 3 pure ones to confront the demon clan, a fanciful notion. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to deliberately offending him. I wonder if our dragon clan could submit to the 3 pure ones. Ao Guang looked at Guangchengzi, whispering. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, saying nothing while Ao Guang's face flushed red. He knew this was wishful. The white dragon slapped Ao Guang away in agitation, aggravating his injuries, and coughed several more times. The younger generation is ignorant. I hope the friend can forgive him. Ao Guang slinked back in embarrassment and bowed. It was my rudeness. Guangchengzi ate another blue spiritual fruit, which dissolved into water upon entry, and was quite delicious. These 2 dragons were putting on a show in front of him. What submission to the 3 pure ones? Nowadays, apart from the demon clan, who else would want them? With that layer of karma, who would want them? Only the demon clan would wish to control the 4 seas conveniently, using the dragon clan as cannon fodder to achieve their submission. First, they presented a difficult condition, then substituted it with an easier one, making it hard for him to refuse. He understood this game. The white dragon silently lamented. This one appeared small, but was not to be underestimated in cunning. Still able to keep his composure, he was indeed a product of the 3 pure ones. I wonder if the 3 pure ones are still accepting disciples. Guangchengzi set down the spiritual fruit in his hand, quietly observing him. Did the dragon clan have any exceptionally gifted dragons? Or was it his junior brother? The white dragon saw that Guangchengzi did not outright refuse and realized there was a chance in this matter. He instructed Ao Guang to bring something out from the rear hall, and soon a yellow dragon egg, several zhang high, was presented. Guangchengzi focused on it. Oh, what a vigorous vitality, and it still bore the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. A soil attribute dragon egg, indeed extraordinary. The dragon clan predominantly controlled attributes related to water, such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. They were naturally able to swallow clouds and exhale mist, and could even breathe fire, though they did not often do so. However, this soil attribute was indeed rare. Guangchengzi frowned. He had always believed that the future yellow dragon junior brother would take shape from the earth vein, but now seeing this, there seemed to be hidden circumstances. Friend, please take a look. This is the bloodline left by Lord Ancestor Dragon, the yellow dragon. Although it has yet to be born, its innate talent is undoubtedly remarkable. Guangchengzi gazed at the dragon egg, contemplating that if this truly is the yellow dragon, it would indeed be extraordinary. Not to mention, this fellow is known as the 5-nosed true man, lacking in divine powers, treasures, disciples, achievements, and strategies. However, one thing stands out: his unwavering loyalty. Among the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, he may not be the weakest, but he has also been stripped of his top 3 flowers and the 5 energies within his chest. Even the primordial master clearly does not favor him, yet he has never betrayed the sect. What Guangchengzi values most is this point. Moreover, this fellow indeed possesses considerable talent. If properly nurtured, he has the potential to reach the realm of Quasi Saint. The Yellow Dragon's previous life could join the Chan sect, indicating a connection with the primordial master. That 9 Dragons incense carriage cannot be merely a token of apprenticeship, right? Descendant of Ancestor Dragon, the innate talent seems quite exceptional. Guangchengzi praised, but he would not say more as he naturally intended to negotiate a lower price. If it weren't for the Yellow Dragon's connection with the master, he wouldn't care at all. Moreover, even if there is a connection, the 3 masters will all become saints, and the Yellow Dragon will merely bask in their glory. The Dragon clan has indirectly tied itself to the Sanqing, having a powerful backing. Although they cannot restore their former glory, they will not be exterminated either. The White Dragon's eyes lit up. Seeing Guangchengzi's reaction, he knew there was hope. If the Yellow Dragon can join the Sanqing, the Dragon clan will no longer have to worry about such matters. Our Dragon clan will not let the Sanqing Taoist intervene in our affairs. We only hope that the Yellow Dragon can enter Kunlun. Guangchengzi nodded in agreement, thinking that without the White Dragon stating this, he would not have agreed. Advancing the Yellow Dragon into Kunlun would be a great boon for the Dragon clan. If they still wish to scheme against the Sanqing and the Demon clan, the Primordial Master would definitely act directly to exterminate the Dragon clan. I can take him into Kunlun, but whether the Master accepts him, I cannot guarantee. That is to be expected indeed. The White Dragon's face was filled with joy. Receiving this promise was sufficient for him. Their Dragon clan has been trying to find a way for the younger generation to enter Kunlun, but found no path. Now with this disciple of the Sanqing bringing him back, even if it doesn't work out, he could become a servant or a mount. Being a servant or mount for the Sanqing Taoist is not disgraceful. Guangchengzi finally showed a smile. The Dragon clan is indeed quite perceptive, though he wondered how they would resolve their issues with the Demon clan. However, that is their private matter, and he did not ask. His eyes shimmered with purple light as he carefully examined the dragon egg. He noticed a gray cloud floating above it, and Guangchengzi instantly understood that this must be the karma of the Dragon clan. Although the Yellow Dragon has not yet been born as a descendant of the Ancestor Dragon, he has also inherited some karma. I have a suggestion, I wonder if you would be willing to hear it. The White Dragon was taken aback, or was he about to give them advice? Please do tell. Guangchengzi looked at the dragon egg and pointed to the top. This karma will definitely hinder the Yellow Dragon's cultivation speed, and my master would not be pleased if he saw it. Thus, with this alone and the Dragon clan's troublesome matters, the master would absolutely not take him as a disciple. Now he intends to take the 9 Dragons incense carriage. Without this item, even if the Yellow Dragon were to join the master, he would likely receive even less attention than before. The White Dragon was stunned looking at the dragon egg, and after a long silence, he understood Guangchengzi's. Since entering Kunlun, the best prospect would be to be accepted as a disciple by the Sanqing Taoist. However, with all this karma, not to mention the Sanqing, even other powerful beings would not take him in. In the primordial chaos, the fortunes of master and disciple are interconnected, and this karma can indeed harm one's merits. A hint of hesitation flashed in the White Dragon's eyes, but quickly vanished. He could see that Guangchengzi was quite pleased with the Yellow Dragon. Since that was the case, he decided to take a gamble. Rest assured, my old self will ensure that the Sanqing Taoist is satisfied. Old ancestor. Ao Guang looked at him with concern. How do you plan to eliminate the karma? Guangchengzi's interest was piqued. Could it be that the Dragon clan possesses merits? The White Dragon sighed bitterly, looking at Ao Guang. This time, I leave the Dragon tomb. My old self has no intention of returning alive. I might as well let this frail body do more for the Dragon clan. There is a secret method in our Dragon clan. As long as there is a bloodline connection, we can transfer the karma of the other party, but after the transfer, the karma will double. Guangchengzi fell into a brief silence. The White Dragon's words implied that this was indeed the plan. However, given his current injuries, he was in a precarious state, and transferring karma might lead to his immediate demise. For the sake of their race, these individuals are truly willing to risk everything. Despite some reservations about the Dragon clan, Guangchengzi felt admiration. Since that is the case, I can assure you that even if my master does not accept him as a disciple, I will take him in. Guangchengzi committed to this matter. He still held a favorable view of a potential Quasi-Saint disciple. The White Dragon nodded excitedly. This is a direct lineage of the Sanqing. With this assurance, he need not worry about the Dragon clan, even if he were to fall. My old self needs time to remove the karma for the Yellow Dragon. I let Guang accompany you to the treasury. The White Dragon said to Guangchengzi. Having received the assurance, he quickly set to action. Directly allowing this Taoist to take the dragon egg back, raising it from a young age, will surely foster a deeper bond. Guangchengzi had not anticipated this point. After all, these old geezers are much more calculating. Ao Guang bowed deeply to the white dragon, then led Guangchengzi. A door after another opened beneath the seal of the ancestor dragon, mesmerizing Guangchengzi. Indeed, the wealthy dragon clan has built a treasury far superior to that of the witch clan. Every shelf is a postnatal spiritual treasure, showcasing the prosperity of the dragon clan back in the day. At the very center of the treasury lay 5 carriages, 3 of which were distinct in their features, while the remaining 2 were still under construction. Ao Guang looked at the carriages with red eyes, and then explained to Guangchengzi the one in the middle is prepared for Lord Ancestor Dragon, belonging to the top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The 2 beside it are for Lord Candle Dragon and Dragon Mother respectively. Guangchengzi nodded. It seems the Dragon clan once had 3 primordial golden immortals. Together with the Turtle clan, it is no wonder they could contend against the Phoenix and Qilin clans with their strength. Looking at the central 9 dragons incense carriage, Guangchengzi smiled, seeing the 9 copper dragons in front, each with a unique posture incredibly impressive. Predecessor, allow me to report that within this carriage lies a drop of blood from Lord Ancestor Dragon sealed with the souls of fallen dragons. It is quite formidable. Listening to Ao Guang's explanation, Guangchengzi nodded. To the Dragon clan, pulling for the Ancestor Dragon is their honor. Looking at the 2 carriages on the sides, he shook his head. After all, the ancient crafting techniques for artifacts are lacking in development. The second carriage's workmanship was somewhat inferior, while the third simply used an excessive amount of sandalwood. Guangchengzi clenched his hand, and one of the unfinished carriages shattered directly. As he guided with both hands, a series of restrictions flew out, and divine light spread throughout the treasury, dazzling Ao Guang. After 10 years, Guangchengzi finally stopped his actions, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Your venerable presence is awe-inspiring, senior. The young dragon is deeply impressed. Ao Guang said, bowing respectfully as he gazed upon the palanquin newly refined by Guangchengzi. Antiquity is not inherently superior to the present. Take forging arts, for instance, they have vastly improved. Moreover, how many Honghuang Golden Immortals existed among the 3 ancient clans back then? And how many do the Wu and Yao clans possess today? Hearing Guangchengzi's veiled counsel, Ao Guang lowered his eyes. He understood this was guidance from a senior cultivator. Should the Dragon clan cling stubbornly to past glories without adapting, it would inevitably vanish from the primordial world of Honghuang. I am profoundly grateful for your instruction, Ao Guang declared solemnly, offering a deep bow. Once this elder departed, he would journey to the Dragon Mausoleum to relay these words to the ancestral patriarch. Indeed, the Dragon clan must change. Guangchengzi paid him no further heed, instead surveying his masterpiece with quiet satisfaction. At the center stood a palanquin of unparalleled opulence. Majestic, resplendent, as if gathering the grandeur of heaven and earth into one sovereign vessel. Precisely the sort favored by Yuanshi Shizuan. To the left stood another radiating razor-sharp aura and transcendent pride. Upon closer inspection, faint sword qi shimmered across its surface, the unmistakable preference of Tongtong Shizuan. To the right rested a palanquin crafted from fragrant sandalwood, refined by Guangchengzi to offer supreme comfort. Unassuming yet profoundly elegant, subtly suffused with auspicious violet qi. This was unquestionably the style cherished by Taiqing Shizuan. Finally, he turned to the incomplete palanquin, his own. Though he possessed Honghuang as a mount, consistency demanded that he too possess a proper carriage befitting his Shizen standards. The pace of the Kunlun form must remain perfectly aligned. Struck through. This phrase must never be uttered before one's Shizens. His own carriage, though forged from extraordinary materials, bore a uniquely radiant aesthetic. Its entire frame exuded luminous brilliance, adorned with countless depictions of immortal herbs and spirit roots. To close one's eyes and sense it with divine awareness was to perceive before oneself a miniature sun star. As for the mounts to draw the carriages, he had already decided. With a flick of his hand, all 4 palanquins vanished into storage. Ao Guang gestured toward the remaining magical treasures. Senior, please feel free to select any that catch your eye. This cultivator was now their Dragon clan's greatest patron. The more he took, the safer Ao Guang felt. After all, without true strength, hoarding such treasures would only invite calamity. Guangchengzi surveyed the offerings. Few were worthy of his interest. Yet he noted several rare spirit roots scattered across the 4 seas, as well as millennia-aged floating soil water and other potent alchemical ingredients. So this artifact resides here after all. With a subtle gesture, 12 lustrous jade-like orbs floated into his palm, the 12 Dinghai divine pearls. Respectfully reporting, senior, originally, there were 36 ranking among the supreme primordial magical treasures. These 12 are but mid-tier spirit treasures. Guangchengzi nodded indifferently, cast one disinterested glance, and strode out. By now the white dragon lay near death, breathing shallowly, his gaze tender upon the amber-hued dragon egg. Upon seeing Guangchengzi and Ao Guang emerge, he summoned his last strength to rise. "Fellow Taoist," the white dragon whispered weakly, pushing the egg forward. Guangchengzi's eyes widened slightly. "Do you not wish to keep him within the dragon clan for hatching?" The white dragon shook his head, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Let him accompany you, fellow Taoist. Our clan stands on the cusp of great turmoil." Understanding his meaning, Guangchengzi hesitated no longer. With a flip of his palm, he sealed the egg within the chaos pearl. The white dragon, summoning his final dignity, offered a solemn bow. He had already reported this matter to Patriarch Zhulong, and the dragon clan's lineage had been fully inscribed into the egg. May their choice prove wise. Guang escort fellow Taoist Guangchengzi to the teleportation array. With those words, a dragon-shaped jade token descended before Guangchengzi. "This is our clan's token of honored guest. Presented in the Southern Sea, and the Southern Dragon Clan shall render aid to the best of their ability." Guangchengzi accepted it, feeling its weight as though it bore the burden of 1,000 jin, and sighed softly before following Ao Guang toward the side hall. Though outwardly modest, the side hall concealed vast dimensions, employing the cultivation technique of holding Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed. Within its walls lay a teleportation array spanning dozens of thousands of li, an appropriate scale given the dragon clan's colossal physiques and the necessity for a correspondingly immense formation. Ao Guang watched as Guangchengzi stepped into the array's center. A vivid azure dragon sigil flared in his palm, and instantly the formation ignited, sending tremors shuddering through the entire chamber. The crystal palace quaked. Essence of water from across the ocean depths converged upon it, drawing astonished gazes from every aquatic being beneath the waves. Yet above, the eastern sea's surface remained utterly still. Ao Guang watched the array activate expressionless. He withheld from Guangchengzi a crucial truth: each activation consumed staggering energy. Even in antiquity, the dragon clan rarely employed this formation. Yet such details were unnecessary to disclose. Their clan had already reaped immense benefit. So long as the dragon egg reached Kunlun, no sacrifice, however great, was unworthy. Watching Guangchengzi fade slowly within the array, Ao Guang bowed deeply, then shot back toward the crystal palace. Ancestral Patriarch. His eyes burned red, brimming with anguish. The white dragon coughed several times. "Fear not. I can endure 3 centuries more. Even if I fall, I shall perish only upon the battlefield." With his final breath, he would detonate himself to claim at least one great Luo Golden Immortal from the Yao clan. The Yao clan dare not press us too hard. Should the sea abyss erupt, they could not bear the karmic retribution. Gasping heavily, the white dragon fixed Ao Guang with a steady gaze. "Our dragon clan rests in your hands. In direst need, Patriarch Zhulong will intervene. You must endure whatever losses we suffer. Until extinction itself looms, you must never seek Kunlun. Some debts of gratitude once spent fade forever. Do you understand?" A flash of grim resolve crossed Ao Guang's eyes. Seeing the white dragon's selfless devotion to their clan, he murmured softly, "Guang understands." The Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Qin, the Southern Sea Dragon King, was overseeing palace affairs when suddenly he sensed the side hall trembling. His face paled. Since the dragon clan's defeat, this array had lain dormant. Why stir now? Had the Eastern Sea fallen? Yet the Eastern Sea held the clan's deepest reserves. Without a quasi-sage direct intervention, none could possibly breach it via teleportation. He dismissed his attendants with a wave, activated the entire palace's defensive formation, and watched, palm gripping a dragon seal, as the side hall's array blazed to life. From the rear hall, another aura stirred, yet faltered, lacking sustaining power. What an extraordinary formation! A purple-robed Taoist appeared, unable to suppress his admiration. He felt no dizziness. Merely one day had passed since departing the Eastern Sea for the Southern Sea. The dragon clan's former might was evident in this alone. Tongtian Shizuan could certainly replicate it, but only at fixed locations. Guangchengzi pondered briefly, then resolved to ask Tongtian Shizuan upon returning to study whether a portable formation disc could enable travel between such distant realms. Emerging from the side hall, he found the palace's formation aglow, and a crimson dragon staring at him, tense and vigilant. Guangchengzi produced the dragon token and held it aloft. Ao Qin recoiled in shock and rushed forward to kneel. "Honored guest, this humble servant greets you." This was the dragon clan's token of honored guest, bestowed only upon great Luo Golden Immortals who had rendered exceptional service to the clan. Such tokens remained strictly under the custody of senior dragon elders. Even the 4 sea dragon kings lacked authority to issue them. "How may this humble servant serve you, senior?" Ao Qin spoke with utmost reverence. This token confirmed the Eastern Sea's safety. Guangchengzi ran his fingers over its smooth surface. Truly, it was a priceless treasure. This Taoist merely passes through your domain. My destination is the Southern Sea where urgent matters await. Ao Qin's expression shifted subtly, as if holding back words. Moi. Could something grave have befallen the Southern Sea? Guangchengzi asked, puzzled by his demeanor. Ao Qin sighed helplessly. I dare not deceive you, senior. The Southern Sea faces internal strife. Are you acquainted with the Celestial Court? The Immortal Court, the one established by the Eastern Prince. Guangchengzi's gaze was uncertain. It wasn't the Purple Mansion continent located in the East Sea. How could there be people from the Immortal Court in the South Sea? Exactly, the people of the Immortal Court arrived in the South Sea 3,000 years ago, seizing various islands, and even clashing with the Demon Clan. Ao Qin replied candidly. Our South Sea Dragon Clan tightly guards the Dragon Palace and dares not interfere in the wars between the two sides. Guangchengzi understood both sides had powerful beings of Quasi-Saint level stationed, especially since the Eastern Prince was the head of the male immortals personally appointed by the Tao ancestor, indicating that he was also making arrangements across the seas. However, the Eastern Prince surprisingly had not fallen. He thought that he had been killed by Emperor Xuanyuan before the second sermon. This matter is of no concern. Does the Immortal Court not have any Twelve Golden Immortals? This, I do not know. Ao Qin hesitated. Little Dragon speculates that all the Twelve Golden Immortals have gone to the Purple Sky Palace to listen to the teachings, and there hasn't been any sign of Twelve Golden Immortals battling in the South Sea. Over the years, both sides have only engaged in minor skirmishes without large-scale warfare. Guangchengzi nodded. It turned out they were training their troops while simultaneously making arrangements across the seas. The Demon Clan wanted the Dragon Clan to submit in the East Sea while confronting the Immortal Court in the South Sea, but he was unsure about the situation in the West Sea. However, after the second sermon, there would surely be a great battle between the Demon Clan and the Immortal Court, and it seems the fall of the Eastern Prince was not far off. I am merely here to seek a certain item. You need not worry. Do you require our Dragon Clan's assistance? Ao Qin hurriedly stepped forward to ask. No need. Guangchengzi shook his head, rejecting his offer. I shall take my leave now. After saying this, a flash of purple light appeared, and Guangchengzi vanished. Ao Qin sighed, wishing he had attached himself to such a powerful ally. With a wave of his hand, he closed the side hall again, and continued to handle matters concerning the Dragon Clan. Both sides are indeed very restrained. Guangchengzi muttered to himself as he stood on the surface of the sea, sensing the chaotic aura in the void, which was somewhat disorderly, but not overly malevolent. Never mind, you may fight amongst yourselves. It has nothing to do with me. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, his internal essence shaking as he carefully sensed another divine light deduced by his three masters. Moi. He opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. With a flip of his palm, green and blue lights appeared simultaneously. Instantly, a purple light radiated from Guangchengzi, intertwining with the three colors, and a golden divine light shot forth. Guangchengzi followed closely behind, the black jade hairpin in his hair faintly glowing. If anyone attempted to ambush him, it would reveal their full appearance. As a purple light traversed the skies above the South Sea, some cultivators finally took notice. Some directly concealed themselves on islands, while others gathered towards the same location. This is the place. Guangchengzi exclaimed joyfully as he looked at a small island, sensing that he was indeed in the right location. After flying for 100 years, he had finally arrived. However, there was actually a formation here. Guangchengzi took out the banana fan, and with a sweep of the nine heavens gale, the formation shattered instantly. He raised an eyebrow. Without anyone to oversee it, its power was not great. This divine light had not yet developed spiritual intelligence, but with a formation to guard it, it was still remarkable. Seeing several streaks of light pursuing from behind, Guangchengzi's expression darkened. That guiding light had moved too swiftly. He hadn't had time to conceal his aura, and now the South Sea was rather chaotic, with both the Immortal Court and the Demon Clan looking to profit. With another flap of the banana fan, an even larger nine heavens gale manifested, directly sweeping towards the direction of the streaks of light. Soon those cultivators vanished without a trace. Upon entering the island, Guangchengzi casually tossed out a formation plate, and a formation rose from the ground. He frowned, saying, I can only use this once. This formation plate was the 5-element guardian formation that Guangchengzi had used several times. After this use, the plate would likely shatter. Collecting his thoughts, Guangchengzi entered the island and found that the spiritual energy was abundant, with the grass and trees flourishing. However, there was not a single innate spiritual root, nor any signs of cultivators. It seems this place is indeed the birthplace of that divine light. Guangchengzi surveyed the area, no longer delaying, and headed straight towards the central region. A bright yellow divine light illuminated everything around it. Guangchengzi's expression was unchanged, sensing that the origin of this divine light seemed somewhat insufficient. Is it below? A A giant hand struck down, revealing a hand-shaped pit on the island and items beneath its surface directly. So that's how it is. Guangchengzi suddenly understood that this yellow light's origin had been inadvertently severed, splitting into two parts. One part combined with spiritual energy for nurturing, and after several Yuanhua meetings, it would likely develop spiritual intelligence and take form. The other part underground would transform into an innate spiritual treasure, qualifying as a companion treasure to this yellow light. However, it held no allure for him now. He had already found the green and blue lights. According to his calculations, as long as he absorbed them coupled with the Pangu spine marrow, it would be sufficient to allow him to defy his innate nature, becoming even stronger than the complete first strand of innate light. Buzz buzz. Something in Guangchengzi's arms began to stir, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes as he took out the radiant seal. Watching the radiant seal tremble continuously, it seemed as if something ahead was attracting it. Could it possibly devour this yellow light? This thought flashed through Guangchengzi's mind. Once the radiant seal completed its nurturing, it would become a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Having been refined by the Buzhou Mountain, it was not inferior to the treasures of his three masters, such as the three treasures Jade Rui. This was the proof of the Tao treasure Guangchengzi had chosen, and it resonated with his origin. However, it would likely require another Yuanhua meeting to complete its nurturing. Now, if it attempted to devour this yellow light's origin, it would surely greatly shorten the nurturing time. Having figured all this out, Guangchengzi gently tossed the radiant seal, allowing it to float above the two separated origins of yellow light. The radiant seal instantly radiated brilliant light, dyeing the entire island in a layer of brightness. Soon the yellow light's origin was continuously absorbed, and the aura on the radiant seal grew stronger. Finally, when the last wisp of yellow light's origin was consumed, the entirety of the radiant seal became much clearer. Guangchengzi gestured, and it quietly settled into the palm of his hand. It can be completed in 10,000 years. Guangchengzi laughed happily, having exchanged the relatively useless yellow light origin for a proof of the Tao treasure, making this endeavor worthwhile. Guangchengzi calmed his emotions. All the goals of this trip had been accomplished. Calculating the time, the second sermon would end soon, and he should return to Kunlun. He still felt more at ease having his master by his side when merging the origins. Looking at the island, Guangchengzi sighed. After all, it was the birthplace of the yellow light, and it was somewhat related to him. With a flick of his finger, a drop of three light divine water appeared, transforming into boundless spiritual rain that fell, causing the plants on the island to grow even more vigorously. Moi. Just as he was pleased with his creation, Guangchengzi furrowed his brows, realizing his formation was under attack. He found it hard to believe, glancing at himself, revealing the undeniable aura of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Could it be that a Deluo Golden Immortal truly remained in the primordial chaos and did not go to the Purple Sky Palace to listen to the teachings? With a serious expression, Guangchengzi stepped out of the island, finding nearly 100 cultivators outside the formation, some with celestial bearing and others radiating demonic energy. Upon seeing Guangchengzi emerge, a dragon came forward and demanded, "Hand over the spiritual treasure you obtained." "Why should I give it to you, demon? Fellow Taoist, do not trust him. Surrender it to me, and the immortal court will surely protect your safety." "You are emissaries of the celestial court and the demon race," indeed, replied an elderly cultivator exuding immortal grace. "This Taoist is Songfengzi, inspector of the celestial court." "Demon race, Jiao Wu Shui." A black dragon coiled in the air. Crimson light flickered within his pupils as he fixed a predatory gaze upon Guangchengzi. "Esteemed Taoist, it would be wise to surrender the primordial artifact. The celestial court offers you clemency, and upon the celestial emperor's return from listening to the Tao, you shall be granted the rank of elder." Songfengzi's eyes gleamed with fervent longing. A primordial artifact, such a treasure had eluded them for 3,000 years in the Southern Sea. Presenting it would assuredly earn him extraordinary merit. Jiao Wu Shui let out a thunderous roar toward the celestial court's forces and spoke with chilling menace, "Consider your choice carefully. Illustrious demon sovereigns number several among us." Songfengzi's expression darkened. The celestial court possessed only 2 quasi-sages, yet the Queen Mother of the West dwelled perpetually at Kunlun Mountain, detached from court affairs. Indeed, the demon race held superior strength. Yet the celestial emperor was personally appointed by the Tao ancestor as supreme lord of the male immortals. Why should they fear the demon race? With this thought, his confidence surged anew. Guangchengzi, encircled by both factions, was profoundly startled. Before departing his island abode, he had probed their cultivation levels. The highest among them were indeed Songfengzi and Jiao Wu Shui, both latest-stage Tai Golden Immortals, and no concealed Deluo Golden Immortals lurked in hiding. Yet he had not reigned in his Deluo Golden Immortal aura. Were these two factions truly so brazen? There is but one primordial artifact. Whom then should this Taoist entrust it to? A mischievous glint shimmered in Guangchengzi's eyes as he asked, smiling benignly. Ours. The celestial courts without question. Surrender it to the demon race. Watching the two sides draw swords and glare, Guangchengzi chuckled softly. Are you both Twelve Golden Immortals concealing your true cultivation? As he spoke, he released his aura, sending both factions staggering backward. Zhao Wuxue let forth a piercing dragon's cry. Drool fell onto the sea surface as his blood-red eyes locked unblinkingly onto Guangchengzi. They had been dispatched to the southern sea precisely because they remained mired below the Deluo threshold, seeking new dominion to break through. Songfengzi shed his benevolent facade and gathered his celestial court disciples tightly around him. Do you truly believe your status as a Twelve Golden Immortal grants you license to act with such arrogance? A Deluo who has never even set foot in the Zixiao Palace. Surely you attained this realm only within the past 3 millennia. Whether you've grasped any Taoist law remains uncertain. Old Taoist Songfeng, why waste words? Seize him now. We'll divide the artifact afterward. Zhao Wuxue roared at the celestial court, then turned his gaze upon Guangchengzi. Once I subdue you, your nascent soul shall be cast into the abyssal eye of the western sea. Guangchengzi's smile vanished. His voice, devoid of all warmth, fell like frost. Excellent. This Taoist shall soon flay your hide, extract your tendons, seize your soul, and refine your spirit. Let us see whether your tongue proves harder than your bones. Zhao Wushue's dragon pupils contracted sharply. His tail twitched warily as he stared at Guangchengzi. Regardless of all else, this was undeniably a Twelve Golden Immortal. Songfengzi whispered secret instructions to his underlings. Instantly, the celestial court disciples fanned out into precise formation. Hundreds of white lights bloomed into view, faintly interconnecting to form a grand formation. Guangchengzi observed with quiet interest the lowest ranked among them was a true immortal. Even united in formation, their collective might could barely match that of an average Twelve Golden Immortal. His own combat prowess far surpassed ordinary Twelve Golden Immortals. Otherwise, how could his 3 venerable masters have permitted him to venture forth in search of the primordial divine light? On the opposing side, demon cultivators revealed their true forms. In an instant, malevolent gales swept across the southern sea sky. A thick black miasma billowed forth. Demons danced wildly, obscuring even the sun star itself. Some demons brandished weapons wreathed in bloody karmic radiance, especially the crimson dragon pearl expelled by Zhao Wuxue, from which countless tormented souls shrieked in agony. Guangchengzi glanced once, and killing intent rose like a tide. So these were the demon race, being steeped in such profound karmic burden, having slaughtered untold innocent lives. The celestial court's formation was now complete. Boundless spiritual energy converged upon Songfengzi, elevating his aura to rival that of a mid-tier Twelve Golden Immortal. Even Zhao Wuxue turned his head to stare at the celestial court. Songfengzi had never displayed such power in recent years. He had hidden this formidable technique well. Yet they were no mere bystanders. Numerous demonic artifacts rose simultaneously, their blood-soaked karmic energies merging into one vile putrid miasma that spread outward. Guangchengzi sneered coldly. Demon path. These demons had long since fallen to the demonic Tao, refining their arts with the flesh, blood, and souls of living beings. Their fused crimson divine light bore eerie resemblance to the blood sea itself, capable of corrupting a cultivator's protective aura and even tainting the innate sentience of spiritual artifacts. It was the bane of orthodox Taoist cultivators. Youngling, you refused to yield the artifact when asked. Now it is too late. In blood-souled demon light, go. Zhao Wuxue struck first. Above, the crimson clouds condensed into a searing wave of bloodlight, surging toward Guangchengzi. Purify. Guangchengzi uttered 2 calm words. A profound, ineffable aura emanated from him. His entire being blazed with gentle, radiant light. When the blood-souled demon light rushed forward, it dissolved instantly upon contact. In that moment, every cultivator present felt their hearts cleansed. Every trace of violent intent vanished. And law, Taoist law. Zhao Wuxue froze in utter disbelief. The demons behind him stood paralyzed. He had never imagined encountering a Twelve Golden Immortal who had already comprehended Taoist law. Yet such a being had never attended the Zixiao Palace to hear the Tao. Guangchengzi withdrew his aura. The law of light inherently possessed purifying power. Against demonic cultivation, only the pure world White Lotus rivaled its efficacy. Against such meager demonic strength, he need not even summon the pure world White Lotus. His gaze shifted toward the celestial court. Seeing that look, Songfengzi instinctively retreated several paces. he could unleash but a single Deluo Golden Immortal level strike via the formation, yet against a law-comprehending Deluo Golden Immortal, he stood no chance whatsoever. Taoist friend, no senior. This humble immortal erred grievously. Please forgive my transgression. Songfengzi stammered an apology, but dared not disperse the formation. The myriad immortal formation. Guangchengzi ignored his plea, studying the array before him, capable of concentrating the power of countless immortals into a single vessel. It resonated uncannily with a formation he knew well. Senior's insight is peerless. Songfengzi's pupils contracted sharply, tension tightening his feet. This myriad immortal formation was the Celestial Emperor's own creation, their ultimate trump card against the demon race. Only recently upon his dispatch to the Southern Sea had Songfengzi received its transmission. This version channeled the power of 100 immortals. How could this senior possibly recognize it? Guangchengzi's expression cleared in sudden understanding. So this was their hidden advantage. No wonder the Celestial Court acted with such audacity. And could it be that the myriad immortal formation originated with Dong Wanggong, later acquired and refined by his master Tong Tian, becoming the GSX's supreme defensive formation? Thus Dong Wanggong possessed genuine brilliance, fitting indeed to be honored by the Tao ancestor as supreme lord of the male immortals. Come, let this Taoist test the famed myriad immortal formation. Guangchengzi spoke with a benign smile. The myriad immortal formation, the original Guangchengzi had struck it once with his Fantian Seal, merely toppling Duo Bao. A humiliating failure indeed. Senior. Senior jests. Songfengzi trembled, unnerved by Guangchengzi's unshakable composure. Did you not just demand I surrender the artifact? Guangchengzi's voice, though soft, carried an icy, lethal edge. You flatter me, senior. Songfengzi felt Guangchengzi's murderous intent and could only keep explaining. A Deluo Jingxian who had comprehended the laws was not an opponent they could face. Seeing Guangchengzi utterly uncompromising, Songfengzi's own expression hardened and a cruel intent showed in his eyes. Surely you do not take us for those easy-to-bully lone cultivators. Our Xianing was established by the immortal emperor himself, and the immortal emperor was appointed by Daozu. Even Kunlun Sanqing would spare our Xianting some face. Guangchengzi laughed out loud at Songfengzi's strained composure and obstinate stubbornness. He now understood why Xianting had fallen after being exterminated by Dijuan Tai. Not a single great powerhouse had been willing to lend aid. Such arrogance from the men of Xianting, such self-importance from Dong Wanggong. The notion that the Sanqing masters would defer to Xianting was the greatest joke this priest had heard since his emergence. Songfengzi's face flushed red with rage as he roared, "How dare you show disrespect to the immortal emperor? Withdraw at once, or when his majesty returns from Xiaogong, there will be no place left for you in all of Honghuang." Wait a moment. Guangchengzi could not stop laughing. To those who knew nothing, Dong Wanggong might seem the immortal emperor. To the ignorant, he might even be Panga the Great. What a grandiose mouth. Does the Kunping boast even louder? Your joke is simply too amusing. Once I have had my fill of laughter, I shall return and tell my master. They will be delighted as well. Guangchengzi finally stilled, and the thought of his master's expression at that jest made him chuckle again. Songfengzi's pupils contracted. Daozu had only lectured twice yet to produce a Deluo Jingxian who had comprehended the laws. This was no obscure figure, but surely a great immortal of vast attainments. May I ask who your master is? Songfengzi ventured, his tone laced with contrition. Guangchengzi arched a brow, still smiling. I am but a humble priest. My master is precisely the Kunlun Sanqing you claimed would spare the immortal emperor 3 parts of face. Silence. A hush fell across the entire Nanhai. Zhao Wuxue heard Guangchengzi name his sect, and the dragon pearl fell from his mouth. He dove snatched up the pearl and vanished beneath the waves, abandoning even the demon clan behind him. A cold flash of light passed Guangchengzi's eyes as he brandished a black plantain fan, fanning toward the sea. Did I say you could go? The water roiled, a whirlpool rose. The surrounding demons could not even harness their foul winds. With a shudder, the vortex disgorged Zhao Wuxue. Zhao Wuxue's scales were shattered, his dragon's sinews snapped. He resembled a bleeding Jiao. Guangchengzi frowned in disgust. How filthy. A red fire fan appeared. Guangchengzi fanned, and the 9 heavens' divine fire became a dragon of flame and surged forth. In no time, ash drifted across the sea, and with the tide, the Nanhai fell calm again. Friend, do you remember what I said earlier? Guangchengzi smiled as he looked at Zhao Wuxue. Before a reply could come, another fire dragon flared to life and engulfed him. A piercing, agonized scream filled the air. Zhao Wuxue's cries echoed across the sea for 10,000 miles. Not a bird stirred, only his lamentation persisted. At last ash fell again, and the yuan shun of an ink-colored jiao roughly a zhang in length emerged. As the nine heavens' divine fire faded, the spirit attempted to flee, but a titanic hand plucked it back. Why run so fast, friend? Would you have me break my word? Guangchengzi chided with a smile. The trembling jiao spirit was captured. Guangchengzi produced a jade vial, tossed Jiao Wushue's dragon soul inside, sealed it with divine fire, and the vial emitted the creature's tortured cries. Song Fengzi and the others watched Guangchengzi dispatch the demons with swift efficiency, trembling and too terrified to make a sound. Guangchengzi lifted his head to the void where strands of golden light shimmered. He cupped his hands to sense them. Delight lit his eyes. Merit. Guangchengzi rejoiced. This was the first time he had gained merit. Indeed, these demons were tainted with karma. Extinguishing them naturally summoned merit, though the dowry was meager. It seems obtaining merit will not be difficult, he mused. The defeat of the demon clans was only a matter of time. If all the karma-stained demons were eradicated, how much merit would surely descend? When he came to himself, Guangchengzi turned to Song Fengzi. The latter immediately activated an array and pleaded with a mournful face, "Senior, spare me. This humble immortal did not know you were a favored disciple of Sanqing Daozuan." Guangchengzi's face remained unreadable. They were clearly cowed. Though arrogant, these folk bore no karmic stain, a fact in keeping with Dong Wangong's manner. Had they committed heinous deeds, surely the three masters would have intervened. Thankfully, Xianting was not a den of corruption. "Do you not desire my spirit treasure?" he asked. Song Fengzi shook his head vigorously. Senior's divine powers are vast and fortune uncommon. That a spirit treasure may choose its master is heaven's gift. This humble immortal dares not opine. You do have a way with words. Guangchengzi regarded the Xianting folk and sighed. In light of your earlier courtesy, I will spare your lives. Before Song Fengzi could show relief, Guangchengzi continued, grievous crimes may be pardoned, but lesser transgressions will not escape. A colossal hand rose, the sea began to surge. Waters lifted on all sides and enclosed the Xianting cultivators in a square cage. This place will be cut off from spiritual qi. I shall seal you here for 100,000 years. Guangchengzi pressed his palm down, and the cage sank to the seabed, leaving only himself above the waves. He knew that in 100,000 years Xianting would likely be destroyed. These people had not committed unforgivable crimes. He was of the immortal way and possessed the virtue of sparing life. He was not the sort to slay the innocent wantonly. Yet to be cautious, he planted a seed within them. If they later perpetrated evil, the power of the laws would erupt and instantly annihilate both body and Tao. Watching the now still sea, Guangchengzi paused a moment, then transformed into a streak of purple light and sped away. From Zixiaogong, numerous great practitioners returned from the chaos and entered Honghuang. A man in a golden robe frowned and looked toward the Nanhai. He struck his dragon head, cane downward, and with a bell-like chime the cane was fixed in place. "Dong Wangong, what are you attempting?" A domineering man wrapped in flames holding a chaotic great bell asked without waiting for an answer. "Whatever you do, I will stop you. Return and make your preparations." Dong Wangong's pupils contracted. He snorted coldly and, accompanied by those behind him, returned to the Donghai. The Sanqing stood to one side and watched with cool detachment. Tongtian's smile faded. "It seems the demon clans will move. This does not concern us." Yuanshi snorted. He disliked the demons and held no fondness for Dong Wangong. "Let us go." Laozi said nothing more, as if sensing something, and a divine light flew forth. The three retreated to Kunlun. Guangchengzi, still over the Nanhai, was hastening back to Kunlun when a beam of divine light enveloped him and he vanished from sight. The disciple saluted the three masters, expressing his congratulations on their return. The divine light scattered as Guangchengzi landed upon Kunlun Mountain, where the three pure ones gazed at him with smiles. He sensed a familiar aura, realizing that it was Master Tai Ching who had aided him. Otherwise, it would have taken him hundreds of years to return. "Rise," Yuan Shi raised his hand, and Guangchengzi found himself rising involuntarily. "Did you achieve satisfactory results on this journey?" Guangchengzi wore a smile, producing the essence of green and blue light followed by the radiant seal, making the three pure ones beam with delight. "Excellent. As long as Guangchengzi absorbs this, he will be able to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Master, can I request a spiritual treasure for slaying corpses from our ancestor?" Guangchengzi looked at the three pure ones, wanting to clarify the matter regarding the three masters. The expressions of the three varied, containing both regret and satisfaction. Yuan Shi sighed, reminiscing about everything in the purple cloud palace, glancing at Tongtian, who turned away. Even though he had acted petulantly, the outcome was favorable. The three pure ones pushed forward their Dao crowns, and instantly three differently colored auspicious clouds appeared, as if the celestial realm had descended, merging into one. A taiji diagram resembling yin and yang fish chasing each other floated out, presented in black and white, its edges engraved with the symbols of the four elements earth, water, fire, and wind, emanating the might of a primordial treasure. From within the auspicious clouds of Yuanshi emerged a large yellow banner with a malevolent aura manifesting above it, mysterious prophecies swirling around its exterior, and within it the symbols for opening the heavens were engraved. With a gentle movement, the axe's light could tear apart heaven and earth. For killing swords, black, white, red, and blue floated beside Tongtian, and below lay a formation diagram. Guangchengzi merely glanced at it and felt a wave of killing intent approaching, mingled with endless malice threatening to invade his primordial spirit. He hastily closed his eyes and activated the Yuanshi Golden Chapter, which dispelled the malevolence. Upon opening his eyes, a trace of lingering fear remained. It was truly a great weapon. Just a glance had drawn him in, and he could hardly imagine the magnitude of power it would unleash when fully unleashed. However, Guangchengzi found it strange. Shouldn't this primordial treasure be given to the three pure ones only after the third sermon? Master this primordial treasure. Yuanshi waved his hand, retracting the Panga banner, while Laozi sighed. Only Tongtian remained indifferent. Knowing the power of the Excalibur formation, he was very excited. If not for Guangchengzi needing to merge the essence, he would have gone all over the wilderness to find someone to test the sword. The three of us went to seek out your ancestor, but the lamp of the human soul has yet to appear. Your ancestor could not foresee it, Laozi sighed. Was he really going to use a superior primordial spiritual treasure to slay the three corpses? Guangchengzi's expression darkened. The lamp of enlightenment had not yet appeared. That fellow had only caught up with the third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. Could it be that he had not emerged, yet hence the Tao ancestor could not foresee it? But how could he tell Master Taiching about this? He needed to find a reason. Tongshan's expression was somewhat complex. Yuanshi looked at him with a cold snort, clearly displeased, while Laozi cast him a sidelong glance. Tongtian retracted that expression, looking at Guangchengzi. Your ancestor has given me two options. One is to use the primordial 5 directions flags to slay the corpses. Guangchengzi nodded. This was very good. 3 pieces of top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, all of the same origin, could certainly be used to slay corpses. However, his smile gradually faded as Laozi and Yuanshi remained expressionless. He looked at Tongtian in surprise. That's right, I refused. Tongshan's expression was resolute. Why, oi? Guangchengzi voiced. Master Taiching could not even find the remaining spiritual treasure for slaying corpses, yet you refused the 5 directions flags presented before you. Tongtian spoke in an unhurried tone, patiently explaining. Once the 5 directions flags are gathered, they can form the primordial 5 elements great formation, the foremost defensive formation of the wilderness, comparable to my Excalibur formation. If I were to use it to slay corpses, this formation would likely never manifest in the world again. It's just a formation. Can it compare to your slaying of corpses, eh? Yuanshi was somewhat angry. Second brother, I love formations. Though Master only has 4 flags, it still holds significance for me. Guangchengzi truly did not know what to say, as Master was so obsessed with formations that he might abandon the path of slaying corpses altogether. Tongtian looked at Guangchengzi, who seemed downcast, and patted his head, pulling out 2 items. One was a small triangular flag showering down flowers, and the other was a divine painting depicting a massive lotus. This is the heavenly flower floating flag which descended from the Tao during Master's first sermon, sharing the same origin as the primordial lotus diagram. Guangchengzi maintained a blank expression. So what? Another incomplete version. What is missing? Guangchengzi asked helplessly. Master referred to the treasure lotus lamp, and he does not have it either. Guangchengzi was astonished at how coincidental he knew this item was in the hands of Nuwa. So Master means not to slay the corpses, hey? Until the spiritual treasures are gathered, I will not slay the corpses. If it comes down to it, my third brother and I will choose the superior primordial spiritual treasures of the same origin. Laozi stroked his beard, undeterred. Slaying the 3 corpses was also a method of proving the Tao. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not give up. Guangchengzi harbored a secret within. Unable to speak too much, he would wait until he broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal to discuss it. Yuanshi comforted him. With your method of transforming the 3 pure ones into one, our strength has once again increased. Moreover, I have already slain the good and evil corpses. He possessed 3 primordial gourds of the same origin. This time at the Purple Cloud Palace, he had successfully slain the good and evil corpses in one go, already reaching the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. It is also because my elder brother and I have been slow to slay the 3 corpses that Master bestowed upon us the primordial treasure, originally intending to give it to us after the 3rd sermon. Tongtian said cheerfully. Laozi and Yuanshi also wore smiles. Being able to receive the primordial treasure, they were certainly pleased. Guangchengzi thought to himself, fine, as long as you are happy. As his primordial spirit moved, the jade hairpin atop his Dao crown fell, transforming into a small black flag. Northern Xuanyuan water controlling flag. The three pure ones were astonished. Guangchengzi then recounted the events of recent years, causing the three pure ones to frown. They calculated for a long time, but could not find a thread of hope for the mysterious tortoise. In their view, given the karma on the mysterious tortoise's death was a certainty. Guangchengzi lamented, as this was a heavy burden on his heart. At this rate, Mount Buzhou would still collapse. He then spoke of the affairs of the dragon clan. Yuan Shi had no objections. Looking at the dragon egg in Guangchengzi's hand, he gently tossed it into a spiritual spring within the mountain and dripped 3 drops of the 3 light divine water. Master, I found the 3 immortal islands this time. Guangchengzi excitedly announced, and the pure lotus of purity appeared beneath his feet, greatly surprising the 3 pure ones. He then waved his hand, and 3 jade boxes appeared before Laozi, while 1 appeared before Yuan Shi and Tongtian, all containing yellow plums. Laozi was overjoyed. His 9 revolutions golden core was now within reach. This was the best gift he had received. Master, I also brought you a gift, Guangchengzi said, looking at Yuan Shi as he took out the enlightenment tea leaves. Tongtian anxiously asked, what about mine? Guangchengzi smiled and said, how could I forget you? It's definitely something you like best. After saying this, he took out a corner of the formation diagram, and Tongtian immediately became engrossed in it. As Guangchengzi narrated the events that transpired over the south, the expressions of the 3 pure ones began to change. Yuan Shi coldly snorted as he looked in the direction of the eastern sea, while Laozi's expression also showed displeasure. What a male celestial leader. Tongtian exclaimed in delight, looking at the formation. He did not expect Dong Wanggong to have such a level of comprehension regarding formations. What an impressive 10,000 celestial formation. He then turned to Guangchengzi. These matters will be handled by me. Your utmost priority now is to absorb the essence of green and blue light and break through to Great Luo. Indeed, Laozi and Yuan Shi also looked at him. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and countless spiritual fruits harvested from the 3 immortal islands appeared on the stone table. He then bowed, saying, I will enter seclusion first. A purple light flew into the Mi Luo palace, and the great door shut with a thunderous boom. 20,000 years later. On Kunlun Mountain, it was pitch black, and endless thunderclouds connected as one, within which lightning surged and thunder roared. On a peak stood 3 Taoists of different ages, nervously watching the purple-robed Taoist at the center of the thundercloud. Elder brother. The tone of Yuan Shi Tian Zun trembled slightly, his face filled with anxiety. It's all right, my brother's Xuanhuang Linglong Tower is with Guangchengzi. Nothing will happen. Old master comforted Yuan Shi, but his hand stroking his beard trembled slightly. Tong Tian remained silent, his eyes filled with determination as the illusory form of the 4 swords of extermination slowly emerged. Should anything go awry, he would rescue Guangchengzi. What if he offended the heavenly Tao? He did not believe that the 3 pure ones united could not withstand this rebellious primordial tribulation. His master would not stand idly by and watch their 3 direct disciples perish. In contrast, Guangchengzi within the thundercloud appeared remarkably calm. Ever since he learned of the rebellious innate, he had been anticipating this day. Absorbing the primordial source and becoming an innate demon god, what a grand opportunity. How could he let something as trivial as the heavenly tribulation halt his progress? Innate demon gods born from the earth and sky can be said to be beings personally nurtured by the Honghuang world. Upon birth, they are already Twelve Golden Immortals, and with a bit of effort they can easily break through to the Luo Golden Immortal and master the laws. They are far beyond the likes of him, an innate being. It can be said that the baseline for innate divine demons is the Luo Golden Immortal stepping out of the river of fate to overlook the 3 realms. From this day forth, he would be a veritable innate divine demon. Guangchengzi raised his head, gazing at the rolling thunderclouds, his eyes filled with anticipation. Finally, bolts of lightning fell one after another. Guangchengzi's physical body radiated faint light. Some of the lightning was shattered while some was absorbed, as the 9 turns mystic art continuously revolved, tempering his body with the power of thunder. After 72 bolts of lightning descended, Guangchengzi felt the state within his body. The green and blue light in the primordial source had only fused partially, yet the thunderclouds began to stir. Come on. The tribulation seemed to be enraged, and the thunderclouds immediately became multicolored. Creation thunder tribulation. Yuan Shi Tianzun, upon seeing this, clenched his palm. The 72 bolts before could only be considered an appetizer, as Guangchengzi's Deluo physical body could easily pass through them, but the final 9 would be the true tribulation. The creation thunder tribulation once passed leads to the reversal of the primordial source. This is the essence of creation. Yet because of this, the creation thunder tribulation is exceedingly difficult to overcome. This was also mentioned by the Tao ancestor during his teachings. Since the opening of Honghuang, not just Guangchengzi has sought to pass this creation thunder tribulation, yet, without exception, all have failed. Boom! A sound like a great bell resonated, and a black lightning pillar descended, as if to obliterate the world. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their color, the winds and clouds changed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The rumbling echoed through the sky, the sound lingering for a long time as waves radiated outward. The sky exploded directly, the void shattered over countless miles, densely packed black cracks intertwined, extremely terrifying. Guangchengzi's aura surged, good had finally come. His hand moved like a butterfly flitting among flowers, connecting with the seal. A streak of golden light emerged, forming a small seal that directly collided with the lightning. In an instant, the golden light collided with the black lightning. Cracks appeared in the void. A sound of grinding teeth echoed as both the golden and black colors simultaneously vanished. Take that, Yuan Shi murmured to himself. Second brother, this radiant seal of Guangchengzi already carries a third of your flare. Yuan Shi waved his hand, uninterested in this discussion with Tong Tian. Guangchengzi's eyes brightened, excitedly staring at the thundercloud above. True to its name, as creation thunder tribulation, after that bolt of tribulation dissipated, it released a strange substance that entered his body. At this moment, his body radiated waves of yearning, as if it strongly desired to absorb this substance. Guangchengzi understood that this should be the essence of creation within the creation thunder tribulation. If he successfully passed the creation thunder tribulation, there would naturally be even greater rewards. He settled his emotions, waiting for the remaining tribulation to descend. Boom! Another bolt of tribulation fell, and Guangchengzi again used the radiant seal. This technique had now reached mastery. He had integrated the Wu Ji seal from the Yuan Shi 9 seals taught by Yuan Shi Tianzun into it, making it his own technique. With his current cultivation, a single seal could directly obliterate those in the early stage of the 12 Golden Immortal. The primordial source within Guangchengzi had already fused with half, and the thunderclouds began to change again, revealing the 5 colors of blue, red, yellow, white, and black. 5 elements, thunder tribulation. Guangchengzi's expression finally became serious. The 5 elements create transformation, and the power of the 5 elements is undoubtedly the trump card of the creation thunder tribulation. Beneath his feet, a pure world white lotus appeared, and above his head, the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner unfurled. The 5 bolts of thunder descended in succession as the 2 supreme spiritual treasures emitted mournful wails, and the light screen they formed shattered instantaneously. Guangchengzi gasped for air, stuffing pills into his mouth. The consumption was too great. Supporting 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, he managed to withstand the 5 elements thunder tribulation. Be careful. The voice of Yuan Shi Tianzun reached him. Guangchengzi shouted out. Instantly, a small tower about a foot tall appeared above his head, endlessly pouring forth Huang energy, completely enveloping him. A lightning pillar with a radius of 10 miles descended with blue, red, yellow, white, and black colors intertwining and separating, annihilating everything on this mountain peak. Only the continuous sound of thunder echoed as the entire mountain transformed into a sea of thunder. Yuan Shi flew directly to where Guangchengzi was, but was stopped by Old Master saying, "Wait, I have sealed a strand of power in the Linglong Tower. I can sense that Guangchengzi is fine." As his words fell, the sea of thunder flowed down like water. The whole mountain shimmered with lightning, and the Linglong Tower's spiritual light dimmed with fear evident in Guangchengzi's eyes. This tribulation actually launched a surprise attack, and the power of the 5 elements gathered greater than any previous bolt. The Linglong Tower jumped twice, flew out, and landed in the palm of Old Master. "The last bolt he has to bear it himself," Old Master said with utmost seriousness. "Third brother," Yuan Shi called out softly. "Understood. If anything goes wrong, I'll need you to act quickly." As long as the Tai Chi Golden Bridge can hold the tribulation for an instant, he would be able to hold back the thunderclouds, and Yuan Shi would immediately act to rescue Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi swallowed all the pills, ingesting a Huangzhongli. The reincarnation purple lotus beneath his feet radiated purple light, and finally a small seal appeared in his hand. The small seal was a clear and translucent golden color, shining brightly like the first ray of light at the dawn of creation. It was inscribed with intricate innate luminous runes, and as the runes flowed, rays of primordial light emerged, driving away all darkness. This was Guangchengzi's proof of Tao's spiritual treasure, the radiant seal perfectly aligning with his primordial source. When the final purple lightning bolt descended the radiant seal, he merged into the spiritual treasure, instantly enlarging to 1,000 feet. The purple sky divine lightning appeared minuscule beneath the endless light, as all of Kunlun turned white, celestial cranes, spiritual beasts, and all creatures closed their eyes, kneeling on the ground motionless. Finally, when the white light dissipated, Guangchengzi lay in a deep pit. The peak, where he had transcended the tribulation, had vanished. Yuan Shi's eyes turned red. That was the purple sky divine lightning. They were all immobilized, helplessly watching Guangchengzi confront the purple sky divine lightning, and the previously agreed-upon strategies were of no use. He crossed through space to Guangchengzi's side, just about to reach out to check, when infinite phenomena appeared in the void, and a divine light that made all beings feel extremely comfortable descended, containing boundless creation, directly landing on Guangchengzi. His divine body floated, and the injuries upon it began to heal. Guangchengzi suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared, "Break!" Celebration clouds immediately appeared, 5 energies swirling around his chest. As he saw the celebration clouds sway, 3 enormous lotus flowers gradually emerged. At the same time, an endless brilliance radiated from Guangchengzi's body, as Kunlun suddenly darkened for a moment, as if all light was converging upon Guangchengzi, who seized a fleeting moment of illumination. At this moment, he completely blocked out the light of the solar star. Watching the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit bloom one by one, Yuan Shi exclaimed in delight, 9 grades, 3 flowers. Guangchengzi grinned, having become a Luo Golden Immortal. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. A massive aura reached the heavens and the earth, connecting Kunlun, announcing the arrival of another Great Luo Golden Immortal into the world. Guangchengzi's eyes were bloodshot with excitement as he bowed deeply to the 3 pure ones. "Thank you, my 3 masters." After 100,000 years of effort today, he finally reaped the rewards. In the void, heavenly flowers fell, countless divine beast phantoms emerged, and the sounds of roars echoed continuously. This was an omen of the birth of a primordial deity. All of this indicated that yet another primordial deity had come into existence. This signified that Guangchengzi had successfully reversed the source, becoming the first ray of light of the primordial, and he could be referred to as the divine demon of light in the wilderness. "Get up quickly." Yuan Shi laughed heartily, looking at Guangchengzi with satisfaction. The flower blooms at 9 levels. The flower blooms at 9 levels. In the wilderness, even a Great Luo Golden Immortal would have the triple flowers of essence, spirit, and energy, which were crucial to a cultivator's lifelong path. If the flower blooms below 3 levels, one would never be able to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, signifying that their endpoint would be the Great Luo Golden Immortal. While levels 4 to 6 indicated the possibility of attaining the Quasi-Saint Dao, levels 7 to 9 indicated that this being possessed the potential to become a saint. In the wilderness, those whose flowers bloomed above 7 levels were quite rare. Yuan Shi understood that figures such as Zhen Yuanzi, Kunpeng, and Hongyun had flowers blooming at 7 levels, while Nuwa and Jane had flowers blooming at 8 levels. Throughout the wilderness, only Hongjun and the 3 pure ones had flowers blooming at 9 levels, and now Guangchengzi joined their ranks as a disciple taught by the 3 pure ones. "Disciple, if your ancestor were to see this, how delighted he would be," Yuan Shi remarked. Tantian patted Guangchengzi's shoulder. "This is simple. Guangchengzi has already broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Next time we teach the Dao, we shall bring him along." Laosi smiled, stroking his beard and nodding repeatedly. Guangchengzi bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, He understood that with the potential of the first ray of light, he could at most be a flower blooming at 7 levels, influenced by the essence and marrow of Pangu with the Chaos Pearl, continuously enhancing his qualifications within his primordial spirit. Regardless, he was now a genuine Great Luo Golden Immortal, no longer relying on the 9 turns mystic art to deceive others. Now his power of the laws was spread throughout his body, indicating a minor completion of the laws. "Master, the disciple has already broken through. You need not worry about me any longer." He sighed as he gazed at the mountain peak destroyed during his tribulation. A grain of 9 heavens, Shirong, flew out, and a mountain rose from the ground, with a flick of water and banana leaves mixed with the divine water of the 3 lights of blessed land shrouded in celestial mist reappeared. "Let's go," Yuan Shi said, stepping forward and returning to the 3 pure palace. Guangchengzi noticed the 3 pure ones vanish. With a thought, the law of light manifested, and he felt countless light spots flickering in the void responding to his call. He closed his eyes to sense it, taking a step forward as countless light spots formed a bridge. After he stepped on it, it directly carried him across space. Guangchengzi felt as if he were teleporting, directly traversing space from one end to the other. This was the power of the laws, the law of light. Between heaven and earth, wherever the light reached, he could easily tread upon. Guangchengzi finally understood why the Jinwu's transformation into a rainbow technique was considered the fastest in the wilderness. The Jinwu controlled the true fire of the sun, spreading light throughout the wilderness, and the true fire of the sun responded to it. They borrowed the power of the sun. And his law of light was even more formidable. The Jinwu only controlled fire attributes while his law also encompassed the fire of light. The three pure ones looked at Guangchengzi, who was closing his eyes in concentration, and exchanged smiles. Indeed, just after breaking through, he was able to skillfully wield the power of the laws not at all inferior to those great Luo Golden Immortals who had broken through long ago. Disciple, I apologize. Guangchengzi opened his eyes, looking apologetically at the three pure ones. It's all right, you have just broken through, and it is indeed a great opportunity to consolidate your cultivation. I shall teach you the Tao. Thank you, Master, but I also have gifts to present. With a wave of his hand, 3 carriages of different styles appeared, illuminating the entire mountain with brilliance. The eyes of the 3 pure ones brightened in unison. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, having forgotten this matter in his eagerness to merge with the origin. Now that he had broken through, he would present another surprise to his masters, making it a double delight. Tongshin's figure vanished directly, sitting on his own carriage, a sharp intent emerging as the white clouds above split apart. Not bad, just with some imperfections, Yuanshi said with a smile, pointing a few times. The carriages of Laosi and Tongtian emitted divine light, becoming even more perfect. Tongtian poked his head out from the carriage. Disciple, you have already broken through. The 3 paths of alchemy formations and tools need to be picked up again. Now that Guangchengzi was a great Luo Golden Immortal, the previous limitations of his realm meant it was time for the 3 paths to advance. I will not disappoint the expectations of my masters. Guangchengzi bowed. Do you not have a vehicle? I shall provide you with a Qilin. As Yuanshi spoke, he reached towards the direction of Qilin Cliff, and a creature with a dragon's head, deer's body, ox's tail, and horse's hooves appeared, staring blankly at the few people in front of it. Then it knelt on all fours, bowing to Yuanshi. Little beast greets the master. Guangchengzi twitched his mouth. Master, you truly do not favor this creature. Looking for an opportunity to send it away, he had already given it to Jiangxia during the function period. But seeing the soft horns on the creature's head and hearing its tender voice, he waved his hand. An array of white light appeared next to the creature. Honghuang, a beast of auspiciousness. Laosi praised. I acquired it on Mount Buzhou. Guangchengzi smiled, watching the 2 spirit beasts playing together. With the cultivation of a golden immortal, that should suffice. Yuanshi waved his hand, and the 2 divine beasts flew back to Qilin Cliff. Guangchengzi waved his hand again, and a carriage appeared. Tongtian, who had been driving the 9 dragons sandalwood carriage around Kunlun, stepped down and circled Guangchengzi's carriage a few times. Disciple, do you not want to use the dragon clan to pull the carriage? Guangchengzi nodded. He still wanted to distinguish himself from the 3 masters a little. This is simple. I will take you to the immortal fire mountain to catch a few phoenixes. Upon finishing, Tongtian intended to pull Guangchengzi towards the 9 dragon sandalwood carriage. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Guangchengzi hurriedly stopped him. All right, third brother, let Guangchengzi speak for himself. Yuanshi interrupted this farce. Master, please carefully sense the carriage of your disciple. Tongtian frowned as he observed it. The mighty intent of light emerged. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances and looked at the sun star together. Ahem, disciple, it is time for me to teach you the Tao. Tongtian waved his hand and sat upright. Laosi glanced at him, noticing that he had quite an appetite. Yuanshi, seeing that Laosi was about to begin teaching, suddenly said, the defeat of the demon race is only a matter of time. If there is an opportunity, I will refine the flesh of Emperor Jun and Tai for you to use as a vehicle. As long as they are alive, you can forget about it. After all, they were the emperors of the demon race. Even if they became saints, they wouldn't easily oppress others. Guangchengzi was greatly shocked, and then remembered that the 10 little Jinwu seemed to not have been born yet. However, listening to Yuanshi's words, he was still moved by his master. Master, you truly dote on your... As the sound of the Tao resonated, heavenly flowers fell, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Countless phenomena appeared. Guangchengzi sat on the cushion, beginning to solidify his realm. 10,000 years later, the sound of the Tao suddenly vanished. Guangchengzi opened his eyes, looking at the 3 pure ones with a serious expression. He also turned to gaze at the East Sea. There a tremendous commotion was emanating. Master, are we going to war? Guangchengzi furrowed his brows and looked at the 3 pure ones. The Witch clan should have been recovering from their injuries all these years. 1,000 years ago, when you were still in seclusion, Di Jiang sent someone to deliver the blood of Gongong. Guangchengzi received the jade bottle, and inside it a drop of azure blood rippled, rich in the laws of water. Does Master mean to say that during my tens of thousands of years of seclusion, the demon clan has remained completely silent? Yuanshi's expression grew serious. They would never believe that the demon clan would easily let go of the Eastern King Palace. If they weren't fighting the Witch clan, they must be preparing something unknown to them. Guangchengzi frowned. With tens of thousands of years without making a move, the demon clan did not eradicate the celestial court before the second sermon. Something must have happened. Now with the sudden attack and the witch clan's absence, Gongong's injuries must not have healed, and the other ancestral witches have not appeared. Could it be that they are researching the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation? Guangchengzi was suddenly taken aback. The formation, could the demon clan be studying the Zhou Tian Star Battle Formation? After the second sermon, all who went to Xiao Palace to listen would make great advancements in cultivation. It was not impossible for the demon clan to successfully comprehend the Zhou Tian Star Battle Formation. His eyes sparkled with golden light as he gazed towards the heavens. Today's Zhou Tian stars seemed brighter than ever. Guangchengzi inhaled sharply. Two great formations had appeared. The primordial chaos was about to descend into complete turmoil. The three pure ones noticed Guangchengzi's unusual behavior and also looked toward the heavens. Tong Tian frowned. The movement trajectory of the stars seemed somewhat altered. Master, shall we go to the Eastern Sea? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained silent. Lousy sighed. After all, you are the master's chosen top male immortal. Let's make a trip. Yuan Shi snorted lightly. He had no good feelings toward the Eastern King Palace, and coupled with Guangchengzi's earlier remarks about the arrogance of the Celestial Court, whether the Eastern King Palace fell or not was of no concern to him. Tong Tian shot him a glance, and Yuan Shi looked toward the western Kunlun direction. A woman in palace attire stood in the void, her expression serious, with a small mirror shimmering with fluctuations of time and space before her. Noticing their gaze, she seemed surprised and nodded at them, then her eyes fixed on Guangchengzi, appearing astonished. Yuan Shi's expression immediately darkened. The woman in palace attire immediately bowed to Yuan Shi. Her earlier gaze had been somewhat impolite, but who knew that a great Luo Golden Immortal had emerged from the three pure ones? Let's go. Laozi waved his hand, smoothing out the space-time, and the woman in palace attire could no longer peer into their affairs. Master, we must be a bit more high-profile. Guangchengzi excitedly spoke. They were not just going to watch the excitement. Indeed, big brother, second brother, this time, the Celestial Court's defeat is certain. We must show the demon clan our strength. Laozi looked at these two troublemakers and sighed. Usually it was Tong Tian who loved to play, but now that Guangchengzi had also broken through, he felt that his white hair was losing its luster. Yet seeing Tong Tian already taking out the chariot, Laozi felt helpless. Three chariots of different styles appeared in the void, and celestial music began to play, with exotic fragrances wafting. Disciple. Just as Tong Tian was about to pull Guangchengzi onto the vehicle, he turned around and found Guangchengzi already being swept away by Yuan Shi. Guangchengzi coughed lightly. Master, let's go. The three chariots of dragon sandalwood vanished into the void, leaving only fragrant flowers strewn about. Eastern Sea, Zifu continent. Tai, you dare. The Eastern King Palace had blood at the corner of his mouth, looking angrily at Tai. The demon clan came too quickly. Tai directly used the chaos bell, resulting in the Celestial Court losing 1/10 of its personnel. Caught off guard, he was also injured. This emperor already said to make you wait. Now I will fulfill that promise. Tai casually played with the chaos bell, while a host of demons stood ready behind him, their expressions murderous. You want to destroy my Celestial Court? It won't be that easy. The Eastern King Palace was unwilling, watching the demon clan that Tai brought, which outnumbered them by half, yet this was in the Eastern Sea. Is that so? Tai sneered, sweeping his gaze over the Celestial Court personnel. Just two Quasi-Saints among you. What a pity that the Western Queen Mother didn't come out, otherwise it would have been a perfect opportunity to wipe you all out. The Eastern King Palace carefully scrutinized the demon clan and found that there was indeed only Tai as a Quasi-Saint, not even Dijun had come. Did he think that relying on the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, he could destroy his Celestial Court? Today he might be able to make Tai stay here permanently. The Eastern King Palace looked at the Celestial Court personnel, and the formations in Zifu continent began to glow. An innate supreme treasure. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to dominate the primordial chaos completely? The Eastern King Palace watched as the immortals positioned themselves. A small map flew out from his sleeve, expanding with the wind until it became as large as Zifu continent, with the Celestial Court personnel landing within it. Their auras suddenly connected, and the Eastern King Palace's momentum surged. Tai's expression grew serious. The Eastern King Palace had such means, his current momentum already surpassed Tai. As he saw a dragon-head golden staff coming at him, piercing through space like the Tong Tian tree, Tai did not dare to be negligent. The demons behind him also took their positions, and the sky suddenly brightened as the Zhou Tian stars descended, showering beams of light that were guided by the demons. An intricate formation floated in the void, condensing star power, casting a layer of purple radiance over the Eastern Sea. The chaos bell hummed, releasing a sound wave that struck forward, causing ripples to ripple through the void. The dragon-head golden staff was instantly frozen, and the Eastern King Palace looked at Tai in disbelief. This was a strike gathered from myriad immortals. Yet it was still enhanced by the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the talisman of the immortal diagram, and it was actually gently restrained by the Eastern Emperor Tai with the Chaos Bell. This formation of the Demon Clan, what could it be? It could summon the power of the Zhou Tian stars, and it appeared to be even more potent than his myriad immortal formation. Watching Tai's figure suddenly grow larger, the Chaos Bell gradually unsealed. The carvings of flowers, birds, insects, and fish on it seemed to come to life, and a terrifying might made the Eastern King Palace's expression change drastically. "Friend, are you not going to make a move?" The Eastern King Palace shouted loudly at the seabed, a small bell also appearing above his head, ringing incessantly. It was his companion's spiritual treasure, the Jingyang Bell. Whoosh! A dragon spear instantly flew out from the seabed, aiming directly at Eastern Emperor Tai, accompanied by an overwhelming, inescapable killing intent piercing through the void. However, Eastern Emperor Tai paid no mind to the incoming dragon spear. Watching the Eastern Emperor Bell transform into thousands of feet in size, he heavily slapped forward at the Eastern King Palace, sending a visible shockwave towards Zifu continent. The Jingyang Bell above the Eastern King Palace erupted instantly, a purple light appearing from it, as a purple-clad Taoist directly merged into the Jingyang Bell. However, the power of the innate supreme treasure was simply too great. Even the excellent innate spiritual treasure, the Jingyang Bell, could not withstand it. The Jingyang Bell let out a mournful cry, and the Eastern King Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. His good corpse was destroyed, but a trace of vengeful pleasure appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dragon spear that had flown out from the sea was now less than 10 feet away from Eastern Emperor Tai, and in the blink of an eye it could stab into him. Just then the sun star seemed to be falling. Screech! A large fireball appeared directly in front of the dragon spear, evaporating an unknown amount of seawater. Two pieces of spiritual treasures inscribed with mysterious patterns surrounded the dragon's spear, and the smile on the Eastern King Palace's face instantly froze. Dijun! A voice filled with gritted teeth echoed. Boom! The sun plummeted from the void, casting the entire Eastern Sea in a crimson hue, as if the celestial sun had lost its color, leaving only a glimmer of light amidst the Eastern Sea. As a jade scroll materialized, a tortoise shell began to rotate. The black and white dots on the scroll twinkled like starlight, while the trigrams on the tortoise shell intertwined, instantly transforming into a grand formation. He too and Luo Shu. A voice of astonishment echoed through the void. The formation activated gradually, wearing down the dragon spear aimed at Dongwang Tai, until it was ultimately obliterated. A colossal sun rose from the sea, with the water evaporating in vast quantities. The scorching aura caused even the cultivators of the celestial court to struggle to maintain their footing. The great sun slowly faded, transforming into a man clad in imperial robes with three-legged golden crows crowing above and various demons bowing below. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as an immense crimson dragon thousands of miles long lifted its head from the sea, clutching a small lamp in its mouth, as if it could dispel all darkness. What drew the most attention were its two pupils, one black and one white. When it blinked, the entire Eastern Sea was enveloped in darkness, and even the true fire of the sun on Emperor Juntai could only illuminate a radius of 3 zhang. As light reemerged, the colossal dragon revealed its full form. It seemed to be longer than the entire Eastern Sea, coiling its dragon body fixated on the demon clan. Friend Zhulong. Emperor Jun's voice carried an air of dominance that could make myriad demons bow, yet there was no hint of surprise. The crimson dragon's body glowed with red light, transforming into a white-haired elder holding a small lamp. So it is your majesty, the demon emperor. As the two sides faced off, Dongwang Tai had already thrown the Dongwang Bell towards the Purple Mansion continent. The Eastern King exerted all his strength to resist, but as the sea surged, the formation cracked, inflicting severe damage on the celestial court, with true solar fire already igniting on the Eastern King's golden robes. Zhulong's gaze fixed on the Chaos Bell, a flicker of caution passing through. Demon Emperor, let today's events end here, shall we? Dongwang Tai seemed not to hear his words, directly stepping onto the Purple Mansion continent. Emperor Jun looked at the Hunyuan He Luo formation he had deployed, a smirk on his face. Is my friend jesting? Zhulong shook his head, coughing a few times. The Eastern King is appointed by the Dao ancestor. One should spare those one can. The numerous powerful beings hidden in the void observed the three factions with great interest. It appeared that Zhulong was at a disadvantage daring to make such a request. On the 9 Dragons incense palanquin, Guangchengzi looked somewhat surprised. He knew that Zhulong was the trump card of the Dragon Clan, yet he was merely a quasi saint. The Demon Clan only had Emperor Jun and Tai, and moreover the Demon Clan had formations. Do not underestimate the dragon clan. They do not follow the path of the three flowers of the primordial spirit. Yuan Shi said softly to Guangchengzi. Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with amusement. This time Emperor Jun may face a significant loss. Meanwhile, below, the situation had reached a critical point as the Honghuang bell was directly smashed towards the Eastern King, who was on the verge of losing his life beneath this innate supreme treasure. Zhulong's small lamp suddenly illuminated, and a wave resembling a river emerged. It flowed like a true river, and when Guangchengzi looked over, he felt as if he was drifting from the source with the entire river composed of his own corpses. The chaos pearl within his primordial spirit throbbed, and Guangchengzi instantly awoke, staring in horror at Zhulong. Yuan Shi lowered his hand, which he had intended to use to awaken Guangchengzi, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Indeed, to awaken so directly was impressive. Zhulong is the brother of the ancestral dragon born to master the laws of time, and having lived for so many years despite his injuries, his understanding of the laws is not something Emperor Juntai can compare to. On the Purple Mansion continent, as the river flowed by, the Eastern King who had fallen to the ground instantly vanished, and the Honghuang bell struck empty space. Donghuang Tai glared at Zhulong, holding the Eastern King in his hand, the true fire of the sun on him already extinguished. What a remarkable law of time. Having said that, he tossed the He Tu and Luo Shu behind him, and the star power of the universe gathered directly. The true fire of the sun on Emperor Jun blazed, causing the space. Having said that, he tossed the He Tu and Luo Shu behind him, and the star power of the universe gathered directly. The true fire of the sun on Emperor Jun blazed, causing the space to begin to twist. A three-legged golden crow descended instantly at the center of the formation. Seeing this, Tai transformed into a three-legged golden crow as well, with a chaotic-colored great bell above his head mixed with the star power of the universe charging towards Zhulong. Alas! Zhulong sighed, his expression shifting slightly. If it were not for Emperor Juntai wanting the dragon clan to submit, he would not care about the life or death of the Eastern King. 10,000 dragons returned to the sea formation rise. With Zhulong's loud shout, the Eastern Sea surged violently. Countless divine dragons gathered towards Zhulong, each colored divine dragon glowing with divine light. As the seawater converged, Zhulong transformed into his true form, his dragon body enveloped in layer upon layer of seawater, standing tall, with fearsome dragon claws. His dragon tail remained in the sea while his dragon head reached up into the 33rd heaven. At the reverse scale of his body, a dragon pearl appeared, smashing directly towards Emperor Juntai. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, splashing seawater everywhere. Amidst the scorching heat, the divine dragons in the sea fell unconscious one after another. Zhulong's dragon body stiffened for a moment before collapsing. He split the entire Eastern Sea into two, with a dragon-shaped trench forming in the middle. The seawater continuously poured in, never to be filled. Emperor Juntai hung in the void like two suns, with a mass of pure yang energy on the sea surface, seemingly harboring a slumbering divine soul. A cold glint flashed in Tai's eyes as a true fire of the sun erupted forth, blazing towards that source of pure yang. Swish! The sound of wind whooshed as a beam was raised to block the source of pure yang. The beam lightly tapped the true fire of the sun, and in an instant the true fire condensed into a tiny spark, landing on the beam, gently flickering, without emitting any power. Thank you, friend Tai. An aged voice resonated as three palanquins suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and a mist of purple energy filled the expanse, the fragrance wafting across the entire Eastern Sea. 9 dragons incense palanquin. A golden crow cried out, and the dissatisfaction was palpable to all. Emperor Jun, engulfed in blazing true fire, glared angrily at the 3 pure ones. He had initially demanded the dragon clan to offer up the 9 dragons incense palanquin, and then submit, but now this palanquin had fallen into the hands of the 3 pure ones. What keen insight, Demon Emperor! Tong Tian chuckled, lifting the curtain to glance at Emperor Jun. What do you think of my palanquin, friend? Guangchengzi's mouth twitched. Tong Tian really knew how to draw hatred. However, Emperor Jun restrained himself. It was not the time to offend the 3 pure ones over a 9 dragons incense palanquin. Observing Emperor Jun's silence, Tong Tian snorted and ceased speaking. Does Tai Ching intend to protect the Eastern King? Emperor Jun looked at the first 9 dragons incense palanquin, for it was Laozi who had intervened to safeguard the Eastern King. He is the foremost male immortal appointed by the master. He should not perish at the hands of Tai. Tai sneered. So the 3 friends intend to oppose my demon clan. You have already destroyed the celestial court. If you do not kill the Eastern King now, are you leaving him to return and cause trouble later? I have no intention for that. The fate of the Eastern King is not something you can decide. Emperor Jun roared, the sun star radiating brilliance, a beam of light enveloping him. It seems the three friends wish to battle my demon clan today. Tong Tian's sword intent surged. If you insist on thinking that way, I can do nothing about it. Guangchengzi wore a resigned expression. What Master Tong Tian said was merely adding fuel to the fire. Emperor Jun Tai was furious, and the true fire of the sun on his body scorched the void, creating a black hole. Sanqing, do not think that your noble status allows you to be insolent before this emperor. You haven't even slain a single corpse during the Yuanhui. Do you think this poor Taoist cannot see through it? After Tai finished speaking, two figures emerged. He had already slain the evil and good corpses, achieving the mid-stage of Quasi Saint. Emperor Jun remained silent, and two figures also appeared beside him. The powerful beings hidden in the void all changed their expressions. The luck of the demon clan was indeed flourishing. After the second lecture ended, the two demon emperors had already slain the evil corpse, but it seemed that Sanqing had not slain any corpses. They indeed had not seen Sanqing slay corpses in Xixiao Palace. Many fellow Taoists had slain their three corpses during the Tao ancestors' teachings, yet Sanqing remained completely still. For a moment, the void fell into an eerie silence. Tai's gaze was filled with anger. His realm was inferior, lacking a congenital treasure, yet he dared to provoke them simply because he had a good background and was accepted as a direct disciple by the Tao ancestor. What you said is true. This poor Taoist indeed has not slain any corpses. Laozi's tone was indifferent, yet gasps could be heard echoing through the void. Indeed, this poor Taoist has not slain corpses with spiritual treasures, but the chaos bell of Eastern Sovereign is quite impressive. May I borrow it to play with? The green light on Tongshin's body flickered, and the 9-dragon incense palanquin was put away. Impudent! Tai shouted angrily. Laozi and Yuanshi's figures also emerged, while Guangchengzi gazed curiously at the great array of the Zhoutian Stardo. The gazes from the void scrutinized him continuously. Guangchengzi frowned, and an endless brilliance radiated from him as he bowed respectfully to the void. After all, he was a guest of the Xixiao Palace of the same generation as the master, so he had to pay his respects. Guangchengzi of Sanqing, greetings to all esteemed uncles. Silence fell, and the air grew still. The disciples of Sanqing had already attained the Tao of the 12 Golden Immortal and comprehended the laws. Indeed, many guests of Xixiao Palace had not achieved the understanding of laws that Guangchengzi possessed. Whoosh, 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 dozens of rays of spiritual light floated before Guangchengzi. Among the spiritual treasures and spiritual roots, he was astonished to see 2 ginseng fruits. Sanqing nodded in satisfaction. Today's high profile was meant to let the wilderness know that their disciple was now ready to set off. Emperor Zhang Tai wore a serious expression, while other cultivators merely saw Guangchengzi comprehending the laws. The two of them could sense that the light law subtly suppressed them. The sound of a sword ringing echoed from Tongtian, interrupting Emperor Jun Tai's probing gaze. Fellow Taoist, this poor Taoist really has not slain the 3 corpse avatars. I have merely acquired a technique which I believe is decent enough. Emperor Jun Tai instantly tensed up. A technique learned without slaying the 3 corpses must be extraordinary. One chi transformed into Sanqing. A deep voice accompanied the sound of the sword. 2 streams of pure energy instantly took shape, one wielding the purple lightning hammer, the other holding the Qingming sword, charging towards Tai's good and evil corpses. The gazes of numerous powerful beings converged here. Was this not the act of slaying the 3 corpses? However, after a quarter of an hour, Tai's good and evil corpses were on the verge of collapsing. After all, the sword cultivator was too fierce, and his 3 corpse avatars had already begun to suffer injuries. Tai was about to make a move when his battling avatar transformed into pure energy, vanishing back into Tongshin's primordial spirit. Laozi and Yuanshi nodded. Although it was merely a quarter of an hour, being able to engage in battle with the 3 corpse avatars without defeat, and even gaining the upper hand, was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this technique. Guangchengzi also bore an excited expression. It was done. He understood that Master Tongtian was testing the power of this technique, and it appeared that the technique he created was indeed flawless. Once he attained the Tao of Quasi-Saint, he too could sever a second 3 corpse avatar. The fact that he could sever one at the Tai Golden Immortal realm indicated that he had comprehended the laws. Otherwise, he should have severed one avatar at each of the 3 realms: Deluo Golden Immortal Quasi-Saint and Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortal. Emperor Jun Tai scrutinized Sanqing. If Tongtian could possess 2 avatars, then surely Laozi and Yuanshi also had them. But this technique could actually contend with the 3 corpse avatars. In the future, when Sanqing slays the 3 corpses, would they not overshadow everyone? Can this avatar of yours still be summoned? Emperor Jun suddenly asked. Tongtian smiled, but did not. Someone in the void breathed a sigh of relief. If they could contend with the 3 corpse avatars, they would likely retreat. 3,000 miles at the site of Sanqing. Tai struck the chaos bell, holding a congenital treasure in hand with the Zhoutian Star Do formation. He was not afraid, even if Sanqing joined forces. The sound of the bell rang out and Tongshan's expression darkened. Was this a show of force? As the power of the Zhoutian Star gathered again, the powerful beings in the void fell silent. They had just witnessed the formation's power, which had defeated the Zhurong, who was far stronger than them. Sanqing would likely not be able to match it. Fellow Taoist, this Eastern sovereign is to be taken by me. Laozi remained unwilling to concede, calmly gazing at the imposing array. Emperor Juntai remained silent, continuously spewing forth true fire of the sun towards the chaos. Enough. Laozi sighed. A flash of black and white appeared from his sleeve as a white jade golden bridge emerged, instantly stabilizing the raging chaos bell. A giant banner appeared in Yuan Shi's hand, and the light of the open heaven axe struck the chaos bell, producing continuous dong-dong sounds. The demon clan within the formation spat blood as the formation nearly collapsed. Tong Tian waved his sleeve, and 4 killing swords surrounded all the demons. The array below was filled with malevolent energy. For a moment, countless demons absorbed the malevolent energy and began to kill each other. The penetrating killing intent filled the East Sea. Fissures began to appear in the void, and the sea turned crimson, obscuring even the sun and stars in the void with endless malevolent energy. 3 pieces of congenital treasures. Congenital treasures. Voices echoed in the void, and Emperor Juntai looked at Sanqing in disbelief. How could they possess congenital treasures? Fellow Taoist, what do you say? Tong Tian asked softly, while the Zhuxian sword array began to turn. Emperor Jun's heart skipped. He knew Tongshan's character. Back then, when he tested his sword in the wilderness, he had slaughtered countless beings. Today, if he did not answer well, these demons might end up being trapped here. If Laozi and Yuan Shi were still cautious, Tong Tian would not care about such things. Find the Eastern sovereign shall be taken by you. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth and said. Tong Tian waved his hand, and the 4 Zhuxian swords fell into his sleeve. The might of the congenital treasures instantly vanished, and the East Sea returned to calm. Yuan Shi furrowed his brows, glancing at Tong Tian. This sword array was too aggressive, still unable to suppress the luck. Next time he would see if the master could grant a better item for the third brother. Guangchengzi looked at the pure yang essence in his hands. The soul of the Eastern sovereign had been shattered beyond recognition, and he did not know how many years it would take to recover. Yuan Shi shot a disdainful glance. If it were not for the master, he would not have come to rescue the Eastern sovereign, merely the number 1 male immortal. Yet the Eastern sovereign had become rather arrogant. He once sought to recruit their Sanqing. He should consider whether he was worthy. His subordinates even dared to encircle his disciples. Truly outrageous. With a light snort, the soul of the Eastern sovereign shattered completely, turning into fragments that fell, incinerated by the true fire of the sun in the void. Guangchengzi's hand, which infused magical power, froze instantly. He stared at Yuan Shi in shock, filled with questions. Weren't we here to save the Eastern sovereign? He looked down, seeing only a lump of pure yang essence. Even if it were to grow intelligence, it would no longer be the Eastern sovereign. Second brother. Laozi reproached him. Yuan Shi turned away. He wanted to do something, but he did not care about what the elder brother thought. Emperor Jun Taiyi's eyes gleamed with joy. The Eastern sovereign had completely perished. Emperor Jun looked at Sanqing and said, had you said earlier that the Eastern sovereign could not fall at my hands, I could have just given him to you. Why engage in a battle that cost nearly 100 demons? Laozi helplessly waved his hand. The dragon head golden cane landed in his grip. This item was bestowed by the master. Emperor Juntai had no objections and reached out for the Jingyang bell, but the Jingyang bell transformed into a streak of light and landed on Guangchengzi's head. A sound of inhalation echoed in the void, drawing everyone's gaze to Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's expression was awkward. He truly did not desire the Jingyang bell. Although it was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, he was not in need of it. He simply watched as the pure yang origin left behind by the Eastern king infused the law of light, and to his surprise the Jingyang bell flew above his head, seemingly ready to recognize him as its master. Now he claimed it was unintentional. Would Di Juntai believe him? A good disciple taught by the Taoist friends of the 3 clear ones. Di Jun forced a smile. Yuan Shi pulled Guangchengzi behind him and said calmly, innate spiritual treasures choose their own masters. Has Di Jun Taoist friend never seen this before? A muffled laugh came from the void. Guangchengzi could barely contain his laughter. Anyone with discernment could see that the Jingyang bell landing on his head was related to his use of the law, yet his master insisted on seriously stating it was the treasure choosing its master. Little did he know that after the first sermon, many great powers sensed an opportunity manifesting at Buzhou Mountain, and the 3 clear ones took away 3 gourds. Nuwa took one, while Di Jun and Tai Yi wished to take the remaining ones. As a result, the red gourd chose its master by itself, selecting Hongyun, thereby embarrassing Di Jun. Ultimately, the two could only obtain one gourd. Now, as Yuan Shi mentioned this, Di Jun, who heard the muffled laughter in the void, recognized it was Jin Yuanzi. What Yuan Shi Taoist friend said is true. Young friend Guangchengzi is fortunate. Why not let the Pangu axe directly recognize him as its master? Tai Yi mocked with a smile. Yuan Shi's expression darkened immediately. This was a mockery right in front of him. There are countless parents who spoil their children, but one commonality exists. You can say what you want about me, but you cannot speak ill of my child. And Yuan Shi Tianzuan belonged to the category where not only could you not speak ill of his child, but also not of him. The Pangu banner reappeared in his hand, a beam of axe light directly slashing towards Tai Yi. Yuan Shi observed Tai Yi's hand, which held the chaos bell, trembling slightly, and said calmly, I do not have a disciple of the Pangu axe, but if Taoist friend desires it, I can bestow it upon you a few more times. Di Jun quickly transmitted a surge of power to Tai Yi. How could Yuan Shi be so formidable? It was Tai Yi who spoke out of turn. Di Jun looked at Guangchengzi and waved his sleeve. 3 golden crystals flew over. This is solar gold essence, a gift to the young friend as compensation. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, watching the solar true fire burning on the solar gold essence, his hands covered in a layer of platinum sheen, effortlessly catching it. The solar true fire extinguished in an instant. Instead, Guangchengzi's palm seemed to absorb all the radiance belonging to the solar gold essence. Di Jun's eyes flashed with apprehension. He had merely tested the waters, and although he used the power of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he did not expect Guangchengzi to easily dispel the law power he left on the solar gold essence. Young friend possesses great skill. Di Jun smiled insincerely. Guangchengzi ignored him, and with a wave of his hand a carriage appeared, and with another flick a piece of solar gold essence landed behind the carriage, instantly resembling a sun rising slowly. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. Guangchengzi clasped his hands to Di Jun, then sighed. It is a pity there is no vehicle to drive. His gaze lingered on Di Jun and Tai Yi as the carriage behind him radiated with the power of light. Di Jun's expression grew cold as he scrutinized Guangchengzi, saying, Young friend has great ambition. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty, Guangchengzi replied with a smile. But I cannot compare to Your Majesty, who unifies the wilderness and makes all gods bow down. After speaking, he looked towards the void where indeed waves of fluctuation appeared. Di Jun's eyes flashed with anger. Although he truly wished to unify the wilderness, he felt furious that Guangchengzi said it out loud. The 3 clear ones mocked him, knowing that without attaining the sainthood, he dared to dream such a dream. He was probably unable to defeat even the witch clan. This great formation was indeed extraordinary, but it only reached the strength of the 3 corpses quasi-saints. The 12 heavenly gods of the witch clan must possess the strength of a saint. The demon clan was simply too delusional. This formation of the hidden immortals is remarkable. I sense a connection with it, master. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and the hidden immortal diagram landed before Tong Tian. Tai Yi was firmly held back by Di Jun, while Guangchengzi was unconcerned, having already offended the demon clan. It was merely a matter of how deep the conflict would go. The 2 of them did not dare to act against the poor Taoist. Indeed, this formation is excellent. Tong Tian took it, and found it was the incomplete formation Guangchengzi had brought back for him 30,000 years ago, identical to the one set up by the Eastern King. Di Jun took a deep breath and looked at the 3 clear ones. Do you friends have further matters? They had fought a battle and taken away 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures. What more could the 3 clear ones want? Looking at the pale-faced Zhu Long appearing below, Di Jun pointed and said, Do the 3 friends still wish for me to spare the dragon clan? Just with the 9 dragons incense carriage, do you intend to confront my demon clan? Di Jun stared fiercely at the 3 clear ones. If they deliberately opposed them, the heavenly army would surely descend, and he would leave the complete Zhou Tian star array for the 3 clear ones to deal with. The 3 clear ones have nothing to do with my dragon clan. Zhu Long's weak voice rang out, and he looked at Guangchengzi with warmth in his eyes. Since his nephew the Yellow Dragon had entered Kunlun, he could not allow the 3 clear ones to harbor ill feelings towards the dragon clan. Yuan Shi looked at Zhu Long stunned. He did not expect Zhu Long to be so perceptive. The 9 dragons incense carriage truly satisfied him. Today, if Zhu Long requested it, he would gladly assist, as the 3 clear ones were not afraid of the demon clan. However, after this matter, that dragon egg would have to go back where it came from. Yet Zhu Long actually refused the 3 clear ones' intervention. Did the dragon clan still have some hidden trump card? Guangchengzi waved, retracting his vehicle as he and the 3 clear ones vanished into the void, observing Zhu Long facing the demon clan alone. I will give you one more chance, submit or die. Di Jun was surrounded by the He Tu and Luo Shu exuding a powerful pressure. My dragon clan will never submit. Then you shall die, oh I will send the dragon clan to accompany you in death. Tai Yi's expression turned furious as the chaos bell charged towards Zhu Long. Zhu Long smiled and instantly transformed into a dragon form, but his dragon tail delved deep into the eastern sea, disappearing from sight. A profound aura manifested around him. It seemed he had lost the power of time, drawing upon the entire water of the eastern sea, with the laws of water permeating the whole eastern sea. The violent nature of the water fully emerged. Hold on. Stop. You dare. Shouts of anger rang out at the center of the battlefield, and a white jade golden bridge reappeared, stabilizing the aggressive chaos bell. I wore a helpless expression. This guy is truly insane. The other great powers emerged one after another, including a middle-aged Taoist with a fragrance of grass and trees, a charitable old man in red robes, a palace-dressed woman with a small mirror on her head, and an elderly Taoist in green robes. Let us cease fighting. The numerous great powers appeared and looked at Di Jun and Tai Yi, speaking in unison. Guangchengzi was struck with astonishment. He never expected the Dragon Clan's hidden card would be like this. Friends, you should not advise this old man. It depends on whether the Demon Emperor is willing to relent. Zhu Long sneered, a frenzied light gleaming in his dragon eyes as his tail gently swayed, causing the East Sea to tremble instantly. Di Jun clenched his fist tightly, drops of blood falling, evaporating before they could touch the water due to the true fire of the sun. Tai Yi gritted his teeth, the anger within him becoming uncontrollable. Good methods, my friend. Di Jun closed his eyes, suppressing his anger as he spoke. Likewise. Zhu Long stared intently at Di Jun. Di Jun took a deep breath, scanning the crowd. All the prominent figures of the Honghuang had arrived. Today marked a significant loss for their demon race. Although they had destroyed the immortal court, they had repeatedly suffered setbacks before the Sanqing. Now they were being threatened by the Dragon Clan. Zhu Long's crimson dragon body had turned a blue color resembling the sea, even exuding a sense of ferocity. A black line spread within him, giving him the confidence to negotiate with Di Jun. For the sake of the Dragon Clan. Laozi sighed softly, unsure of what to say. Guangchengzi seemed to see the Dragon Clan for the first time. In his understanding, the Dragon Clan had lost their integrity after the fall of the ancestor dragon, discarding everything for survival. He felt admiration for what Zhu Long was doing now. Looking at Zhu Long's tail that had vanished, merging directly into a vortex, which was the Eye of the East Sea. Once the Eye of the Sea erupted, the entire East Sea would undergo drastic changes, with waters surging for thousands of miles, and the East Sea would rise in monstrous waves, causing damage to the entire Honghuang world. In the past, the ancestor dragon had sacrificed himself to suppress the four sea eyes, which had alleviated much of the Dragon Clan's karma. Now Zhu Long was connecting himself to the Eye of the Sea for the Dragon Clan. If Di Jun dared to plot against the Dragon Clan again, he would immediately detonate the Eye of the Sea. When that moment comes, the karma would descend, and the Dragon Clan would perish, leaving the demon race in dire straits, as well resulting in mutual destruction akin to the moral coercion of the formation of Xuanyuan. However, while Zhu Long could easily connect with the Eye of the Sea, he could never extricate himself. He would never leave the East Sea again. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, he had completely abandoned himself. At this moment, Di Jun felt as though he was walking on eggshells. He dared not make a move against the Dragon Clan, for if Zhu Long went mad, the karma would descend, and the demon race would likely be exterminated immediately. He knew that this battle could not proceed, seeing the friends from the Zhixiao Palace around him, all of whom had appeared to stop him. Today the demon race had truly lost face. All right, this emperor concedes. The Dragon Clan shall not step out of the four seas in the future. Di Jun declared fiercely, golden light flashing around him as he took the demon race back to the heavenly court. Zhu Long appeared indifferent. Given the current strength of the Dragon Clan, what right did they have to step onto the lands of Honghuang? Be mindful, my friend. Yuan Shi glanced deeply at Zhu Long. This fellow was quite ruthless. However, he also held little regard for Zhu Long now. Although this method was very effective, preventing others from daring to target the Dragon Clan, a slight misstep could harm the Honghuang. This old man understands. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. Zhu Long did not feel offended, as what he had done was indeed frowned upon by others. Yet for the Dragon Clan, he would do it all over again. Only he could save the Dragon Clan. His elder brother was gone, and he must protect the Dragon Clan. The yellow dragon is good, I rest assured, senior. Guangchengzi said lightly, not looking at Zhu Long anymore. A woman in palace attire stepped onto Zifu Island, surveying the surroundings filled with corpses. The surviving cultivators had been taken away by Di Jun, and another Kwasa saint had already perished. The Eastern King had once invited her. They were both the foremost male and female immortals, perfectly positioned to rule the immortal court. However, she disliked such matters and declined advising the Eastern King not to be too complacent. Male immortals in the Honghuang were different from female immortals, and the powerful were numerous. Yet the Eastern King was ultimately too arrogant, leading to his own demise. She reached out, grabbing a branch flying from deep within Zifu Island, its red trunk still burning with the true fire of the sun. Thank you, young friend, for saving the Eastern King's life earlier. Guangchengzi quickly bowed. I have met with the Western Queen Mother. The Western Queen Mother chuckled. No need for such courtesies. You may come visit me at Xikanlun in the future. She handed the branch to Guangchengzi, casting a complex glance at the pure young origin. Dao brothers of Sanqing, I must take my leave now. Sanqing nodded. The Western Queen Mother seemed to vanish into space. His fingertips shimmered with silver as if he had gained some insight. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected Guangchengzi to have an understanding of spatial laws. After a long while, Guangchengzi exhaled, looking at the noticeably enlarged silver glow at his fingertip, excitement evident in his eyes. Looking up, he saw the three masters protecting him. Thank you, master. Guangchengzi smiled. Very good, Yuan Shi praised, and Laozi also wore a satisfied expression. Guangchengzi, young friend, has great comprehension. A fragrant scent of herbs wafted through as a yellow-clad Taoist looked at him with a smile. Guangchengzi was taken aback. This voice sounded somewhat familiar, as it was reminiscent of the one who had mocked Dijun. Dao friend Jin Yuan, you flatter me. It's nothing to speak of, nothing to speak of. Yuan Shi was modest in words, but a smile lingered on his face. My disciple is truly exceptional. I have met with Master Jin Yuan. Guangchengzi quickly showed his respect, realizing that this was the one who controlled the ginseng fruit tree, the creator of the moral coercion formation, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, one of the duo of Earth Immortals in the Honghuang. Young friend needs not be so courteous. Jin Yuan waved his whisk, and Guangchengzi involuntarily stood up, feeling in his heart that the Sanqing Dao friends had taken in a good disciple. I didn't expect Dao friend Jin Yuan to come here as well, Tontian laughed. I did not wish to come, but the demon race has stirred up chaos in the Honghuang. The Eastern King has perished just like this. Jin Yuan spoke, a hint of complexity in his expression. Hong Yun patted his shoulder, saying nothing. The Wu and Yao clans were powerful, and now the demon race had destroyed the immortal court. The second battle between the Wu and Yao clans could not be far off. The faces of the Sanqing were solemn. This was all something they had anticipated. Guangchengzi kept pondering. This Yuan assembly was far more terrifying than the previous skirmishes. The array of the stars against the 12 heavens and the two saint-level formations would likely lead to countless lives being lost. The other great powers around nodded to Sanqing before leaving in succession. Jin Yuan sighed, a stream of light flying towards Guangchengzi. Consider this divine ability a gift for your first meeting. If you have time, the Dao friend of Sanqing may come visit me at Wuzhuang Temple. After saying this, he took Hong Yun and left. Guangchengzi closed his eyes to sense it was indeed the sleeve universe divine ability. He marveled internally. Jin Yuan was truly generous, seeing that he had comprehended the spatial laws. He passed this ability on to him. Silently bowing in the direction Jin Yuan had left, Guangchengzi turned to the Sanqing. Master, we have arrived at the East Sea. Shall we go to the disciples' Santian Island? Master, please. Guangchengzi waved his hand to open the formation of Santian Island, inviting the three pure ones inside. This place is quite remarkable, surpassing Kunlun. Yuan Shi remarked after surveying the area with continuous admiration. Thank you, Master. Guangchengzi bowed. He could indeed enlighten the boys, but only with ordinary herbs like spiritual mushrooms and ginseng, and even then they were not fully developed. Observing the true forms of the two boys, one was morning dew absorbing the morning light, while the other was an ancient warm jade taking shape under the warm midday sun. Let them be called Ming Su and Xianyang. Guangchengzi named them, having not returned to Santian Island for thousands of years, unaware of how many rounds of spiritual fruits had matured. With these two boys here, he could harvest and preserve the fruits when they ripened. This place is indeed overseas, Yuan Shi said lightly, and Guangchengzi immediately understood his master still wanted him to reside in Kunlun. Yes, I understand, Master. Your spiritual spring has a chaotic aura which is suitable for the growth of spiritual roots. Yuan Shi praised as he observed 3 green lotus seeds about to bloom in the chaotic spiritual spring. Indeed, it is a good place for cultivation, Laozi remarked, surveying the various spiritual roots. The last spiritual fruit Guangchengzi gave him was picked right here. Master, wait a moment. Guangchengzi dug at a spot where the soil had been turned over and 4 jars suddenly appeared. He closed his eyes to sense them. These were the spiritual wines he had buried earlier, and they seemed to have fermented well. Master, please try this. He tapped the wine jar, and liquid of 4 colors, golden, red, blue, and purple, poured into the jade cup in front of the 3 pure ones. What is this? Tong Tian sniffed the air, delighting in the fragrant aroma. Disciples call it wine brewed from several kinds of spiritual fruits and a special spiritual plant. Guangchengzi pointed to an empty plot behind him where a large expanse of spiritual plants flourished, the tallest among them radiating a rainbow of colors. This is called nine-ear grain. Oh, I only tried it out of curiosity. Tong Tian eagerly tasted a cup. It was slightly spicy at first, followed by a wave of wine fragrance, causing him to feel a bit dizzy. However, he quickly regained clarity through his mana, his mouth still filled with the lingering aroma. Delicious! Tong Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Laozi and Yuan Shi. Elder brother, second brother, you must try it. Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian after he tasted it and raised their wine cups. Guangchengzi took a sip of the purple wine, and after it went down, he felt dizzy, his gaze becoming unfocused. Why would Master use the method of transforming one into three? Yuan Shi chuckled, sending a strand of mana to Guangchengzi, who immediately regained his senses. I apologize for my rudeness, Guangchengzi said, blushing furiously. The ingredients for your brewing were picked from the first crop of spiritual fruits from the spiritual roots. Their spiritual power is too potent. Laozi, being an experienced alchemist, easily understood that this was due to the excessive medicinal properties. Since the creation of the world, these spiritual roots had grown on Fantian Island for countless epochs. Even Tong Tian felt a bit dizzy, let alone Guangchengzi, who had just broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thank you, Master, for the clarification. A look of understanding flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Unfortunately, he had not found the wine spring. The nine-ear grain was also from the first crop, and the potency of these spiritual fruits was indeed too strong. Seeing that the three pure ones all enjoyed the taste, Guangchengzi smiled with satisfaction. Please bestow a name upon this item, Master. Luyang, Xiao, Qinglin. The three pure ones spoke simultaneously, each selecting a name. Then I shall name this purple one. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment. He favored purple the most, representing the reversal of the origin and becoming the first innate light, and he had always worn a purple Taoist robe. Let's call it Ziqiang. He clapped the wine jar, and the wine transformed into a small spring flying into the gourd before him. Although it was formed from postnatal spiritual roots, it could still retain its spiritual power. Each of the three pure ones had a share, and he specifically set aside one portion. I'll take this to let Master Ancestor taste it next time. Yuan Shi looked at his disciple with satisfaction. He indeed had a filial heart. Will you remain here in seclusion or return to Kunlun with me? Guangchengzi felt a bit embarrassed. Currently, he was in seclusion, reaching a point where there was no further progress. Upon reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal, the most important thing was to comprehend the laws and attain enlightenment to advance. Thanks to comprehending the laws at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, he broke through and reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a level at which some people could not make any progress even after cultivating for several epochs. Many cultivators in the Zixiao Palace were still lingering in the early stage of Great Luo. I want to take a walk in the Honghuang. Guangchengzi whispered, unsure whether his master would agree. No, Yuan Shi directly refused. Seeing Guangchengzi with his head down, he felt reluctant to speak harshly and could only silently express his disagreement. We have just offended the demon clan. Going to Honghuang would be dangerous for you. Laozi squinted. I fear that a great war between the Wu and the demon clans is about to break out. With your small frame, do not meddle in it. The demon clan has lost face in the East Sea and needs a victory to restore their reputation. Given the current formation of the demon clan, they are undoubtedly targeting the Wu clan. Yet they were unaware that the Wu clan also had formations. Laozi did not want Guangchengzi to get involved. Upon returning to Kunlun with the protection of the three pure ones, no one would dare to act recklessly. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. How could the three masters not trust him more? Then I will go to the west and have a look. The battle between the Wu and the demon clans had always been in the east, and the west had far fewer issues. That is even more unacceptable. Tong Tian stood up, looking at Guangchengzi in astonishment. Yuan Shi hurriedly waved his hand. Staying with the Wu clan is better than going to the west. Guangchengzi was taken aback, suddenly realizing that there were two uncles in the west. Although he had never seen them since his emergence, he had heard his master speak of them before. Previously, during such a huge commotion in the East Sea, these two did not come. Guangchengzi's heart sank. Even the Wu clan could not be compared to them. Were these two really that poorly regarded? I must go. Guangchengzi began to act stubborn, looking at Yuan Shi with a defiant gaze. He quickly explained, I want to see if there are any suitable materials for slaying corpses. Moreover, perhaps the missing items of Tai Ching Master and Tongtian Master might be found by me. The three pure ones fell silent, realizing this. They were greatly moved. It was still for our sake, Guangchengzi, had become a great Luo Golden Immortal, yet we had not prepared good spiritual treasures for him to slay corpses, but rather made him toil for us as masters. Seeing the complex expressions of the three pure ones, Guangchengzi smiled ingratiatingly. Master, please let me go. He took out the pure world white lotus and the Xuanyuan water-controlling banner. Are these two of the same origin? The three pure ones nodded. Both originated from the chaotic green lotus, so naturally they were of the same origin. Guangchengzi put away the Xuanyuan water-controlling banner. Master Tongtian still wanted to use it for arrangements, and he needed to find 2 more items. Well, since you want to go, I cannot stop you as your master. Yuan sure nodded, and Guangchengzi's finger mark of the Rui became more distinct. His realm had already improved, granting Guangchengzi a new attack. Thank you, master. Laozi handed the heaven and earth Xian Huang Linglong pagoda back to him. Guangchengzi was now a great Luo Golden Immortal and could exert some power from it. Master, this is the formation jade symbol of Fantian Island. You are thoughtful. Master, if you are returning to Honghuang, please take me along. You must be careful on this journey. If anything seems amiss, crush the jade talisman, and I will come at once. When encountering the demon race, do not hesitate. The semi-holy will not intervene, but the Luo Golden Immortals are likely to be no match for you. Be cautious of the 10 demon generals of the demon race. Try to avoid entering the Wuyao battlefield. Listening to the repeated admonitions from the 3 pure ones, Guangchengzi wore a serious expression. At this moment, they stood atop a mountain peak where the scenery was splendid, warming the heart. After I return, I will refine the tianin for you. Yuan Shi gently stroked Guangchengzi's head and said softly. After a sigh from the 3 pure ones, they vanished, and Guangchengzi bowed, saying, I respectfully send off my master. He looked at the few formation plates in his hands which had been entrusted to him by the master before leaving, and Guangchengzi fell silent. He had a plan for this journey, but as the chaos pearl in his divine soul stirred, his aura vanished from the world. A purple light streaked through the void, completely concealing Guangchengzi's aura. The demon race began to move. He saw numerous demons at the Golden Immortal realm appearing across the vast wilderness. In the past, there were not so many demons above the Golden Immortal level. It seemed the demon race was preparing for war. However, he had no intention of getting involved in the Wuyao conflict, nor did he wish to remind the Wu clan. His first destination was Wui Mountain. Who wouldn't want to control that treasure as a traveler? With his current speed, he reached Wui Mountain in less than 100 years. Among the major mountains in the wilderness, with his current deduction ability, he could figure them out as long as no cultivator occupied them. Gazing at the scenery of Wui Mountain, Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Peaks soared into the sky, seemingly connecting with the white clouds, and countless ridges stretched endlessly, winding and intertwining. The peaks were unseen at their tops, nor at their bases. Guangchengzi's eyes shone with golden light. There was indeed a grand formation outside, but it was tainted with demon energy. His expression changed. Could it be that the demon race had gotten there first? His expression fluctuated. The formation was still active, and it seemed the person who came had low cultivation. This formation could not block a Luo Golden Immortal, meaning the intruder was beneath that level. Without saying a word, Guangchengzi stepped into the formation of Wui Mountain. The pure lotus beneath his feet protected him. The power of the mountain protection formation could do nothing against a Luo Golden Immortal wielding a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. In the formation, Guangchengzi moved freely. Upon reaching the Luo Golden Immortal level, most formations became ineffective, and understanding the laws allowed a Luo Golden Immortal to wield immense power with both spells and spiritual treasures. Having received guidance from the formation master, the master of the heavens, and with no one to oversee the Wui Mountain formation, it was naturally ineffective against him. A beam of white light swiftly pierced through the mountain protection formation. The white lotus under Guangchengzi's feet bloomed, and the surroundings were desolate, with only a few celestial cranes and spiritual birds hopping around. He examined the formation closely. 1 Tai Golden Immortal and 5 Golden Immortals. There were likely other demons outside the formation. Wui Mountain was so vast that the formation he entered was not the same as theirs. Looking at the ethereal aura surrounding Wui Mountain with its dense greenery and misty clouds, Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed with joy. The innate spiritual energy here was rich. Though it could not compare to Kunlun, it was still a great place for cultivation. Speaking of which, apart from Kunlun and the 3 immortal islands, he had not visited any other blessed land. This was his first time stepping into a blessed land like Wui Mountain. No wonder cultivators in later generations longed for such places. The innate spiritual energy here was self-sustaining. If the world of the wilderness were to shatter, causing innate spiritual energy to vanish, these blessed lands would still exist enough to support cultivators above the Luo level. Watching the demons in the formation floundering like headless flies, Guangchengzi sighed. This was what it meant to be a cultivator without a legacy. Even as a 12 Golden Immortal, without a means to find the formation's core, he could only be trapped in this unattended formation. Seeing the 12 Golden Immortal roar in despair, a glint of killing intent flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Such heavy karma. The demon race's defeat likely stemmed from the overwhelming burden of karma. Thinking about it, one could understand. The demon race sought to transform all beings in the wilderness into demons, yet there were always some races unwilling to join, and the consequence was annihilation. Observing this 12 Golden Immortal, he was a venomous rat with flesh wings drooling from his mouth, corroding the surrounding area, causing a 3-foot radius of vegetation to wither. Fei Dan. Guangchengzi recognized this type of demon. One of the 10 demon generals was of this kind. This 12 Golden Immortal should be a member of Fei Dan clan. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot past. The instinct of the Fei Dan in the formation told him that the formation had been breached. He felt the power of the light reminiscent of the demon emperor he once worshipped in the heavenly court, a radiant presence illuminating the heavens. Then he felt a wave of heat. The sunstar radiated warmth, but the shadow above his head grew larger. It was then that he realized this was an enormous spiritual treasure, seemingly more powerful than Mount Buzhou. But he had no time to react. A colossal seal larger than a mountain descended. He had no chance to even turn into a meat pie before being reduced to ashes. Several beams of golden light flashed, and the remaining demons in the formation also fell directly. Guangchengzi summoned back the radiant seal without any consumption. This was the effect of the proof of the Tao spiritual treasure linked directly to the cultivator. As long as the Tao was proved and one became a saint, its power in hand was no less than that of an innate supreme treasure. Guangchengzi looked at the scenes within Wuyi Mountain and headed straight for the center of the blessed land. In the heavenly court, the 10 demon generals gathered together. Is your majesty really going to take action against that group of barbarians from the Wu clan? A burly man in black asked. Indeed, we have successfully rehearsed the great Joestar formation. Your majesty is truly the Honghuang of our demon race. Baizhe, I know you admire the Honghuang, but please refrain from saying such things. The demon emperor is our demon race's heavenly emperor. Forget it, forget it. A Taoist accompanied by wind and rain interrupted. Fei Dan, what troubles you? Baizhe asked, turning to a person with a gloomy face. My son has gone to the wilderness, and for some reason I have been feeling uneasy. As he spoke, his expression changed, and he took out a broken jade pendant from his bosom. My son has fallen. Fei Dan's voice was hoarse, filled with killing intent. Inside was the soul imprint of his offspring. Now that the jade pendant was shattered, it signified that his offspring had perished. The other demon generals exchanged glances. They were aware of Fei Dan descendants who were nearly at the 12 Golden Immortal level before a Yuan festival, expected to become a star master in the future. Whoever it is, I will kill you. Fei Dan transformed into his original form, spreading his wings and vanishing. Do not act recklessly. Baizhe stopped him, but another cultivator with a voice like a baby's cry blocked him. Let him go. Boldly, your majesty does not allow us to act rashly. We must wait for the right moment. If we alarm the Wu clan, who in the wilderness would dare to act against our demon race? Baizhe's face was filled with anger. I will accompany him. After Jiaoying spoke, Xuanyuan followed him down to the lower realms. Seeing the 3 demon generals descend together, Baizhe's expression became grim. The 10 demon generals each had their own factions. Although he was the leader, he was close to Honghuang, while Fei Dan and the others only heeded the demon emperor's commands. Thou friend, do not worry. They all carry star flags, as long as they do not encounter the ancestral, which they will be safe. Xuanyuan comforted from the side. This matter must be reported to the various sovereigns. After Baizhe finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The remaining demon generals could only follow behind. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi in Wuyi Mountain looked at the spiritual treasure he desired, revealing a hesitant Wuyi Mountain. Mighty ancient trees stretched their sinuous branches in the wind like whips, exuding a fragrant, ethereal aroma. Inhaling the subtle orchid fragrance, Guangchengzi's furrowed brow gradually softened. With a sigh, he retracted the revered Da Hong Pao Mother Tea Tree, a fine spiritual root, akin to an enlightenment tea, but inferior to the one on Fantian Island. Its scent alone was exquisite, more profound and lingering than that of true enlightenment tea. Gazing at several other tea trees clinging to the cliff face, Guangchengzi sighed in resignation. He had arrived too early. A small bronze coin with delicate wings fluttered near his fingertip, round heaven above, square earth below, yet its form shimmered with uncanny unreality. This was Guangchengzi's purpose in coming to Wuyi Mountain, the treasure-dropping coin, capable of disarming all spiritual treasures below the rank of primordial supreme treasures, except weapons. Yet he had come prematurely. the treasure-dropping coin had not yet fully coalesced. It would require an entire cosmic cycle before manifesting, and even if seized now it remained unusable. Guangchengzi casually sealed it within his Chaos Pearl. Even so, he would claim it, though he could wait an entire cosmic cycle leaving it here risked seizure by demonic clans. Demons had already arrived earlier, who could guarantee none greater than a great Luo immortal would follow. A peerless primordial spiritual treasure. Such an artifact would draw not only great Luo immortals, but even the three pure ones themselves. He stroked a piece of jade in his palm, the boundary steel of Wui Mountain. To hold this steel was to command the entire mountain range. With another quiet sigh, Guangchengzi acknowledged his gain, a celestial cave abode and blessed land. Composing himself, he stepped beyond the array he had just reconfigured. Whoosh! A slender sword shimmering with eerie sapphire light shot toward him. Instantly, the Xuanyuan water control banner unfurled above his head, spreading a luminous barrier that deflected the strike. Guangchengzi's heart raced with aftershock. This was undoubtedly a great Luo immortal, perhaps even at the pinnacle of that realm. Had his northern banner not been a peerless primordial spiritual treasure, that blow would have left him grievously wounded. Watching the sapphire sword recoil, Guangchengzi's pupils contracted sharply. Before him stood three great Luo immortals, the strongest among them radiating the aura of a peak great Luo immortal, mere steps away from severing the three selves and attaining the status of quasi-sage. Sensing their demonic qi, Guangchengzi instantly understood they were of the demon clan. Youngling, pay for my son's life. A shrill cry pierced the air as a venomous rat demon soared forth, barefoot leathery wings flapping, its entire body pulsing with sapphire poison. A blue blade in its grasp dripped with corrosive venom. Fei Dan. Guangchengzi frowned. The Fei Dan he had slain possessed such lineage, meaning the remaining two were likewise among the 10 great demon marshals. As Fei Dan lunged forward, sword raised, Guangchengzi let the Xuanyuan water control banner descend, blooming black lotuses, to intercept the assault. With both hands he thrust forward a golden seal. Wah! An infant's wail erupted, a sonic wave reverberating across the land, causing nearby peaks to crumble. Guangchengzi grimaced. Without the defensive aura of the Xuanyuan water control banner, his mind and spirit would surely have faltered. Yet Fei Dan evaded the technique. Guangchengzi watched the demon marshals coolly, a faint arch lifting one eyebrow. Such overwhelming force, and they had brought legions of demons. Esteemed cultivators, what is your intent? Do you seek battle with this Taoist? You dare slay my marshal's descendant. Today you shall remain here forever. Fury flickered in Fei Dan's eyes, mingled with wary appraisal of the tiny black banner hovering above Guangchengzi's head, and deep within his pupils avarice glinted. Had that peerless primordial spiritual treasure not intervened, his ambush would have succeeded. Though this youth appeared merely mid-tier great Luo, his combat prowess was formidable, were it not for the nine-headed serpent's interference. And had that technique struck true, he would be dead or mortally wounded. Indeed, I slew a Fei Dan at the level of Tai, Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi offered no denial. Seeing Fei Dan bristle anew, he continued calmly that Fei Dan bore immense karmic burden, having slaughtered countless sentient beings. Even had I withheld my hand, he would likely have perished in the great Luo tribulation. And upon his demise I received a substantial boon of merit. Fei Dan's expression darkened. The demon clan possessed their own methods. Wielding the stellar banner, one could invoke the celestial starlight for protection, granting a 50% chance of surviving the great Luo tribulation. Many of the demon clan's stellar lords had ascended thus, and that slain Fei Dan had been his most gifted descendant in cultivation aptitude and spiritual potential. Might esteemed marshals introduce yourselves? Guangchengzi turned to the other two marshals, curious to see who had come. Jiaoying rasped a hoarse, grating voice, making Guangchengzi instinctively frown. This marshal is Qin Yuan. Ah, so the three great demon marshals, Guangchengzi replied with a perfunctory bow and a faint smile. Would it not be wise for the two of you to withdraw? This Taoist still has unsettled accounts with Fei Dan. Though Jiaoying had disrupted his earlier attack, escalating hostilities against the demon clan now would be unwise. Annihilating three marshals at once would trigger far-reaching consequences. It might even drag him directly into the cosmic calamity, an outcome too grave to risk. Fei Dan's face flushed with rage. The youth sought to divide them. All three served the demon sovereign with absolute loyalty and enjoyed close personal ties. Yet this youth wielded a peerless primordial spiritual treasure, and Fei Dan feared Jiaoying and Qin Yuan might abandon him. May we inquire your honored name? Qin Yuan asked with a deceptively pleasant smile, a needle gleaming coldly in his palm. Guangchengzi frowned. Had Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai truly failed to mention him upon returning to the celestial court? Or had his name simply never reached the vast expanse of the primordial chaos? So the three Pure One's efforts to elevate his renown had apparently faltered. Yet Guangchengzi misjudged. The primordial chaos was immeasurably vast. Most great cultivators of that era held the demon clan in disdain and thus avoided the celestial court entirely. Moreover, barely a millennium had passed since the Eastern Sea War concluded, and the 10 great demon marshals had remained sequestered in the celestial court, refining the Zhou Tian stellar formation. It was unsurprising they had not heard of him. Do you imagine revealing my name will cause you to depart? Qin Yuan smiled faintly, the needle dancing above his palm, its chill piercing the very fabric of space with a sharp, hissing resonance. I bear no alias. I am Guangchengzi. Zhou Ying's grating voice echoed. So, you are a disciple of the three Pure Ones of Kunlun. Qin Yuan and Fei Dan's pupils contracted sharply. This youth's pedigree was staggering. Though they knew only fragments of the Eastern Sea were a millennium past, only that the demon sovereign and the Eastern sovereign had fallen, they now grasped the truth. A stellar lord had once mentioned a great Luo immortal disciple under the three Pure Ones' tutelage. Now it was clear that disciple stood before them. Fei Dan hesitated. He had never witnessed the three Pure Ones' power firsthand, but the demon sovereign himself had been defeated by them. Yet this Guangchengzi had slain his descendant. Could he simply retreat? What say you, esteemed marshals? Guangchengzi asked serenely. His gaze, however, locked unflinchingly upon Fei Dan. Esteemed marshals, do not heed him. We are the 10 great demon marshals, and we command the stellar formation itself. Though he is a disciple of the three Pure Ones, we may not slay him, but we can capture him and deliver him to the demon sovereign. That primordial spiritual treasure may yet be ours. Brother Jiaoying, you are nearing the severance of the selves? As for this youth beloved by the three Pure Ones, I claim no treasure from his person. Fei Dan transmitted the plea silently. Jiaoying and Qin Yuan exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw unmistakable temptation. Guangchengzi smiled. His killing intent surged. Clearly these three would not leave. Excellent. Since his breakthrough, he had yet to test his strength against a great Luo immortal. Boom. A brilliant pillar of light surged upward from Guangchengzi, eclipsing even the radiance of the sun star. Guangchengzi's fingers danced like butterflies among blossoms. A golden seal materialized before him, the Guangyao seal, its blinding aura surging with overwhelming might, causing Qin Yuan and the other two demons to pale instantly. Another supreme tier primordial spirit treasure. This youth truly enjoys the favor of the three Pure Ones. Yet having resolved to strike the more such treasures he bore, the greater their spoils would be. They sought no murder, only capture. Should Guangchengzi fall into their hands, even the three Pure Ones would suffer disgrace for failing to discipline their disciple, leaving them no just cause to retaliate. Guangchengzi, unaware of their scheming, wove his hand seals into the Guangyao seal. Instantly the seal blazed with incandescent light, its very Guangchengzi, unaware of their scheming, wove his hand seals into the Guangyao seal. Instantly the seal blazed with incandescent light, its very presence straining the fabric of space until it groaned under the burden. A flash of cold light pierced his gaze, white radiance flickered at his fingertips, and the Guangyao seal vanished, only to reappear before Jiaoying. Of the three demon sovereigns, Jiaoying cultivated the highest realm, and thus must be struck first. The moment the Guangyao seal launched forth, Guangchengzi hurled out a formation disc, whereupon 10,000 swords erupted in unison. Before Qin Yuan or Fei Dan could utter a warning, they were engulfed beneath a torrent of sword light. Sonic soul grasp. Jiaoying shrieked. Concentric waves of sound rippled outward, sending the demon legions behind him clutching their ears in agony. He reverted to his true form, a 9-headed serpent, each head commanding a distinct elemental affinity. He spewed torrents of venom, corroding the void itself with a sibilant hiss, but the Guangyao seal descended with unstoppable fury. A supreme tier primordial spirit treasure was no mere trifle to withstand. The seal swelled to thousands of zhang in size, still bearing down upon him. Jiaoying's eyes hardened with resolve. All 9 heads simultaneously expelled a luminous orb brimming with potent spiritual energy, coalescing into a radiant barrier that barely held the seal at bay. Terror flooded his gaze. He had not expected Guangchengzi, merely at the midstage of the great Luo immortal realm, to unleash such devastating force. Even wielding a supreme tier primordial spirit treasure, the strain upon a great Luo immortal was immense. Elsewhere, Fei Dan's innate venom proved useless against the sword array's piercing might. His body bristled with embedded blades. Beside him, a slender azure sword clattered to the ground. Qin Yuan fared somewhat better. The domain of poison shielded him, while a needle-like artifact darted through the sword light with him clinging to it unharmed. Yet his heart pounded with lingering dread. This formation's power was staggering. And since when had formations in the Honghuang realm become capable of instantaneous activation? Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes slightly. Impressive indeed. Dodging even his master Tong Tian's formation disc required extraordinary skill. Above him, the Xuanyuan water control banner continued its vigilant guardianship. Watching Jiao struggle desperately to hold the line, Guangchengzi recalled the Guangyao Seal. One strike that forced a peak stage Great Luo Immortal to such extremity earned his quiet nod of satisfaction. Jiao withdrew his inner elixirs, sorrow flashing across his eyes. His own spirit treasure ranked only as mid-tier primordial. Otherwise, he would never have so readily succumbed to Fei Dan's persuasion. These 9 inner elixirs were bound to his life essence. Their exhaustion today demanded tens of thousands of years to recover. He had hoped to sever his good self within this cosmic cycle. Now that hope lay shattered. All because of this youth. If he failed to seize a primordial spirit treasure today, his losses would be catastrophic. Xuanyuan. Fei Dan. Jiao roared, raising a small banner, shimmering with starlight. Behind him, the demon legions swiftly formed battle arrays. Guangchengzi raised a delicate brow. Had they brought down the Zhou Tian Xing Qin banner? Very well. Let this Taoist see how formidable your formation truly is. As celestial starlight rained from the heavens, 3 colossal stars emerged, principal constellations among the 28 mansions. Fei Dan's wounds healed instantly beneath the Zhou Tian starlight. Every trace of sword qi was purged, yet the searing pain he'd endured remained all too real. He glared at Guangchengzi with seething hatred. Starlight coalesced around him, and 1,000 Zong star hurtled straight toward Guangchengzi. Empowered by stellar force, even this peak stage Great Luo Immortal now rivaled Jiao Ying's former might. Yet a white lotus bloomed beneath Guangchengzi's feet, trembling faintly, and effortlessly deflected Fei Dan's assault. Another supreme tier primordial spirit treasure. Fei Dan cried out in shock, then burst into raucous laughter. 3 supreme tier primordial spirit treasures. What fortune! Attack together. Xuanyuan's eyes gleamed with delight. In his view, Guangchengzi, a mere mid-stage Great Luo Immortal, had already earned eternal pride by forcing them to invoke stellar power. Next came his capture and delivery to the heavenly court, where the 3 pure ones would be compelled to ransom. 3 stars larger than before streaked forward, so vast their passage annihilated mountains, forests, and grasses alike. The battlefield transformed into a miniature cosmos. Wui Mountain shimmered beneath a mantle of starlight. Guangchengzi's expression grew grave. Empowered by stellar energy, Jiao and Xuanyuan approached near's edge strength, even if not quite there yet. As the 3 colossal stars bore down, he willed a tiny, dusky yellow pagoda to float above his head. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, flattening several mountain peaks, obliterating countless trees and plants, leaving the earth barren and desolate. Crack! The protective formation of Wui Mountain shattered, instantly swallowed whole by the deluge of stars. Jiao stared fixedly at the epicenter of the blast. Could that youth truly be obliterated? With 2 supreme-tier defensive spirit treasures in his possession, survival was not impossible. But in the next instant, a small pagoda arose serenely, draped in swirling primordial yellow qi, its chimes ringing ceaselessly, beneath which stood a vile-robed Taoist utterly unscathed. Jiao Ying's pupils contracted sharply. A postnatal merit treasure. Jiao ground his teeth. Was this not held by Tai Ching Laozi himself? To entrust such a supreme artifact to a disciple, such generosity stunned him. Guangchengzi's face paled. That blow had reached near's edge intensity. If not for the heaven and earth primordial yellow Linglong Pagoda, a postnatal merit treasure, he would surely have been wounded. The Linglong Pagoda pulsed rhythmically before vanishing into his auspicious cloud. Summoning such a supreme treasure drained his spiritual energy profoundly. His eyes burned with lethal intent. These 3 demon marshals were unquestionably the most formidable foes he had ever faced. None of you leave here today. Guangchengzi gazed upon Jiao and the others, then exhaled a stream of vital energy onto the Guangyao Seal. It swelled instantly, his face turning ashen. Hastily he swallowed a pill, the alchemical masterpiece forged by his master Tai Ching. Though not a 9-fold golden elixir, it approached its potency closely. His complexion quickly regained its healthy flush. The Guangyao Seal greedily absorbed primordial spiritual energy, even drawing upon the stellar energy summoned by the 3 demons. Did no one inform you, cultivator, that I have comprehended the law of light? Guangchengzi sneered, coldly channeling the law of light into his fingertips, and sent the Guangyao Seal crashing downward once more. This time its power dwarfed the last. The entire sky blazed gold with the seal's radiance, as though the sun star itself had plummeted to earth. The 3 demons recoiled in horror, each spitting a mouthful of vital blood. 3 stars align. Stellar core emerges. The 3 colossal stars aligned in a straight line, merging seamlessly. From their confluence arose a stellar core, vast, terrifying, and utterly black. pulsing rhythmically, warping space itself into a spiraling void. Yet behind the stellar core a streak of crimson flashed. Beneath his feet the wheel rebirth violet lotus shimmered with violet light. Guangchengzi's eyes blazed with reckless fury as he uttered a single icy word: detonate. An apocalyptic detonation erupted. Unshielded, the three demons were hurled thousands of li by the shockwave. Uncontrolled, the stellar core drifted aimlessly. Guangchengzi's gaze hardened, silver light gleamed at his fingertips, and the Guangyao seal pierced the void anew, descending upon the three demons with merciless finality. Young friend, hold. A gentle voice resonated, imbued with the essence of life, but Guangchengzi paid it no heed. In an instant he vanished, his bamboo staff spirit treasure lashing out toward Jiaoying. Ding dong. A melodious chime rang out, instantly halting the descending bamboo staff in midair. Guangchengzi's heart flared with fury, but the radiant seal still hung suspended above him, hurtling toward the source of the music. At that moment, the colossal stellar core hurtled toward Wui Mountain. Should it strike, half of this immortal grotto-blessed land would surely be obliterated. The newcomer sighed softly, and as his keen notes resonated, a rift tore open before the core, swallowing it whole. He extended a hand and effortlessly caught the radiant seal, inspected it briefly, then tossed it back to Guangchengzi with an approving remark: an exquisite spiritual treasure. Cough. Guangchengzi instantly spat forth a mouthful of blood. The restraint upon him dissolved the instant the stranger spoke those words. A flash of ruthless resolve crossed his eyes. He swallowed a pill, and the bitter bamboo staff once again descended upon Jiaoying. The stranger dared not slay him, not while he remained a disciple of the three pure ones. Only the primordial sovereign, Honghuang himself, could dare such an act. No other would dare raise a hand against him. Whoever had come to save Jiaoying and the other two must be of the Yao clan. Yet the stranger's aura bore no resemblance to that of Emperor Jun or Tai Yi, and his mastery of sonic cultivation betrayed his identity beyond doubt. Still, preventing him from killing Jiaoying would prove no simple task. Alas, young friend, you carry rather too much resentment, the stranger murmured, and once more celestial music shimmered through the void. Guangchengzi's vision blurred, his grip on the bitter bamboo slackened, and the staff slowly lowered. Within his nascent soul the chaos pearl pulsed, and Guangchengzi jolted back to full awareness, his face ashen with outrage. He had been controlled. A jade talisman instantly materialized in his palm. With seething hatred he cast one last glare at the three Yao demons, then held the talisman aloft for the stranger to see clearly. With this elder, now present, slaying Jiaoying and his companions was impossible. Yet if he failed to extract sufficient recompense, his three venerable masters would descend upon this place. To subdue them he had already deployed several supreme primordial spiritual treasures, consumed multiple pills, and even sacrificed Danyu Daoist in self-destruction. Purple light flashed beneath Guangchengzi's feet. The lotus of reincarnation replaced the heavily depleted lotus of world purification. Greetings, Elder Fu Shi. He offered a formal bow, but before Fu Shi could bid him rise, he straightened, holding the jade talisman squarely toward the elder, silently probing his stance. This talisman differed vastly from the one he'd first borne forth from Kunlun. It was now linked directly to his nascent soul by Yuanshi Tianzuan himself. At the mere flicker of intent it would shatter. Oh, young friend recognizes this humble Taoist. Fu Shi appeared mildly surprised. He wore no imperial robes of the celestial emperor, but instead a simple azure robe radiating immense vitality. As he spoke, celestial music still lingered in the void. This disciple has never laid eyes upon Elder, yet among all beings of the primordial chaos, only Elder possesses the mastery to command cultivators through music. Guangchengzi added with biting irony. Though he held genuine respect for the celestial emperor Fu Shi, this was the Yao sovereign Huang, a figure he deeply distrusted given his enmity toward the Yao clan. Fu Shi arched an eyebrow. This youth possessed quite the temper. Yet inwardly he breathed a quiet sigh of relief, fortunate indeed that Bai Zhe had arrived so swiftly. If he delayed, even slightly, Jiaoying and the others would already lie dead. Young friend is remarkably astute. Today I have come to beg your mercy, to spare the lives of Jiaoying and his two companions. Guangchengzi's expression remained impassive as he gazed at Fu Shi. Elder jests, does he not? I expended untold effort to subdue them. Just as victory neared, you appear and expect me to release them with naught but a few hollow words. Once karmic ties are forged, only mutual annihilation can sever them. Fu Shi felt a pang of vexation. He had heard of this youth's identity from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. The three pure ones held him in extraordinary esteem. And that crimson-robed Taoist self-immolation. Fu Shi had witnessed it clearly and divined its nature. The one chi transforms into three pure forms technique, a signature art of Tongtian Taoist. That he had mastered even such a profound art spoke volumes about his peerless aptitude. And as Fu Shi's gaze fell upon the jade talisman in the youth's hand, he fell silent. Pressuring him would inevitably summon the three pure ones themselves. Guangchengzi was not mistaken. No Yao clan sage emperor would dare lay hands upon him. Should the three pure ones storm the celestial court, an ally with the Wu clan, the Yao clan's downfall would be swift and absolute. Yet Zhou Ying and his companions had to be saved. The Zhou Tian stellar formation had reached completion, and these three were indispensable. War against the Wu clan loomed. Losing them would weaken the formation's power, even if it remained functional. As the very architect of the Zhou Tian stellar formation, Fu Shi regarded this matter with utmost gravity. Then consider this sovereign owes you a personal favor. How does that sound? He mused after a pause. Guangchengzi sneered. Elder, what is the relationship between my masters of the three pure ones and the Yao clan? Fu Shi fell instantly silent. Though not outright enemies, their estrangement ran deep. What use was a favor from him? Then how, young friend, would you have it resolved, eh? Fu Shi countered. A flash of murderous intent crossed Guangchengzi's eyes, and Fu Shi's spirit stirred uneasily. Elder is determined to protect all three. Fu Shi affirmed firmly, I am. Guangchengzi dropped all pretense of amusement, his face stony. Then take them away. Fu Shi blinked, then gazed at him faintly perplexed. You demand no conditions. Fu Shi affirmed firmly, I am. Guangchengzi dropped all pretense of amusement, his face stony. Then take them away. Fu Shi blinked, then gazed at him faintly perplexed. Guangchengzi broke into a warm smile. Elder is Elder Nuwa's elder brother. This disciple's earlier insolence was unforgivable. Fu Shi studied him in mild confusion, then gestured. Streams of divine energy flowed into Guangchengzi and the three Yao demons. Guangchengzi felt a surge of verdant vitality and the scent of forest herbs. His injuries healed dramatically in an instant. He nearly forgot. This sovereign Xihong also bore the title Dongfang Qing, the Azure Emperor of the East. Regardless, this sovereign owes you a favor. This matter ends here. They shall never trouble you again. Fu Shi lifted the three Yao demons to depart. Zhou Ying coughed weakly and rasped, Your Majesty, the stellar banner. Fu Shi froze mid-step. Behind him, Guangchengzi called out, Elder, might I accompany you? I have yet to visit the celestial court, and I suspect my three masters may wish to speak with Emperor Yao as well. As he spoke, the jade talisman in his palm emitted a low resonant hum, freezing Fu Shi in place. Watching Fu Shi's reaction, Guangchengzi smiled coldly within. Go ahead, take them. I'll simply summon my masters to storm the celestial court. Would that cost you less than losing these three? Fu Shi turned a wry, pained smile on his lips. Yes, he had resorted to coercion today, but this youth was no pushover. Pressing further would cost him dignity itself. Yet Emperor Jun, as sovereign of the Yao clan, could not be lightly summoned, and Tai was far too impulsive for such delicate affairs. Only he, as Honghuang, could mediate. So, what precisely do you require? Fu Shi's voice grew grave. As the Yao sovereign Honghuang, a sage emperor of peerless attainment, he found himself cornered by a mere great Luo immortal. A simmering indignation rose within him. Guangchengzi remained utterly unflinching. Today the Yao clan stands in the wrong, and dare you lay a hand upon me? Simply this, though they did not seek my death, they coveted my personal spiritual treasures. Fu Shi proposed 3 superior primordial spiritual treasures. Let this settle the matter. Guangchengzi scoffed. Elder's offer reveals no sincerity for negotiation. Fu Shi paused, then relented. The Yao clan numbers vast, but spiritual treasures are scarce. I may grant you 1 supreme and 2 superior primordial treasures, or you may come to the celestial court yourself. Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed faintly. This was evidently his limit. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid provoking the Yao clan further. Agreed, though Elder mentioned owing me a favor. Fu Shi gave a soft, disdainful snort. Having just declared he wanted none of it, what then do you intend? I have heard Elder's divination arts are unrivaled. Of the supreme primordial spiritual treasure offered in compensation, I ask Elder to divine its whereabouts. As Guangchengzi finished, his gaze locked onto Fu Shi with unwavering intensity. Fu Shi looked at Guangchengzi, saying, I have compensated you, but you still demand more. You are being quite greedy, my young friend. If you desire the god-slaying spear, I do not possess the ability to predict its whereabouts. Guangchengzi understood that the top-tier innate spiritual treasures offered by the demon clan were definitely of the lowest restrictions. Innate spiritual treasures are classified into levels based on 12 restrictions. Those with 37 to 48 restrictions fall under the category of top-tier innate spiritual treasures. The demon clan would never give him the highest restricted innate spiritual treasure. Since that is the case, it would be better to have them produce the treasure he desired. Originally troubled about how to obtain it, now this emperor, she has delivered himself to his doorstep. Can the demon clan really produce the god-slaying spear? Guangchengzi replied calmly, knowing that this treasure was most likely in the hands of the Dao ancestor, and the demon clan did not have the ability to acquire it. Seeing Fux's expression soften, he slowly said, "Please help me predict the whereabouts of the innate spiritual treasure, the Lotus Lantern. The Emperor of the Demons possesses the powerful divination ability of the River Map and Luo Book. It should not be difficult for you now, right?" Fuxi was initially pleased to hear that Guangchengzi did not want the god-slaying spear, but his expression froze upon hearing the rest. The Lotus Lantern is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, standing 9 inches tall, entirely pure white, resembling ice and snow. It takes the form of a blooming lotus with 7 colored flames burning, capable of restraining the 7 emotions and 6 desires, possessing immense power. He understood this so clearly because it was his sister Nuwa's personal spiritual treasure. When he joined the heavenly court, it was to ensure that his sister would gain fortune. Today, could it be that the 3 of the 9 infants would cause his sister to lose a top-tier innate spiritual treasure? Fuxi discreetly scrutinized Guangchengzi, wanting to see why he desired this treasure. Could it be that this treasure held some powerful function? However, Guangchengzi remained expressionless, and he was unable to extract any useful information. If you like lamp-shaped spiritual treasures, I have heard that a friend from Tai possesses the green light duality lamp, which belongs to the top-tier innate spiritual treasures. How about compensating you with this item? Fuxi said softly, "After all, it belongs to Tai, and as long as it is compensated, it is fine." Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, saying, "Since you did not refuse to predict and directly offered me another divine lamp, it seems you know where this item is." Fux's pupils constricted. He had misspoken. Matters concerning Nuwa made him feel a bit uneasy. "In that case, please guide me. I only desire the Lotus Lantern." Guangchengzi looked at Fuxi, his gaze resolute. "Do you insist on this, my young friend?" Fuxi paused. Guangchengzi's expression remained unchanged. This was his best opportunity to obtain the Lotus Lantern. Otherwise, how could he concoct a reason to tell his 3 masters that the Lotus Lantern was in the hands of Lady Nuwa? Fortunately, Fuxi revealed a flaw. It was not in vain that he performed such a play. "Please guide me. The Lotus Lantern is crucial for me." Guangchengzi took out the star flag, which was collected by the Danyu Taoist during the explosion of the rebirth Purple Lotus. "I can return this item to the demon clan." Fuxi fell silent. The star flag was difficult to refine, requiring the essence of the stars corresponding to those on the celestial bodies, especially since the 3 infants controlled the 3 main stars. To refine, it would take 10,000 years. Now that the battle between the witch and demon is about to break out, if it were lost, the great formation of the heavenly stars might not be successfully arranged. Fuxi continuously pondered, finding it hard to make a decision. "What you said, senior, clearly indicates you know the location of the Lotus Lantern. However, your hesitation suggests that this item is definitely not in the possession of the Emperor of the Demons and the Eastern Emperor. If it were in your possession, you could easily have the Emperor of the Demons and the Eastern Emperor offer a spiritual treasure of the same grade in exchange. But now your difficulties only indicate that this item is in the hands of your most concerned Aunt Nuwa. Am I correct in my inference?" Guangchengzi's eyes lit up, gazing at Fuxi with a smile. "You are very clever." Fuxi sighed. The 3 pure ones truly have excellent disciples, not only with high aptitude, but also possessing strong reasoning abilities. Guangchengzi's expression remained unchanged. He merely took advantage of his foreknowledge, holding the answer and deducing the process. "Senior, you flatter me. I wonder how you have considered this matter. If it is believed that Aunt Nuwa lost the Lotus Lantern, then the Emperor of the Demons and the Eastern Emperor can compensate for it using the green light duality lamp that you mentioned earlier. After all, these 3. Guangchengzi meaningfully looked at Fuxi, pointing to the 3 infants. Fuxi instantly understood. Indeed, these 3 are not close allies of this emperor. Rescuing them is for the sake of the great formation of the heavenly stars. Moreover, in recent years, he had not heard his sister mention any miraculous uses of the Lotus Lantern. Using this item might allow him to exchange for 2 top-tier innate spiritual treasures from Emperor Jun. Young friend, you are truly the student of the 3 pure ones with a quick mind. Fuxi looked at Guangchengzi. Surely in the future this figure will have a place among the great powers of the wilderness, and with the 3 pure ones behind him, he would likely face no obstacles. So does the senior agree? Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with joy. Fuxi looked at the star flag, internally smiling wryly. Since you have said this both emotionally and logically, I should agree. The location of the Lotus Lantern had been exposed. If I were to say I disagree, the 3 pure ones would surely come. If Guangchengzi valued it so highly, the 3 pure ones might directly seize it, and he did not want his sister to be harmed. Fuxi gathered his thoughts and gently said, "Do you wish to take it now, or shall I have someone deliver it to you at Kunlun?" Guangchengzi quickly replied, "I want it now. If I can obtain it, I want it as soon as possible to avoid prolonged dreams." Fuxi raised an eyebrow, noting his impatience. However, it was better not to go to Kunlun Mountain to prevent the three pure ones from acting out of anger. He shot out 2 rays of light, one flying towards the heavenly court and the other flying into the wilderness. It will probably take a while. Would you be interested in listening to me play a piece? Fushi stroked the strings. It would be disrespectful not to comply. I will listen attentively. Zheng zheng, song song. The strings trembled and Fux's fingers danced across them. The sound of the zither was enchanting, as if Guangchengzi had soared beyond the heavens, overlooking the entire wilderness. After a long while he opened his eyes, having undergone a cleansing of the spirit. His gaze became brighter, and the hostility on him vanished. The sound of heavenly music. Guangchengzi murmured, while Fushi smiled, pleased that his music could be appreciated. As a musician, he was naturally very happy. Buzz! 2 rays of light descended from the void, 1 gold and 1 silver, landing before Fushi. He pushed these 2 spiritual treasures towards Guangchengzi, saying the Sun Palace lamp and the Moon God lamp combined possess power equal to that of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Was this the handiwork of Emperor Jun? Even the Moon God lamp was included. It seems the great formation of the heavenly stars is indeed complete. Whoosh, a ray of colorful light streaked by, and Guangchengzi's pupils constricted, even causing Fushi to stand up in shock. Sister, what are you doing here? I have met you at Nuwa. Guangchengzi lowered his head, feeling extremely nervous. He never expected that this lady would actually come. To be honest, his feelings towards this master ant were somewhat complex. In his past life as a human, he held a sense of admiration for the future mother of humanity. However, by the time he learned of Nuwa's name, she had already joined the demon race and become the demon empress. Brother, the girl's voice was crisp, ringing in his ears as if it had been washed clean by life. Nephew, please rise. Guangchengzi involuntarily stood up, finally seeing Nuwa's appearance clearly. Draped in a multicolored robe with ethereal ribbons wrapped around her arms, her beauty was breathtaking. She had a peaceful expression, her eyes sparkling with laughter, and an abundant vitality surrounded her, hinting at a sense of creation. Her appearance was on par with Hutu, but unlike Hutu, who bore a loving expression, Nuwa's demeanor contained an aura of decisiveness, much like the Western Queen Mother. Nephew, your cultivation is impressive, Nuwa remarked, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Although she had heard from Emperor Jun and Tai about Guangchengzi, witnessing him in person was indeed remarkable. Master, aunt, you flatter me. May I ask if you have any instructions for your humble nephew? Guangchengzi bowed respectfully. After all, she was deserving of his reverence. Nuwa smiled softly, and the aura of creation around her manifested. In an instant, the war-torn earth transformed into a lush green landscape, with countless flowers and trees sprouting. Guangchengzi's pupils constricted. Is this the power of the laws of creation? To achieve such a result, he would need to expend at least 3 drops of the 3 light divine water. I have come to deliver this item. Nuwa opened her pale hand, revealing a small lamp. Sister. Fushi murmured, confusion evident in his eyes. Nuwa shook her head. She could have directly summoned the lotus lamp, but she also wanted to observe Guangchengzi. As a disciple of the Tao ancestor, the 2 from the west walked their own paths, never truly aligned with them. Thus, one must never offend the 3 pure ones. Placing the lotus lamp before Guangchengzi, Nuwa took out 2 more spiritual treasures. One was a small green lamp burning with black and white flames, and the other was a white gourd radiating a subtle aura of decisiveness. Fushi nodded. This was indeed the green light duality lamp, and the other was the white gourd that Tai had plucked from Mount Buzhou, crafted into a decisive spiritual treasure. It seemed that these 2 items were being exchanged for Nuwa's lotus lamp. Guangchengzi extended his hand to accept the lotus lamp, bowing to Nuwa. Thank you, Master, Aunt Nuwa. You need not be overly polite, nephew. I heard that my elder brother still owes you a favor. Nuwa said with a smile, observing Fux's satisfied expression. Fushi was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed true. Although Guangchengzi had asked him to deduce the whereabouts of the lotus lamp, he had guessed it in just a few words. Your disciple dares not accept. With this item in hand, the cause and effect between me and Master Uncle Fushi are settled, Guangchengzi replied respectfully. Fushi was speechless. This kid truly knew how to play his cards right. Just a moment ago, he had addressed him as an elder, but now that he had the lotus lamp, he called him Master Uncle. If I say it's a favor, then it is. You may come to me if you need anything in the future, Fushi said casually. Guangchengzi could only comply. Nuwa frowned slightly as if troubled. This matter is indeed our demon race's fault. Today is also the first time I meet my nephew. I should give you a meeting gift. You may choose one of these 2 spiritual treasures. Nuwa pointed to the 2 spiritual treasures before her. Guangchengzi was taken aback. This master ant was indeed generous, offering a superior innate spiritual treasure as a meeting gift. Your disciple dares not. He was not familiar with Nuwa at all. Despite having many superior innate spiritual treasures, they were still extremely precious in the primordial world, even usable in battles after attaining sainthood. Fuxi looked at Niuhua in confusion, wondering why his sister seemed intent on giving a spiritual treasure to Guangchengzi. Niuhua remained silent, her voice neither angry nor happy. It's merely a meeting gift from a master aunt to a nephew, you may choose. Guangchengzi pondered internally, but Niuhua's expression was resolute. Reluctantly, he chose the white gourd. Your disciple lacks a treasure for decisiveness, so I shall choose this item. This was a lie. He intended to take this item back, to present it to his master Yuan, sure speculating it might have some effect on the union of the three corpses. At the moment he bowed to take the white gourd, Niuhua's eyes brightened, a glimmer flashing past, but she quickly concealed it so much so that even Fuxi did not notice. This spiritual treasure is indeed excellent. It was crafted by my friend Tai into a flying knife for slaying immortals, specifically targeting the primordial spirit. Your master and the others each possess a gourd. You certainly know how to choose. Niuhua praised him, though her tone carried other meanings. Guangchengzi fell silent. Her words were indeed intriguing. All right, I assume you have matters to attend to. Guangchengzi paused. Was she trying to send him away? He turned around, forming a few hand seals towards Wui Mountain, and the protective formation immediately restored, also tossing a formation disc to reinforce the defenses. Fuxi and Niuhua would definitely not destroy the formation of Wui Mountain, but one could not be sure about others, so it was wise to take precautions. Then he flicked out a few drops of Xiangzhang, and several immortal mountains suddenly rose from the ground. Taking out the 3 light divine water, he waved his water fan, causing the vegetation here to become even more lush. This series of actions left Fuxi and Niuhua dumbfounded. This little fellow possessed quite a few spiritual items. A mysterious look flashed in Niuhua's eyes. She also possessed Xiangzhang, having obtained a small piece from the gourd vine. Where did Guangchengzi get the 9 heaven Xiangzhang? From Xuanyuan or the Wu clan? And that 3 light divine water she did not have either. Your disciple takes his leave. Guangchengzi once more bowed to Fuxi and Niuhua, placing 2 jade boxes before Niuhua, transforming into a streak of purple light and vanishing. Niuhua swept her divine sense across, no longer sensing Guangchengzi, and said in a deep voice, "You all may return to the heavenly court." The 9 infants and others did not dare to disobey, leading their demon soldiers to bow in unison. Thank you, Emperor Shi and Empress Niuhua, for the grace of saving our lives. We take our leave now. Watching them disappear, Niuhua smiled lightly. Does brother have any questions? Fuxi looked at Niuhua and asked, Sister, why do you treat Guangchengzi differently? Even if his cultivation is impressive, you are a disciple of the Tao ancestor and should not be inferior to the 3 pure ones. Niuhua waved her hand, setting up a barrier that concealed the figures of the brother and sister. Brother, you are... She gazed solemnly at the jade box before her, not rushing to open it, but instead looking earnestly at Fuxi. Although I was accepted as a disciple by the master in his heart, I am far inferior to the 3 elder brothers. Where do you think the innate treasures of the 3 elder brothers come from? Brother should be able to guess. Fuxi fell silent. He could naturally guess that apart from the Tao ancestor, who else could grant the 3 pure ones innate treasures? But little sister had none, and neither did the 2 from the west. Though they were all disciples of the Tao ancestor, the levels of importance placed upon them were different. Did brother use the Fuxi Qin to slay the good corpse? Niuhua suddenly inquired. Yes, why do you ask this, sister? Fuxi was somewhat surprised. His spiritual treasures capable of slaying corpses were indeed few, and the Fuxi Qin was his companion's spiritual treasure, making it the most familiar to him for slaying corpses. Niuhua remained silent for a moment, then took out a jade plate, as warm as jade. A bright light flashed from Fuxi, and a blue jade scroll rose up. The 2 spiritual treasures resonated, forming a luminous curtain with the power of the Tao faintly appearing. This was indeed the accompanying spiritual treasures of Fuxi and Niuhua, the heavenly regulations and earthly principles. When combined, these 2 treasures could unleash an attack surpassing that of the finest innate spiritual treasures, but each Yuan Hui could only be used once. In the hands of Fuxi and Niuhua, they could be used to outline the Tao and separate the cosmos, yet they had never been used, regarded by Fuxi and Niuhua as a testament to their sibling bond. Sister, a look of confusion flashed in Fuxi's eyes. The 2 siblings had never utilized these 2 treasures, always opting for other spiritual treasures, even for slaying corpses. Brother, these 2 treasures are of the same origin. Niuhua's tone was soft. Fuxi frowned, not understanding her meaning. Brother, Niuhua infused a strand of power, and the heavenly regulations and earthly principles immediately revealed themselves in blue and yellow, resonating with the 2 of them. Why do you think senior brother Sanqing has never slain the 3 corpses? This matter I fear only they themselves know, Fuxi said with a wry smile. Sanqing had not slain the 3 corpses, but his combat strength was not inferior to Tai's, and with the innate supreme treasure, he could even overwhelm him. The path of the three corpses is profound and intricate. This was passed down by our master, and even Honghuang used it to attain the Tao. Senior brother Sanqing would absolutely not neglect his cultivation of it. As their direct disciple, their original responsibility should be to illuminate our master's teachings, yet they have not cultivated the method of the three corpses. Brother, what do you think? Is there a problem with the path of the three corpses? Hey. Fux's voice was very soft, and within this barrier only Nuwa could hear him. Yet he remained cautious as if fearing someone might overhear. This was the method of proving the Tao imparted by the Tao ancestor. If there were a problem, would that not imply the Tao ancestor was deceiving the beings of the wilderness? I do not know either. Nuwa seemed to both laugh and cry, saying, I only know that senior brother Sanqing would not lack the spiritual treasures to slay corpses. They certainly have the ability to do so. Fushi closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. What have you discovered? Of the same origin. Nuwa stated firmly, her voice trembling slightly. Fushi suddenly opened his eyes wide, a divine light shooting forth from them, dissipating into the void as it approached Nuwa. He stared fixedly at the heavenly regulations and earthly principles between them, letting out a wry smile. The Lotus Lantern. How foolish of me to call myself the foremost expert in the mysteries of the wilderness, and yet I was deceived by that little guy. Brother, Nuwa took Fux's hand, comforting him. She understood his pride, yet today he had been outmaneuvered by a younger generation. Though the Lotus Lantern is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it holds little value in my hands. When I mentioned exchanging it for another treasure, he specifically requested only the Lotus Lantern. After that, I presented him with 2 other treasures for selection. I thought he simply liked lamp-shaped treasures, but he didn't even glance at the Chui Guang Liangyi lantern and directly chose the white gourd. Fushi smiled bitterly, saying each of the Sanqing possesses a gourd, all from that gourd vine. Indeed, treasures of the same origin. Did you carefully inquire with the demon clan about that incident above the EC, brother? Nuwa looked at Fushi. Fushi shook his head. That day Di Jun and Tai had lost face, and he did not want to inquire further. Nuwa gazed into his eyes and slowly said, that day our master admitted he had not slain the 3 corpses while Tongtian used the method of transforming into the 3 Qing. As for Yuanshur, he was able to make Tai, who was bolstered by the formation, retreat with just the Panga banner, even while wielding the Chaos Bell. Fushi was stunned, looking at Nuwa in disbelief. Did Yuanshur slay the 3 corpses? It should be. Nuwa hesitated. After all, the manifestations of the 3 corpse avatars had not appeared, and Yuanshi's cultivation had not broken through to the late Croissant stage, yet how could he be so powerful? And he also did not deny that he had not slain the 3 corpses. The Lotus Lantern. Fushi hesitated for a moment. Nuwa chuckled lightly. Brother, do you know what the spiritual treasure of the same origin as the Lotus Lantern is? Fushi shook his head. If he had known, he would not have given it to Guangchengzi. He was unaware that the treasures of the same origin could unify the 3 corpses, but such complementary treasures often wielded immense power. Thus, one of the Sanqing is likely to slay the 3 corpses again. Nuwa asserted, confident they possessed 2 other treasures of the same origin as the Lotus Lantern. If it were only one treasure, there would be no need to demand the Lotus Lantern. Fushi looked at Nuwa with concern. Sister, do you still wish to cultivate the method of slaying the 3 corpses? Nuwa's eyes flashed with hesitation. She had already slain the good corpse. If it were not for Fushi sending a message, she would have secluded herself to slay the evil corpse. Fushi noticed Nuwa's hesitation and placed the heavenly regulations and earthly principles in her hands. If so, I can only abandon the good corpse, and my cultivation may even drop. Nuwa spoke uncertainly. She had broken through using the method of slaying the 3 corpses. Moreover, only these 2 treasures are of the same origin. Top-grade innate spiritual treasures are also acceptable. Fushi hesitated for a moment. As long as they are treasures of the same origin. Nuwa's eyes flashed with determination as she nodded. This matter must not be spoken of. Fushi urged, for this was a method of proving the Tao that even the Tao ancestor had not revealed. Did they think life held no meaning by publicly discussing it? I understand, brother, rest assured. Nuwa smiled gently. The purple light flickered continuously in the void as Guangchengzi lingered in a cave, clutching his chest, slowly exhaling. He tightly closed his eyes, carefully recalling the events that had transpired. Why had Aunt Nuwa come here simply to deliver a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure herself? Not good. Guangchengzi paused, exclaiming loudly. His expression was somewhat tense as he recalled how Nuwa had presented her choices. He hadn't even inquired about the effects of the Chui Guang Liangyi lantern, simply saying the white gourd was a killing treasure, and chose that. Given his insistence on demanding the Lotus Lantern, he should have selected another lamp-shaped treasure. I've miscalculated. Guangchengzi's heart raced. Fushi, as an expert in the mysteries, was very close to Nuwa. Would he not uncover the truth behind the method of slaying the 3 corpses? Guangchengzi paced back and forth in the cave, contemplating whether to inform his master and the others. If they spread this news, it would surely cause a great upheaval in the wilderness. No, he resolved, firmly murmuring, they won't speak of it. The divine light in Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. This was the method of proving the Tao passed down by the Tao ancestor. They did not have the courage to publicize it. However, this matter still needed to be reported to his master and the others. Guangchengzi surveyed his surroundings, surprise appearing in his eyes. How had he ended up in the southern part of the wilderness? The pressure Nuwa had exerted on him was simply too great. At that moment, he had only wanted to leave, quickly opening the spatial door, several times unexpectedly deviating from his direction. While there are still matters from this journey left unresolved, I must quicken my pace and gather everything before returning to Kunlun. Guangchengzi steadied his mind and was about to fly westward into the wilderness when a flash of 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, suddenly swept over him. The 5-element spiritual pearl flew out dancing before him. There is something here. Guangchengzi was taken aback as he watched the 5 elements pearl fly out on its own, dancing before him. If it weren't for the fact that he had already refined it, it might have flown away. Could it be that one? Guangchengzi's heart stirred. This was the southern part of the primordial world, where Yuan Feng suppressed the eternal fire mountain. The only one capable of causing a reaction from the 5-element spirit pearl was likely Kongxian. My luck is truly remarkable. Excitement flickered in Guangchengzi's eyes, for in the current primordial world, he was probably the only one aware of the extraordinary talent of Yuan Feng's offspring. Only by inadvertently taking a wrong turn could he reap such rewards. Guangchengzi increasingly felt the immense power of the Pangu great god. He had merely inherited some vestiges, yet he could navigate the primordial world with ease. Collecting treasures at Buzhou Mountain, seeking the green light in the North Sea to gain a fortunate connection with the Xian Gui, acquiring the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, searching for the blue light in the East Sea, and after sustaining injuries, obtaining Fantian Island. Gathering his emotions, Guangchengzi stepped out of the cave and looked at the scenery that was drastically different from the primordial land. The eternal fire mountain range pierced the clouds, stacked like a mountain range. Wudong trees grew at each volcanic crater, but most were acquired later. They appeared to be cultivated by the Feng clan. No wonder Yuan Feng could suppress the eternal fire mountain and reduce karmic retribution. Guangchengzi was startled. He sensed that these volcanoes were connected to the Earth's veins, and if they erupted, it would surely cause the Earth's veins to fracture. The consequences could be seen in the west. However, the scenery here was quite pleasant. Feeling the abundant fire attribute spiritual power in the void, Guangchengzi revealed a faint smile. The overall hue here was a fiery red, with vibrant colors filling the void. As one approached the volcano, the clouds' colors became more uniform, and the fiery clouds above painted this place into a world of flames. The 5 elements pearl flickered in Guangchengzi's palm. He gently blew on it, and the 5 elements pearl flew towards a direction, which he quickly followed. As he saw the 5 elements pearl stop in a location, Guangchengzi's eyes were filled with surprise. This was a place of creation untouched by human hands, with innate spiritual energy flowing endlessly, liquefying into mist that fell, causing grass and trees to flourish with rare flowers and herbs everywhere. The creations of heaven and earth are indeed extraordinary, Guangchengzi sighed. The southern part of the primordial world was vast and boundless. He wouldn't be surprised if such a scene appeared elsewhere. But here, situated amidst the volcanic range, such a miraculous place had been nurtured in the endless fire attribute spiritual energy, which opened Guangchengzi's eyes. A glimmer of gold flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. He could see the innate spiritual energy gathering deep within the valley where faint divine light flickered. With a flash of purple light, Guangchengzi instantly appeared deep in the valley, his eyes reflecting a complex expression. What came into view were 2 eggs the size of 3 zhang, one shimmering with colors, and the other black and white, both frantically absorbing the air of heaven and earth within the valley. Below them was a small pool which had already dried up. However, Guangchengzi could sense the abundant fire laws with mottled bloodstains at the bottom. This place was in the center of the volcanic range, seldom trodden by human feet. It must have been chosen carefully by Yuan Feng for her offspring. The blood at the bottom of the small pool should be Yuan Feng's essence left to ensure these 2 eggs successfully hatched. Guangchengzi seemed to see a battered phoenix having brought its injured body here, not knowing how much essence blood it left behind reluctantly. Unfortunately, at the time, Yuan Feng still had to suppress the eternal fire mountain, and her strength was ultimately diminished, leaving behind too little essence blood, insufficient for these 2 eggs to hatch. Otherwise, several Yuan meetings would have passed, and they wouldn't still be late in making their appearance. Guangchengzi tapped the five elements pearl, which instantly floated above the colorful egg, causing the black and white egg to bounce a few times in dissatisfaction. Guangchengzi unfolded the celebration cloud, and a black and white small seal fell down, quieting the other egg. This was a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure. He had obtained the yin-yang seal, which was quite suitable for this great peng. With a wave of his hand, he stored the two eggs into the chaos pearl and surveyed the valley, finding no innate spiritual treasures at all. "Young friend, could you come over for a chat?" A weak voice reached Guangchengzi's ears, causing his expression to change. He had sensed no movement, yet the voice had accurately entered his ears, and he felt no trace of aura. Looking at this valley, Guangchengzi's heart stirred. He had just stored away Kong Xian and the Great Peng. When he heard the transmission, it must be that one. But having suppressed the eternal fire mountain, could one still sense the outside world? One must know that the ancestral dragon had completely dissipated between heaven and earth after suppressing the Ci. Could it be that Yuan Feng possessed such immense power? Guangchengzi felt a bit anxious as he followed the direction of the voice towards the largest volcanic crater. His breath caught for a moment. Oh, what a powerful aura. If this volcano erupted, he would be reduced to ashes instantly. Guangchengzi suspected that even a Kwasa saint would turn pale here. The Yuan Feng of the past undoubtedly surpassed any Kwasa saint in the current primordial world. Looking at the treetops emerging from the volcano, Guangchengzi steadied himself and walked down. The Wutong trees towered thousands of miles high, their canopies blocking the sun with branches of fiery red and leaves of crystalline green, a marvel. Within the lush canopy, faint sounds of phoenix song could be heard, and pure Bing fire energy emanated from the Wutong tree, merging with the volcano. Guangchengzi continued to descend until he reached a lava expanse where a scorching aura permeated the air and the spiritual energy seemed to be ablaze. Bubbles gurgled up from the lava, flowing like molten gold. Screech! A sound shattered the clouds and rocks above the eternal fire mountain. Guangchengzi frowned. This cry was not directed at him, hence he felt no harm. Swish! Whoosh! Sounds of breaking air emerged, and the Wutong tree's canopy suddenly stirred, countless divine birds flying out, each with unique forms and vibrant colors swirling around the treetops. After a long while, the myriad birds returned to their nests, leaving only 5 divine birds, each towering 1,000 zhang. Guangchengzi sensed a noble aura from them. These should be the 5 great attributes of the phoenix. The white Honghu, the green Xingluan, the purple Yuanyuan, the red Huofeng, and the yellow Yuanshan. The 5 divine birds occupied their respective positions, bowing towards the center of the lava. Boom! The lava suddenly erupted, and a phoenix with a body spanning 10,000 zhang eyes like the blazing sun soared out. With a head adorned with a 9-colored spiritual crowned beak containing the southern Ming Li fire and wings covering the entire lava, she radiated brilliance as fire waves surged like waterfalls, incinerating all evil. Draped in colorful clouds, it seemed as if all the colors of the volcano had gathered around her. "I pay my respects to you, great Yuan Feng." The 5 colored phoenixes below lowered their heads in reverence. "You all may withdraw." Yuan Feng's voice was somewhat weak, yet the 5 divine birds dared not show any disobedience. Young friend's concealment technique is indeed wonderful. Yuan Feng gazed into the void, her voice melodious. Hidden within the void, Guangchengzi's pupils shrank as a chaotic aura converged, revealing a purple light standing atop the magma. He had used the chaos pearl to conceal his presence, and this was the first time someone had seen through it. It is evident that Yuan Feng's strength far surpasses that of other Kwasa saints. Even among those 5-colored phoenixes, which included a Kwasa saint, there was not the slightest awareness. "I, Guangchengzi of the Sanqing sect, pay my respects to Senior Yuan Feng." Yuan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise as she retracted her form, transforming into a beautiful middle-aged woman in red. Sanqing descendants of Pangu. Yuan Feng sighed. Guangchengzi was somewhat astonished. Does the senior recognize my master? Sanqing was only in the form of the last Yuanshi during the Great War of the 3 clans. At that time, they were merely great Luo Golden Immortals. How could this esteemed Yuan Feng, the leader of the avian tribes, know of Sanqing? "I once met them once before," Yuan Feng chuckled lightly. At that time, tensions were high among the 3 clans, and Sanqing had just emerged from seclusion. She had seen them once and found them quite extraordinary. Moreover, over the years, other members of the Feng clan would converse under the Wudong tree. When she was lucid, she had overheard several times that one of those Dao friends had taken them as personal disciples, indicating a significant fortune. "I apologize for my rudeness." Guangchengzi bowed, then became serious, saying, "I wonder if Senior Yuan Feng summoned me here for a reason." Yuan Feng waved her hand, and a branch of the Wudong tree extended, curling into a 10-foot-sized cushion. "Have a seat." Yuan Feng spoke, and Guangchengzi had no choice but to comply. Interestingly, I have not been lucid for tens of thousands of years. Today on a whim, I sensed that 2 children had lost their aura. Guangchengzi was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, this was akin to abducting children, not much different from his future junior brother Qing Su. Oh, but it was different at Qing. Su was forceful. I was reckless, esteemed senior. Guangchengzi apologized to Yuan Feng. It's nothing if you can take them away, it is their fortune. Yuan Feng sighed, a look of regret flashing in her eyes. You should be able to see that although they possess great talent, they do not have the phoenix's disposition. They are born of the 5 elements and the energies of yin and yang, making them unsuitable for residing in this immortal volcano. Guangchengzi nodded. If those 2 were nurtured in this volcano, they would likely be roasted alive. However, those precious bloodlines must surely hold some expectation for Yuan Feng. Has the senior attained the Tao and become a saint? Guangchengzi hesitated, but still asked this question. Yuan Feng's power was truly overwhelming, yet she had never been a match for the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon had already perished, yet she was still capable of awakening. Are you curious why I have not fallen, little friend? Yuan Feng said with a smile. Guangchengzi felt somewhat embarrassed. This was indeed too direct. Do you think I was born of the innate? Guangchengzi's expression changed as he looked nervously at Yuan Feng. It seems you have some suspicions. Indeed, I, along with the ancestral dragon and the first Qilin, were not born of the primordial world. We were once chaotic demon gods, but we fell to Pangus' axe, and a fragment of our residual soul fell into the primordial world, giving rise to our existence. Yuan Feng's gaze was open and honest as she acknowledged this. Guangchengzi had suspected it before, but now that it was confirmed, a great weight lifted from his heart. Yuan Feng scanned the immortal volcano, looking outside softly, saying, "This primordial world was indeed evolved from our bodies as chaotic demon gods." In the chaos within a purple palace, a grey-clad Taoist stirred slightly, but never opened his eyes. A thunderclap fell directly beside Guangchengzi's ear. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yuan Feng in disbelief, while Yuan Feng nodded affirmatively at him. Guangchengzi took a deep breath. This news was truly shocking. I understand now. Thank you for clearing my doubts, esteemed senior. Yuan Feng ignited a flame in her palm, not the south brightly fire she excelled at, but rather a blood-red flame that seemed to nurture life as it burned. Suddenly, she moved, striking her palm into Guangchengzi's chest. Guangchengzi's expression changed as he quickly pulled apart his robe. On his chest was a fiery tattoo, and through his spiritual sense, he sensed it was still burning. This is the Nirvana fire of my Phoenix clan. At first, I also relied on the power of Nirvana to barely survive, consuming the essence that belonged to the chaotic demon god, and only through the power of the heavenly Tao could I remain until now. I awaken sometimes and sleep at other times. Today's awakening was also by chance. I am entrusting my 2 children to you, and this Nirvana fire shall serve as a meeting gift for you. As long as those who kill you do not surpass my cultivation level, you will have a chance to be resurrected. Guangchengzi's heart trembled. A chance for resurrection. In the current primordial world, reincarnation had not yet been opened, and only heavenly Tao saints possessed the ability to revive continuously. However, with this tattoo, I cannot pursue an official career in the future. Not really. Is there any price that the senior needs to pay? Guangchengzi looked at the pale-faced Yuan Feng with gratitude. It's nothing more than not being able to awaken for 10 yuanshire meetings. Oh, I only ask that you take good care of my 2 children. A smile appeared on Yuan Feng's pale face, and 2 red beams flashed as 2 precious spiritual treasures appeared before Guangchengzi. These Haori Golden Light Banners and Wutong Qin are the treasured spiritual artifacts of my Feng clan. I would trouble you to deliver them to my children after their birth. Guangchengzi looked at these 2 top-notch innate spiritual treasures radiating immense power and waved his hand to store them. He stood up and bowed solemnly to Yuan Feng. I will not fail your trust, esteemed senior. In that case, you may leave. After they are born and reach the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, you may return to the clan to receive the inheritance of my Feng clan. I will arrange for this matter. After Yuan Feng finished speaking, the cushion beneath her dissolved into a Wutong tree branch, landing in Guangchengzi's palm. He understood that this was the token Yuan Feng had given him. I take my leave. Guangchengzi transformed into a beam of purple light and departed. Yuan Feng cast a lingering glance outside, then transformed back into a gigantic phoenix. The south brightly fire burning on her body appeared somewhat ethereal, as if about to extinguish. After calling out a few times to the Wutong tree, she flew into the magma. The immortal volcano regained its tranquility. 3,000 years later. The west is truly desolate. Guangchengzi sighed. Since leaving the immortal volcano, he had been heading towards the western part of the primordial world, which was even worse than he had imagined. The veins of the earth where severed yellow sand filled the sky, and in the vast west aside from a few celestial mountains, it was almost impossible to see any spiritual roots growing. Most importantly, the innate spiritual energy here was thin, and it was mixed with other energies, making cultivation quite difficult. Guangchengzi sighed lightly. No wonder those two uncles were begging all over the primordial world. The west was indeed impoverished. However, this was not caused by him, nor could the current him resolve it, so Guangchengzi felt no psychological burden. He flew towards the junction of the west and the central primordial world. The person he was looking for was there. This is the place. The purple-clad Taoist gazed at the celestial mountain before him, feeling a mix of unexpected confusion and a sense of inevitability. In the primordial chaos, celestial realms are often adorned with auspicious phenomena, yet the Lingjiao mountain before him was starkly different, with its desolate and darkened rocks resembling grim skeletal remains, an inky glow saturating the sky, casting a suffocating gloom over this cave paradise. However, in the deepest part, a faint light flickered like a dying flame, dim and wavering in the wind amidst the darkness. Guangchengzi frowned. This was his first encounter with such a cave paradise, yet it also befit the identity of that person. A flash of purple light crossed his eyes as he noticed an array hidden outside the mountain, and Guangchengzi sighed. I wonder if Taoist Randang is present. A booming voice echoed throughout Lingjiao Mountain, penetrating the array and reaching its innermost depths. Inside the cave, a cavern filled with ghostly energy loomed, dark and profound, where an elderly Taoist sat cross-legged on a mat, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. He appeared to embody the essence of a celestial being, yet behind him faintly materialized the shadow of a coffin, while a uniquely designed palace lantern in front emitted a green flame. The ghostly fire flickered dimly, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He contemplated a Taoist he encountered on the western continent a millennium ago, who had shared a method of cultivation with him. When he saw that he could not practice, he attempted to cultivate it, finding it distinctly different from anything he had experienced in the primordial chaos, when suddenly there was a commotion outside the mountain. I wonder from which mountain you fellow immortal hail, and how do you know this humble Taoist's name? Randang rose, and the large array rumbled to life. Outside the mountain, Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. It was good that he was there. Will you not invite this humble Taoist in for a visit? The array became transparent, revealing an elder in a black Taoist robe looking at Guangchengzi. He indeed had never seen this Taoist, but Guangchengzi was somewhat surprised. Randang was actually at the early stage of the great 12 Golden Immortals, seemingly on the verge of breaking into the midstage. His gaze was peculiar. If he remembered correctly, Randang had emerged quite early, yet he was rather unfortunate, missing both the first and second teachings at the Xixiao Palace, only attending the third and arriving as the last one. In the end, he did not comprehend it fully, yet he shamelessly joined the teachings of Master Yuan Shi, and later, considering that he had also attended the Xixiao Palace's teachings, Master bestowed upon Randang the position of vice leader, leading the disciples of the teachings to respectfully address him as Teacher Randang. However, after the conclusion of the Fengshan calamity, Randang fled the west with 4 disciples of the teachings, turning Master into a laughingstock in the primordial chaos, and he thus became the past Buddha of the west, slashing away the good corpse. A murderous intent surged within Guangchengzi, and Randang inside the array sensed something amiss. This visitor did not come with good intentions. Fellow Taoist, this is the West. Do not bring harm upon yourself. Randang was somewhat flustered. The newcomer radiated a bright aura, and amidst the flow of his laws it felt as if Lingjiao Mountain had transformed into a ghostly den. What of the West? Randang, submit to this humble Taoist, and today I may spare your life. Guangchengzi scoffed disdainfully, as if to say, do you have some hidden backing? Rather than kill him, it would be better to leave Randang in the West as a nail. Listening to Guangchengzi's words, Randang was instantly infuriated. He was a dignified, innate demonic god. Even the quasi-saint elder from a millennium ago had never made such remarks. Your realm is merely a tier above mine, yet you dare to speak so grandly. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air approached, and Randang quickly activated the array, which emitted a strained creaking under pressure. His expression changed immediately. An innate demonic god presiding over the protective mountain array in his own domain possessed the power to withstand higher realms. With his cultivation, even the late stage of the Great Luo could not cause such immense destruction. Yet this array was on the verge of collapse, and Randang took out a strangely shaped small lantern, gently blowing on it, causing the green flame to ignite fiercely as it passed through the array. Guangchengzi's eyes lit up. The spirit coffin lamp was precisely the target of his journey, yet this was still a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and he dared not be careless. The Xuanyuan water control banner rose above his head, forming a thin layer of light, preventing the flames from penetrating. Fellow Taoists, surrender this spiritual treasure, and I shall spare your life today." Guangchengzi laughed heartily, looking at Randang inside the array with arrogance. As long as he obtained it, the 3 pure ones could slay the 3 corpses, and the 3 corpses could attain enlightenment, which would certainly enhance his power far beyond his past life. His background would then be sky-high, causing him to tremble at the thought. At this moment, Guangchengzi could only regret that the falling treasure money had not yet matured, otherwise he could directly seize the spirit coffin lamp. As he thought, Randang on Lingjiao Mountain was nearly furious. This person had come demanding his submission and now sought to forcibly seize his spiritual treasure. "If you wish to take my spiritual treasure, you must see if you have the fortune to do so." A fierce glint flashed in Randang's eyes as the array instantly enveloped the entire Lingjiao Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Small holes appeared in the array and spears materialized, shooting directly towards Guangchengzi. Ghostly energy. Guangchengzi frowned. This fellow's Tao indeed corresponded to the underworld, and now that reincarnation had yet to manifest, Randang could actually use the array to unleash spears of ghostly energy. It must be related to his origin. Yet while this ghostly energy was restraining to ordinary individuals, he comprehended the laws of light. Purify. Guangchengzi uttered 2 words, radiating an aura of light that illuminated the eerie Lingjiao Mountain, as if it were daylight, even absorbing the radiance of the sun. Under the law of light, the ghostly energy melted away like residual snow, and those spears shattered inch by inch under the brilliance. Randang could hardly believe it. He had unleashed his strongest strike through the array, yet he could not harm this suddenly intruding cultivator. His heart sank. This matter was becoming troublesome. Watching the array sway precariously, Randang waved his hand to deactivate it, coldly staring at Guangchengzi. "So, fellow Taoist, will you submit and become a disciple under this humble Taoist? Today I may spare your life." Guangchengzi looked at Randang with a leisurely gaze. After all, he was an innate demonic god accompanied by the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the spirit coffin lamp. How many innate demonic gods in the primordial chaos lacked even a high-grade innate spiritual treasure? Fellow Taoist is indeed powerful, yet if you wish for me to submit, you do not possess sufficient quality. Randang sneered coldly as his figure suddenly vanished, revealing a pitch-black coffin intricately adorned with various demonic patterns emanating a potent aura. Guangchengzi's gaze fixated on the black coffin. Good heavens, this person truly deserved to be someone who could make Master accept him as he had transformed into his true form. It must be noted that most beings in the primordial chaos regard their facade as paramount, yet Randang could boldly reveal his true form, which not only exposed his roots, but also relinquished the pride of being an innate demonic god. The spirit coffin lamp settled atop the coffin as if it had been meant to be there from the start. The ghostly fire leapt violently, and the green light dispelled the golden glow surrounding Guangchengzi. The coffin, however, manifested a layer of spiritual light accompanied by a series of incomprehensible whispers. Guangchengzi froze, his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent as the radiant seal appeared in his hand. "Today you must die." As the black coffin crashed towards him, Guangchengzi stood on a pure white lotus, while a red light floated out from his primordial spirit, standing on a reincarnation purple lotus. The luminous seal shone with golden light, as Dan Yu Dao Run held a bitter bamboo. Looking at the oncoming black coffin, Guangchengzi let out a cold laugh. "OMG, Master Ji Kuni Swoha." The black coffin emitted waves of Dao sound, exuding an unmatched aura with strands of golden mist appearing in the void. Gathering above the black coffin, it enveloped him in a layer of golden radiance, making him seem even more powerful with an indestructible intent. On Mount Shumi, 2 Daoist-clad cultivators with sorrowful expressions were discussing the Dao. One cultivator holding a 7-colored branch paused his Dao sound and opened his eyes. "Junior brother, what is the matter?" The sallow-faced cultivator, emanating a sense of sorrow, asked in confusion. "That little friend is seeking help from this humble Taoist." "Oh." The sorrowful cultivator's eyes lit up. That individual was a congenital demon god considered highly skilled even in their western region. "Senior brother, I shall take my leave first." After saying this, his figure became faint, and the other cultivator murmured a phrase of blessing. Meanwhile, in front of Lingjiao Mountain, Guangchengzi's killing intent surged. This technique, distinct from the celestial path, clearly came from those 2 uncles. He had seen some cultivators in the West using similar techniques, but now, before the 3rd lecture had even begun, Randang could actually wield this mental power technique. Those 2 uncles truly had far-reaching plans. It seemed that Randang would later join the Chan teaching, guided by those 2 uncles. Today Randang must die. The luminous seal instantly expanded, hovering in the void, blocking the true sun star, and then it smashed down heavily. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. Waves of shock rendered Lingjiao Mountain in ruins, stones scattered, and the originally desolate cave paradise became a scene of broken walls and remnants. Protected by two supreme innate spiritual treasures, Guangchengzi remained unscathed. In the center of the explosion, a glimmer of green light slowly emerged, revealing a figure burnt to char, gasping for breath, with terror flashing in his eyes. "Spare me, fellow Taoist," Ran Dang cried out in fright, hastening to plead for mercy. Dan Yu Daoren instantly appeared beside him, swinging the bitter bamboo directly at his head. Despair flickered in Ran Dang's eyes. Why hadn't that senior come yet? Wait! A voice sounded, and the bitter bamboo in Dan Yu Daoren's hand could not strike down. Guangchengzi's heart sank. A great power had arrived, and he could think of no one else who could save Ran Dang other than that uncle. A Taoist appeared above Lingjiao Mountain, his hair tied in twin buns, eyes seemingly filled with worldly sorrow, holding a seven-treasure wonderful tree, his eyes brightening upon seeing Guangchengzi. As his gaze swept over several spiritual treasures, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, startlingly bright. "This humble Taoist is Kunti. I pay my respects to you, fellow Taoist." Kunti bowed to Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi hurriedly stepped aside, trembling in his heart. Could this guy be eyeing his spiritual treasures? If he accepted this bow, would Kunti forcefully bind him by this cause? He believed Kunti could certainly do such a thing. Moreover, he had not expected Ran Dang to collude with Kunti so soon. "Fellow Taoist, save me." Seeing Kunti arrive, Ran Dang hurriedly called for help. "Shut your mouth." Guangchengzi's gaze turned sharp, filled with killing intent directed at him, causing Ran Dang to shiver instantly. A flicker of displeasure crossed Kunti's eyes, but he said nothing more. Under the three clear sect, Guangchengzi has met Kunti, master uncle. Guangchengzi saluted. No matter what, he could not provide this one with an excuse for trouble. Kunti's eyes flashed with surprise. A disciple under the three clear sect had already reached the mid-stage of Deluo. Such a good seedling, why was there none like that in their western region? "So it is Guangchengzi. I wonder why you are causing such a ruckus in my western region. What did Ran Dang do?" Kunti asked with a grin. Guangchengzi's heart tightened. He had come purely to kill and seize treasures, but given the current situation. "Master uncle, let me explain. I, Ran Dang, took the spiritual treasure belonging to his disciple, and I came to demand it back. He even dared to fight back against my disciple." "Nonsense!" Ran Dang, furious, shouted. This was clearly a reversal of the situation. "Is that so? How do I see it that my disciple is the one killing and seizing treasures?" Kunti smiled. "Why not grant your master uncle some face? Follow me to Mount Xiumi and resolve your grievances peacefully. How about that?" As he spoke, Kunti's greedy gaze swept over several spiritual treasures, all supreme, innate treasures of which he and his senior brother had few. Moreover, that bitter bamboo spiritual root upon the first glance felt like it was connected to him. Guangchengzi's expression changed greatly. He had underestimated this master uncle. No wonder Tongtian master did not allow him to step into the west. Wanting to save Ran Dang was not enough. Did he also want to take him captive? "Master uncle," Guangchengzi spoke with a heavy tone. "Master sent a message. I fear it would be inconvenient for me to go to Mount Xiumi." Kunti's expression remained unchanged. "No problem, brother Sanshin can come here, and we can go to Mount Xiumi together to discuss the Tao. Such a fat sheep cannot be allowed to escape. As long as he enters Mount Xiumi, he will be in the palm of he and his senior brother." Guangchengzi felt a chill in his heart. This one truly had no shame. But the spiritual coffin lamp in Ran Dang's hand, he must take it today. "Master uncle, do you insist on protecting him?" Guangchengzi pointed at the fallen Ran Dang and whispered. Kunti raised an eyebrow. "Nephew, it is not that this humble Taoist wants to protect, but to resolve the grudges between you two." Guangchengzi's heart stirred as he withdrew the bitter bamboo and reincarnation purple lotus into his primordial spirit, and Kunti's eyes brightened. Dan Yu Daoren instantly charged towards Kunti, who waved the seven-treasure wonderful tree, halting Dan Yu Daoren's figure midair, making him immobile. "Nephew, playing such tricks in front of this humble Taoist is too naive. Better follow me back to Mount Xiumi," Kunti said as his large hand reached out. Hope flickered in Ran Dang's eyes. He had finally been saved, but after today, he would probably have to stay on. Killing intent flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as Dan Yu Daoren's body exploded, engulfing the entire Lingjiao Mountain in a fiery red hue. "Please turn around, treasure." Guangchengzi bowed to Ran Dang, and a white streak of light, filled with endless killing intent, shot out. Ran Dang's head rolled on the ground with a gurgle, tumbling twice. With a flick of his sleeve, Guangchengzi collected everything and fled into the distance. "Bold!" An angry shout came from Lingjiao Mountain. Kunti's face bore a look of fury as the seven-treasure wonderful tree glimmered with seven-colored divine light, appearing before Guangchengzi in an instant. Puff! Guangchengzi was sent flying backwards, spitting blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had no time to summon the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. Was this the strength that could claim a place on the mat? It was far stronger than an ordinary quasi-saint, great power. How bold! You dare to act in front of this humble Taoist. Follow me back to Mount Shumi and beg for forgiveness. As the large hand reached out, Guangchengzi's primordial spirit stirred, and the jade talisman shattered. The space shattered as three powerful figures stepped through the portal. Above, Lingjiao mountain fissures appeared in the air, and after the arrival of the Sanqing, a formidable aura swept across the primordial western lands. Master, save me! Guangchengzi cried out in anguish, bringing tears to the listener's eyes and sorrow to the hearers' hearts. Disciple! Yuan Shi roared as the Panga banner materialized, and a beam of axe light struck directly at Xuanyuan. Laozi produced a jade vial and poured its contents directly into Guangchengzi's mouth. Guangchengzi secretly opened one eye and blinked at Laozi. He was merely gravely injured, not truly unconscious. Even if Xuanyuan had the audacity, he dared not kill him. He merely sought to seize the spiritual treasure and did not genuinely wish for death. Should he be killed, the western lands would likely cease to exist. Laozi summoned a white cloud for Guangchengzi to lie upon. The yin and yang energies swirled within his sleeves as a white jade golden bridge pinned Xuanyuan in place. Just as the four swords of immortality were about to strike him, a figure appeared and intervened. However, his sleeve was also cut by the sword intent, and the newcomer's expression changed drastically as he supported Xuanyuan and retreated continuously. Three senior brothers, forgive me, forgive me. Xuanyuan cried out in agony, his body covered in wounds, even struggling to steady the seven treasures' mysterious tree. Three senior brothers, please calm down. Jane hastily persuaded. The treasures in the hands of the Sanqing were all innate supreme treasures, and even when he and Xuanyuan joined forces, they could not prevail. Xuanyuan, to dare harm my disciple, you shall meet your end. With the Panga banner glowing in Yuan Shi's hand, he continuously infused it with divine power. Lines began to appear on the banner's surface, and a giant phantom emerged, striking down at Xuanyuan with an axe. Senior brother, spare me. Xuanyuan shouted in terror as the seven treasures' mysterious tree emitted an afterimage, filling the sky with seven-colored divine light. Yet before that axe light, they were as fragile as paper, offering no resistance. Behind Jane, a treasure pagoda arose, which was his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Jane treasure banner. A deep gash appeared in the western lands, stretching for thousands of miles, with Jane and Xuanyuan lying miserably within it. Beside them, the seven treasures' mysterious tree was broken, and the Jane treasure banner bore a dark crack. Second brother, Laozi stopped Yuan Shi from continuing his assault. After all, he was a disciple accepted by the master. It was inappropriate to kill him. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, glancing at Guangchengzi and noticing his steady breathing, a look of confusion crossing his face. Laozi coughed lightly, and Guangchengzi awoke, gazing at Yuan Shi as he examined his condition, crying out, Master Xuanyuan Shi wants to kill me and seize the treasure. Yuan Shi's expression turned cold as he pointed to the deep gash for Guangchengzi to see, causing him to be greatly alarmed. The master acted swiftly. In no time, two Shi had lost their breath. Tong Tian bore a murderous intent, but at that moment, he could not kill Xuanyuan. He waved his sleeve, and the four swords of immortality vanished into the void. Guangchengzi patted his chest and coughed a few times. Yuan Shi hurriedly took out a pill, and Guangchengzi smiled. His injuries had mostly healed since Laozi had given him a pill from the start. He speculated it must be the 9 Revolutions golden pill. He had consumed other pills before, but none possessed such potent medicinal power. Thank you, master. Guangchengzi looked weakly and bowed to the Sanqing. I'm glad you're fine. Yuan Shi's eyes reddened a bit. This was a disciple inheriting the essence of the Sanqing. If anything happened to him, he would ensure that Jane and Xuanyuan fell completely. Cough, cough. Sounds came from the bottom of the pit as Jane and Xuanyuan struggled to stand. At that moment, both were in tattered clothes, their bodies covered in wounds. Xuanyuan held the broken seven treasures' mysterious tree, trembling with pain. This was his proof of enlightenment, a part of his original Bodhi tree. If you two do not give this poor Taoist an explanation today, I will suppress you for 100,000 years. Yuan Shi glared at Jane and Xuanyuan, roaring, Senior brother, please do not be angry, it is all my fault. Xuanyuan's voice was weak, and he did not even care about the pain of the broken seven treasures' mysterious tree. At this moment, he could not recount the events leading to this, and moreover, although he did not intend to kill anyone, he still harbored thoughts of seizing the treasure. Such words could not be uttered, otherwise these three killers would truly follow through. Even if they were released during the Tao lecture at the Zixiao Palace, being suppressed for 100,000 years would bring disgrace. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, considering it wise that he did not attempt to argue. Hand over 12 Bodhi seeds. Laozi glanced at him, making the demand. Senior brother, is 12 too many? Would 5 be acceptable? Xuanyuan, in his excitement, began to cough blood again. The Bodhi seeds were formed from his essence. Losing even one would require a millennium of recovery. 12 seeds meant he would not be able to enhance his cultivation at all. My. Laozi frowned, black and white energies flashing through his sleeves. Senior brother, please calm down, Xuanyuan said with a mournful face, gritting his teeth as he took out 12 Bodhi seeds from his pocket, his complexion turning pale afterward. Jane quickly supported him, transferring a strand of divine power to Xuanyuan. As the Bodhi seeds flew over, Guangchengzi caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance, instantly clearing his mind. Yuan Shi pointed, and a small hole appeared on the Bodhi seeds, piercing through them. Then a thread of top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure floated out, stringing the 12 Bodhi seeds together into a bracelet. He lifted Guangchengzi's hand and slipped it on. Guangchengzi felt as if the laws of the great Tao were within reach, just a hand's breadth away. Is my disciple satisfied? Xuanyuan croaked, utterly weakened. He knew that only by ensuring Guangchengzi did not pursue this matter would the Sanqing retreat. Guangchengzi looked at the Bodhi bracelet on his wrist, each bead resembling white jade. After wearing it, he felt as if he was closer to the great Tao. He also realized that this was due to his low cultivation. If he reached the Quasi-Saint realm, it would likely be of no use. Shishu's words are too much, I dare not accept, and can only follow the master's orders. Guangchengzi's expression was calm. Oh, all of this was what he deserved. If this Xuanyuan Shishu had not appeared when he was about to slay Randang, there would have been no such troubles. Jane and Xuanyuan nervously looked at the Sanqing, hoping they would express a stance. In the future, if you dare lay a hand on my disciples again, I will utterly destroy your Mount Shumi. Tong Tian coldly gazed at them as the 4 swords of immortality returned, also bringing along a towering Bodhi tree. Guangchengzi blinked, recognizing it as an upper-grade innate spiritual root. Indeed, the expressions of Jane and Xuanyuan changed dramatically. This spiritual root was planted on Mount Shumi, and a bad premonition surged within them. Yes, this poor Taoist will never dare again. Jane and Xuanyuan bowed. Yuan Shi waved his hand, and the two transformed into streaks of light, rushing back to Mount Shumi, letting out earth-shattering screams. Their years of collections had vanished, and some buildings were destroyed, still bearing the remnants of the sword intent of the 4 swords of immortality. Guangchengzi observed the destruction wrought by the 3 masters. The earth banana and water banana appeared, and after some manipulations, the deep gash created by the Panga banner was filled, and new greenery emerged. Tong Tian performed several hand seals towards Lingjiao Mountain, sealing it away. I've returned. Looking at the familiar scenery of Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi sighed. Humph. Tong Tian waved his sleeve, and a small mountain appeared before Guangchengzi. I told you not to go to the west, and now you've been hurt. Hearing Tongshan's reproach, Yuan Shi immediately defended third brother. This is all Xuanyuan's fault. How can you blame Guangchengzi? I only told him once. Second brother, don't always protect him. He wouldn't listen when I told him not to go to the west. Yuan Shi's face showed anger. This wilderness was opened up by the Father God. Guangchengzi cannot just go anywhere. If we hadn't arrived quickly, you would have been captured by Xuanyuan and taken to Shumi Mountain. While saying this, Tong Tian pointed at Guangchengzi. Yuan Shi stopped his hand. Don't act rashly. Enough. Laozi quickly intervened to stop the two from arguing. With a wave of his sleeve, the small mountain was neatly organized. Guangchengzi looked over and saw spirit treasures, spiritual roots, and various spiritual objects used for refining tools and formations. The 2 masters from the west have quite a harvest. Guangchengzi sighed. After he finished speaking, the faces of the 3 clear ones turned grim. Master, Guangchengzi cautiously called out. Yuan Shi shot him a glance, intending to scold him, but realizing that third brother had already said it, he refrained from saying more to avoid hurting Guangchengzi's feelings. Laozi sighed. Let me speak. Guangchengzi was respectful. His injuries had healed completely, and he hurriedly offered a few cups of new tea to the 3 masters, which was the Da Hong Pao he obtained on this journey. Oh, this tea tastes good, Tong Tian praised. Guangchengzi seized the opportunity, and seeing that Tong Tian was no longer angry, quickly took out some tea. This is what I obtained during my travels, named Da Hong Pao. Laozi took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. Most of these things were obtained in the east. Laozi pointed at the mountain of treasures, his expression somewhat grim. Guangchengzi then looked closely and saw Bai Yuling Zhu and Shi Xan Chao, which were all unique spiritual roots from the east, demanding high levels of spiritual energy. If it were not for the abundant spiritual energy, they could not grow in such large quantities in Kunlun. Shi Xan Chao is merely a postnatal spiritual root. Guangchengzi sighed, knowing that Xuanyuan often came to the east to take advantage of the situation. But could a powerful being like him really take away these inferior postnatal spiritual roots? Do you think his reputation spreads in the wilderness for no reason? There is a reason why I don't let you go to the west, Tong Tian mocked. Guangchengzi immediately shivered and respectfully saluted the 3 clear ones. He realized that he was alive thanks to the three masters. Had Xuanyuan not been wary of them, he would have surely been captured to Shumi Mountain instead of just killed for his treasures. Master, I was wrong. Guangchengzi ran to Tongtian, playfully pounding his leg. Yuanshi snorted lightly, and Guangchengzi then rubbed Yuanshi's shoulder. All right, this time you've learned a lesson. Just pick out some that you find valuable, and go back to cultivate properly. Lousy stopped Guangchengzi's attempt to massage his back. Thank you, master. Guangchengzi looked at the pile of treasures and picked some. He took out the Tiandi Honghuang Linglong Tower, and just as Lousy was about to put it away, Guangchengzi hurriedly said, Master concealed the heavenly secrets. Lousy was startled, unsure of what Guangchengzi was hinting at, but still summoned the Linglong Tower, and boundless Honghuang energy descended. Guangchengzi's face was filled with excitement, smiling. Master, I've returned from hunting. Master, don't you want to know why Xuanyuan came? Guangchengzi looked at Lousy. Why? Looking at you from head to toe covered in spirit treasures, your brilliance shining towards the west. Xuanyuan couldn't sit still. Tongtian interjected impatiently. Guangchengzi was momentarily speechless. Tongtian was indeed correct. He seemed to have been too ostentatious. He felt somewhat dejected. Yuanshi shot Tongtian a glare and turned to Guangchengzi. Don't listen to him. Your uncle is also concerned about you. Master, what uncle? Tongtian jumped up immediately, and Guangchengzi was also his disciple. How could second brother find a chance to sow discord? Master, all three of you are my masters. You exposed the Hongmeng measure. Yuanshi's expression changed dramatically. Guangchengzi was well aware of the spiritual treasures in his possession. To kill under the very eyes of a Quasi-Saint powerhouse, he must have used a special spiritual treasure for the surprise attack. Lousy also anticipated this. If so, Guangchengzi absolutely could not take another step out of Kunlun. No, how could I dare to take out the Hongmeng measure? Guangchengzi hurriedly denied it. The significance of this item had been conveyed to him by the three pure ones. He would not use it unless in a life-and-death situation. Looking at the mountain ahead, Guangchengzi softly said, Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh, the immortal slaying flying knife reappeared, and the distant mountain instantly turned to dust after a flash of white light. By Pai Hulu did you go to the heavenly court? Tongtian stood up in shock, looking at Guangchengzi in disbelief. Just a mere 10,000 years ago they had dealt with Di Jun and Tai Yi in the East China Sea. How did you obtain his spiritual treasure? Guangchengzi placed the immortal slaying gourd in Yuanshi's hand, concealing the parts he could not disclose while sharing the other experiences. I suspect that perhaps Aunt Yuan knows the truth about the slaying of the three corpses. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, uncertain. The three pure ones were greatly shocked. They did not expect Guangchengzi's experiences over the short span of 10,000 years to be so fascinating. Lousy frowned, and both Yuanshi and Tongtian remained silent. This matter may require Sister Nuwa to come for a visit. Yuanshi's sighed. It is only right. Guangchengzi felt a bit embarrassed after all this incident was instigated by him. Master, did I cause trouble? He asked with some guilt. It's nothing if Nuwa knows she knows. She won't spread it throughout the vast wilderness. Yuanshi looked at Guangchengzi with his head lowered and comforted him. Indeed, if you can find the corpse-slaying spiritual treasure for me on this journey, then nothing could be more significant. Lousy and Tongtian also comforted him together. Guangchengzi let out a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as his three masters could resolve it, it was fine. He was still a child, and when trouble arose, he needed to seek out his parents. Master, this immortal slaying gourd may merge with your three corpse incarnations. After all, it only has 45 prohibitions. Guangchengzi composed himself and looked intently at Yuanshi. The more powerful the spiritual treasure for slaying the three corpses, the stronger the power of the three corpses. Lousy and Tongtian possessed top-tier spiritual treasures with 48 prohibitions, while Yuanshi's were comparatively lacking. It's possible, but I need the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, first. Yuanshi said calmly. Guangchengzi's eyes lit up. That item was with the Dao ancestor. However, my master will not use it. You will need to slay corpses in the future, and there is another one with Nuwa. This time I will see if we can exchange it, so that you can slay corpses in the future. Yes, the one with Hongyun can also be exchanged. Tongtian added. Even if Hongyun had slain corpses, so what? Hongyun was entangled in karma, and might not wait for that day. Guangchengzi was deeply moved. He thought about finding spiritual treasures for his master, and the three masters were also considering his future. Now he indeed should consider spiritual treasures for slaying corpses, but the top-tier innate spiritual treasures on him were of different origins, making it somewhat difficult. I will consider it a bit more. Guangchengzi hesitated. Alright, you should also organize the gains from this journey. I need to enter seclusion. Lousy spoke with a tone of joy. He too would be slaying his three corpse incarnations this time. Tongtian was also extremely happy, and Yuanshi smiled, saying, Then I will send a message to Sister Nuwa inviting her to Kunlun to gather in 10,000 years. After saying this, a streak of light flew out of Kunlun. Seeing that the three pure ones each had their own matters to attend to, Guangchengzi bowed and said, "Disciple takes my leave." The purple light swept across, and the gates of the Mi Luo Palace instantly closed. 8,000. Guangchengzi slowly opened his eyes, the aura on his body gradually converging. The Mi Luo Palace returned to tranquility, with all the light returning to within his body. No wonder the great Luo Golden Immortals practiced their cultivation based on Yuanhui. Guangchengzi sighed. Having been in seclusion for 10,000 years was merely to sort through the gains from his journey, without much comprehension of the laws. His realm still only reached the mid-stage of Great Luo. Comprehending the laws and attaining the Tao was indeed the most difficult method of attaining the Tao. If the Great Luo realm was so arduous, how much more so was the Quasi-Saint realm? No wonder in the future wilderness, apart from the 6 saints, no one else would attain sainthood. However, Guangchengzi did not return empty-handed this time. Those who practice the laws of light require a foundation of pure heart. In the wilderness, the power of thunder carries a righteous aura. He had learned the teachings from the 3 pure ones. Although he had never used the Taiqing Yuling Shanqing thunder, he had already mastered it. During this seclusion, he used his own laws of light as a foundation, integrating the profound weight of the Taiqing thunder, the utmost yang and righteousness of the Yuling thunder, and the fierce slaughter of the Shanqing thunder, combining the 3 types of divine thunders to comprehend a lightning technique belonging to himself. The bright divine thunder, fully named the bright exorcism and purifying world judgment thunder, represents the characteristic of his laws of light. After fusing with the 3 pure ones' divine thunders, its power not only increased significantly, but also represented the path Guangchengzi would walk in the future. Moreover, he also derived 2 styles of the radiant seal technique thanks to Yuan Shi's 9 seals, which allowed Guangchengzi to draw inspiration from. Although his cultivation did not advance during this seclusion, his combat power had significantly increased. If he were to encounter Randang again, a single bright divine thunder would suffice. With the attribute restraint, Randang would be directly extinguished. Thinking of this, Guangchengzi took out Randang's corpse, flicked it with his fingertip, and a cluster of light fire flew over, causing Randang's corpse to burn continuously in the light fire. As the black gas fluctuated, Guangchengzi performed a series of hand seals, increasing the power of the light fire once again. Seal. With a single word, the light fire directly devoured all the black gas, imprisoning it within Randang's physical body. A circle of black light emerged, contrasting sharply with the light fire. At that moment in the Mi Luo Palace, gold and black occupied half of the space each, but the black lacked any supporting power. As time passed, it gradually diminished. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and the golden light surged. A black coffin floated in the hall. Guangchengzi gazed at it quietly, and after a long moment, he gently beckoned, causing the black coffin to shrink and land in his palm. It was impossible to determine the grade of this innate spiritual treasure. There was no innate, indestructible spiritual light on it, which is the core of innate spiritual treasures. With this spiritual light present, even if the innate spiritual treasure were to shatter, it could still restore itself over time. However, Guangchengzi could not ascertain what kind of spiritual treasure the true body of Randang was. A streak of golden light flicked over and landed on the coffin, causing a surge of black gas to rise and swallow the golden light, with no other anomalies occurring. Guangchengzi frowned and lightly pushed the coffin lid, but his expression suddenly changed. With his current cultivation and the great Luo physical body, he could not even budge it a little. Laws enveloping. Guangchengzi's body instantly shimmered with golden light, his whole being appearing as if formed from the purest crystal, the concept of the source of light perfectly embodied in him. His body grew to a size of 9 zhang. As the 9 turns mystic art operated, he exerted all his strength against the coffin lid. Creak. A piercing sound rang out as the coffin lid finally revealed a tiny gap, and at the same time a wave of overwhelming malevolence surged out from the gap. Desolate and ancient, a heavy aura enveloped the air as Guangchengzi staggered backward. The gap he had pushed open suddenly closing with a thud. Covered in sweat, he stared at the black coffin in horror. What kind of aura is this? Is the origin of Randang truly so extraordinary? Yet he is merely a great Luo Golden Immortal, never even having visited the Zixiao Palace. This black coffin is remarkable. What did the first coffin in the universe bury? Pengu opened the wilderness, giving birth to all things. What could possibly warrant such a coffin from the heavens to bury it? Guangchengzi would not think that what lies within is related to Pengu. The great Pengu is far too magnificent to be buried in this coffin, and moreover, if there were anything related to Pengu inside, Randang would not have fallen into such a predicament. This wilderness was indeed formed from the bodies of us chaos demons. Yuan Feng's voice echoed in Guangchengzi's ears as he looked at the black coffin, recalling the murderous aura from earlier. Could it be that a chaos demon is buried within? No, it is unlikely to be anything complete. He had witnessed the scene of the heavens being opened. Any chaos demon that fell under Pangus' axe emitted an aura stronger than that of the three clear masters. Guangchengzi steadied his mind. In any case, this is not something he can probe into at present. Gathering his thoughts, he stepped out of the Mi Luo Palace. From your spirit and energy, it seems you have gained some insights during your retreat. Yuan Shi remarked, his eyes brightening upon seeing Guangchengzi emerge. I have paid my respects to the three masters. Guangchengzi saluted and smiled. I have fortuitously comprehended a technique of thunder magic. Oh, Yuan Shi expressed some surprise. Let's test it against your three masters. Tong Tian stood to the side with keen interest, observing Guangchengzi. Come on. Watching Tong Tian take his stance, Guangchengzi restrained his smile and began to chant, Heavenly light shines brightly, decree, thunder purifying mystic art, adjudicate all spirits. Solar fire forges the blade, shattering darkness, and crushing the abyss. Golden light sweeps away, filth, evil cannot be born. With the Tao as witness, sins extinguished and souls tipped, light shines universally, the three realms clarified. Quickly, three clear heavenly masters as the command dictates, go. As Guangchengzi's words fell, a sphere of golden light burst forth from his hand, crackling with golden arcs. The summit of Kunlun erupted in brilliance, not with dark clouds, but a layer of golden clouds enveloping it with golden arcs and white thunder dancing in succession, draping Kunlun in a golden veil. The overwhelming radiance emanating from within seemed to purify Kunlun, as if the entire mountain had undergone a baptism, forming a realm of light without a trace of evil. Whoosh! The golden divine thunder streaked through the void, charging toward Tong Tian. In the blink of an eye, the brilliant divine thunder was already before Tong Tian, leaving even Laozi and Yuan Shi astonished at its incredible speed. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. This was his first experiment with the brilliant divine thunder. The nature of light is speed, extremely fast. Do you not see why the method of the golden crow transforming into a rainbow is called the fastest in the wilderness? Thunder also possesses a swift quality. By maximizing these two attributes, Guangchengzi achieved an boom. The brilliant divine thunder exploded, releasing a pure, purifying force. Tong Tian felt his mind and body illuminate, as if undergoing a baptism. This was because he himself was transformed from pure energy, otherwise this purifying force would follow him like a festering wound. Watching Tong Tian relish the experience, Guangchengzi revealed a hint of a smile. Moi. Tong Tian frowned as a slender bolt of lightning darted out from the purifying light, heading straight for his origin. The light of the divine judgment thunder must indeed carry the intent of judgment. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. This intent of judgment was derived from the jade, clear divine thunder. By invoking the power of order and leveraging the momentum of the heavenly Tao, he could justly descend the judgment divine thunder. Good. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. This was truly the essence of his great Tao. Tong Tian's face turned red as he pointed at Guangchengzi, unsure of what to say. The speed of the brilliant divine thunder bore the shadow of his Shangqing divine thunder, yet he had not anticipated that Guangchengzi would hide a trick within the divine thunder. Had it not been for his cultivation surpassing Guangchengzi by a complete realm, he might have truly found himself in a dire predicament. This divine thunder of yours will one day be the bane of all darkness. Laozi squinted his eyes and commented. Tong Tian snorted softly. He had indeed underestimated this disciple, but upon reflection, he realized he had taught him, and his mood brightened. Just as he was about to say something, he glanced outside the mountain, and Laozi Yuan Shi did the same. Guangchengzi was taken aback and turned his head as well. Moi. Tong Tian was surprised. You sensed it too. Could it be this lad was hiding his realm? But how could he not see through it? He was still in the midst of Great Luo. Sensed what? I merely noticed that the three masters are all looking outside the mountain. Not turning my head would seem a bit unsociable. Tong Tian's expression darkened, while Laozi Yuan Shi burst into laughter. Enough, go greet her. Your master Nuwa has arrived. Yuan Shi deflected the situation. Guangchengzi smiled awkwardly, realizing his master sensed that Aunt Nuwa was coming. I will go at once, Guangchengzi replied, transforming into a streak of purple light, flying toward the mountain's edge, as the golden thunderclouds above Kunlun gradually dispersed. Outside, Kunlun Nuwa's expression was grave as she gazed at the thunderclouds above, her eyes shimmering with divine light. This overwhelming radiance in essence far surpassed that of Emperor Jun and Tai. Although the momentum did not seem as grand, should it continue to develop like this, surpassing those two would be only a matter of time. Disciple pays respects to Aunt Nuwa. Master sent me to greet you, Guangchengzi said as he approached Nuwa, who stood in the void and quickly performed a bow. Nuwa examined him closely, still carrying remnants of the radiant energy, subtly resonating with the thundercloud overhead. Well done on your thunder magic, nephew. Guangchengzi lowered his head, leading the way as he responded, "Aunt, you flatter me. Whether it is flattery or not, you know in your heart." Nuwa gave Guangchengzi a deep glance. The disciple of the three clear masters is indeed a fine pupil. That layer of thunderclouds is definitely a great restraint against the evil forces of the demon race. However, considering that Guangchengzi comprehended the principles of light, she felt somewhat reassured. Given Brother Sanking's pride, he would not specifically research thunder magic targeting the demon race. "This Kunlun has some beautiful scenery surpassing my Fengqi Mountain," she remarked. Everything was arranged by the three masters. I have never been to Fengqi Mountain, so I cannot comment. "I hope Aunt will forgive me," Guangchengzi replied, deftly avoiding the topic. Although what Nuwa said was the truth, Kunlun is indeed the #1 mountain of the wilderness, with countless dragon veins converging here, which Fengqi Mountain cannot compare to. Nuwa's purpose in coming was to deal with the matter of the three corpses. He cannot let this aunt gain the upper hand in this regard. "Little nephew, you are not being honest." Nuwa smiled brightly, as if 100 flowers were blooming, bringing even more vitality to the spiritual roots on Kunlun Mountain. Guangchengzi's heart stirred. Indeed, this aunt's principles of fortune are extraordinary. Yet he humbly said, "Aunt, forgive me, I truly did not know where I went wrong." Nuwa shook her head, observing the three clears standing together, their energies interlinked, which brought her immense pressure. She dropped her smile and asked lightly, "I wonder why the three masters invited me here. Is there an important matter?" "Thank you for the Lotus Lantern, junior sister," Tongtian said, and two figures appeared beside him as he released his aura, reaching the mid-stage of the quasi-saint. Nuwa's expression changed continuously, while Guangchengzi watched in fear beside her. Master Tongtian was truly provocative. Guangchengzi hurriedly stepped forward to serve tea to the four elders. "This tea tastes good, though it cannot compare to the 2 portions left by my nephew last." Guangchengzi hurriedly stepped forward to serve tea to the four elders. "This tea tastes good, though it cannot compare to the 2 portions left by my nephew last time. Its flavor is superior." Nuwa took a sip of tea and praised, "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Master." Guangchengzi quietly served beside her. Before leaving last time, he had left a portion of enlightenment tea for Fushi and Nuwa, but today he brewed to Hong Pao. "Three senior brothers, I won't beat around the bush. I came today at your invitation specifically for the complete method to sever the 3 corpses." Nuwa set down her teacup, her expression serious. "Junior sister, you guessed it correctly," Laozi replied without changing his expression. Guangchengzi felt anxious. Fortunately, he had already informed Master about inviting Nuwa to resolve this matter peacefully. So does the method to sever the 3 corpses passed down by Master indeed have flaws? Although Nuwa had suspected there was a problem, being confirmed now was hard for her to believe. After all, that was the Tao ancestor of the primordial era, their master. Yuan sure sighed, lightly. "No, the method to sever the 3 corpses is absolutely without issue. The problem lies in the merging of the 3 corpses. Junior sister, ultimately severing the 3 corpses relies on using innate spiritual treasures to cut out avatars. Master cannot control all the innate spiritual treasures of the primordial era, so how could he tamper with this? However, if the 3 corpses are to merge, how can spiritual treasures of different attributes merge?" Nuwa's eyes dimmed, "Unless they are of the same origin. Indeed, this is the reason why Master has kept it hidden." Tongtian pointed to his own 3 corpse avatars and said, "Junior sister, how many cultivators are there in the primordial era, and how many will there be in the future? Have you ever thought about how many innate spiritual treasures there are in total? Even in today's primordial era, many Deluo Jinxian don't possess even 1 innate spiritual treasure. Whenever an innate spiritual treasure appears, they will fight for it fiercely. If it were said that severing the 3 corpses requires spiritual treasures of the same origin, then the primordial world could forget about attaining peace. So the 3 senior brothers have not severed the corpses before because they did not gather spiritual treasures of the same origin?" Nuwa asked. "Sort of, and I must also thank junior sister for the Lotus Lantern," Tongtian said proudly. What they wanted was certainly not an ordinary spiritual treasure of the same origin. Nuwa smiled bitterly, and then perked up. As she had previously spoken with Fushi, a Lotus Lantern in her hand held no real value. "Then does this mean that my path to severing the 3 corpses is cut off?" Nuwa's expression changed somewhat. Her good corpse was severed using an ordinary top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. She had no other spiritual treasures of the same origin. Recalling her discussion with Fushi, Nuwa's expression changed repeatedly. The Sanqing exchanged glances, quietly waiting for Nuwa's decision. "Can I sever the 3 corpses anew?" Nuwa's eyes became resolute. She still did not want to give up on the method to sever the 3 corpses. After all 3 senior brothers had walked this path, and moreover it was a ticket to becoming a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian. "Junior sister, have you made your decision?" Laozi's voice was low. Indeed, for the sake of future enlightenment, I plan to abandon the 3 corpse avatars. Nua's expression was firm. Guangchengzi was shaken. This Nua could become one of the 6 saints in the future not without reason. If she abandoned the severed 3 corpse avatars, a misstep could lead to a fall in her cultivation level. In today's primordial era, the Luo Jingxian could only be considered experts. Only quasi-saints with great powers could stir up the winds and clouds. Junior sister was able to sever the good corpse back, then it was also thanks to the luck of the demon race. Yuan Shi gently remarked. Nua's expression suddenly changed, and she nodded heavily. Karma must be repaid. Yuan Shi's voice became much heavier. Guangchengzi had a guess in his heart. Since Nua's good corpse was severed using the luck of the demon race, she would also have to contribute to the demon race. To repay karma, one could only abandon the good corpse. Very well, during the war of witches and demons, I will take action. Nua gritted her teeth. In the past, she had never directly intervened, but had only supported from within the laws of creation. Not only that your good corpse is connected to the demon race, even if you sever it again, you will still be entangled with the demon race. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with a web of karma as he looked at Nua. What do you mean, senior brother? Nua stood up directly. If you want to walk the true path of severing the 3 corpses, don't get too deeply involved with the demon race. Tong Tian replied blandly. Are you asking me to withdraw from the demon race? Nua could not believe it, and even Guangchengzi beside her was astonished. He had never liked Nua joining the demon race. A fine innate divine being became the demon empress, and in the future, her human-headed serpent body would be labeled as demonic and evil, truly shocking. But now the Sanqing masters wanted to pull Nua out of the mire of the demon race. Guangchengzi thought continuously his arrival had truly changed so much. Does junior sister not wish to? Yuan Shi chuckled lightly. Do you still want to take our guidance back to the demon race to become a saint of the demon race? I've told you so much, there's no such good thing. The demon race, and I do not get along. Why should I give them a Honghuang de Luo Jingxian with the potential for merging the 3 corpses for free? Nua looked around. Guangchengzi was as quiet as ever, but the Sanqing were already revealing their sharpness. If she did not agree, this matter could not be resolved peacefully today. Junior sister, if that is the case, then let it be. If you swear not to speak of this matter outside, you may leave. Tong Tian looked at Nua, who hesitated, and waved his hand. The lotus lantern ultimately came from her hand, so it was somewhat fateful. They only sought peace of mind in this matter. Even if they gave Nua a few guts, she would not dare to tell others, or else she would find out whether the purple cloud's divine thunder would strike her. Little sister will lose the good corpse and cut off the luck of the demon race. I fear she will fall to the quasi-saint realm. Nua smiled bitterly. You have the laws to support you. You will soon be able to cultivate back. Laozi comforted her. A falling in cultivation was only temporary. Nua had already cultivated for a Yuan Hui in the quasi-saint realm, so recultivating would be simple. What she was considering now was the luck of the demon race. If she left the demon race, then what about her brother? Besides, when she initially joined the demon race, it was through heavenly merits, so severing the luck was not so easy. In that case, after 5,000 years, I will go to the witch demon battlefield. However, the matter of severing luck. Nua made her decision and looked towards the Sanqing. At that time, you come to Kunlun, and the 3 of us will act. Laozi looked at Nua, speaking on behalf of the Sanqing. Nua bowed respectfully. Thank you, 3 senior brothers. After the battle, I will come to trouble you again. Master this. Guangchengzi raised the spiritual treasure in his hand, which was a green gourd radiating the aura of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Yuan Shi beckoned, and the green gourd flew over. After examining it, he shook his head. It seems that Sister Nua had already made plans before coming here. Today is merely to have us express our stance. Yuan Shi handed the gourd to Laozi. This gourd had been refined by Nua into a summoning banner for demons. As long as a trace of true spirit from the demon race attached to it, it could summon myriad demons. Now this gourd was empty, clearly indicating that the summoning banner had already been removed. Her thoughtfulness is indeed worthy of being accepted as a closed-door disciple by the master. Laozi said lightly. After all, she is from the east, and a junior sister much closer than those 2 rebellious ones from the west. Your spiritual treasure for slaying corpses is nearly complete as well. Yuan Shi looked at Guangchengzi, his words laced with humor. The future of his disciple was already clear, and he felt quite good. Hongyun. Yuan Shi tapped the table, his mind racing. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. To be fair, he did not want to use this gourd for slaying corpses. He wanted Master Yuan Shi to incorporate it into the 3 corpses, for otherwise it would not be the highest grade spiritual treasure, which would ultimately be somewhat unseemly. However, given the heartfelt intentions of the 3 masters' beloved disciples, he could not refuse. Moreover, he had his own plans. If he could gather the spiritual treasures for slaying the 3 corpses, Master would likely not refuse him. Thank you, Master. Guangchengzi offered a bow to the Sanqing just to appease them for now. Noticing Guangchengzi's distraction, Yuanshi furrowed his brows, thinking he wanted to go out traveling again. You should stay in Kunlun for these years. Yuanshi's expression turned serious. You also heard earlier, Sister Nuwa said the battle between the witches and demons will commence in another 5,000 years. It is too dangerous to venture out at this time. Indeed, you are currently at the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, or just stay in the mountains to comprehend the Tao. Tong Tian chimed in firmly, deciding not to let Guangchengzi go out. Guangchengzi looked bewildered, thinking, I never said I wanted to go out. With the witch and demon armies about to clash, and with those two saint-level formations set up, this little great Luo Golden Immortal of mine would barely be considered cannon fodder. In that case, come with me to the alchemy room. You must study the 9 turns golden core thoroughly. Laozi took Guangchengzi and flew toward the 8 scenic palace, which would also be needed when Nuwa arrived. Guangchengzi felt utterly helpless. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, he was still being held by the neck of fate by his master. First, refine the medicinal properties of Huangjong Li, then use spiritual fire to nurture it, adding other spiritual roots in batches. The most important aspect of the 9 turns golden core is the laws within it. This is the key reason why those who consume it are not limited. Once you attain the Tao and become a quasi saint, you can begin refining it. Laozi sat in front of the bagua furnace, continuously waving the fire banana fan in his hand, carefully explaining every word to Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he nodded in agreement. If it weren't for needing to explain while refining the 9 turns golden core, it would have taken him 3,000 years to complete the core. All right. Laozi smiled slightly. Out. The lid of the bagua furnace suddenly lifted and 9 golden gleaming pills flew out, filling the entire alchemy room with a rich fragrance. This fragrance was not just a single floral or medicinal scent. Rather, it was a marvelous aroma that fused the essence of 100 herbs, invigorating the spirit and making one's entire magical power lively. Guangchengzi watched as the 9 pills floated in the air, shimmering with brilliant yet gentle hues, surrounded by the ethereal images of rare flowers and exotic herbs, with faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Laozi waved his hand, and 4 of the pills landed in a jade bottle floating before Guangchengzi. Keep these few for yourself. After finishing, Laozi waved his sleeve to collect the remaining pills. These would suffice for Nuwa. Thank you, master. Guangchengzi was about to bow in gratitude when he felt the primal world tremble. Laozi's expression changed as he grabbed Guangchengzi and flew to the peak of Kunlun Mountain, where Yuanshi and Tong Tian were already waiting. Elder brother, I pay my respects to master. Formation is set. Laozi waved his hand, looking toward the center of the primal world. Indeed, before it was merely a battle of individual efforts, now formations are being laid. Yuanshi replied, his gaze fixed tightly on the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. Suddenly, the malevolent aura in the heavens and earth surged violently, and then a pitch-black beam of light rose mixed with a bloodthirsty aura, revealing a towering giant. He was wrapped in boundless malevolent energy, and with a slight movement the surrounding space began to fracture. Pangu the Great. Pangu. Pangu is still alive. Surprised voices erupted in the primal world. They looked incredulously at the Pangu giant summoned by the witch race. The Sanqing had long anticipated this. They had guessed that the witch race's formation was to summon the physical body of the Father God, just like they had summoned the primordial spirit of Pangu. However, the expression in the eyes of this physical body of Pangu was somewhat hollow, clearly lacking in conscience. Meanwhile, the stars of the universe began to shift positions, revealing a formation laid out by the stars of the universe, with the yin and yang stars, particularly bright, confronting the Pangu giant. Guangchengzi watched and felt a sudden tightness in his breath. Is this the power of a saint? The distance from the center of the primal world to Kunlun is unfathomable, and just watching made it hard for him to breathe. This was his first time facing the might of a saint directly. Sister Nuwa is also among them. Tong Tian squinted, gazing at a purple star flickering within the formation of the stars of the universe. The Purple Way Star. Guangchengzi murmured to himself, surprised that this star was beneath the yin and yang stars. However, in terms of nobility, the yin yang and Purple Way stars were all regarded as the 3 noble stars. It was just that Emperor Xuanyuan was born from the solar star. Having become the demon emperor, it was only natural that the stars of the universe regarded the sun as supreme. Guangchengzi pondered, according to his past life, this battle should favor the witch race. Daozu would emerge to mediate and stop the war between the 2 races. However, due to his involvement, this time the demon race had an additional Nuwa, who was determined to fight with all her might. It was uncertain how this battle would unfold. As Guangchengzi contemplated, the 2 great formations began to move. The Pangu giant clasped his hands, and a phantom of an axe appeared. Within the formation of the stars of the universe, Tai observed the constantly ringing chaos bell, his expression changing as he infused his magical power to prevent it from going berserk. Laozi and Yuanshi also looked at the Taiji diagram and Panga banner with complex expressions. They too were trembling, seemingly wanting to fly toward the Panga giant. Yuanshi sighed, softly, quietly watching the center of the battlefield. The Pangu giant, holding the phantom of the Pangu axe, struck heavily at the formation of the stars of the universe, which responded with beams of light spanning tens of thousands of miles. The two attacks collided, producing earth-shattering explosions, and the battlefield was instantly littered with corpses. The Pangu giant struck twice more, and the formation of the stars of the universe finally could not withstand it. Just as the Pangu axe was about to strike, Emperor Xuanyuan's heavenly rules and earthly principles floated up. This divine artifact, which had been in the hands of the brother and sister since its inception, finally revealed its sharpness. A thin barrier of light stood against the Pangu axe, and Nuwa thrust her palm forward, sending Dijuan flying out instantly. "Dao friend." Dijuan coughed up blood, looking at Nuwa with gratitude. However, that layer of light could only withstand for a moment before the Pangu axe continued its descent. A divine light flashed across Nuwa, and she was directly cleaved in two, flying backward with blood spilling from her mouth, leaving behind only the broken heaven-mending furnace. "Sister." A piercing cry echoed the Fushichin, played by itself, without wind, countless sound waves transforming into blades attacking the giant Pangu, as Fushi instantly appeared beside Nuwa, embracing her and continuously infusing her with magical power. Tai's chaos bell suddenly enlarged, smashing towards the giant Pangu. However, the giant Pangu also reached its limit, directly disintegrating, with the 12 ancestral witches looking pale but excited. Only Gongong and Zhu Rong glared fiercely at Nuwa, for if it weren't for her, Dijuan would have died under the Pangu axe. Watching the demon race's Quasi-Saints rush in, the 12 ancestral witches also sought their opponents. The golden laws on Ru Shou's body spread all over, manifesting countless swords, spears, and halberds in the void, rushing towards Fushi. "Brother, be careful." Nuwa weakly warned again, then began to cough up blood. Fushi raised his head, hatred flashing in his eyes. A figure appeared, directly blocking all attacks, then charging towards Ru Shou and self-exploding. The other Quasi-Saints of the demon race were few in number, each summoning their 3 corpses to fight against the witch clan. The battlefield suddenly fell into a stalemate. While Ru Shou was the first ancestral witch to be injured, he would not be unharmed from the self-explosion of a peer-level powerhouse. Fushi could only support Nuwa. In the battlefield, no one dared to provoke him. This guy was truly insane. As soon as his sister was injured, he began self-exploding. Other demons, seeing this, also started to self-explode their 3 corpses, and the other ancestral witches began to get injured. On the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi watched in shock, murmuring, "This battle has ended, and all the demons have become bachelors." Tontian couldn't help but laugh heartily, while Laozi and Yuanshi held back their laughter. "All right, let them cease." Laozi looked at the battlefield, followed closely by Yuanshi and Tongtian, as the 3 stepped forward to the center of the battle. "Ceasefire." Yuanshi's voice rang out, and an imposing aura rose from him as Laozi and Tongtian also manifested innate treasures beside them. The breath of the 3 innate treasures completely released, drawing all eyes in the wilderness to this spot. 3 overwhelming auras penetrated through heaven and earth, and the battlefield suddenly quieted down. The current situation was that both the witch and demon clans had suffered heavy casualties, and the small demons and other witch clan members below were also gravely injured. Both clans ceased fire or face extermination. Yuanshi's gaze turned cold as he looked at Gongong and Zhu Rong, who were about to advance, and with a wave of his hand, he sent them both flying back. "Yuanshi!" Zhu Rong roared, his eyes red with rage as he glared at the Sanqing, while the other ancestral witches were also enveloped in a killing intent, clearly unwilling to give up. The demon clan was also panting heavily, showing no signs of backing down. "This is troublesome. The calamity energy has entered the body." Tongshin's gaze sharpened as the 4 swords of extermination sensed their master's killing intent and emitted a ringing sound. A portion of the killing intent began to converge towards the 4 swords of extermination, and Laozi felt a headache coming on. This matter was indeed difficult to handle. They certainly couldn't just kill indiscriminately, could they? Now both the witch and demon clans had lost their fighting strength, relying solely on a surge of hatred to sustain them. The calamity energy entering their bodies meant they could not extricate themselves from this calamity. Blinded by rage, they would lose all rationality. Beneath Guangchengzi's feet, a pure world white lotus appeared, infused with magical power, instantly expanding to a size of 100,000 zhang, radiating golden light from his body as the radiant seal rose up, smashing down towards the ground. "Radiant chaos, purify the world. Sweep away the darkness, distinguish the clear from the turbid." The universe shines brightly, the Tao energy pervades. Demons retreat, calamities vanish. Purify. Guangchengzi shouted loudly, pouring all his magical power into the two treasures. Instantly, the killing intent on Honghuang and Zhurong dissipated, their pupils gradually returning to normal, but Guangchengzi gasped for breath, stuffing a 9-turn golden pill into his mouth. Pure World Seal, go. He performed a seal gesture into the radiant seal, and the two celestial bodies of the sun and moon descended, channeling star power into the radiant seal as the purifying light instantly showered the battlefield. The Sanqing quickly placed their palms behind Guangchengzi, continuously infusing their magical power. As the light of the pure world spread across the battlefield, the 12 ancestral witches gradually awakened, and the many demons also helped each other to stand. Although their eyes still bore the desire to devour each other, they had calmed down. Huff! Guangchengzi gasped for breath, finally returning to normal. He had just felt that both clans were about to clash, and they actually wanted to attack the three masters. Now he could test this pure world White Lotus and his newly comprehended pure world seal. It was indeed a good method to expel negative energies, such as killing intent and calamity energy. With this divine ability, he could maintain a clear mind even amidst calamities. However, Guangchengzi found it strange. Shouldn't the Tao ancestor have appeared to stop the second battle between the witches and demons? Why had the Tao ancestor never shown up? Just as Guangchengzi was pondering, golden flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and purple gas came from the east for 3,000 miles, with countless strange phenomena appearing. High above the clouds, the true Tao resides on the lotus. Penga gives birth to Taiji, the two forms and four symbols follow. The Xianmen leads all, and one Qi transforms into Hongjun. After the Tao sound ended, a purple-clad old Taoist silently appeared at the center of the battlefield. I pay my respects to the Master Tao ancestor. May the Master have boundless longevity. Those at the center of the battlefield bowed in unison. Even the 12 ancestral witches clasped their hands. Guangchengzi's heart trembled. He had just been thinking about the Tao ancestor, and suddenly he appeared. Could it be that he had a heart connection? He quickly calmed his mind and bowed to the purple-clad old Taoist. Guangchengzi pays his respects to the Master Ancestor, wishing the Master eternal bliss and early transcendence. On a battlefield filled with a killing atmosphere, numerous immortals gathered, with a purple-clad old Taoist standing at the center, while another young Taoist in purple bowed. Rise, you are quite impressive, Hongjun smiled. Guangchengzi heard this and felt countless Tao laws manifest before him, as if he could easily touch them with a gentle nudge. Disciple thanks the Master Ancestor. Hongjun looked at the witch and demon clans and softly said, ceasefire, how about it? His tone held no emotion, yet no one dared to defy it. We obey the Tao Ancestor's command, the witch and demon clans responded in unison. Watching the witch clan gather their fallen and lead their people back to their encampment, Nuwa struggled to rise, and Hongjun waved his sleeve, sending a wave of power over to her, instantly restoring her complexion. Tao friend Dijuan, today I shall resign as the demon clan's Honghuang, how about it? In an instant, all eyes turned to the two, Dijuan and Nuwa. Tao friend Nuwayu. Tai was about to step forward to argue, but was stopped by Dijuan. Tao friend, have you thought this through? Fellow Taoist, have you thought this through? Dijun, despite the blood at the corner of his mouth, maintained a calm demeanor. Ultimately, if it were not for Nuwa's rescue, he would have long perished beneath the Pangu axe. However, Nuwa's desire to withdraw from the demon clan was no simple matter, as there were still demons at Fengqi Mountain, and Fushi was also the monarch of the demon clan, leading to a vast web of entanglements. Your Majesty, rest assured, even if my sister withdraws, I remain the demon clan's Shi Huang. Fushi looked at Dijun and replied firmly. Fellow Taoist, this spiritual treasure is a gift I leave for the demon clan. Nuwa took out a black gourd, barely exuding the aura of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The expressions of those present changed. This was the smallest gourd from the gourd vine, which had been malnourished and taken away by Nuwa along with the entire gourd vine. It was unclear what methods Nuwa had used to mature it, but now it had become a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure with 38 prohibitions. Dijun shook it in his hand, and a beam of white light shot out, extending over 4 to 5 zhong, suspending a banner. The banner pole was as thick as a palace beam, and the banner itself fluttered, radiating 5 colors and illuminating 1,000 rays seemingly infused with black and white energies. Nuwa pointed at the green tadpole insignia on top, saying, "This is the spiritual treasure I refined for the demon clan. As long as it is shaken, the myriad demons of the world will sense it, and it can also carry a strand of the demon clan's true spirit, representing my last effort as the Honghuang for the demon clan." Guangchengzi looked at the gourd, his expression shifting slightly. It was said in past legends that this was the most powerful among the 7 gourds, but it had been underdeveloped. If it could fully mature, it might become a supreme, innate treasure. But now it had been refined into a spiritual treasure by Nuwa, and presumably the demon summoning banner within the green gourd was transferred this way. Since it is so, fellow Taoist, save this emperor's life today, and I shall repay this kindness. Dijun slightly curled his lips. With this demon summoning banner in hand, he could control the myriad demons of the world. What if Nuwa withdrew? Fushi was still here, and he did not believe that Nuwa would not act if Fushi faced danger. Thank you, Demon Emperor. Nuwa smiled. In that case, I will return the demon clan's fortune. Upon hearing this, the demon clan members present were all astonished, knowing that Nuwa was currently gravely injured. Without the demon clan's fortune, she might fall from the Twelve Golden Immortal realm. A glint of shadow crossed Dijun's eyes. Oh, was she really going to sever the fortune so decisively? But he maintained his regal demeanor, smiling as he inquired, what do you wish to do, fellow Taoist? It was no exaggeration to say that currently the demon clan and the witch clan shared the fortune of the vast wilderness enough to sustain a saint. If Nuwa wished to sever the fortune, she would also need to prevent a backlash. Without a saint's intervention, Nuwa could forget about cutting off the demon clan's fortune. Please. Nuwa looked towards the three purities about to plead. Let me handle it. Hongjun interjected, interrupting Nuwa's words, and he gazed deeply at her. Nuwa's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit nervous. Thank you, Master. The three purities and Guangchengzi exchanged glances. Why would the Master care about such trivial matters? Nuwa felt anxious, wondering if the Tao ancestor had sensed that she discovered the truth about the method to sever the three corpses. You all return to the heavenly court first, Hongjun said lightly, his finger moving slightly. The demon clan members and Fushi instantly vanished, leaving only the three purities Guangchengzi and Nuwa present as Hongjun let out a soft hum. In front of me, you still pretend. He revealed a hint of a smile, completely unlike the indifferent Tao ancestor of the Zixiao Palace. The three purities breathed a sigh of relief. This demeanor resembled their master before they became disciples. Master. Tongtian stepped forward, tugging at Hongjun's sleeve. You all. Hongjun sighed. We'll talk later at Kunlun. He lightly touched the floating pure world white lotus, infusing it with the power of the heavenly Tao. The white lotus immediately expanded to cover the sky, and the pure world divine light descended, purging the malevolent aura from the battlefield completely. The pure world white lotus shrank back to palm-sized landing in Guangchengzi's auspicious cloud. Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and looked at Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi was taken aback, wondering why he was being looked at. He quickly realized, bowing respectfully to Hongjun, understanding that the master intended to let him take on this merit. The water banana fan flew out, and dozens of drops of Sanguang divine water appeared, restoring the battlefield to its former vitality with a few fans. Boom! The void lit up, a vast expanse of merit golden light appeared, and the aura of merit descended, some flying towards Hongjun and some towards Guangchengzi. Hongjun pointed, and all the merit aura flew towards Guangchengzi, forming a huge merit golden wheel behind his head, elevating him to a realm of immortality and sanctity. Guangchengzi instantly felt the little malevolent aura on him dissipate, and he felt refreshed. These merits surpassed all he had received before. Even without the protection of the three purities' identity, no one would dare to harm him with this merit. Thank you, Master Ancestor, for your assistance. Guangchengzi bowed respectfully to Hongjun, acknowledging that if he had not purified the battlefield's malevolent aura first, no amount of Sanguang divine water would have sufficed. The purification light was enacted by Hongjun using the power of the heavenly Tao. If Guangchengzi had attempted to purify it alone, it would have taken him millennia to complete. Truly the power of a saint. This matter is concluded. Master Junior's sister, let us return to Kunlun. Yuanshi stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke softly. Hongjun surveyed the battlefield and sighed, let's go. In a flash of divine light, Guangchengzi blinked, and the group had already arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Wow, is this what it means to be a saint? Guangchengzi marveled internally. When the three purities master had previously brought him to the witch demon battlefield, he could still sense the flow of laws, but now he felt nothing, merely crossing over space in the blink of an eye. Please forgive me, master. Nuwa looked at Hongjun, who had his back turned to her, kneeling down. No worries, being able to discern the mysteries here is your fortune. Hongjun replied faintly, although it was he who concealed the truth. No cultivator throughout the vast wilderness had ever doubted him. If Guangchengzi knew he was thinking this, he would certainly grumble. You are the Tao ancestor, imparting the Tao to all beings, and the first saint of the vast wilderness. Who would dare to doubt you? Nuwa, I have a question for you. Hongjun turned around, his expression serious. Have you truly decided to sever the demon clan's fortune? I have already made a decision. Nuwa's expression was resolute. Do you know that if you cannot sever the corpse of your obsession, all that you do today will be in vain? The three purities nodded from the side, having already severed the good and evil corpses, yet still having no clue about the obsession corpse. Junior sister, do you have the same source spiritual treasures needed to sever the corpses? Yuan Shi inquired. Nuwa sighed. I cannot compare to my three senior brothers in terms of grand undertakings. I only have upper-grade same-source spiritual treasures. Hongjun glanced at her, saying nothing. He had not even gathered the top-grade innate spiritual treasures for the three purities. How could he provide them to Nuwa? If she had not gathered them, he could still produce a set of upper-grade innate spiritual treasures of the same source. But since Nuwa had already gathered them, it saved him the trouble. Being able to gather same-source spiritual treasures is also your fortune. Hongjun's expression was inscrutable, while Nuwa felt somewhat perplexed. The corpse of obsession is difficult to sever. Junior sister, it is good that you have thought this through. Laozi said lightly. Nuwa saw the expressions of the three purities wavering slightly, and then gritted her teeth, saying, Please, master, lend your hand. Very well, since you have perished, it is a perfect opportunity for you to recuperate. With these words, Hongjun manifested a circular disc above his head upon which the 3,000 laws appeared, leaving Sanqing and Guangchengzi somewhat entranced. The Tao was almost within reach, as if they were swimming in a sea of laws. The entire Kunlun mountain peak was suffused with the aura of the heavenly Tao, and Hongjun's expression turned indifferent in an instant. He seemed to hold the fates of myriad beings in his grasp with a single glance, capable of erasing the traces of a cultivator completely. The auras of Sanqing were interconnected, their eyes flickering with divine light. Before they regained their composure, the power of laws rising around them clearly, having made significant gains. Guangchengzi remained lost in the laws, continuously operating the Yuan Shi golden chapter, his gaze gradually becoming vacant, his aura faint, showing signs of merging with the Tao. Yuan Shi became anxious as Guangchengzi was evidently trapped in the sea of laws. This was akin to cough. A light cough broke the silence, startling Guangchengzi awake. Seeing the worried expressions of Sanqing, his face turned pale. He had almost transcended the Tao. Thank you, Grandmaster. Guangchengzi dared not delay, bowing to Hongjun. Had it not been for Hongjun's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Your cultivation is still shallow. Remember not to become too immersed in the Tao. Hongjun said lightly, though his expression bore some satisfaction. Thank you, Grandmaster. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, then noticed his own state. Oh, I have broken through. Yuan Shi's expression brightened. Despite the significant risk, the rewards were proportional. Had Guangchengzi cultivated alone, it would likely have taken another Yuan meeting to achieve this breakthrough. The realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal is cultivated through the power of laws. Nuwa's eyes shimmered with admiration as she looked towards Hongjun. She sat cross-legged on a mat as Hongjun's eyes flickered with the wheel of the heavenly Tao, a grayish-long river appearing above Nuwa's head. The fortune of the demon race. Tantian muttered softly as Guangchengzi looked, overseeing a river formed by countless races with myriad spiritual images gathering their fortune immense. The expressions of Sanqing shifted slightly. Indeed, the fortune of the demon race was thriving. However, as the entire river of fortune revealed itself, Guangchengzi squinted, noting a shadow beneath the river, black as ink, continuously corroding the fortune of the demon race. Karma. Yuan Shi snorted softly. As the demon race absorbed the fortunes of myriad races, naturally, there would be disobedient individuals, most of whom had been nearly exterminated. Furthermore, with the repeated wars between the Wu and Yao races, not to mention the deaths and injuries among the creatures of the primordial chaos, had Guangchengzi not purified that battlefield earlier, it would have likely turned into a barren wasteland. These all stemmed from karma. Although the demon race regulated the seasons and established order, they had also committed numerous transgressions. Nuwa's expression also changed as she too saw this karma. When the demon race first established itself, the river of fortune had been quite clear. She looked up. Above the river of fortune were 4 circular golden spheres, shining brightly, like suns, one of which was connected to her, representing her position as the empress of the Nuwa. Hongjun formed his hand into a blade and swung down, directly cut. Above the river of fortune, myriad spiritual images converged, condensing into a dragon of fortune rushing towards Hongjun. Hongjun snorted lightly. The dragon scales shattered, letting out a wail as it plunged into the river of fortune. The fortune star connected to Nuwa shattered under the blade, while the other 3 fortune stars instantly expanded. Buffed. Losing the fortune of the demon race, Nuwa could no longer sustain herself, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her aura continuously declining, falling back to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet the laws of fortune manifested on her body, causing her momentum to oscillate between the great Luo Golden Immortal and the quasi-saint realm. Laozi flicked his fingers. 5 glowing pills of divine light flew into Nuwa's mouth, her pale complexion gradually regaining color. Hongjun also waved his sleeve, infusing a surge of holy power, stabilizing Nuwa's aura at the quasi-saint realm. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, Grandmaster. Nuwa opened her eyes, appearing radiant. Though she had lost the fortune of the demon race, she felt much lighter. However, upon recalling the karma, Nuwa couldn't help but frown. Her brother was still with the demon race. You can retreat to my 8 Sceneries Palace for seclusion. Laozi waved his hand. A ray of divine light shot towards Taijing Peak. Nuwa hesitated for a moment. Given her current state, it was indeed difficult to return to Fengxi Mountain. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster. I take my leave. Nuwa bowed to Hongjun, nodding at him before stepping onto the divine light. After Nuwa departed, Laozi waved his hand to set up a barrier, and Hongjun raised an eyebrow. Grandmaster, how can one sever the corpse of obsession? Laozi inquired eagerly. Now, having severed the good and evil corpses with his 2 brothers, they were confident in comprehending the laws, but regarding the corpse of obsession, they truly had no clue. Comprehend, Hongjun said indifferently. Sanqing exchanged glances and Hongjun sighed. I spent 10 yuan meetings to sever the corpse of obsession back then. Sanqing was astonished. Even the Grandmaster, the creator of the laws, took so long. I have no other way in this matter. The method to sever the 3 corpses leads directly to the Hongyuan. If you cannot sever them, then likely no one in the primordial chaos will be able to attain the Hongyuan through this method anymore. Laozi's expression was somewhat forlorn. Both the Wu and Yao races had attained saintly combat power, and for Sanqing to maintain their aloof stance, they needed sufficient strength. Guangchengzi listened nearby, startled. After such a long time, was this the reason Sanqing was so eager to establish their teachings after witnessing Nuwa attain sainthood? The divine powers have been imparted. You may choose as you will. I will not interfere. Hongjun said lightly. He still had his own matters to attend to. Especially that mess in the west. He needed the 2 saints there to help him clear the karma. Though Sanqing were his direct disciples, they could not assist him in this matter. Sanqing were his teaching disciples, imparting all he had learned to them. Had he not been awakened by Yuan Feng, he wouldn't have noticed this matter. As for Nuwa, she was ultimately his most trusted disciple. As for the others, their fates were of no concern to him. As long as the primordial chaos was not destroyed, everything was irrelevant to him. Guangchengzi had no idea that Hongjun's disappearance was indeed due to his awakening of Yuan Feng. But Hongjun's gaze turned towards him, fixating meaningfully on his chest. You have quite the fortune. Guangchengzi's expression changed. He had never mentioned the matter of the Nirvana fire, even to his master. Now this Grandmaster had sensed it. I do not deserve such praise from Grandmaster. Hongjun smiled mysteriously. You are worthy. Guangchengzi felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, what had this Grandmaster discovered? But at this point he dared not say anything. Grandmaster, noticing the atmosphere was somewhat strange, Yuanshi stepped forward. I would not do anything to him. Why are you so anxious? Hongjun shot Yuanshi a glare, smiling at Guangchengzi. He is your direct disciple, and in a sense he is also my reincarnated disciple. When the Zixiao Palace opens again, you should come too. Hongjun pointed at Guangchengzi, then his figure vanished without a trace. Farewell, Grandmaster. Grandmaster. Return and consolidate your cultivation. After this great battle, Honghuang will remain calm for a time. Yuanshi said, his expression a little sour, yet he still wore a gentle countenance toward Guangchengzi. Yes, disciple will obey, Guangchengzi replied, then transformed into a purple light and returned to Miluagong. Upon entering the palace, the formation began to operate, and he could not help but breathe a sigh. There were too many mysteries. He truly did not know what the ancestral master had perceived. Yet from what he could tell, anyone who willingly aided Nuwa in severing the demon's fortune was clearly not scheming. Coupled with the Sanqing master's appraisal, this Dao ancestor seemed wholly devoted to the Dao. At the thought of the corpse of obsession, Guangchengzi could not help but sigh. This matter was plainly a grave difficulty, one even the Sanqing masters found hard to accept. Surely it would not be like his past life, unable to cut down the corpse of obsession and forced to rely on the Hongmeng purple qi to become a sage. If only Master Nuwa had delayed creating humans until later. Guangchengzi paused in surprise and ceased his anxious pacing. Master Nuwa was still wounded. She had already lost the 3 core avatars and had resolved to follow the path of severing the 3 corpses. With the corpse of obsession so difficult to slash, she would inevitably delay for several yuan cycles. Thus the emergence of the human race would be postponed. Nuwa would only create humans once her cultivation could no longer advance, and the Sanqing masters had already severed the good and evil corpses. Nuwa now devoted herself entirely to the path of cutting the 3 corpses. Guangchengzi believed that so long as there remained any possibility of attaining the Dao to become a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, these figures would not leap straight to becoming Tian Dao sages. In that case, without a new Tian Dao sage appearing, his masters would not hurry to ascend. It meant he had bought his master at least 5 yuan cycles. Moreover, after the original third sermon had concluded, it took at least 3 or 4 yuan cycles before Nuwa began creating humans and became a sage. Altogether, that added up to nearly 10 yuan cycles. Given such a span, the Sanqing masters might very well succeed in severing the corpse of obsession. Guangchengzi laughed aloud. His arrival had indeed changed some things. Though he could not alter the great tide, he could delay it. This humble Taoist could not make the Sanqing masters immediately cut down the corpse of obsession, but he could postpone everyone's time of achieving the Tao. As long as no sage appeared in Honghuang, the Sanqing masters would remain the highest cultivators there. Besides, because the Tao ancestor had appeared and assisted Master Nuwa in severing the demon's fortune, the Sanqing masters' saintly methods remained unexposed. There was no deal more advantageous than this. Guangchengzi drew a deep breath. Everything seemed wonderfully perfect. He stopped pacing, sat upon his meditation cushion, and entered seclusion. Having received this opportunity, his grasp of the laws had broken through. After this retreat, he would truly be a latestage de Golden Immortal, catching up to the older generation of cultivators. Miluogong fell silent. The heavenly court. The 4 thrones upon the Lingxiao Hall were each distinct, gleaming with golden light, radiating unparalleled majesty and nobility. Their backs rose into the clouds, as if symbolizing the exalted station of rulers. The armrests were exquisitely carved. Every subtle detail had been carefully fashioned, evoking a sense of supreme dignity. On the first 2 golden seats, golden crows spread their wings, and beneath them myriad demons paid homage. The demon Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai sat atop them. Upon the third sat Sovereign Fuxi, his face somewhat pale, while the 4th golden throne, suffused with boundless creative qi, stood empty. This had been Nuwa's seat. A cracking sound rang out. Nuwa's seat suddenly shattered, and a strand of creative qi vanished from the Dijuan. Tai and Fuxi all emitted a restrained sound, their ashen faces flushed as they felt fortune gather. It seems Daofriend Nuwa has succeeded, Dijuan said lightly. We must also thank His Majesty for this, Fuxi added with a slight bow, a barely perceptible gleam of joy in his eyes. His sister's fortune had already been severed from the demon clan. That matter was likely settled. Dongwang Tai gave a light snort and did not say more. After all, Nuwa had returned the demon's fortune and saved his elder brother's life. Now the demonic aura in the hall had stabilized. Such was the wonder of fortune. The demon's fortune had largely favored the 4 emperors. With Nuwa returning that fortune, they all benefited, and their wounds steadied. An unexpected boon. Only Daijan's eyes flashed with anger, though he concealed it from everyone, and despite all that Nuwa had done to him, it amounted to betrayal. Yet he remained outwardly composed, and as ever conducted business. Ministers, Nuwa has retreated to seclusion, and our demon clan's strength has been greatly reduced. Is there any swift method to restore our power? Bei stepped forward. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, I have heard the Demon Master has gathered many demons over the northern sea. Your Majesty could invite them into our court. Daijan's face darkened. He had indeed invited them before, but that old cur Kuanping refused to join. Fux's lips twitched. Dijuan rolled the black gourd in his hand, eyes brightening, as he discreetly nodded. Within the 100,000 mountains dwells the Panwang Laozu, said to be at odds with the Witch clan, Fuxi added calmly. For a time, Lingxiao Hall filled with the murmur of counsel. 30,000 years later, the gates of Miluogong opened. Guangchengzi stepped out, stretching and quietly calculating with his fingers. Over these years, the Witch and Demon clans had not resumed their conflict. Indeed, they were likely still nursing their wounds. Looking to Sanqing Peak, he saw the 3 masters had not emerged, and even Master Nuwa was nowhere to be found. From this seclusion, he had consolidated his realm, and was a genuine latestage de Golden Immortal. In Honghuang, he could be counted among the foremost experts. Guangchengzi felt a touch of boredom. The Sanqing masters were no doubt wholly absorbed in the path of severing the corpse of obsession. He went to the rear hill. The Huanglong had still not hatched, only the dragon markings on the shell had brightened. Guangchengzi sprinkled a few drops of Sangguang divine water, and the dragon egg twitched faintly. He patted it grow well. The Huanglong's foundation was now certainly deeper than in his previous life, and it bore no karmic burden. Within the Hundun Pearl, Kongxian and Jinping continued to absorb the 5-phase yin-yang energies, yet showed no sign of emergence. Guangchengzi gazed at the vast Kunlun. In the immensity of heaven and earth, he was alone. With a flick of his sleeve, a jade talisman landed upon the stone table before Sanqing Palace, turned into a purple light, and left Kunlun. It's been a long time since I returned, Guangchengzi murmured calmly. He had been away from Kunlun 1,000 years. Now he stood before an immortal mountain, whose array still operated, though, with his cultivation, it would be broken with the slightest touch. He walked straight in. The formation seemed to recognize his aura, and showed no hint of hostility. Carefully surveying the place of his birth, the Taoyuan cave on Jushin Mountain, Guangchengzi felt a stirring in his heart. It felt like another age. Over 100,000 years had passed. The mists dissipate and hues the sun and moon sway with light. Thousands of ancient peach trees and myriad bamboo shoots stand tall. Guangchengzi surveyed the surroundings in expanse of 129,600 miles. This is his birthplace, the Taoyuan cave of Jiuxian Mountain. He had once undergone his transformation tribulation here before heading to Kunlun to seek his master, hardly spending any time in this place. Looking at the densely growing Ziji Tao, it remains a mid-grade innate spiritual root, which is quite impressive among innate beings of his lineage. After all, he also possesses a superior innate spiritual treasure, the Lost Bell. If he hadn't traversed here, it would still be gestating, especially since the three pure ones accept disciples only after the conclusion of their third preaching. As Guangchengzi wandered through the peach grove, rare flowers and herbs continually flew out from his sleeves. These spiritual roots took root upon landing, and several drops of Sanguang divine water were sprinkled down, causing flowers to bloom and trees to sprout. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the entire cave heaven thickened significantly, and he felt that the space of the Taoyuan cave had stabilized. This is the benefit of a cave heaven and blessed land combined with innate spiritual roots. Not only can it stabilize the cave heaven, but it can also absorb innate spiritual energy. Even if the innate spiritual energy in the wilderness were to vanish, the cave heaven could still remain self-sufficient. As he watched the Ziji Tao become even more vibrant, Guangchengzi waved his sleeve to collect it and drove several spiritual veins into the ground, which were taken from Kunlun Mountain, connecting to the ancestral vein. Jiuxian Mountain began to transform instantly, with the cave heaven expanding considerably. This is the power of the ancestral vein. From then on, Jiuxian Mountain was effectively connected to Kunlun. Observing the changes in the cave heaven, Guangchengzi let out a gentle sigh, for he would serve by his master's side in the future, not knowing how long it would take before he could return once again. With a flick of his sleeve, a peach tree shimmered with spiritual light, as if a figure of Tao was being nurtured. Currently, he could not fully refine a normal child. The intelligence of the children refined below the quasi-saint level had flaws, as they always retained the size of 7- or 8-year-olds with no improvement in their minds. Guangchengzi was unwilling to do such a thing. He merely gathered spiritual energy around a peach tree, allowing it to slowly transform. Casting a spell, the peach tree continually absorbed innate spiritual energy. Peach of youth, I shall name you Tao Yao. Guangchengzi murmured softly before turning to leave. Stepping out of Jiuxian Mountain, he made a subtle gesture, and one formation after another appeared, completely enveloping Jiuxian Mountain. After all, it is a cave heaven and blessed land, and he feared it might be occupied by others. With the formations he had set up, no one below the quasi-saint level could force their way in. Moreover, why would a quasi-saint not have their own cave heaven and blessed land? Leaving Jiuxian Mountain, Guangchengzi wandered aimlessly across the wilderness, going wherever the path led. At times contemplating the heavens and grasping the Tao, at times laughing heartily, he occasionally accompanied wild beasts, and sometimes discussed the Tao with various cultivators. Of course, he encountered some cultivators who, seeing him alone and unable to discern his depth, sought to kill him for treasure, but all were dealt with by Guangchengzi. In hiding his identity as a normal Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivator in the current wilderness, where most quasi-saint level experts were in seclusion, Guangchengzi could be considered a top-tier expert. Time flowed like this, and over 10,000 years passed. At this moment, Guangchengzi no longer appeared as he once did, glowing with the law of brightness, making him quite conspicuous like a sun star hanging in the sky. Now he bore a friendly demeanor, a smile on his lips, radiating sincerity, appearing upright and pure, his purple robe like an ordinary garment. Like the moon hidden behind the stars, softly radiating light, only upon approaching could one perceive his gentle demeanor. The Taiyin star moved slightly, still illuminating all around. Guangchengzi stepped forward, traversing the void. Although his cultivation had not increased over the years, his state of mind had improved significantly. The restlessness within him had been tempered, and he no longer bore the arrogance of proclaiming his master as the strongest in the world. The law of space, it seems I have entered the threshold. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Although his law of brightness had not progressed, his law of space had reached mid-tier great. The law of space, it seems I have entered the threshold. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Although his law of brightness had not progressed, his law of space had reached mid-tier great Luo, a testament to the trials of the years. Oh, I have unexpectedly arrived here. Guangchengzi sensed the Earth's attributes were quite active, feeling somewhat surprised. Above the east, Xuanyuan observed that he had comprehended the law of space, and even transmitted the supreme power of his sleeve, never expecting that he would unknowingly arrive here after breaking through in the law of space. The place Guangchengzi stepped was less than 100 miles from Xuanyuan's Wanshou Mountain, which truly meant he had arrived at someone's doorstep. To not pay a visit would seem rude. After tidying his appearance, he entered the territory of Honghuang Temple. The towering mountains are grand and majestic. The roots connect to Kunlun veins, their peaks brush against the heavens. White cranes often roost among the cypress, and black monkeys occasionally hang from the vines. Sunlight reflects off the clear forest, a myriad of red mist swirling winds stir the shadowy valleys, countless colorful clouds fluttering. Guangchengzi observed closely. The innate spiritual energy here was nearly on par with that of his Jushin Mountain. One must realize this was merely the outskirts and not even within Honghuang Temple. His eyes sparkled with purple light as countless earth veins connected beneath, converging within Honghuang Temple. The immortal abode of longevity, a household in harmony with heaven. A couplet was posted outside the temple gate reflecting the extraordinary status of its master. Such pure with spirit energy. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, feeling the heavy vitality of the earth. Xuanyuan truly had great fortune. Young friend, visiting truly brightens our Honghuang Temple. A voice resounded continuously, but Guangchengzi could discern the joy in the tone as the temple gate opened and a middle-aged Taoist stepped out. He wore a golden crown, donned a worry-free crane cloak, stepped into shoes, and had a silken belt around his waist holding a jade whisk. His physique resembled that of a youth, with a youthful and handsome face adorned with 3 wisps of beautiful beard. With an extraordinary aura and yet exuding dignity and seriousness, he walked out from the depths of the cave heaven, with each step flashing with brilliance. I bow to Master Xuanyuan. Guangchengzi hurriedly bowed, for this master uncle held a good reputation in the wilderness, rarely at odds with others, and even the 3 pure ones praised him. Hearing Guangchengzi address him as Master Uncle, Xuanyuan's smile widened. Clearly the term Master Uncle was more intimate than that of Senior. Nephew, please come in and enjoy the fruits in my humble temple. Xuanyuan took Guangchengzi by the arm and stepped into Honghuang Temple. Guangchengzi felt a bit embarrassed. Above the EC, he had received 3 ginseng fruits, all used by the Taiji master to refine the 9 revolutions golden elixir. As Xuanyuan entered Honghuang Temple, Guangchengzi immediately felt the dense earth spiritual energy. His body craved it, intrigued by the unique earth elemental power, distinctly different from that of Hutu. Considering this individual's temperament, he must have fully realized the defensive path of the earth, unlike Hutu, who despite appearing gentle, was ultimately a primordial ancestor. With each breath the essence of the earth flowed into his body, and Guangchengzi's 9 turns mystic art began to operate, as if a layer of yellow light enveloped his flesh, gradually becoming heavy and exuding a sense of solemnity. Your abilities are remarkable, young friend. Xuanyuan exclaimed in surprise, paying him a compliment. Many had come to his Honghuang Temple, but only Guangchengzi had attained enlightenment upon entering. A resounding sound echoed from Guangchengzi's body, sending ripples of energy that caused the earth's essence to waver. Xuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This aura, it resembled that of the witch clan. This demeanor is not what one would expect from a disciple taught by the 3 pure ones. Rather, it resembles that of an ancestral witch. I have been rude, my disciple, he remarked. Guangchengzi bowed respectfully. It is no bother, no bother. This is your nephew's fortune, bringing glory to my humble Honghuang Temple. Xuanyuan quickly feigned humility while discreetly observing Guangchengzi. In the great war between the witches and the demons tens of thousands of years ago, he never noticed any connection between Guangchengzi and the witch clan. The aura was strikingly similar to that of the witch clan. If it were not for the presence of a primordial spirit, he would be a living ancestral witch. Xuanyuan waved his hand and said with a smile, please, young friend, come inside. Guangchengzi followed him into the inner chamber, where a vibrant energy emanated from the depths of the cave, exuding the essence of earth. I was wandering the vast wilderness and attained enlightenment, just as I broke through the spatial laws and arrived outside your mountain gate. Truly a matter of fate. Xuanyuan's eyes sparkled with interest. It has been tens of thousands of years, and you have made another breakthrough in spatial laws. May I witness it? Guangchengzi waved his wide sleeve, blocking out the sky and sun, directly absorbing the light above Honghuang Temple, plunging the entire Mount Wanshou into darkness. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Xuanyuan clapped his hands with a great laugh. Young friend, you truly deserve to be a disciple of the 3 pure ones. The combination of spatial laws with light laws has opened my eyes. Guangchengzi lightly waved his sleeve, restoring brightness to Honghuang Temple. He gently shook his head, saying, I owe it all to my master's teachings, otherwise I would not possess such powers. In the past, he could only absorb all light using the light laws, but now he could envelop all light with spatial laws, allowing only himself to utilize it. Xuanyuan shook his head, knowing his own strengths. He excelled in defense. He merely combined the laws of Earth with spatial laws. The greatest trait of his sleeves of the universe was solidity, which could not compare to the exquisite techniques of Guangchengzi. Master is too humble. I envy your sleeves of the universe, Guangchengzi chuckled looking at Xuanyuan. Your sleeves of the universe are solid, which also means immense power. To be able to contain space one day when a world evolves that kind of attack power. Before he could finish, Xuanyuan clearly understood his meaning. Indeed, while the Quasi-Saint realm could not open up a world, he could gradually evolve it. Even if it was not a world, it would be stronger than the current space. Solidity is the greatest weapon. When the time comes, a single wave of his sleeve could equate to smashing a world, greatly compensating for his lack of offensive methods. Thank you for your guidance, young friend. It is like a sudden awakening for me. Xuanyuan stood up and bowed to Guangchengzi, quickly stepped aside. His sleeves of the universe were the reason, and today, he could not accept such a bow from Xuanyuan. Today I owe you a favor, young friend. Should you need anything in the future, I will not decline, Xuanyuan said solemnly. Thank you, Master, Guangchengzi replied. Sir, the fruits have arrived. Just now the temple was pitch black. I nearly fell, but thankfully I caught this tray. A young attendant patted his chest, still frightened. Guangchengzi blinked. It was indeed his doing. However, he looked at the two attendants bringing the fruits, unsure if they were the clear wind and bright moon. Please enjoy, young friend. This is the only ginseng fruit that our Honghuang temple can offer. Xuanyuan pointed to the ginseng fruit on the tray. Looking at the fruit that resembled a child who had not yet reached 3 years old, Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A pure essence of earth wafted to his nose. He had once sought this kind of 5-element energy to establish his foundation. Now this fruit could only allow him to savor its flavor. It had no cultivation benefit for him. 9 ginseng fruits lay on a silk handkerchief. Guangchengzi chuckled. Master Xuanyuan was indeed generous. This ginseng fruit falls when it encounters metal, withers when it meets wood, transforms when it encounters water, burns when it meets fire, and enters when it meets earth. As the young attendant mentioned, if it were to fall carelessly, it would burrow into the ground and never be seen again. Master is too polite. This ginseng fruit is among the top 10 supreme spiritual roots. Today, thanks to your favor, I can taste it. Guangchengzi picked up a ginseng fruit and took a bite. It was sweet and delicious, and the essence of earth flowed directly into his body. If he were still a 12 Golden Immortal, it would have directly elevated him by a small realm. What a marvelous spiritual fruit. He couldn't help but exclaim. I'm glad you like it, Xuanyuan said, his eyes filled with confusion. Wasn't he given 3 last time in the East Sea? Why does this young friend seem as if he has never eaten one before? Seeing the confusion in Xuanyuan's eyes, Guangchengzi chuckled. Master, forgive me. The ginseng fruits you gifted last time were taken by Master Taiching for alchemy. Today I come empty-handed, so I brought a gift. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes appeared before Xuanyuan. This jade bottle contains the 9 turns golden pill refined by Master Taiching using various spiritual roots. 1 pill can elevate a cultivator to the realm of the 12 Golden Immortal without any side effects. The other 2 jade boxes contain the spiritual roots from my island. I hope Master will accept them. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan shocked stood up directly. He had been out for several yuan meetings and had never heard of such a pill. Even during the birth of innate divine demons like him, they were merely 12 Golden Immortals. The Honghuang, the foremost of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, could elevate a cultivator to the 12 Golden Immortal, but could no longer advance. Yet this 9 turns golden pill could actually break that limitation. The alchemy techniques of Taiching had reached such a level. The unity of the 3 pure ones was evident in the refining techniques of Yuqing and the array techniques of Shanqing. Observing Guangchengzi's calm demeanor, Xuanyuan silently sat down. He had been so naive. Opening the jade box revealed exactly what he had thought. A Hongzhong, and the other item exuded a Dao aura. Could this be the legendary enlightenment tea leaves? Xuanyuan exclaimed in surprise. After all, he had accompanied the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, and the top 10 innate spiritual root, ginseng fruit tree. How is it that he appeared like a country bumpkin before this disciple? Indeed, I humbly present these, Guangchengzi replied. Know what you present is considered humble. What do my ginseng fruits count for? Xuanyuan chuckled bitterly, realizing he had truly broadened his horizons today. Guangchengzi shook his head, saying, just a token of my appreciation, Master need not be so polite. Xuanyuan's character was undoubtedly trustworthy. Oh, besides, these items were nothing to people of their realm. Just as they were speaking, a voice called out, Old Jun, I have arrived. Why haven't you prepared your fruits? Guangchengzi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sea of red in the distance. Xuanyuan let out a cold laugh, saying, this fool always arrives just as my fruits are ripening. With that, his sleeve suddenly expanded. Guangchengzi's face revealed an expression of excitement. He had just given Xuanyuan a suggestion, and now it was time to put it into action. He was eager to see how powerful his idea would be. Xuanyuan's sleeves continued to expand, wildly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if a black hole was formed within his sleeves, and from Guangchengzi's perspective a layer of yellow light enveloped Xuanyuan's sleeves, making them exceptionally solid. He roughly estimated that the space within the sleeves was probably tens of millions of miles in size. With a wave of his sleeve, Xuanyuan's sleeve, which contained the universe, appeared weightless as it was flung forward. From the outside, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the space along its path shattered inch by inch, revealing the tremendous weight of this strike. Bang! The sleeve struck a patch of red clouds, producing a heavy collision sound. Whoosh! Ah! A flash of red light appeared flying back, while a series of miserable screams echoed. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with divine light, as the red light gradually transformed into a figure of a Taoist who continuously screamed in agony, quickly retreating tens of thousands of miles away from Honghuang Temple. Haha, Elder Hongyun, how was this strike from this poor Taoist? Xuanyuan was extraordinarily excited. This was merely an experiment, and he had not used his full strength. Moreover, Hongyun was adept at neutralizing force, which was why he did not suffer serious injuries. A moment later, a disheveled Taoist in red flew back, looking at Xuanyuan with surprise. Is this your divine ability, the universe within your sleeves, eh? Indeed, it was Guangchengzi's suggestion to this poor Taoist. What do you think? Xuanyuan smiled, gently caressing his sleeves. Excellent, truly excellent. Elder Hongyun chuckled. This young friend Guangchengzi is indeed a distinguished disciple of the Three Pure Ones, unlike you, this old Taoist, who has lived for countless years, but only knows how to use the universe in his sleeves to store things. Hearing Hongyun's disdain, Xuanyuan's expression darkened. Then, he snorted lightly. This poor Taoist lacks the capability, so all of this is thanks to my disciple Guangcheng. He turned to Guangchengzi and said, Disciple, your words today have greatly inspired this poor Taoist. You may take all the fruits from this tree. With a wave of his grand sleeves, Xuanyuan instructed two young attendants to fetch ginseng fruits. Glancing coldly at Hong, I don't think this poor Taoist doesn't know what you're here for. I won't give you a single fruit today. No, please. Hongyun exclaimed in shock, quickly grabbing Xuanyuan's arm. Just leave me 5. Seeing that Xuanyuan remained unmoved, Hongyun continued to bargain. No, 3-1, even just 1 would be fine. Dream on. Xuanyuan ignored Hongyun, still clinging to him, and invited Guangchengzi to sit down. But Guangchengzi was left dumbfounded, thinking you two really can't blame others for misunderstanding. What kind of relationship do you two have? He silently pondered, though his face showed no signs of it. I have met Elder Hongyun. Guangchengzi bowed. All right, there's a junior present, let's not make a joke out of this. Xuanyuan patted Hongyun's arm, and only then did Hongyun descend from Xuanyuan's side. You need not be so polite, young friend. Your suggestion to Elder Xuanyuan deserves a bow from this poor Taoist. Elder, your kindness is truly too great. The younger generation cannot accept it. Guangchengzi stepped back, while unable to stop glancing at the two. The relationship between you two is truly hard not to think about. All right, you need not be so polite with disciple Guangcheng. This poor Taoist has promised him a cause and effect. Xuanyuan pulled Hongyun back to his seat. Oh, then young friend Guangchengzi is welcome to visit the fire cloud cave of this poor Taoist at any time. If I have matters, I will naturally disturb both masters. Guangchengzi forced a smile. Taoist friends and great Tao friends, he must not think too much. It has been tens of thousands of years since we last met, and young friend has already broken through. Before long, you may reach the same level as us. Hongyun sighed, unable to help, but scrutinized Guangchengzi. Elder, you flatter me. As for the difficulty of severing the corpse, I still have no clue at present. Guangchengzi humbly replied. Indeed, severing the corpse still relies on enlightenment, but you need not worry about the spiritual treasures. Hongyun spoke with a hint of regret. He fondled the fire gourd, his expression somewhat despondent. Since his emergence, despite possessing the fire cloud cave, the first blessed land of the wilderness, he lacked a companion spirit treasure. It was only when he obtained the 99 scatter spirit gourd from Mount Buzhou that he could sever benevolent corpses. In fact, this was the case for most innate divine demons of the wilderness, many of whom still lacked innate spiritual treasures, leaving them trapped at the pinnacle of Deluo, unable to sever their 3 corpse avatars. Guangchengzi quietly observed the fire gourd, its red light flickering, occasionally bursting forth with sparks, as if it could strike at the soul. This was indeed the last gourd. He looked at Hongyun with an inscrutable expression, not intending to remind him. After all, they were not close relations. Even if there was friendship, he was definitely thinking of Master Yuan, sure. All right, let's not speak of these matters in front of the disciple. Xuanyuan interrupted Hongyun's complaints, for he still had a few spiritual treasures here. Though they weren't top tier, they were sufficient for the two of them to sever corpses. Disciple, take these. Looking at the full platter of ginseng fruits brought by the attendants, Xuanyuan waved his hand, placing them all in front of Guangchengzi. Hongyun gazed longingly at the ginseng fruits, but ultimately said nothing more. He understood the gravity of the situation. Compared to Xuanyuan's enlightenment of divine abilities, the ginseng fruits that took 1,000 years to ripen were nothing. Guangchengzi chuckled and waved his hand. 5 ginseng fruits landing before Hongyan. Disciple will take some back to Master Tai Ching for alchemy. Ha ha ha, thank you, disciple. Hongyan took a bite from the ginseng fruit, casting a smug glance at Xuanyuan, as if to say, you won't let me eat, but I still got some. Xuanyuan shot him a glare, exasperated. Eating won't shut your mouth. Hongyan snorted twice, saying nothing more. Let us too teach some doctrine to our disciple. After Hongyan finished eating, Xuanyuan spoke softly. It is only right. Hongyan agreed. Thank you. Guangchengzi quickly bowed. Listening to the teachings of different great beings would benefit his understanding. After all, the great Tao is one. Despite different paths, he could learn through analogy. As the Tao sounds resonated, endless earth principles infused with the vitality of wood continually washed over Guangchengzi's physical body, causing his 9 turns mystic art to begin to progress slowly. The path of the earth is immovable as a mountain, supporting all things, and is indestructible. The weight of the universe within the sleeves was formidable indeed, cultivated by a great being who had immersed himself in this divine ability for several yuan meetings, allowing Guangchengzi to gain substantial insights. Hongyan's Tao was light and ethereal, elusive, embodying the subtleties of cloud transformations and the principle of the real and the unreal coexisting. Guangchengzi sighed as he listened, never expecting that Hongyan's Taoist philosophy would be so carefree. While this suited Hongyan's temperament, such a Tao was not one he could walk. True freedom is not merely doing whatever one wishes, but rather refraining from what one does not wish to do, which requires strength to support. Clearly, Hongyan lacked such strength. However, the contrast between Xuanyuan and Hongyan's Tao, one still and one moving, was indeed quite profound. A heavily muscled great shaman bear from the waist up blocked Guangchengzi's path. 1,000 years had passed since he left Mount Wanshou. So it's you, Xingtian, my friend. Guangchengzi smiled upon seeing him. It's been a while since we last met. Their last encounter had been at the Witch Clan, where he had only caught a distant glimpse of Xingtian, and the primordial master had entrusted Ho Tu with a battle axe and a shield for him. Now Xingtian carried them with him, and Guangchengzi glanced around at Xingtian's head, saying nothing. Xingtian had now become a latest-stage great shaman of the Deluo level, his cultivation equal to that of Guangchengzi. However, his aura was well-restrained, appearing like an ordinary person, with only his exceptionally bright eyes revealing his true nature. In contrast, Xingtian exuded a fierce aura radiating powerful energy. Guangchengzi pondered silently. With Xingtian's current strength, he could likely contend with an ordinary quasi-saint. The top 10 demon generals of the Heavenly Court, if they had not defeated the corpse, would likely not stand a chance against Xingtian. How did you find me? Guangchengzi inquired with curiosity. Xingtian scratched his head and replied honestly, reporting to you, my lord, all the great shamans of our witch clan have been dispatched. As I have not inherited the laws of my ancestors, I could only inquire from some fellow Taoists to learn of your whereabouts. We have 4 great shamans stationed at the 4 directions of Mount Kunlun waiting for you, my lord. Oh, so you knew I wasn't at Kunlun? Yes, 10,000 years ago some cultivators claimed to have seen you, my lord. Xingtian scratched his head again, and Guangchengzi blinked. All right, let us go. Guangchengzi sighed, wondering what the ancestor wanted with him. With only 10,000 years left until the 3rd lecture at Zixiao Palace, could it not wait until then? My lord, please head directly to Panga Hall. Xingtian's speed is too slow, and I dare not delay the matters of the great ancestor. Guangchengzi shook his head, saying, there's no need for that. A hand rested on Xingtian's shoulder, and Guangchengzi assessed the physical strength of this body. With another hand, he covered it with a layer of silver light, revealing the spatial laws. Xingtian's eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't it said that this lord comprehended the laws of light? How could he also master the spatial laws of Lord Dijiang so skillfully? Guangchengzi pushed forward, and a towering spatial gate opened. He pulled Xingtian, and they were instantly sucked in. We've arrived. Xingtian came to his senses, awed by the powerful spatial laws. Lord Ho Tu had only instructed them to respect Guangchengzi as they would the ancestors, but he hadn't expected the power of the laws to be so formidable. If he were to return by his own means, it would likely take thousands of years. Now he had returned to the Witch Clan's base so effortlessly. You came quite quickly, little brother. Ho Tu walked out from Pango Hall, a smile gracing her lips, indicating her injuries had healed. Sister Ho Tu, Guangchengzi called softly. I wonder what matter it is that you summoned Xingtian to find me. First, let us enter Pango Hall. Guangchengzi was taken aback, feeling puzzled, yet he followed after her. Xingtian silently paid his respects and went to find other clan members. Little brother, you've come, the 12 ancestors greeted in unison. Indeed, it has been thousands of years. You have finally returned to the clan, they said, causing Guangchengzi to frown slightly. What was going on? Why were these ancestors being so polite? Even Gong Gong and Zhu Rong wore smiles. Enough. It was still Dijiang who silenced them. What brings you all to seek me? Guangchengzi asked straightforwardly. Ho Tu sighed softly, already knowing this would be the case. Guangchengzi would not feel a sense of belonging to the witch clan. Over the years since he left the witch clan, he had not returned. The last time they met on the battlefield, he had treated it just like an ordinary person. Let me speak, she said. I heard that Nuwa has completely withdrawn from the demon clan and even severed the luck tied to them. Ho Tu looked at Guangchengzi, and the other ancestors fixed their gazes on him, eager to hear a definite answer. Guangchengzi had thought it was something serious and nodded, saying, Indeed, on the summit of Kunlun, my ancestor personally severed the demon clan's luck for Aunt Nuwa. Good. Haha, let's see how the demon clan acts so arrogantly now. Seeing the joy on the faces of the demon clan, Guangchengzi frowned. How did you come to know? Typically people like Dijuan would keep such matters hidden from the rest of the demon clan, wouldn't they? Shebi sure laughed heartily. Bai Zhe went to recruit the Pangu King in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and while I was guarding Xiang Lu, I accidentally learned of this. After learning of it, he quickly concealed himself, not even bothering to gather poison sources for Xiang Lu, and returned to the witch clan to report this matter. This matter was of utmost importance. Not to mention that Nuwa was one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. Even just her title as a disciple of the Dao ancestor could attract many powerful beings to the demon clan, aiding them in their quest for legitimacy. So that was it. Guangchengzi reflected, realizing that Dijuan was also trying to win over other great powers. The last time during the Zhou Star Do array, the Taiyin star had already made an appearance, which meant the Taiyin had likely been drawn into Dijuan's fold. Having lost Nuwa, Dijuan was now seeking to recruit the Pangu King, an expert in the art of poisons and goo, and there was also a demon master Kumping in the North Sea who had gathered quite a number of demon clan members. Dijuan would certainly not let him go. While the witch clan was here celebrating Nuwa's departure, Guangchengzi couldn't help but shake his head and revealed this truth. Seeing the ancestors fall silent, Guangchengzi felt helpless. However, strengthening their power was not an overnight task. Currently, the witch clan's greatest trump card was the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons array. For great shamans like Xing Tian to break through the ancestors' realm was exceedingly difficult unless all 12 ancestors acted together. The next battle between the witches and demons would undoubtedly be incredibly fierce. It was just a matter of when. Sister Ho Tu, let's go out for a walk, Guangchengzi said softly, seeing the ancestors' spirits dampened after his revelation. You have noticed the pride of my brothers, Ho Tu said. After leaving Pangu Hall, the two sat atop a mountain peak, and Ho Tu wore a worried expression, unable to stop sighing. The descendants of Pangu, how glorious, Guangchengzi remarked lightly. Ho Tu was taken aback. Since the beginning, the ancestors had regarded Pangu as their pride, and to this day, it had become an obsession. Guangchengzi did not wish to observe how the fate of the witch clan unfolded. In any case, it was half as bad as the demon clan. Even with a 20% share of the merits of creation, the witch clan had committed numerous wrongdoings, such as the daily hunt for meat. Sister, try sensing it again. Can you feel anything? Guangchengzi took out the reincarnation purple lotus and placed it before Ho Tu. After a moment, Ho Tu moved her hand away from the lotus, saying still nothing. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. He suspected that after Ho Tu transformed into reincarnation, she no longer existed because she had not comprehended the laws of reincarnation. If she had support from the laws, there might still be hope. Little brother, why do you keep asking me to sense this purple lotus? Ho Tu inquired, puzzled. Guangchengzi naturally could not reveal the future and only shook his head with a smile, saying, Seeing this purple lotus makes me feel a connection with you, sister. It was merely a whim. It must be the resonance of the heavens. Ho Tu displayed an envious expression. Your celestial path's primordial spirit is indeed convenient when calculating the heavenly secrets. Perhaps so. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. The Tao of Immortals. What else could it be when the Tao ancestor himself forged this path, while none other attained sainthood? Ho Tu chuckled softly. My elder brothers will not go, but surely elder sister Xuanming will accompany. Of the 12 ancestral Wu, only the first assembly attended the Zixiao Palace. Yet upon discovering that the Tao ancestor taught solely the Tao of Immortals, a path utterly incompatible with Wu cultivation, the rest never returned. On the final occasion, Ho Tu wished to return once more, hoping, however faintly, for a turning point. After a moment's quiet reflection, Guangchengzi mused that the final bestowing rock might yet grant her an extraordinary opportunity. Then I shall return to Kunlun. My master and the others have surely emerged from seclusion. Yes, go on. We shall meet again at the Zixiao Palace. Ho Tu did not rise, merely watching as Guangchengzi pushed open the gate of space. Just as Guangchengzi was about to step through, he paused, his own voice ringing out. The Yao clan's Zhoutian star array draws stellar energy through star banners, whereas the Wu rely solely on their physical bodies to form formations, an immense, unsustainable burden. The words had scarcely faded when Hota shot upright mouth half open to speak, only to find Guangchengzi already vanished. A radiant smile lit her face, the 12 Wu heaven god-slaying formation, and now a way to amplify its power. Hota laughed aloud, a streak of amber light shot swiftly along the earth's veins, vanishing into the palace of Pangu. Kunlun Mountain. Emerging from the void, Guangchengzi sighed. Inevitable after all. With the Nirvana flame as his ultimate trump card, he would enter the calamity of quantification when the time came. Gazing up at the sun star, he knew he must walk that path in the end. Kunlun's mountainwarding formation stood sealed, clear proof that the three pure ones had indeed emerged from seclusion. Guangchengzi transformed into violet light and soared straight to the summit. Your disciple pays homage to Master and Aunt Nuwa. As he bowed, Guangchengzi faltered slightly. Why had Aunt Nuwa emerged from seclusion yet remained at Kunlun instead of returning to Fengqi Mountain? Ah, our ever-busy disciple returns. Tongtian teased lightly. I merely undertook a journey of cultivation, Guangchengzi replied, adding quietly that he'd left behind jade slips as record. Enough, Yuanshi admonished Tongtian with a glance, then studied Guangchengzi closely. His vital essence, spirit, and bearing had all undergone profound transformation, unmistakable signs of deep enlightenment. Nuwa observed the subtle interplay among the three pure ones and smiled. Nephew, your gains over these years have been truly remarkable. Aunt flatters me excessively. You've returned just in time. We emerged from seclusion barely a millennium ago, so remain here henceforth. You shall accompany your master to the Zixiao Palace. Yuanshi's mood was exceptionally bright. His disciple's enlightenment filled him with quiet pride. Yes, master. Guangchengzi dared not elaborate, but inwardly pondered, would Aunt Nuwa join them at the Zixiao Palace? Was she finally aligning herself fully with Kunlun, or did some deeper matter draw her here? Seeing Guangchengzi's furrowed brow, Laozi gently interjected, Tell us, nephew, what noteworthy experiences did you encounter these years? Aunt Nuwa is no outsider. Guangchengzi instantly understood the choice of masters was now irrevocable. In time, the three pure ones and Aunt Nuwa would stand united, leaving the two Western cultivators to face. Well, let them see. These years I simply wandered the primordial chaos, debating the Tao with fellow cultivators, and visited Wuzhuang Temple, where elder brother Xuanyuan and elder brother Honghuang expounded the Tao to me for 3,000 years. With that, he presented 12 ginseng fruits. Oh, rare indeed for Xuanyuanzi to be so generous, Tongtian quipped. In past visits, Honghuang had devoured most of them. Now so many were bestowed upon Guangchengzi. Sister, please partake as well, Laozi said, offering one fruit to Nuwa. Today I too enjoy the privilege. I've never tasted this fruit before. Nuwa took a bite, and her eyes sparkled. Its surging vitality resonated deeply with her creation law. As they savored the celestial fruit, Guangchengzi recounted his journey, punctuated by their occasional insights and commentary. Upon hearing his account, Yuanshi declared, very well. Since Aunt Nuwa is present today, the four of us shall expound the Tao to you once more. Many thanks, master. Sacred resonance filled the air, distinct laws manifested visibly. Guangchengzi closed his eyes. Divine principles wove across his body, radiating serene, auspicious light. As the ancient adage says, stones from another mountain may sharpen one's own jade. And how much more so when one has long walked the same sacred path under the three pure ones' guidance. Then dong! A bell's reverberation halted the discourse. Guangchengzi opened his eyes. The three pure ones stood solemn. It is time. Let us depart. The Zixiao Palace's bell had sounded. The third grand exposition was about to begin. Throughout the primordial chaos, any cultivator above the rank of Great Luo Immortal who heard the chime, entered the chaotic void, and found the Zixiao Palace, was deemed destined. The three pure ones had originally intended to bring Guangchengzi to the Zixiao Palace before the third exposition, but with Nuwa now present, and no word from the Tao ancestor Hongjuan over the past 10,000 years, they abandoned the notion. Guangchengzi followed closely behind the three pure ones. Flickers of spatial law shimmered around him, enabling him to keep pace even with ordinary quasi-saints. Within the chaotic void there was neither heaven nor earth, neither yin nor yang, neither clarity nor turbidity, only boundless, formless mist. The great Tao receded, laws dissolved into disorder. Time-space causality. All concepts ceased to exist. Everything hovered at the razor's edge between existence and non-existence. This was Guangchengzi's first entry into the chaotic void. Beneath his feet, the purifying world white lotus enfolded him, shielding him from chaotic energies. He gazed about, awestruck. This was chaos, utterly devoid of up or down, left or right, front or back, absolute, seamless oneness. The three pure ones watched him with quiet concern. Nuwa stood ready to intervene at a moment's notice. As quasi-saints of immense power, they relied on divine laws for protection and cultivated strength to sustain them all the way to the Zixiao Palace. Yet, even quasi-saints could not linger long within the void. They could not refine chaotic energy into spiritual power, and severed from the heavenly Tao, their vast reserves of qi would inevitably deplete. Only those who achieved the status of supreme sage, mystic, one of perfect emptiness, attained flawless, unbroken perfection capable of assimilating chaotic energy directly. Or, as with the ancestral Wu, they could absorb it to temper their physical bodies. Ordinary great Luo immortals lacking innate divine treasures for protection would be erased in an instant by chaotic energy. Guangchengzi focused his mind. The lotus-formed barrier parted slightly, allowing a single thread of chaotic energy to slip inside. His ninefold transformation divine art activated instantly, yet the chaotic energy surged inward, voraciously devouring his internal qi. Sweat beaded on his brow as he relentlessly cycled the art, marshalling both law and qi to besiege that single filament. Fortunately, his effort was not in vain. That lone filament, rootless and adrift, began yielding to refinement, though his qi reserves were already exhausted. He swallowed a ninefold transformation golden pill and continued refining. After an indeterminate span, the chaotic energy was fully assimilated. His physical body strengthened markedly. Guangchengzi drew a sharp breath. Such formidable energy. This single filament equaled dozens of golden pills. Meeting the three pure ones' anxious gazes, he offered a sheepish, apologetic smile. Yuanshi couldn't resist delivering a light tap to his forehead. If Guangchengzi hadn't demonstrated mastery, they would have intervened immediately. Master chaotic energy greatly benefits my ninefold transformation divine art. I intended to reveal this only after you attained quasi-sainthood. You certainly possess audacity, Yuanshi retorted, exasperated. Guangchengzi merely grinned, knowing full well he'd crossed a line. Let us depart. We've delayed long enough, Nuwa said, smiling serenely. At her words, a golden bridge instantly unfurled beneath their feet. Nuwa's expression shifted to startled wonder. Before them, the golden lights stretched endlessly, with a purple palace faintly visible at its pinnacle. Nuwa's gaze was peculiar as she continuously scrutinized Sanqing and Guangchengzi. Generally speaking, entering the chaotic realm as a great Luo golden immortal or a quasi-saint could only be done by following the unseen guidance to the purple cloud palace. Even they were no exception. If they could not sense it, they would be destined to be unrelated to the Tao ancestor. Guangchengzi felt that he had wasted much time in his cultivation this time. Nuwa thought they might arrive at the purple cloud palace later than other Tao friends, but now this golden path had suddenly appeared, leading straight to the palace. Needless to say, this was clearly a path laid out by the Tao ancestor himself, and Nuwa had to admit it made her heart ache. However, she firmly resolved to stand alongside her senior brothers from Sanqing. After all, they were direct disciples, unmatched by others. Let's go, it seems your grandmaster has sensed it too. Laozi chuckled, pulling Guangchengzi onto the path of light. Guangchengzi felt nothing. In the blink of an eye, he traversed through chaos and arrived at a purple palace. This place resembled another realm where countless laws converged, and Guangchengzi could clearly sense the laws he had comprehended. The senior brother and sister have arrived, but no one else is here yet. At the palace entrance stood two child attendants, one male and one female, both exuding the aura of great Luo golden immortals, albeit in the early stages, yet they were extraordinary. Guangchengzi thought to himself, this must be the future Haoyan and Yaoqi. Oh, I haven't seen this Tao friend before. Yaoqi looked at Guangchengzi with curiosity, noticing he was following Sanqing's senior brother. This is a disciple accepted by the three of us, Guangchengzi. Yuanshi glanced at Haoyan, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Haoyan and Yaoqi were taken aback. Their senior brother's disciple was actually more advanced than the two of them. They knew they had been close to the Lord, attending his teachings before, not less than the opportunities other cultivators had. Guangchengzi pays respect to the two Tao friends. After all, he was still just a child and couldn't address Guangchengzi as uncle yet. You are polite, quickly enter. Yaoqi narrowed her eyes and smiled. Guangchengzi took out some spiritual fruits and handed them to the two. Thank you. He then followed behind Sanqing and Nuwa into the purple cloud palace, which was indeed empty. Nuwa clicked her tongue. Had they come on their own, they would not have been late, but they would have still fallen behind other Tao friends. Now that their master had intervened, they were still the first to arrive. Inside the purple cloud palace, it was vast and boundless, like a realm of its own. At the forefront was a cloud platform with 6 cushions below, where Sanqing and Nuwa sat, in order, leaving the last 2 empty. Guangchengzi looked around for a long time and finally sat behind Yuanshi. Slowly, other cultivators entered, many of whom were powerful beings Guangchengzi had never seen before. Some great Luo Golden Immortals, whom Guangchengzi had discussed Tao with during his travels, came forward to greet him upon seeing him. Yuan sure wore a smile. His disciple had good connections. Jin Yuanzi and Honghuang came in unison and nodded at Guangchengzi after spotting him. Before long, a large group arrived led by Di Jun and Tai Yi. Fushi rushed over to talk to Nuwa, while Di Jun glanced over, his eyes devoid of any smile. The Purple Cloud Palace became lively with every cultivator engaging in conversation until two Taoists entered and the noise suddenly fell silent. Guangchengzi looked over. It was Jane and Juanti. Their social circle was poor, with no one familiar, merely greeting them in a very official manner. Guangchengzi has also arrived. Your cultivation has improved quite quickly over the years, Juanti said with a smile completely devoid of the anger from when Sanqing had reprimanded him. You're too kind, two uncles. Guangchengzi dared not be negligent. With so many people present, he could not have. Yuanshi glanced disdainfully at the two. They were clearly quiescent great beings, yet they arrived so late. He wondered what they were up to. The two junior brothers are so late. Could it be that old wounds have flared up on the way? Tongtian raised an eyebrow, pouring salt on their wounds. Zunti's smile faltered, and he forced a smile. Tongtian, you jest. Is that so? I am not joking. Tongtian spoke coldly, staring intensely at Juanti. This guy was truly able to bend and stretch. Guangchengzi's small stature could not outsmart them. He did not believe that Juanti would not seek revenge. Guangchengzi had yet to attain the Tao, and there would always be times they could not watch over him. Zunti's methods were too despicable, causing disdain. In the Purple Cloud Palace, how many great beings existed? The fact that no one among them was close to these two was telling. Jane and Juanti felt awkward, not knowing what to do. Although everyone was talking, their gazes subtly shifted towards this side. At that moment, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace closed, and Jane and Juanti finally breathed a sigh of relief, returning to their cushions. Above, a purple-clad old Taoist appeared silently on the cloud platform, without any spatial fluctuations, as if he were always meant to be there. Greetings, Master Grandmaster Tao Ancestor. Everyone bowed in unison. Rise. Hongjun waved his dust whisk, and everyone involuntarily stood up. This will be my last lecture discussing the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, the Purple Cloud Palace erupted in an uproar. 3 lectures. The first discussed the path of the great Luo, imparting the method to slay the 3 corpses. The second discussed the quiescent path, and now the third was to teach how to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the vast wilderness, among so many Yuan meetings, only the Tao Ancestor had attained the Tao. Now he was actually going to reveal the method to attain the Tao, leaving them unable to contain their excitement. Hongjun no longer paid attention to others. The golden bell chimed lightly, and the Purple Cloud Palace instantly quieted down. His lips moved as a stream of Tao sounds began to resonate, filling the entire Purple Cloud Palace with the power of law. Guangchengzi furrowed his brows, feeling helpless. The path of the great Luo Golden Immortal was too profound. He could not comprehend it. Most of the people in the Purple Cloud Palace frowned, forgetting the teachings as soon as the Tao Ancestor spoke. Only a few on the cushions seemed better off. Sanqing appeared calm, continuously absorbing the Tao rhythm, their auras gradually strengthening. Nuwa frowned slightly, sometimes puzzled, sometimes smiling, clearly gaining something. Jane and Juanti wore bitter expressions. They could only understand a fraction, but were reluctant to give up. The other great beings could only catch a few words, but more confusion followed. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. This lecture was too advanced. Had he come the first or second time, he might have gained something, but now it was evidently in vain. However, although he could not comprehend the lecture, the Purple Cloud Palace was now a sea of laws. The chaos jade disc above Hongjun slowly rotated, connecting with the power of the heavenly Tao, and the laws spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud Palace. Guangchengzi felt that the perplexities of the past were being resolved as he frantically absorbed the Tao rhythm. Hongjun's lips curled into a smile, countless flowers of heaven scattered, infusing pure energy into his body. As the Tao rhythms on the bodies of the crowd gradually calmed, Hongjun's eyes remained devoid of emotion. This will be the last sermon. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Afterwards, I shall merge with the heavenly Tao and complete the cosmos. After Hongjun's words fell, everyone was taken aback. In the current primordial world, Hongjun was the only saint merging with the heavenly Tao meant he could only become one with it, treating all beings as mere fodder. Laozi's form shook slightly, and he exclaimed, Master, if you merge with the heavenly Tao, how will the heavenly Tao change? Hongjun replied calmly. Hongjun embodies the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao does not embody Hongjun. Unless it is the grand trend of heaven and earth, I shall not leave the Zixiao Palace. Laozi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he could still retain his consciousness. He was genuinely afraid that after merging with the heavenly Tao, his master would completely transform into an emotionless machine acting solely according to rules like the heavenly Tao itself. After all, Master Hongjun had devoted himself to them, taking the three Qing as disciples before attaining enlightenment, sharing the method of slaying the three corpses without reservation, and even bestowing them with the same origin spiritual treasures, including innate supreme treasures ahead of time. This established their unparalleled status in the primordial world. Seeing Lao Zi's expression, a hint of warmth flashed in Hongjun's eyes. It was not in vain that he had taken these disciples. His gaze subtly swept over the faces of the demon clan, who showed joy upon hearing the news of his merging with the heavenly Tao. They merely felt that the great mountain above them was gone, and as long as they unified the primordial world, they could attain enlightenment and become saints. A smile flickered in Hongjun's eyes. Indeed, some would attain sanctification, but it would not be the demon clan. Master, what is the difference between the primordial chaos golden immortal and a saint? Yuan Shi asked, noticing Hongjun's calm demeanor. A saint is a primordial chaos golden immortal, but a primordial chaos golden immortal is not necessarily a saint. A saint holds a position of the heavenly Tao, able to wield the power of the heavenly Tao with every gesture. In the primordial world, heavenly Tao saints are immortal and indestructible. Outside the primordial world, a saint cannot draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao, while a primordial chaos golden immortal remains unchanged. Master, how does one attain the position of a primordial chaos golden immortal or a saint? Tong Tian eagerly interjected, as either would be an invincible existence in the primordial world. Seeing Tong Tian's impatience, Hongjun smiled. This sweet-tongued disciple was his favorite, though a bit impulsive. Fortunately, he had Taiching and Yuqing to look after him, allowing Hongjun to feel a bit more at ease. There are three methods to attain the primordial chaos golden immortal. As Hongjun spoke, the crowd felt a chill in their hearts. The crucial part was coming. Please bestow the method upon us, Tao Ancestor. The first is to attain enlightenment through strength. Pangu walked this path. However, Pangu attained the great Tao. If you can master the laws you comprehend, you can achieve the primordial chaos golden immortal. The second is the method of slaying the three corpses that I teach. Slaying the three corpses of good and evil attachments, when they unite, you can attain the primordial chaos golden immortal. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was ecstatic, realizing the Tao Ancestor's compassion. However, innate spiritual treasures are hard to find, but compared to attaining the primordial chaos golden immortal, this was nothing. The three Qinghua and Guangchengzi exchanged glances. They were all aware of the truth behind slaying the three corpses. Now that the method of enlightenment was revealed, anyone who found an innate spiritual treasure would surely cause a scramble among the inhabitants of the primordial world. The three Qinghua and Guangchengzi exchanged glances. They were all aware of the truth behind slaying the three corpses. Now that the method of enlightenment was revealed, anyone who... Hongjun continued, the third method is to first become a heavenly Tao saint, and then gradually attain the primordial chaos golden immortal by utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi felt a jolt in his heart. This method was indeed in line with his thoughts, viewing the heavenly Tao as a source. The Hongmeng purple qi was the connecting element to the source. By linking the Hongmeng purple qi with the heavenly Tao, one could unleash the power of a saint. Finally, by cultivating oneself with the source of the heavenly Tao and gradually elevating one's own laws, one becomes a primordial chaos golden immortal. Of course, a heavenly Tao saint is equivalent to being the steward of the heavenly Tao responsible for maintaining the primordial world. Sure enough, after Hongjun finished speaking, 7 streaks of purple light appeared in his hands. With just a glance, the eyes of all the gods were captivated. Without waiting for them to speak, Hongjun directly stated, "This is the Hongmeng purple qi, the mechanism of the great Tao. Merging with it allows you to directly attain the heavenly Tao saint. You must understand that all beneath a saint are but ants." His domineering words caused a momentary suffocation in the Zixiao Palace. They had never experienced the true power of a saint. Even the pressure when Hongjun attained enlightenment was enough to make them unable to stand, forcing them to kneel on the ground. And the statement that all beneath a saint are but ants implied that whoever attained sanctification stood at the pinnacle of the primordial world. In an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed on the Hongmeng purple qi, their eyes gleaming with fervor and their breaths heavy. Master, who can attain sanctification? Niwa had not even opened her mouth when Zhuanti hastily asked, his eyes filled with greed, making even Guangchengzi feel a chill. He believed that if this Hongmeng purple qi were not in the hands of the Tao Ancestor at this moment, but rather with the master of the three Qingjuni, would dare to snatch it. Niwa's eyes flashed with displeasure as she let out a soft snort. Hongjun remained impassive, softly saying, "The great Tao begins with 1, achieves 3, flourishes with 6, and culminates in 9. Therefore my disciples shall have 6 saints." In an instant, all eyes turned to the 6 individuals on the mat. Guangchengzi was startled. He sensed a powerful aura being released, quickly retracting. Turning his head, he saw an old man with a hawk-like nose glaring at Hongyun with a dark expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Hongyun's complexion turned pale, and Xuanyuan supported him from the side. There were 6 saints under the Tao ancestor, perfectly matching the 6 seats on the mats. When Hongyun had given up his seat during the first sermon, it had caused Kuanping to lose his seat, as well representing the position of a saint. The 3 Qing are my personally transmitted disciples and deserve the position of saints. Niwa will have great merits in the future and should also attain sanctification. After Hongjun finished speaking, 4 streaks of Hongmeng purple qi fell into the primordial spirits of the 3 Qing and Niwa. They immediately felt the heavenly Tao was within reach, just a hand's stretch away. Suppressing their excitement, the 4 bowed in unison, "Thank you, Master." Di Jun's expression was uncertain. Now that Niwa had obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, she would surely attain sanctification, but she had already withdrawn from the demon clan, severing her fate. Did this not mean their demon clan had lost the position of a saint? Meanwhile, Fushi wore a broad smile, joy evident in his eyes. His sister could become a saint. Jane and Juni were extremely anxious as they too were disciples of the Tao ancestor. Why were they not mentioned? "Master, we are impoverished in the West. Master, please bestow the Hongmeng purple qi upon us. The beings in the West need the salvation of a saint." In an instant, the Zixiao Palace was filled with the cries of Jane and Junti, and everyone thought, here we go again. Before the first sermon, these two had used this method to trick Hongyun, the biggest fool in the primordial world, into giving up his seat, and now they were back. Yuan Shi frowned, snorting lightly. Hongjun turned his gaze to Jane and Junti. "You two want this Hongmeng purple qi?" The deities displayed expressions of astonishment. Could it be that the primordial purple energy could actually weep? However, Hongjun paid them no heed, and Jane and Junti hastily bowed, saying, "Please, Master, grant us the foundation for enlightenment. You two claim to seek the revival of the West, so I shall grant you this primordial purple energy, but you must not be negligent in your efforts to restore the West." After Hongjun spoke, his imposing aura manifested, making Jane and Junti feel as though a sharp blade hung over their heads, ready to bring about their demise in an instant. Disciple would never dare to defy Master's words. "Oh, I will surely revive the West." With a wave of his hand, 2 strands of primordial purple energy fell into their divine spirits. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncontainable joy. Wonderful. They've secured the ticket to the Sage of Heaven. Watching the last strand of primordial purple energy remaining in Hongjun's hand, the other deities began to grow restless as Jane and Junti lamented about having obtained this treasure. "Please, Tao Ancestor, have mercy and grant your disciple the primordial purple energy. Please accept your disciple as a student, and I will offer daily worship without fail." Stepping forward, Emperor Jun implored, "Tao Ancestor, as the emperor of the demon race, I too deserve the primordial purple energy." As his words fell, Xianming and Hutu in the corner turned cold, glaring with murderous intent at Emperor Jun. If Emperor Jun acquired the primordial purple energy, they would directly summon several brothers to eliminate him. The witch clan cannot achieve enlightenment without a divine spirit, and the demon clan absolutely cannot attain it either. The demon emperor cannot become a sage. Hongjun said indifferently, causing Emperor Jun's face to go pale only to quickly regain his composure. What the Tao ancestor meant was that he could not become a sage, not that he could not attain the position of a Huanyuan Deluo Golden Immortal, as long as he exterminated the witch clan. However, Xianming and Hutu didn't think much of it. They only saw the Tao ancestor reject Emperor Jun, a hint of laughter flashing in their eyes. Deservedly so. "Master, Guangchengzi is my eldest disciple under the 3 Pure Ones, and deserves the position of a sage," Yuan Shi said, urgently grabbing Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi felt a warmth in his heart. His master valued reputation so much now for his sake, he was arguing with others. His eyes even reddened a bit. "Yes, Master, Guangchengzi is talented and worthy of the sage's position. I second the motion." Laozi and Tongtian spoke simultaneously, looking at Hongjun. "Guangchengzi indeed deserves the position of a sage," Niwa added. In an instant, all eyes were on Guangchengzi. It was understandable for the 3 Pure Ones to say this. After all, who wouldn't want a sage to emerge from their sect? Yet it was surprising that Niwa also spoke up for Guangchengzi. However, Hongjun remained unfazed, looking deeply at him and saying, "Guangchengzi is not destined to be a sage." The expressions of the 3 Pure Ones changed, and Yuan Shi tightened his grip on Guangchengzi's hand. Guangchengzi felt somewhat despondent. Although he wished to attain the Huanyuan Deluo Golden Immortal position, having a sage position as a backup would suffice. Now that it was exposed, he could only smile at the 3 Pure Ones, and Niwa bow towards the heavens and sit back behind Yuan Shi. The deities observed that this disciple of the 3 Pure Ones exhibited a certain poise. Even if he could not become a sage in the future, he would likely achieve something extraordinary. As for this primordial purple energy, it will depend on who among you has the fortune to attain it. After Hongjuan finished speaking, the last strand of primordial purple energy floated out. All eyes followed it, but the primordial purple energy circled above the deities before suddenly diving into the divine spirit of Hongyuan. Jane and Zhuanti were astonished, feeling indebted for the favors and the karmic consequences of enlightenment. How could they ever repay such kindness? Kunpeng's teeth clicked together. Had it not been for Hongyun, he would not have lost his mat. Now that Hongyun had obtained the primordial purple energy, Kunpeng's eyes darkened with a murderous intent. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth quickly wiped away. The others looked at Hongyun with ill intent, and Xuanyuan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Guangchengzi thought to himself, it truly is as I expected. Dao ancestor, may I ask if my witch clan has any way to achieve enlightenment? Hutu observed everything coldly and stepped forward to ask. Hongjun's gaze swept over Guangchengzi, and he calmly replied, under the Dao there is always a glimmer of hope. Hutu furrowed her brow, saying, please Dao ancestor, speak plainly. Hongjun shook his head and said no more. Hutu, feeling despondent, bowed and retreated. As my disciples, it would not be right for me to withhold some protective means from you, Hongjun said, looking at the undercurrents swirling among the deities, focusing on the 6 individuals on the mat. The deities immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Having given the primordial purple energy, he also intended to provide spiritual treasures. Who didn't know that the innate treasures of the 3 pure ones were given by him privately? Nuwa, as my closed-door disciple, these 2 spiritual treasures are for you. With that, Hongjun took out a map and a bright red embroidered ball, both radiating the aura of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Thank you, Master. Nuwa was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Top-grade innate spiritual treasures like these were rare even for her. The 3 pure ones were indifferent. They each had innate treasures and did not regard Nuwa's treasures as highly. Yuan sure wanted to say something, but Laozi tugged at his sleeve, and Tongtian shook his head too. Yuan sure could only remain silent. He had initially wanted his master to exchange something that could suppress fate for Tongtian, but Tongtian really loved the 4 swords of immortality, and Laozi wouldn't let him speak further. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuanti became nervous, looking expectantly at Hongjun. Hongjun paused his hand that was reaching for the spiritual treasures, recalling that Tongtian once said he didn't want to use the innate 5 directions flag to slay corpses. He only loved formations and didn't want to see the flag damaged. His gaze lingered for a moment on the black jade hairpin atop Guangchengzi's head before he waved his hand, causing 3 spiritual treasures to fly out. They landed before Jane and Zhuanti. This divine scepter of enhancement, the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue, and the 8 treasure pool of virtue are for you too. Guangchengzi was taken aback. Why was there no Eastern green lotus treasure color flag? And what about the other spiritual treasures belonging to the 3 masters? Hongjun waved his hand, and 4 small flags of blue, red, yellow, and white flew out, landing before the 3 pure ones, and Guangchengzi smiling and nodding without saying more. Tongtian's face flashed with delight. Master is truly kind and remembers what I once said. This innate 5 elements, 5 directions great formation can indeed be arranged. Fux's expression changed. If he remembered correctly, Guangchengzi had the northern Xuanyuan controlling water flag. As a master of formations, he understood the power of this innate 5 elements, 5 directions great formation. The 3 pure ones are indeed not to be trifled with. My sister's decision was correct. Guangchengzi, as the first disciple of the 3 pure ones, you are the chief disciple of the Xuanmen's 3rd generation. You should not be without a spiritual treasure for protection, and take this spiritual treasure with you. After finishing, Hongjun presented a black long spear before Guangchengzi. This spear was entwined with a red malevolent aura, exuding an extremely fierce energy, and was incredibly sharp. The god-slaying spear. Tongshan's eyes brightened. Indeed, this item is made from the stem of the chaos green lotus, which absorbed chaotic malevolent energy. Though it is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it specializes in slaughter and is not inferior to innate treasures. It can even devour divine spirits and can injure even a sage's divine spirit, making it a treasure for protecting your Dao. Hongjun looked at Guangchengzi as he spoke. He was quite satisfied with this transmission. Although there were some secrets involved, entering his Xianmen was an opportunity. The deities' gazes were fiery, especially Zhuanti, who wished to possess this item immediately. Guangchengzi looked at the god-slaying spear and knew it was the personal spiritual treasure of the demon ancestor Luo, who obtained by Hongjun after the battle between Dao and demon. He was incredibly excited to receive it. However, holding the god-slaying spear with both hands, Guangchengzi bowed to Hongjun, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness, but I wish to use this item to exchange for a supreme innate treasure that can suppress fate from Master Tongtian." As Guangchengzi's words fell, the Zixiao Palace erupted in chaos. This was the Divine Slayer Spear, a weapon rivaling even the innate treasures. Tong Tian already possessed the 4 swords of Zhixian, whose killing power was unmatched in the Honghuang. If the Tao ancestor were to bestow another treasure upon him, he would hold 2 innate treasures. With the 3 purities united, would there be any chance for others to rise in Honghuang? Di Jun and Tai Yi's faces darkened. The 3 purities were already hard to contend with, and now they sought another treasure. Jiejing and Zhuanti felt indignant, but dared not show it. They were overjoyed to have even one innate spiritual treasure, and while the 3 purities were not complaining, Guangchengzi had set his sights on another innate treasure. It was evident that the East was far too prosperous. Disciple, do not be rude. Tong Tian admonished, lightly turning to Hongjuan. Master, do not listen to Guangchengzi's nonsense. He is just overly excited. Even as a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, he dared not treat the innate treasures lightly. Since it was granted by his master, how could Guangchengzi negotiate? Moreover, Guangchengzi had only seen his master twice. If he angered him, it would not end well. Previously, he hadn't even received the Hongmeng purple chi, indicating that his master had some calculations in mind. Disciple requests the master's mercy to grant one innate treasure capable of suppressing destiny for Tongtian. I am willing to offer this item in exchange. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth and bowed, bringing forth the 12-petal pure world white lotus. No one present except for him could foresee the tragic fate that awaited Tongtian. The disintegration of the Jie sect was indeed related to Tongshin's reckless acceptance of disciples, but the lack of an innate treasure to suppress fate was also a significant reason. As Guangchengzi presented the pure world white lotus, the gods were astonished by his determination. This was a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 3 purities truly had an excellent disciple. Tongshin's eyes turned red as he was speechless. He did not expect Guangchengzi to go to such lengths for him. Please forgive Guangchengzi's rudeness. Laozi bowed to Hongjuan, taking out the dragon head cane. This is the spiritual treasure entrusted to the Eastern King by the Master. Today, I present it, and hope the Master will be merciful and grant my 3rd brother an innate treasure to suppress destiny. Please show mercy, Master. Yuan Shi also bowed in agreement. Nuwa was stunned by the actions of the 3 purities, and Guangchengzi, for a moment, she did not know whether to join in pleading. Was this really happening? Only Di Jun and Tai Yi wore grim expressions. This dragon head cane was snatched from right under their noses by the 3 purities. Are you determined to proceed this way? Hongjun did not look at the 3 purities, but focused solely on Guangchengzi, bringing him immense pressure. Guangchengzi felt as though he was being scrutinized by a colossal beast from Honghuang, fearing that he would be devoured with even the slightest movement. Yet he persisted. Please show mercy, Master. The Chaos Bell may not necessarily be obtained. He feared more the risk of not acquiring it, and he could not gamble on whether he would receive the Chaos Bell. Today was the most likely opportunity to receive an innate treasure from the Tao ancestor, and Guangchengzi absolutely could not give up. Even if it meant angering the Tao ancestor, he had to insist, considering the face of the 3 purities. Master, the Tao ancestor, granting him the Divine Slayer Spear, indicated he would not kill him. You have taken on a good disciple. Hongjun looked at Tongtian with admiration in his tone. Who? The gods all exhaled in unison, having just witnessed the Tao ancestor targeting Guangchengzi. They hardly dared to breathe. Tongtian smiled broadly. To have Guangchengzi as a disciple is also my fortune. His disciple could seek treasures to withstand pressure, and his 2 elder brothers could also stand up for him. Tongtian felt as if he was the luckiest person in Honghuang. You 3 purities should have been in charge. Hongjun said, pausing briefly. Forget it. Guangchengzi's heart stirred. What should the 3 purities have been in charge of? Of course it was the 3 treasures of opening heaven. He secretly glanced at the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Well, with Master's words, he should find an opportunity to retrieve his Chaos Bell. You may take this spiritual treasure back with you. Hongjun looked at Guangchengzi. Since I have bestowed it upon you, I will naturally not take it back. Since you all plead for Tongtian, this old Taoist cannot refuse your faces. Hongjun spoke lightly, yet the expressions of the gods varied. Oh, where did this all come from? Among the myriad gods of Xixiao Palace, only the 4 of them had spoken. Tao ancestor, you are indeed biased, yet you wish to involve us. But Hongjun ignored them, watching Guangchengzi's face beaming with joy. The 3 purities looked at him with bright eyes and smiled. This item shall be yours to suppress destiny. With that, a small tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears fell before Tongtian, radiating the aura of an innate treasure. Hongjun looked at Guangchengzi, his tone laden with meaning. This is the Qian Kuan Ding, transformed from the lotus pod of the Chaos Green Lotus. After speaking, the Divine Slayer Spear and the 12-petal pure world white lotus gently danced before him, as if trying to convey something. Guangchengzi suddenly raised his head, looking into the profound eyes of the Tao ancestor. The Qian Ding transformed from the lotus pod of the chaos green lotus, the 12-petal pure world, white lotus transformed from its seeds, and the divine slayer spear formed from its roots. These were all treasures of the same origin. Moreover, considering the chaos bell that the master previously mentioned, as long as he obtained the chaos bell, he could gather the treasures of the same origin to slay the 3 corpses. Although he initially thought of using the lotus flowers to slay the corpses, now that there was a better option, Guangchengzi's eyes continually sparkled with delight. Disciple thanks the master. Thank you, master. Guangchengzi beamed while the other gods stared blankly at the innate treasure, the Qian Ding. This was indeed an innate treasure, and most importantly, he could use it to refine innate spiritual treasures. With the ability to refine innate spiritual treasures, would the 3 purities disciples ever lack the treasures to slay corpses in the future? Tongtian reached out to catch the Qian Ding, bowing solemnly to Hongjuan. Disciple, thanks the master for your great kindness. Hongjuan looked at the dragon head cane placed before him by Laozi and sighed. This item was originally bestowed to the Eastern King. As he spoke, he glanced at Dijun, who hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. However, Hongjuan ignored him, lightly nudging the dragon head cane, which fell back before Laozi. You are my eldest disciple of the Xuanyuan, so this item shall be under your control. Disciple thanks the master. Laozi bowed and received this supreme innate treasure. Yuan Shi's heart trembled, but dared not hesitate. Disciple is here. Your elder brother and third brother each have 2 treasures, one for offense and one for defense. It is not fair to favor one over the other, so this item shall be yours. After Hongjuan finished speaking, auspicious clouds descended from above, floating above Yuan Shi's head. This is transformed from Pangus righteous chi, known as the auspicious clouds of all heavens. It does not belong to the innate nor the postnatal, but its defense is not inferior to innate treasures. Yuan Shi looked up and saw the Hongmeng world shimmering within the auspicious clouds, with the sun, moon, and stars illuminating it, the 5-colored light radiating throughout the heavens, celestial music resonating across the universe, and countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, jewels, and pearls raining down from the auspicious clouds. Yuan Shi was overjoyed beyond measure. Disciple thanks the master. The other gods were left dumbfounded. This was blatant favoritism. Everything was given to your disciple, each one with 2 treasures. Even the future disciples received some. You truly deserve to be the Tao ancestor. In an instant, the gods knelt down, pleading for the Tao ancestor to grant them some spiritual treasures. The cries for help echoed within the Zixiao palace as the 6 individuals on the mat each had their own thoughts. Now the other immortals gained nothing and hardly understood the teachings completely accompanying the process. After Hongjuan spoke, everyone's eyes brightened, eagerly looking at the Tao ancestor. I have collected some spiritual treasures, all located on the Funbao rock outside the Zixiao palace. You may go and take them. I too must seek Tao. The Sanqing and Guangchengzi lifted their heads, slightly sensing the hidden meaning in Hongjuan's eyes. The rest of the gods were overjoyed, hastily expressing their gratitude. The Zixiao palace opened wide, with everyone rushing out except for Sanqing and Guangchengzi, who remained still. This master Sanqing believed they understood relatively well. Even though he preached in the primeval chaos, those who came to listen could not compare to his personal disciples. They didn't see how many spiritual treasures were prepared for them. One could only find Funbao Rock through fate. When it was first opened for teaching, many de Luo Jingxian entered the chaos, yet some could not find the Zixiao palace. It was merely a matter of fate. Guangchengzi was aware of this, hence he did not rush out. Hongjuan looked at the 4 of them, sitting quietly, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Master, this is some spiritual wine brewed by me along with picked spiritual fruits and enlightenment tea. Guangchengzi offered it with tact, knowing the master had given him much guidance, even arranging for the spiritual treasure to slay the 3 corpses. Naturally, he wanted to show his filial respect. Looking at the Huangzhong Li Wuzhen song and the enlightenment tea leaves, Hongjuan was somewhat surprised. The opportunities of this direct disciple were truly remarkable. Even he had never tasted these spiritual roots. As for that spiritual wine, it was his first encounter. You are thoughtful. Guangchengzi felt a bit embarrassed. The grace you bestow upon me is immense. This is nothing. You all staying here is also an opportunity. Hongjuan spoke. Joy flickered in the eyes of Sanqing as Hongjuan continued. You are all set on the path of slaying the 3 corpses. As your master, I feel deeply gratified. After all, it was his own created method of proving Tao, and he would naturally be pleased to see his disciples in. But this path is difficult. The corpse of obsession relies on opportunity and your own comprehension. I cannot assist you. If it becomes impossible, you may directly choose to prove the path of the heavenly saints. Seeing Sanqing frown, Hongjuan sighed. Lu has not completely fallen. He has transformed into the realm of celestial demons. Now that the primeval world is prosperous, he cannot emerge. When the boundless calamity arrives, Liu will reappear, and his power will be unprecedentedly formidable. I integrate with the heavenly path for 2 reasons: to repay the karmic debt of the Western continent, and to eliminate karma, and to preserve the heavenly path when the boundless calamity arrives. Otherwise, without the support of the heavenly path, even the heavenly saints of that time may face a significant reduction in strength. The entire primeval world will decay, and likely few will remain. After speaking, Honghuang opened his palm to reveal several small black fragments with the aura of destruction emanating from them, yet held captive by his hand. These are fragments of the 12th grade destruction Black Lotus Luhis personal spiritual treasure. He used this to form the foundation of the celestial demon realm. Even I have only managed to collect these fragments. You must strive to enhance your strength. When the boundless calamity arrives, the primeval world will still need your power. Listening to Hongzhen's words, the Sanqing looked grave. They had never expected such a great crisis would befall the primeval world in the future. Under the boundless calamity, all beings may perish, but if Liu reappears, even the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian may not be able to protect themselves. Guangchengzi's heart trembled. If the primeval world were to be destroyed, and he could not prove Dao, he would likely perish completely. He became increasingly anxious. He had to prove Dao as a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. The Sanqing fell into silence. Laozi spoke with difficulty. Master need not worry. If it truly becomes impossible, and we cannot slay the corpse of obsession, we will choose to prove the path of the heavenly saints. Master, there is one more matter I need to report. The 2 who received Jijin and Juanti have created methods that differ from our immortal way. In the future, it is likely that Yuan Shi mentioned Guangchengzi's affairs in the West, causing Hongzhen to ponder deeply. This matter is a matter of heavenly fate, and I cannot change it. However, they are but 2 individuals. In the future, my Xianmen will honor you 3. You will be the heavenly lords of the immortal way alongside Nuwa and Guangchengzi. There is no need to regard them. Does Master mean? Tongshin's eyes flickered. If those 2 were to act out of line, could they take action directly? Hongzhen nodded. I will merge with the Dao here. You may observe the ceremony, hoping to gain some insight. After finishing the spiritual fruit, a head vanished without a trace. The creation jade plate spun rapidly above his head. The power of the heavenly path surged like an immense ocean, and the power of rules transformed into countless streams of light that flowed in. 3 figures emerged from Hongzhen's body, entering the creation jade plate in succession. They were his 3 corpse incarnations. Heavenly Dao merge. Hongzhen shouted softly, and instantly boundless phenomena manifested. Though his voice was soft, it seemed capable of shattering eternity. Hongzhen suddenly lifted his head, beams of divine light shooting from his eyes. His primordial spirit connected with the creation jade plate, merging into the essence of heavenly Dao, indistinguishable from one another. In that moment, myriad auspicious signs rose from the primeval earth. Purple energy surged up to the heavens for 90,000 miles. Mountains and rivers resonated together. It seemed that all beings in the primeval world heard some sound, with the echo of the great Dao ringing in their ears. The Zixiao Palace trembled continuously. Layers of divine light enveloped it, and the power of heavenly Dao flowed, revealing all 3,000 great Daos. Sanqing and Guangchengzi stared blankly, their eyes flooded with countless laws. They did not know how long it had been before the 4 gradually regained their senses. Laozi's aura fluctuated, as did Yuan Shi and Tantian. They had all broken through to the late stage of the quasi-saint realm. Laozi frowned slightly, thinking of the corpse of obsession. This time I have gained some insight. I may need to enter seclusion for a while. Yuan Shi said, glancing at Tantian. I have a bit of a clue, but I cannot articulate it. Tantian scratched his head. The corpse of obsession is too mystical. It feels so near, yet so far. On the cloud platform, the purple-clad Hongzhen appeared again, his expression stoic and devoid of emotion, as if the heavenly Dao were impartially observing all beings of the primeval world. Sanqing's expressions were complicated. They knew this was already the heavenly Dao, and they wondered when Master Hongzhen would be able to recover. It would likely take some time. Master. 3 Hongzhen nodded, shifting his gaze to Guangchengzi, who was slowly regaining consciousness. His aura had grown much stronger. Peak of Deluo. Guangchengzi's heart stirred. He was just a step away from slaying the 3 corpse incarnations and proving himself as a quasi-saint. Looking at Hongzhen above, Guangchengzi bowed. I pay my respects to Master Ancestor. Hongzhen looked at them with no hint of emotion, making no movements, and the 4 disappeared. A faint sigh echoed within the Zixiao Palace. Sanqing and Guangchengzi were dumbfounded, feeling nothing as they were transported out of the Zixiao Palace. The 4 now stood before the Fantian Mountain. Countless innate spiritual treasures shone with divine light gathering together. Even Guangchengzi's heart raced a few beats. The Fantian Rock Master had directly sent them here. Surrounding them were only the four of them, with not a single other cultivator present. They had watched Hongjuan merge with the Tao for 500 years, yet not a single cultivator had found this place. Clearly this was the means of master, as the innate spiritual treasures should naturally be chosen by the personal disciples first. Sanqing and Guangchengzi respectfully saluted the Zhixiao Palace from afar, then stepped into the Finbao Rock, where numerous innate spiritual treasures flew towards the four of them. Guangchengzi stepped into the treasure-dividing rock, and immediately dozens of beams of light flew toward. He understood that these were the fated treasures. Those who entered the treasure-dividing rock could only sense the spiritual treasures that were connected to them. If one attempted to seize what they were not fated for, they would have to rely on the means of a saint. A beam of clear light flew over, and Guangchengzi reached out to catch it, momentarily stunned. It was the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kun ruler. This item should have belonged to Ran Deng, but since he had eliminated Ran Deng, it now rightfully belonged to him. On the other side, 24 glowing beads caught Guangchengzi's attention. Even Tong Tian sensed them, but these treasures originally belonged to him. Guangchengzi took out 12 Ding Hai Shenju, and the remaining 24 beads flew towards him like fledgling swallows returning to their nest. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow, and the four swords of extermination immediately shot out, encircling hundreds of spiritual treasures. After collecting the flying spiritual treasures, Guangchengzi exited the treasure-dividing rock. He stood aside, counting his gains with a beaming smile. With the Ding Hai Shenju, he had obtained 3 pieces of supreme innate spiritual treasures along with over 10 other innate spiritual treasures. Truly a bountiful harvest. Seeing that the 3 pure ones had also emerged with smiles of joy, it was evident they had gained much as well. At this moment, others arrived late. Nuwa glanced at the treasure-dividing rock and nodded at the 3 pure ones entering, without even giving Guangchengzi a chance to greet them. Subsequently, other great powers and 12 Golden Immortals came here, with the last to arrive being Jane. Seeing that there were no high-grade innate spiritual treasures left, the two wore gloomy expressions as they collected a few. Zhuanti gathered silk threads, necklaces, umbrella canopies, and fish intestines, either low-grade or mid-grade. Guangchengzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Zunti's 6-foot golden body could not be underestimated. With these low-grade innate spiritual treasures, his 6-foot golden body had been refined quite well. Tong Tian chuckled lightly, noticing that the person he disliked had not obtained any supreme innate spiritual treasures, which naturally pleased him. Jane grumbled, "I got lost in the chaos with my junior brother." Seeing the scarcity of spiritual treasures at the treasure-dividing rock, he realized they had come too late. Tong Tian secretly laughed, but said nothing further. Zunti's eyes darted. He reached out his hand towards the treasure-dividing rock. It was certainly not an ordinary item to hold so many innate spiritual treasures, and moreover there were nearly 100 unclaimed innate spiritual treasures. Impudent! Yuan Shi shouted angrily. This was outside the Zhixiao Palace, and Zhuanti dared to act. As he took out the Panga banner, Zhuanti had already grasped the treasure-dividing rock. A beam of Pangu axe light slashed towards Zunti's arm, while 5 colorful lotuses struck from the other side, attempting to block for Zhuanti. 5 glories and 5 colors. Mystic lotus, dost you have good fortune, my friend? Yuan Shi smirked disdainfully. This was a supreme innate spiritual treasure that had attracted several great powers to engage in fierce battles, ultimately being seized by Jin and Zhuanti working together. To think that an innate spiritual treasure could block his Panga banner was sheer folly, not to mention that Yuan Shi had already reached the late stage of Croissant. Before they could clash, the treasure-dividing rock trembled violently, and nearly 100 innate spiritual treasures broke free from its restraints, flying into the chaos and falling into the vast wilderness. Many cultivators sensed the aura of the innate spiritual treasures and chased after them. Zhuanti, upon seeing this, flashed a look of regret. Such a cooked duck was flying away. But he soon had no chance to lament. The treasure-dividing rock shook again, and as Zhuanti grasped it, he was shaken back, pain radiating through his entire arm, causing his left shoulder to go numb. The light of the Pangu axe had already broken through the defenses of the 5 colorful lotuses, and with a gentle sound Zuni's arm was severed. A muffled groan escaped him as Zuni's face turned pale. He looked at his fallen arm, where blood stretched into threads as it reached towards his shoulder. An 8 trigrams furnace directly collected his severed arm. Laozi muttered, "The flesh and blood of a Croissant great power can refine an excellent recovery pill." Senior brother. Jane supported Zhuanti, his expression filled with compassion. Tong Tian was overjoyed. The Zhixiao Palace of the Master is truly a treasure land. Big brother has actually found the severed limb of a chaotic divine beast. I wonder how potent the pill refined from it will be. Guangchengzi tightly closed his mouth to suppress a laugh. Yuan Shi, holding the Panga banner, coldly watched Jane and Zhuanti, while Nuwa dared not interrupt, The three senior brothers were indeed domineering. I was reckless indeed, Xuanyuan said as his severed arm regrew. With a pale face, he bowed to the Zixiao Palace, and then left with Jane in a flash. Against the three pure ones, they could not gain any advantage. Tong Tian stared in astonishment at their retreating figures. They just left like that. Niwa glanced at him. What else could they do? With you three brothers, each holding 2 treasures, would they leave themselves open to humiliation? Guangchengzi's heart stirred as a copper coin with wings flew out, its form still vague, clearly not yet fully formed. The treasure-dividing rock seemed to sense its aura and transformed into a beam of golden light, flying towards him. A stream of golden treasure energy infused it, and the falling treasure coin instantly shone with golden light, its tiny wings flapping incessantly as it spun around Guangchengzi. Good fortune, nephew, Niwa praised with a smile. Guangchengzi touched the treasure-dividing rock and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Annie. I should know what this item is. Junior sister, I suppose we will both be entering seclusion upon returning. I will take my leave first. Yuan Shi said softly to Niwa. Yes, little sister has also gained something this time. Perhaps I can eliminate the evil corpse in 1,000 years. Then I congratulate you, junior sister, Tong Tian chuckled. The eyes of the three pure ones had already turned towards the corpse of obsession. They intended to hurry back to enter seclusion. The few of them transformed into streams of light traversing the chaos and returned once more to the vast wilderness. At the peak of Kunlun, the three pure palace. Disciple, feel free to choose whatever you like. The three pure ones spoke in unison, and hundreds of innate spiritual treasures illuminated the area, like a sea of treasures shining brilliantly, resembling a miniature treasure-dividing rock. Guangchengzi examined carefully. He truly lacked nothing now. He randomly selected a few items from the three pure ones' collection of spiritual treasures, which were merely better than nothing. Little did he know, as the three pure ones waved their hands, 3 small flags landed before him. These 5 directions flags have been reassembled in our hands. It seems the innate 5 elements 5 directions great array is about to manifest. Let them protect you. Guangchengzi took possession of the Xuanyuan controlling water flag and the plain-colored cloud realm flag. After thinking for a moment, he accepted them. Thank you, 3 masters. No need for such formality. If it weren't for your request, your ancestor would not have gifted this item to me. Tong Tian patted Guangchengzi on the shoulder. While in the Zixiao Palace, it was inconvenient to say, but now he truly wanted to thank Guangchengzi. This decided. Guangchengzi looked at the Qian Kuan Ding that Tong Tian took out, his gaze narrowing slightly. He had initially intended to use 3 lotuses to eliminate the 3 corpses. The flaming red lotus was with the ancestor of the underworld river, and he could at most call the 3 masters to join him. He also had ways to obtain the golden lotus of merit, and could take the opportunity to make the West collapse, but now this spiritual treasure for eliminating the 3 corpses was delivered right in front of him. Master, this Qinkuan Ding seems bound to me, Guangchengzi said. Tong Tian stared in astonishment at him. My son, when did you inherit Xuan Ti's legacy and decide to rob your master? Lousy Yuan Shi watched the 2 of them and could not help but smile. Guangchengzi's face flushed with embarrassment. The treasure was indeed suited to his corpse-slaying art, yet he felt his words had been ill-considered. I understand. This item shares origin with your Jingshi Balian and Shirshin Chong. I will grant it to you in time, Tong Tian said, smiling at Guangchengzi. The Qinkuan Ding had been obtained thanks to Guangchengzi's plea. He cared little for it. Only that it was a supreme treasure to suppress the currents of fate, easily replaced, if need be. In time I will find other treasures to exchange with you, Guangchengzi said, awkwardly fingering the Guangyao seal. If nothing else works, I could offer the Hongming Liantian Qi to you to help suppress fate's current. There is no need. With our eldest and second brothers here, your master need not worry about fate's currents. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Lousy Yuan Shi nodded with a smile. Their third brother truly trusted them. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly and said no more, turning to Yuan Shi, master, how long will this retreat last? Yuan Shi sighed, I do not know. We have only the slightest clue regarding the corpse of obsession. We are fortunate for your ancestors' 5 centuries of day emerging, yet it will likely take several Yuanhui. Laozi's face was impassive while Tong Tian gazed toward the distant mountain. Such a long seclusion. He had never retreated beyond a single Yuanhui, but the corpse of obsession was hard to slay. Who could say what gains this time might bring? Guangchengzi shook his head bitterly. Several Yuanhui. He did not know whether he could sever and manifest the twin corpses of good and evil. Although witnessing the ancestors' Dao merging had elevated some to the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal, and Zixiao Palace's teachings had spanned several Yuanhui, the quasi-sage cultivators were only in the dozens. Many had still failed to slay the 3 corpses. Then let me take charge of Kunlun, Guangchengzi said with a solemn bow. With the Sanqing entering seclusion, he would guard Kunlun well. Your retreat will likely last only 10,000 years. Without opportunity, the three corpses cannot be attained by seclusion alone, Laozi said slowly. Yuanshi's expression grew grave as he looked at Guangchengzi. We three may seclude, without worry for Kunlun, but I fear for you. Indeed. During seclusion, our minds will be absorbed in Tao. If anything befall you, your masters may not be able to come to your aid in time. A pang of sourness touched Guangchengzi's heart. He had not intended to summon his masters from seclusion to help, yet every word they spoke was spoken for his sake. Do not worry, master. I will not cause trouble during this time. Guangchengzi straightened and offered an obedient smile. Yuanshi's eyes flickered. Perhaps saying he did not believe him would be too harsh. Silence fell among the Sanqing, leaving Guangchengzi awkward. Master. He ventured, seeking some response to foster trust. Very well. Yuanshi gave him a reproving glance. Guangchengzi could only resign himself. His past misdeeds were many. He set his expression serious. I promise never to meddle in the affairs of the Wu Yao races. He would only sweep up what remained after the great battle. In that regard, I am not worried. You are no newborn child, Yuanshi said lightly. Yuanshi's casual remark was that the lad simply would not declare he would never leave the mountain. Yet to remain in Kunlun for several Yuanhui, Guangchengzi likely could not endure. Master, do you think the Yao race would move against Senior Hongyuan? Guangchengzi probed. At Zixiao Palace, Dijun had coveted the Hongmeng until near madness. Of the 7 who might obtain the purple chi, only Hongyuan was not a disciple of the Tao ancestor. Without even a talisman for protection, he was an easy fat lamb in the sight of the gods. They will not, Tong Tian said with certainty. At least not now. Yuanshi's face was inscrutable as he sighed. In this round of teachings, the quasi-saints have mostly benefited. This is their opportunity. Dijun will only set his sights on the Hongmeng when he finds no other path forward. He looked at Guangchengzi and continued, moreover, Kunpeng will surely act first. Dijun will never make another's victory for himself. Guangchengzi nodded. Though the grand situation of the primordial world remained unchanged and the Wu and Yao races were still adversaries, some minor matters had shifted under the stirring of this small winged one. After all, Nuwa had withdrawn from the Yao race. To fashion a human into a sage would take several Yuanhui. Laozi regarded Guangchengzi with a hint of amusement. Are you intent upon that Hongmeng? Guangchengzi drew a deep breath. I dare not deceive you, master. As a disciple of the Hun Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, I have cause for confidence, yet time must temper it. Hearing of the boundless culpas my ancestors spoke of made me uneasy. If the Hongmeng remains unclaimed, I will seize it, Guangchengzi said with firm resolve, meeting Laozi's gaze without fear. What of the Heavenly Tao Sage? This is an official post. The Heavenly Tao Administrator, the highest rank. Good. Tong Tian clapped and laughed, sword intent surging from his form. Strike when it is time to strike. That is the spirit of my Sanqing's disciples. Yuanshi too allowed a smile. Rare to see Guangchengzi so steadfast. Laozi stroked his beard and nodded, his features alight with smiles. They had planned long ago. If the Hongmeng remained with Hongyuan, so be it. But should anyone kill to seize the treasure, they would act together to secure it for Guangchengzi. Seeing the Sanqing's reactions, Guangchengzi understood their scheme and bowed his head to hide his tears. You need not be anxious about this. Yuanshi lifted Guangchengzi and comforted him. Dijun and his faction will have no means to seize the Hongmeng at this time. Tong Tian patted his shoulder. We have not yet realized the Tao. We have not tested the Hongmeng authenticity. Why would Dijun act rashly? Guangchengzi looked up. Indeed, he had forgotten that point. If in these years you can slay the 3 corpses, you will be able to contend with Dijun to some degree. Laozi said softly, now both the Wu and Yao races possess sage-level formations. If they have not found a chance for a sure kill, they will not act lightly. Guangchengzi felt uneasy. He had offered guidance to Hutu and did not know the outcome, and the Yao clan's 365 Deluo Golden Immortal Star Lords had not yet assembled. The Great War still lay some distance away. This was the time afforded him, at most 2 Yuanhui, to slay a 3-corpse incarnation and attain quasi-sage. I understand. Thank you, masters, for your guidance. Guangchengzi rose and saluted. Looking at the Sanqing, his expression turned solemn. While the 3 masters are in seclusion, if disciples come to apprentice, how should I handle them? The Sanqing's wide-ranging recruitment of disciples rightly belonged after their attainment and establishment of teachings to guide the world, yet even before realization, they had accepted a few pupils. For example, Duobao and Nanji Xinwang were surely taken on before attainment. Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged a look. Laozi had long said he would take no disciples. If someone came to apprentice, naturally the 2 of them would receive the student first. But with their seclusion imminent, the burden would fall to Guangchengzi. After all, the Sanqing's blessings were profound. Those who came to seek apprenticeship here were surely fated.